Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse, Divine Talent. Have I been reborn? Outside the window, a cacophony of howls reverberated through the air. Before him lay a familiar room. Lin Xiao was certain he had returned to the moment the catastrophe began. January 1st, 2022. Above the sky, 6 stars aligned, heralding the arrival of the first mysterious tide. In that instant, all living beings heard a cryptic voice. System loading. A formidable system descended upon all, yet only 1% of life forms would successfully endure until activation. The remaining 99% mutated into various aberrations due to failed loading. Once the sovereigns of Earth, humanity, under the weight of this calamity, largely transformed into zombies. In a fleeting moment, a zombie frenzy swept across the globe. Yet Lin Xiao was fortunate enough to be among that 1%. Surviving in the apocalypse for 3 grueling years, he relied on the system and his own strength to weather tide after tide. Until that day, when an aberration claiming to be a deity obliterated Lin Xiao's base. He met a pitiful demise beneath the aftermath. In that moment, Lin Xiao clenched his fists. 3 years of survival akin to a cockroach, only to die in such a pitiable manner. For this was the apocalypse. Only the truly strong were deserving of survival in such a world. Congratulations! You have successfully activated the system and received tester ID 4396. Congratulations, ID 4396. You have awakened a divine talent. Divine luck. Divine luck. Acquisition rate increased to 100% with a possibility of 10-fold rewards and a chance to trigger critical hits for higher quality gains. With the system fully loaded, Lin Xiao found that this time his ID mirrored that of his former life. Yet his talent had changed. A divine talent? In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening such a talent. The most formidable individual in Xinjiang City had merely awakened an epic talent. He recalled that he himself had only awakened the most worthless, ordinary talent. In this life, however, he had awakened a divine talent. After perusing the talent description, a flicker of excitement and boundless ambition ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. If someone is destined to become the god of this world, why should it not be me, Lin Xiao? In this life, I shall pierce the heavens and redefine the cosmos. Should that wretched deity reappear, I shall make them rue the day. To die in such a pitiful manner? That shall never again be a possibility. At that moment, the system's notification sounded once more. A task had arrived. Task triggered, survive. Time, 1 minute after the catastrophe. Location, Xinjiang City, Baihu District, Apartment A603. Requirement, eliminate all dangerous creatures on the 6th floor of Building A within 12 hours to ensure your safety. Task difficulty, normal. Task reward, a suitable novice weapon. Gazing at the familiar task description, a smile crept across Lin Xiao's lips. In his previous life, none of his neighbors had survived the initial tide. They all mutated into the lowest tier of zombies, colloquially known as resource babies. During the early days of the apocalypse, slaying zombies offered a chance for kill rewards, a crucial avenue for accumulating resources. These zombies would now serve as Lin Xiao's first step toward strength. However, recklessness would not suffice. His combat prowess was still lacking, and confronting zombies head-on would spell doom. Yet, as a survivor of 3 years in the apocalypse, Lin Xiao had countless strategies to deal with these zombies. Following his experience, he first scavenged his room for sturdy cardboard, plastic bottles, and wire to craft basic protective gear like arm guards. Next, he retrieved a sharp, short-handled fire axe from beneath his bed as a weapon. Fully equipped, Lin Xiao then prepared a few pieces of wire and some paper clips. Having survived for 3 years, he had honed the skill of lock-picking to perfection. With everything in place, it was time to pay a visit to his good neighbors. With a creak, the door of room 603 opened. In stark contrast to the chaotic howls outside, the corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any creatures. Despite the familiarity of the corridor, Lin Xiao remained vigilant. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies hunted by sound and fresh blood. This time, however, the tables had turned. The zombies were the prey, and Lin Xiao was the hunter. Moving through the corridor like a seasoned hunter, Lin Xiao cautiously approached room 604. He recalled that room 601 had been hosting a family gathering, with a dozen zombies dancing within an encounter that nearly cost him his life in his previous existence. Only rooms 604 and 605 contained a single zombie each, presenting Lin Xiao with an opportunity. After ensuring the door was safe, he inserted the wire into the keyhole. Click. Unlocking was as straightforward as ever. The security door swung open effortlessly before Lin Xiao. Upon pushing the door open, the sound of a television filled the living room, accompanied by an unsettling stillness. Holding his breath, Lin Xiao tiptoed inside, making no sound whatsoever. Inside the living room, his zombified neighbor was fixated on the television, oblivious to Lin Xiao's approach. One step, two steps. Lin Xiao steadied his breath. In the final meter, he suddenly sprang into action, swinging the axe toward the zombie's head. As a veteran, Lin Xiao had practiced this ambush thousands of times. With pinpoint precision, he cleaved the zombie's skull in half, as if it were a watermelon. The entire corpse collapsed with a thud onto the floor. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie and gained 1 energy point. You have received a special reward for your first 10,000 kills. Village Establishment Order. Successfully triggered Divine Talent. Divine Luck. The Village Establishment Order has upgraded to Divine Village Establishment Order. What a treasure! The Divine Village Establishment Order. Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy. This was a pivotal asset. The Village Establishment Order was the cornerstone of survival in the apocalypse, let alone a divine one. This was truly a windfall. In his previous life, only a handful of brave souls who took the first step obtained the Village Establishment Order. Subsequently, they gradually built their own forces through this order, becoming the elite among humanity in the apocalypse. These human bases established by the Village Establishment Order were known as the last bastions of humanity. Now a new member had been added to the bastion. Lin Xiao. In addition to the Village Establishment Order, that single energy point was of paramount importance. It was the foundation of all things. One cannot afford to be lacking in energy. Excitedly closing the door behind him, Lin Xiao eagerly opened the data panel. In the inventory, a golden token lay quietly in the first slot. Village Establishment Order Divine. Divine items possess uniqueness. Description. With it, you can restart civilization. Status. Inactive. Current area is hazardous. Activation not possible. Though the description was succinct, the phrase restart civilization was enough. But why is it inactive? It seems the presence of zombies nearby is the culprit. He recalled that the Village Establishment Order required an utterly secure environment for activation. Next, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon another piece of data. Tester ID 4396. Combat power 9. The average adult's combat power is 5. His combat power had risen by 4 points. In his previous life, Lin Xiao's combat power had initially been a mere 5. He never anticipated it would directly reach 9 in this life. It appeared to be influenced by his own combat skills and other cumulative factors. This was an unexpected yet delightful surprise. After a brief moment of rest, Lin Xiao began scouring his room for food and useful supplies, including alcohol, before returning to the corridor. This time his target was room 605. Reiterating his previous tactics, Lin Xiao once again stealthily ambushed the zombie within room 605. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie and gained 1 energy point. Kill reward. Minor strengthening serum limited to combat power below 25. Successfully triggered Divine Talent. Divine Luck. The minor strengthening serum has upgraded to small strengthening serum. Small strengthening serum limited to combat power below 50. After injection, combat power 3. Another valuable item. Do not underestimate the significance of a 3-point increase in combat power. After 3 years of struggling in the apocalypse, the total increase in his combat skills post-rebirth only amounted to 4 points. Moreover, the serum enhances physical strength. The strength of the body surpasses that of any metal. After retrieving the serum, a syringe appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his wrist.
Chapter 2. The Inferno of the Zombie Horde. Having successfully injected the minor enhancement serum, Lin Xiao felt a surge of power coursing through his body, his combat prowess increasing by 3 points. The notification chimed, and an exhilarating sensation enveloped him as his previously feeble physique transformed into something formidable, even his muscles appearing more pronounced. The once hefty fire axe in his grasp now felt almost weightless. As if infused with newfound efficiency. Tester ID, 4396 Combat Power. 12. You are remarkably strong. No longer was he merely a novice. With this newfound strength, Lin Xiao could finally set his ambitious plans into motion. If rebirth lacked the audacity to conquer the heavens, then it would be better to have perished in the past. This time, he set his sights on the group of dancing zombies in room 601. His resolve solidifying in his previous life. He had been forced to flee in disarray from the horde that had surged forth from room 601. Though he had survived, he lost a golden opportunity to amass a wealth of resources. In this apocalyptic world, where every moment counts, no one would pause to wait for you. Now, he would not squander this chance. With determination, Lin Xiao began to consolidate the useful supplies he had previously gathered. Drawing from his survival experience from his past life, he preferred to strategize before acting. Every endeavor required meticulous planning before execution. The dozen or so zombies in room 601 posed a catastrophic threat to most. But Lin Xiao had a more suitable and secure approach in mind. Molotov cocktails. These simple yet effective weapons, crafted from alcohol and rags, could be easily assembled with just a lighter. They were essential tools for looting, exterminating zombies, and setting fires. The independent rooms of the Shiyuan community ensured that any fire would remain contained, providing an ideal setting for deploying Molotov cocktails without jeopardizing future plans. Before long, having crafted several Molotov cocktails from his collected supplies, Lin Xiao also equipped himself with a few short blades for any unforeseen circumstances. He then updated his protective gear, reinforcing it as much as possible without hindering his mobility. Cautious and prudent, he embraced the philosophy of achieving a greater outcome with minimal risk. Survival in this world was paramount unless one possessed overwhelming power. Moreover, a crucial consideration loomed. Breaching room 601 would undoubtedly create a ruckus, likely attracting nearby zombies. To mitigate this, Lin Xiao preemptively set up a barrier of flames in the hallway using furniture, ensuring he wouldn't be overwhelmed by zombies when his stamina waned. He also laid several traps along the corridor to hinder any pursuing zombies, granting himself a chance to counterattack during his escape. With preparations complete, Lin Xiao seized an alarm clock and returned to the entrance of room 601. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently until he confirmed that only the sound of a television emanated from within. Peering through the peephole, albeit with a blurred view, he ascertained that no zombies lurked behind the door. Setting the alarm for 3 minutes, Lin Xiao slowly inserted a wire into the keyhole. Sweat trickled down his forehead like raindrops, yet his hand remained as steady as a rock. Click, click. After 2 audible sounds, the door creaked open slightly. Glancing at the time, only 30 seconds remained until the alarm would sound. Lin Xiao mentally counted down while cautiously opening the door, ensuring not a single sound escaped his lips. He even regulated his breathing to remain calm. The last 3 seconds, Lin Xiao finally discerned the room's interior. The lights glimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors as well-dressed zombies swayed beneath the neon glow. The relatively quiet atmosphere, likely due to the daytime, presented a perfect opportunity for him. As the countdown reached its final second, Lin Xiao let go of the alarm clock, perfectly tossing it into the center of the living room. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm's jarring sound reverberated through the room. Instantly, the startled zombies surged toward the source of the noise like a horde of bees. A multitude of zombies collided together, akin to rolling coal balls. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao swiftly hurled several Molotov cocktails into the fray. With a series of hissing sounds, the living room was engulfed in flames. In an instant, he darted out of the room, securing the door behind him and locking it tightly, casually lighting a cigarette as he did so. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he relished the long-lost thrill, his anxiety dissipating considerably. The cacophony of screams and howls erupted from within the room. Soon, the door began to tremble under the relentless pounding and gnashing of teeth, warping slightly from the onslaught. Meanwhile, piercing shrieks echoed from the hallway, as zombies from above and below were drawn to the commotion. However, they were thwarted by the fiery barrier Lin Xiao had established earlier, preventing any from breaching the corridor. "Come forth, let me witness your fervor," Lin Xiao declared, gripping his axe and puffing on his half-burnt cigarette, ready to confront the incoming zombies with a fierce counterattack. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 energy point. Kill reward, compressed biscuits 5. You have successfully triggered the talent Divine Luck, earning 10 energy points. And the compressed biscuits have been upgraded to barbecue-flavored compressed biscuits, rare. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 energy point. Kill reward, 5L of mineral water. You have successfully triggered the talent Divine Luck, earning 10 energy points. And 50L of mineral water. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 energy point. Kill reward, building materials 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 energy point. Kill reward, minor enhancement serum 1. You have successfully triggered the talent Divine Luck, earning 10 energy points, and the minor enhancement serum has been upgraded to Super Soldier Serum. As a series of notifications chimed in succession, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. The Molotov cocktail strategy had yielded tremendous success. His inventory swelled with new items, including not only basic supplies, but also a vial of serum that had evolved into Super Soldier Serum. The exhilaration was unparalleled. This sensation was akin to standing amidst a fortune. It is worth noting that the typical drop rate for ordinary zombies hovers around 15%. For an average person, laboring tirelessly to slay a dozen zombies might yield only 5 packs of compressed biscuits and 5L of mineral water. Yet, with the Divine Luck granting a 100% drop rate and a 10-fold increase in resources, Lin Xiao's haul in this moment surpassed what an ordinary person could achieve in a month. A few minutes later, the door was glowing red from the flames, and silence reigned within the room. The inferno created by the Molotov cocktails and furniture was sufficient to obliterate any ordinary zombie. Lin Xiao discarded his cigarette, but, stamping it out, yet remained vigilant. Why had the task not been completed? The objective was to eliminate all dangerous creatures on the 6th floor, implying that other threats still lingered. Could it be the 2 unexplored rooms? Suddenly, a door at the far end of the corridor was violently flung open. It was the uncharted room 606, woof. A growl followed, and Lin Xiao's expression soured. It was a mutated dog in the early stages of the catastrophe. Zombies were the weakest adversaries. While an ordinary person might manage to evade zombies, any other mutated entity posed a formidable challenge beyond their capabilities. Chapter 3. The Grim Reaper's Gatling. New mission. Lin Xiao gripped the Super Soldier Serum tightly, administering the injection without hesitation. Super Soldier Serum. Upon injection, combat power increases to 35. Injection of Super Soldier Serum successful. Combat power 23. Tester ID 4396. Combat power 35. You are now as powerful as a fierce tiger. This time, Lin Xiao's already robust physique displayed no outward changes. Yet the internal muscle fibers had undergone a profound transformation. The previously locked door could now be easily kicked open with a single blow. Should he desire, even walls would crumble beneath his fists. This exhilarating sense of strength was utterly sublime. A combat power of 35 had reached the pinnacle for an ordinary person, akin to that of a minor superhuman, before the next wave of calamity arrived. This level of power was more than sufficient for self-defense. From the depths of the corridor, a blood-red mutated dog, standing over a meter tall and measuring 2 meters in length, approached slowly. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the fire axe. His mental acuity sharper than ever. Target. Mutated dog. Combat power, 32.32. The combat prowess of the mutated dog is indeed formidable, having reached a level of 32 immediately upon mutation. In contrast, a mere zombie possesses a combat strength of only 7 or 8 points. However, this mutated dog represents both a crisis and an opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xiao is brimming with excitement and fervor. Fortune is truly on his side. He never expected to encounter a mutated dog so swiftly. In the early stages of the catastrophe, every mutated dog is a treasure, and vanquishing them yields extraordinary surprises. Upon noticing Lin Xiao, the mutated dog emits a series of low, rumbling growls, seemingly astonished to find a counterpart of its caliber. At either end of the corridor, Lin Xiao approaches the mutated dog cautiously, one hand gripping an axe while the other reaches for a prepared dagger. In the early stages of survival, it is wise to avoid such powerful creatures. Yet this time, Lin Xiao is determined to take a bold risk. He has no intention of letting this mutated dog escape. The mutated dog is indeed strong, but it also shares the common vulnerabilities of its kind. The waist, a weak point, akin to a tofu waist, is a prevalent flaw among all canines. A single heavy strike to its waist could prove fatal, even if it does not result in immediate death. Woof! Before Lin Xiao could draw near, the mutated dog lunges forward with remarkable agility, its speed undiminished by its larger frame, demonstrating immense destructive power as it shatters the tiles beneath its paws. Lin Xiao, prepared for this moment, swings his fire axe towards the dog's head with the precision of a knife wielded by a skilled chef. The force behind the axe transforms it into a mere fruit knife. Slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, the mutated dog reacts swiftly, dodging the axe before it can connect. Yet this plays perfectly into Lin Xiao's strategy. Nearby lies a trap he had previously set. With a sudden snap, the trap halts the mutated dog's advance. An opportune moment. A glint of determination flashes in Lin Xiao's eyes as he swiftly brings the fire axe down while thrusting the dagger towards the dog's waist. With a sickening plunge, the sharp dagger sinks into the mutated dog's side, eliciting a chorus of pained howls. In a frenzied response, the mutated dog lunges at Lin Xiao, snapping its jaws wildly. Clang! Lin Xiao deftly evades, allowing the dog to gnash at empty air, its teeth shattering a few plastic bottles instead. In the next instant, Lin Xiao seizes the dog's head and slams it against the adjacent wall. Boom! The seemingly sturdy wall gives way with ease, embedding the entire body of the mutated dog within the gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao raises his fire axe and strikes downward at the dog's skull. With its head pinned and its body ensnared, the creature is left vulnerable, absorbing the full force of each axe blow. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After several blows, the axe's edge is dulled, yet the mutated dog's skull is finally cleaved open. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated dog, earning 5 energy points and a reward. A mutated dog pet egg. You have triggered the talent Divine Luck, earning an additional 50 energy points, elevating the mutated dog pet egg to a Hellhound pet egg. The Hellhound, Lin Xiao's face lights up with ecstatic joy upon seeing the reward. The egg is of the highest caliber. This pet egg is among the most prestigious rewards obtainable from slaying mutated beasts. Once hatched, it could potentially grow to match the strength of the original mutated beast. In his previous life, someone had slain a young tiger king to obtain a pet egg, which ultimately grew into a dominant force. Even a mutated dog pet egg could ensure one's dominance in the early stages, let alone the more mysterious and powerful Hellhound. The Hellhound is renowned as the gatekeeper of the underworld. A demon of darkness, an entity close to divinity. Should it successfully hatch, Lin Xiao would be invincible regardless of the impending tides of calamity. However, after the initial excitement, Lin Xiao quickly tempers his enthusiasm. Hatching the pet egg requires a nurturing chamber within a base. Only after placing the village building order and constructing the nurturing chamber can he hope to hatch the Hellhound. For now, this goal remains distant. After securing the pet egg in his inventory, Lin Xiao also stows the corpse of the mutated dog, recognizing its value. Not only is it a culinary delight, but consuming it over time can enhance the combat strength of those with lower stats. Such a sizable piece is a rare delicacy in this apocalyptic world. Upon collecting the mutated dog's body, the translucent data panel in front of him shifts once more. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the ordinary level task. Survive. Reward acquired, a suitable starter weapon. You have received a revolver with 6 rounds of ammunition. You have triggered the talent Divine Luck, upgrading the revolver to a Death God Eye-type Gatling 6-barrel machine gun with 6,000 rounds of ammunition. Lin Xiao's inventory transforms as the modest revolver morphs into a fearsome, menacing 6-barrel Gatling gun. Death God Eye-type Gatling machine gun. Rare. Description. The Death God Eye-type Gatling gun can harvest lives with the efficiency of the Grim Reaper. It is equipped with an automatic targeting assistance system to ensure that every shot finds its mark. Lin Xiao is well acquainted with this weapon. The black, menacing barrels combined with a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute make it extraordinarily potent. In his previous life, someone had wielded it to withstand a zombie onslaught, safeguarding a survivor camp. Now, it is his to command. With a gun in hand, the world is at his feet. With the task complete, it signifies that the 6th floor is secure. Lin Xiao shifts his focus to the divine village building order. To his surprise, the status still indicates danger. Clearly, this item cannot be placed lightly, even in a single building. At that moment, a new task notification appears on the translucent data panel. Triggered task. Survivor base time. 45 minutes post-catastrophe. Location. Xinjiang City, White Tiger District, West Garden Community, Building A. Requirement. Clear all dangerous creatures within Building A within 12 hours to eliminate obstacles for your base. Task difficulty, rare. Task reward, 200 energy points, 1 random rare building blueprint. Chapter 4. Task completed a rare task. Task difficulties are generally classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. The rewards are directly correlated with the task's difficulty. For instance, the previous ordinary task yielded merely a 6-round revolver. In his past life, Lin Xiao had only encountered 1 epic task, which he failed. Rare tasks were also few and far between, yet their rewards were exceptionally bountiful, allowing him to survive through them. To his astonishment, he has triggered a rare task so swiftly, constructing a survivor base. This task seems specifically designed for the village building order. It aligns perfectly with his current objective. The only peculiar aspect is the task's difficulty. A rare difficulty indicates that more than 1 threat lurks within the building. Building A of the West Garden community, where Lin Xiao resides, boasts 13 stories, each housing 6 families. It is daytime, and the number of residents at home is scarce, roughly estimated at around 50 people. If faced with 50 zombies, they would pose little threat to Lin Xiao. However, many pets have been left behind by their owners. The weakest among them is at least at the level of a mutated dog, with at least 5 present. These creatures indeed present a significant challenge for Lin Xiao, who is currently unarmed. Unfortunately, his most reliable fire axe has become dull. He can only wield the formidable Death God Gatling to confront these old neighbors and their pets. In an instant, the Death God Gatling materializes in Lin Xiao's hands. The entire weapon is a deep, obsidian black, its 6 barrels seemingly connected to the depths of hell. Weighing 80 kilograms, it carries the weight of a seasoned warrior, were it not for Lin Xiao's combat strength being elevated to 35. With a physical prowess nearing half a ton, he would struggle to wield it with such ease. In this apocalyptic world, there is a profound saying: all fear stems from a lack of firepower. The Death God Gatling can resolve all firepower issues. If it fails, he can simply unleash another barrage. With the Death God Gatling in hand, what preparations remain before embarking on the task? It is time to commence the endeavor. In the early days of the apocalypse, no monstrous entity could impede my advance. With the Grim Reaper Gatling gun in hand, the overall weight of Lin Xiao had reached an impressive 300 pounds. Yet he moved with remarkable agility, swiftly arriving at the corridor. Here, flames had already consumed much of the surroundings. Whether ascending or descending, several curious neighbors stood observing Lin Xiao. He greeted them warmly, reciprocating their curiosity. The Grim Reaper Gatling began to spin in synchrony, and within a mere second, it dispatched 5 zombies. Beep, congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. You have gained 1 energy point. Kill reward, compressed biscuits x5. As the notification chimed, the resources within his inventory rapidly increased. The Super Soldier Serum not only enhanced Lin Xiao's physical capabilities, but also significantly improved his marksmanship. Coupled with the heightened reflexes from his augmented combat power, Lin Xiao could even fire the Gatling in precise bursts. The moment the Grim Reaper Gatling whirled to life, the zombies throughout Building A began to wail. Dozens of them surged towards the 6th floor. Come on, bring forth the storm with even greater ferocity, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. These were all bountiful resources. Activating the Gatling's auto-targeting feature transformed Lin Xiao into a mobile machine gun fortress. Beep, congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. You have gained 1 energy point. Kill reward, 5L bottled water. Upon triggering the extraordinary talent of Divine Luck, Lin Xiao gained 10 energy points, and the 5L bottled water upgraded to 5L by Shui Mountain, rare. Beep, congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. You have gained 1 energy point. Kill reward. Mechanical resources x20'd. The alerts continued to resonate as the zombies within Building A encountered their Reaper, Lin Xiao. He commenced a thorough sweep from the 6th floor to the top. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Lin Xiao once again spotted a mutated dog. This one was notably smaller than the previous, roughly the size of a teddy bear. However, its combat power was still formidable at 30, and its speed surpassed that of its predecessor by more than double. Facing it alone would indeed be somewhat challenging. Unfortunately for the creature, Lin Xiao had activated his auto-targeting feature. The Grim Reaper Gatling instantly locked onto the mutated dog's position and unleashed a barrage of 62 bullets within a second. Under the onslaught, even with a combat power of 30, the creature was reduced to mere shreds. Beep. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a mutated dog. You have gained 5 energy points. Kill reward. Super Soldier Serum. As expected of a minor boss, the mutated dog rewarded him with the Super Soldier Serum. Regrettably, it did not trigger the extraordinary talent of Divine Luck, yielding only a standard serum that was of little use to Lin Xiao. After claiming the mutated dog's corpse into his inventory, he resumed his rampage. From the 9th floor to the 13th, he meticulously cleared each room, ensuring not a single life remained before departing. After thoroughly scouring the upper 7 floors, Lin Xiao promptly transitioned to the lower 5, continuing his sweep. This time, in addition to the mutated dog, he encountered 2 mutated cats. These felines exhibited minimal hostility, fleeing upon sensing Lin Xiao from as the 2 structures were established. Lin Xiao's energy was significantly depleted. However, the remaining resources were still quite abundant. Subsequently, Lin Xiao directed his attention to the other buildings. The first-level base had limited construction options, comprising only 3 fundamental structures: a first-level farm, a first-level well, and a first-level workbench. In addition, there were military buildings such as watchtowers and concrete walls. Since the farm and well had to be built above ground, they were swiftly dismissed by Lin Xiao. Thus, only the workbench remained. Workbench, Level 1. Description: the Origin Workbench. Possessing it allows you to craft items and research technology. Construction requirements: 100 building materials, 100 mechanical materials, 100 energy. Haha, what a bargain. It is indeed too cheap. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao chose to construct it, placing the workbench on the 8th floor. The placement was completed and construction commenced, with a countdown of 3 hours. The divine feature was activated, increasing efficiency to 3 times the original rate. Shortening the time to 1 hour. In just 1 hour, Lin Xiao would be fully armed. Furthermore, the products from the workbench could be traded with other survivors. Lin Xiao recalled that 3 hours after the apocalypse began, the chat room of Qingjiang City would open. At that time, all surviving players in Qingjiang City would enter the chat room. Besides chatting, this chat room had an incredibly powerful function: remote trading. There was no need for face-to-face meetings, allowing for safer and more efficient transactions. Now, with only 1 hour remaining before the 3-hour mark, Lin Xiao could take full advantage of the workbench. During this hour, Lin Xiao had to work tirelessly to expand his advantage. He must strive to possess formidable strength before the second tide arrived. Mission triggered. The Secret of Shiyuan Community. Mission time: 1 hour and 51 minutes after the catastrophe. Mission location: Qingjiang City, Baihu District, Shiyuan Community. Mission description: 1 building is too small for the survivor base. You urgently need to expand your base's territory. Although the Shiyuan community appears calm on the surface, dark currents are stirring beneath, suggesting something extraordinary. Mission requirements: eliminate all dangerous creatures within Shiyuan community within 24 hours and expand your base's territory to encompass the entire Shiyuan community. Mission difficulty: rare. Mission rewards: 1,000 energy points, 1 random rare military building blueprint, 1 rare biological cell. Everything prior was unremarkable, but the phrase rare biological cell caused Lin Xiao to tremble slightly. Such a reward so early on. It seemed imperative to complete this mission swiftly. Consequently, Lin Xiao felt an even greater urgency to recruit personnel. To grow stronger, he certainly could not do it alone. However, in this apocalypse, ordinary civilians were largely useless until stability was achieved. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had an extra vial of Super Soldier Serum from earlier, allowing him to recruit 1 individual to assist him. He had no shortage of funds, only a lack of manpower. Opening the recruitment interface. Chapter 6: The Unfading Blade, the 5 Tiger Generals. The recruitment interface opened. Unlike buildings, recruitment not only displayed current options, but also the next stage's options. Ordinary recruitment. Description: recruit a common civilian to appear in your territory. Cost: 100 energy. Historical recruitment. Unlock description: recruit a figure from the annals of Chinese history to join your territory. Cost: 10,000 energy, 100 rare energy. Aside from the bright ordinary recruitment option, the subsequent historical recruitment option was shrouded in darkness. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was just as he had understood from his previous life. Recruitment could progress through layers, the first stage being ordinary recruitment, the second stage being historical recruitment, and so forth. Additionally, Lin Xiao had learned a secret in his past life that could swiftly unlock historical recruitment, allowing for the early initiation of the 3rd stage of recruitment. These elements constituted Lin Xiao's most formidable trump cards. With a flash of white light, Lin Xiao pressed the ordinary recruitment button. An ordinary person would suffice, especially since he possessed super soldier serum. A dazzling white light enveloped the area, yet no individual was summoned. What was happening? Was the summoning a failure? Just as Lin Xiao was puzzled, the system's prompt echoed. Congratulations, you have triggered the divine feature. Heavenly gift. This recruitment has upgraded from ordinary recruitment to historical recruitment. Following this, a brilliant light illuminated the building and the surrounding area. Amidst the radiance, a strong and well-proportioned figure appeared before Lin Xiao. General Huang Zhong, at your service, my lord. Before Lin Xiao knelt a tall, robust middle-aged man. Upon hearing his name, Lin Xiao was elated. It was none other than Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han, not only renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, but also for his exceptional archery skills. He was undoubtedly the most formidable all-purpose archer. Moreover, Lin Xiao believed this individual to be one of the most underestimated generals of the 3 kingdoms. People often said Huang Zhong grew stronger with age, yet Lin Xiao felt he was simply a victim of his era. While others were aware that at 72, he could still slay Xiahou Yuan at Dingjun Mountain, few knew that at his peak, his valor was wasted under the command of Liu Biao, a mediocre leader. Now, looking at Huang Zhong, he appeared to be around 30 years old, right at the pinnacle of his capabilities. Furthermore, the recruited individuals would retain only fragments of their former memories and would automatically adapt to this new world. Experiencing no discomfort, General, please rise. Your assistance is a tremendous boon, Lin Xiao urged, helping Huang Zhong to his feet and feeling the solid muscles beneath his touch. Subsequently, Huang Zhong's data panel appeared before Lin Xiao. Huang Zhong, historical figure, combat power, 99 loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, trait. Unerring arrows, rare within range, the hit rate of ranged weapons is 100%, a combat power of 99? This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Moreover, with the rare trait unerring arrows, this recruitment was an extraordinary windfall. Now, in his 30s, Huang Zhong was at a time when his talents were stifled. To be treated so well by another was undoubtedly moving for him. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The title of General Huang is now in the past. You may call me by my courtesy name, Han Sheng. Individuals from the 3 Kingdoms era often had a given name and a courtesy name. Huang Zhong's surname is Huang, his given name Zhong, and his courtesy name Han Sheng, so he could be referred to as Huang Zhong or Huang Han Sheng. Addressing him solely by his courtesy name typically indicates a close relationship. After expressing his gratitude, Huang Zhong quickly adapted to his role, my lord. In this chaotic world, it is imperative to rapidly expand your strength. I am willing to take the lead and clear the path ahead. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a 5-tiger general, his demeanor and speech exuded the aura of a valiant warrior. There is no need for haste, Han Sheng. Your solo venture would be too perilous. It would be best for both of us to go together. With Huang Zhong's combat power reaching a terrifying 99, he was practically invincible before the second tide, barring encounters with abnormal threats. However, prior to the second tide, there was little of significance to confront. Accumulating resources remained paramount. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Huang Zhong felt deeply moved. As a loyal subject naturally desired his lord's consideration. However, he soon expressed concern. But my lord, the world outside is exceedingly dangerous. Your strength. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was he being underestimated? He then delivered a powerful punch, creating a massive dent in the adjacent wall. Rest assured, my strength is not lacking. Lin Xiao's own combat power was 35, and with Huang Zhong's contribution of 9.9, his total combat power had now reached a staggering 44. 9. Against the previous mutated dogs, Lin Xiao no longer needed to employ any tricks to defeat them. Furthermore, he still possessed the formidable Grim Reaper Gatling as a weapon. Without a doubt, he was more than capable of self-defense. Huang Zhong's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the enormous pit created by Lin Xiao's punch. Such strength was already on par with a second-rate general. My lord is still young yet possesses such divine strength. Truly a dragon among men. Just a bit of strength, nothing compared to you. Han Sheng, we should prepare first. I will share my plans with you shortly. Huang Zhong nodded slightly, commencing the search alongside Lin Xiao within the building for items that could serve as weapons. Ultimately, Huang Zhong managed to procure a few bone knives that were barely usable, while Lin Xiao found several axes. After their rudimentary armament, Lin Xiao unveiled his plan. The first step was, of course, to clear the West Garden community to enhance their strength. They aimed to amass sufficient power before the second tide, ensuring their own safety while striving for the greatest advantage. Before the second tide, the accumulation of resources was paramount, especially during the early stages of mutation. When precious resources had yet to emerge, it was the ideal time for strengthening. After a certain period, under the influence of the mysterious tide, various anomalies would manifest in succession, and only those with formidable strength would be able to decisively alter the course of events. For now, the priority was to bolster their own power. Hearing Lin Zhao's intent to eliminate all the mutated beings within the community, Huang Zhong sighed, lamenting, "If only I had not come in such haste. I would have brought my Jufeng Chaoyang knife and iron bow with me. Otherwise, this mission would ensure your lord's safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's thoughts stirred. He recalled that the workbench could be used to design blueprints. "Brother Han Sheng, might you still remember how to forge your Jufeng Chaoyang knife and iron bow?" Chapter 7. Unexpected, both of these weapons were custom-made for me, so naturally, I remember. Huang Zhong replied with a nod. Lin Zhao's heart soared with joy. With this knowledge, he could craft Huang Zhong's two exclusive weapons within an hour, thereby elevating Huang Zhong's prowess to a new level. Lin Zhao refrained from further inquiries and prepared to exit Building A with Huang Zhong. Before Huang Zhong's arrival, Lin Zhao had planned to slay more zombies to accumulate resources. However, with Huang Zhong's presence, his plan remained unchanged, though the nature of the resources to be amassed had altered. The moment they stepped out of Building A dense stench of blood permeated the in the parking lot. Numerous battered cars lay strewn about, while many zombies wandered the community, incessantly searching for targets. Lin Zhao's appearance instantaneously captured the attention of all the zombies in the vicinity. Huang Zhong stepped forward, brandishing the two bone knives. With Huang Zhong present, you zombies shall not act recklessly. Lin Zhao felt greatly encouraged. General Huang was indeed a loyal subject. However, he had his reasons for needing to take action as well. "Han Sheng, could you refrain from delivering the final blow? Allow me to conclude the matter." Huang Zhong displayed a hint of hesitation, responding, "My lord, the techniques I have mastered are all lethal. If I were to subdue them, these zombies might pose a threat to you. There's no need to subdue. Merely break their legs to restrict their mobility," Lin Zhao instructed. "Very well, I shall do my utmost." Huang Zhong nodded, albeit with some reluctance. Yet, for someone of his martial prowess, dealing with these zombies posed little challenge. With a roar, several zombies surged towards Huang Zhong, their claws outstretched, intent on tearing into him. However, Huang Zhong was no ordinary individual. He wielded the bone knife with the swiftness of lightning, striking the thigh of a zombie with precision before swiftly withdrawing the blade and directing it towards another. In mere seconds, the zombies before him lay defeated upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhao stepped forward to deliver finishing blows. "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain a zombie and gained 1 energy point. Kill reward, 5L of mineral water. Successfully triggered the talent, Divine Luck. Gaining 10 energy points. 5L of mineral water upgraded to 5L of Baishui Mountain. Rare. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain a zombie and gained 1 energy point. Kill reward, 5 units of compressed biscuits." In that moment, Lin Zhao fully savored the thrill of having subordinates. Even as they entered the community, he need only follow behind Huang Zhong, collecting heads without lifting a finger. These low-level zombies, with combat powers of merely 7 or 8 points, stood no chance against Huang Zhong. As they advanced, Huang Zhong effortlessly dispatched over a dozen zombies, making their way to the entrance of the community. Under Lin Zhao's guidance, they also located the now zombified security guard. Retrieving the key to the community gate. The West Garden community was a quintessential gated community, featuring a towering 3-meter iron gate. As long as it remained locked, the zombies would find it challenging to enter. This was one of Lin Zhao's reasons for taking the initiative. First, to seal off the community and prevent the influx of zombies. Surrounding the West Garden community were 7 13-story buildings, identical to Building A. In the center lay a vast parking lot and recreational area. Currently, the zombies in the parking lot and square dance area had been cleared, leaving only the remaining 6 buildings and the underground parking lot. According to the mission description, the difficulty was expected to lie within the underground parking lot. Lin Zhao's gaze drifted towards the dim entrance of the parking lot. Previously, it was rumored that the residents inside enjoyed feeding stray cats and dogs, and there were quite a few. This had inadvertently created a potential threat, my lord. Where shall we head next? Huang Zhong inquired, having replaced his damaged bone knife with a fire axe, while a few fruit knives had mysteriously appeared at his waist. Suitable for use as concealed weapons. TO Building B first. Let us clear the ground level before addressing the underground concerns, Lin Xiao decisively commanded. Aside from the basement, there should be no formidable creatures within the community, and with a bit of caution, the two of them could easily manage. Following the order, Huang Zhong wasted no time and advanced towards Building B. The location of Building B was adjacent to Building A. With a design almost identical to it, due to the daylight, the corridors were eerily devoid of any presence. Lin Xiao and Huang Zhong held their breaths, proceeding with utmost caution as they methodically opened each room for a thorough sweep. The environment was rather confining, which posed a significant restriction for someone like Huang Zhong, who preferred bold and sweeping movements. Moreover, despite his formidable strength, he was not immune to the zombie virus, so exercising caution was prudent. In their careful approach, the zombies had no opportunity to counterattack. After sweeping through 3 floors, Lin Xiao seized the chance to gather an abundance of supplies. Just as he was preparing to unlock the 5th door, Huang Zhong suddenly grasped Lin Xiao's arm. My lord, there is breathing within the room, heavy and unlike that of a human. Huang Zhong's martial prowess was exceptional, and his mastery of archery, combined with his profound skill in breath control, allowed him to discern the breathing from merely a door's distance. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Could it be another mutated dog? Calming himself, he drew out his Grim Reaper Gatling gun and slowly pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, he was met with a gruesome sight. Severed limbs and dismembered organs littered the floor, discarded like refuse. Among the severed limbs were both human and animal remains, indicating a recent massacre. Faced with such a scene, even Lin Xiao, with his composure, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Not from an inability to accept the horror, but from a visceral disgust. Be cautious, my lord. The creature lurks in the corner. In the shadows, a mutated rat, magnified tenfold, drooled as it fixated its gaze upon Lin Xiao. Upon recognizing the room's occupant, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. It was none other than the plague. Chapter 8. The battle against the plague, my lord? What is the plague? Huang Zhong, wielding a fire axe and wearing a face full of vigilance, sensed instinctively that the creature lurking in the corner was not to be trifled with. Plague, rare variant, combat power. 158 ability, unknown. Lin Xiao gazed at the alarming data displayed before him, his heart sinking considerably. He had not anticipated that a casual sweep of a building would lead him to encounter one of the most formidable bosses of the First Tide. A plague creature mutated to a combat power of 158 in his past life. This entity was notoriously infamous for its brutality and terrifying strength. Before the onset of the Second Tide, it had mercilessly slaughtered countless mutants and humans alike. More critically, it served as a potent source of infection. Any living being it bit would harbor its infection within, leading to the inevitable hatching of new plague entities. The room was littered with severed limbs and organs, each containing a burgeoning second-generation plague. In his previous life, humanity had only managed to eradicate it after numerous tides and the gradual strengthening of their forces. As for the present, as long as Lin Xiao's wits remained intact, there was no reason to confront it head-on. Haunching, this creature is exceedingly perilous. Given our current strength, we are unlikely to contend with it. Let us retreat while it remains inactive. Huang Zhong hesitated, finally sighing as he retreated. If only my 9 phoenixes Rising Sun Blade and Iron Core Bow were here, I could certainly hunt this beast. Lin Xiao silently noted that a martial general without suitable weapons could hardly unleash their full potential. Just as Lin Xiao and the others stepped back a few paces, the plague creature sprang into action. A scarlet figure shot out from within the room, reaching Huang Zhong and Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Master, be careful. Huang Zhong reacted swiftly. A combat power of 99 was not to be trifled with. Almost instantly, he positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao, swinging both fire axes in a fierce arc toward the plague. Were the plague creature of normal size, Huang Zhong might have found it challenging. However, the mutated plague was as large as a yellow dog, and with such close proximity, Huang Zhong easily struck it. Clang! It was as if he had struck an iron wall. The axes left only a shallow mark on the creature's crimson hide. The plague emitted a shrill cry, seemingly enraged that a human dared to assault it. Huang Zhong's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure, undeterred by the creature's intimidation. Han Sheng, quickly move aside. At that moment, Lin Xiao also reacted, the death god Gatling spinning into action, its dark muzzle primed with 3,000 rounds of ammunition. Huang Zhong, aware of Lin Xiao's formidable weapon, hastily retreated simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat. Brilliant flashes erupted from the gun's muzzle as 7.62 rounds poured down upon the plague like rain. The plague screeched under the gunfire, darting toward the corridor with astonishing speed, evading Lin Xiao's line of sight in an instant. Before Lin Xiao could process what was happening, a massive hole burst open on the opposite side of the corridor. The plague's scarlet form surged through the gap, charging straight for Lin Xiao. This creature had the cunning to utilize its surroundings to evade Lin Xiao's initial barrage. Lin Xiao's face contorted in frustration. The plague's speed was overwhelming, and he struggled to keep pace. Before the Gatling could react, the plague was already upon them. Fortunately, Huang Zhong was quick on his feet. As the plague charged, he seized a nearby fire extinguisher and hurled it at the creature. Bang! The extinguisher clearly missed. The plague's reflexes were far too quick to be affected. However, this distraction provided Lin Xiao a moment of opportunity. As the plague dodged the extinguisher, Lin Xiao fired several shots at it. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the struck extinguisher detonated. The extinguishers in the Shiyuan community were merely standard dry powder types. The corridor instantly filled with a haze reminiscent of a fog-laden metropolis. Rendering visibility nearly non-existent, Han Sheng, run! Lin Xiao seized the moment, issuing a swift order to retreat. The plague's combat power was too formidable. A combat power of 158 could likely withstand a blow from a fire axe, and it was doubtful the Gatling could inflict any substantial damage. Not to mention, even with its self-targeting system, Lin Xiao doubted he could effectively hit the beast. Master, you go ahead. I will cover your retreat. In this dire moment, Huang Zhong exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned general. Lin Xiao did not hesitate. He tossed a Molotov cocktail into the room and swiftly dashed toward the window like the wind. Now boasting a combat power of 44.9, jumping from the third floor was nearly effortless for him. 1 step, 2 steps. Spotting the open window, Lin Xiao leaped out. With a resounding crash, Huang Zhong, unable to follow Lin Xiao's path, smashed through another tempered glass barrier. The two landed on the ground in succession. Upon landing, Lin Xiao remained vigilant, directing the Gatling's muzzle toward the window behind them. Should the plague dare to pursue, it would need to contend with the might of technology. However, whether intimidated or for some other reason, the plague merely glanced out the window before retreating, choosing not to follow, with the creature no longer in pursuit. Both Huang Zhong and Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. Master, are you unharmed? Despite their escape, Huang Zhong expressed genuine concern. I am unscathed, but it appears our cleansing plan may have to be abandoned. Lin Xiao lamented, surprised that the plague had manifested within the Shiyuan community, an unforeseen development. Just then, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the third floor, and Lin Xiao quickly deduced its intent. It must be attempting to rescue its eggs. Before the second-generation plague could hatch, ordinary flames were still capable of incinerating them. Thankfully, he had wisely tossed the Molotov cocktail. Otherwise, not only might the plague have pursued them, but he would also have faced an army of plague creatures days later. Let us return to the base. The workbench has been completed. Lin Xiao glanced at Building B. Plague, is it? I shall return soon. Chapter 9. Chat room activated. Congratulations, you have successfully survived for 3 hours. The Qingjiang City chat room is now officially open. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into Building A clear notification resonated in his mind. The chat room is finally operational. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. This was a splendid opportunity for him to leverage information asymmetry and acquire valuable resources. During the transition from the first tide to the second, humanity found it exceedingly difficult to encounter one another due to their varying strengths. With a survival rate of merely 1%, the outside world was rife with peril. Even someone with Huang Zhong's prowess could easily fall victim, let alone an ordinary person. However, once the chat room opened, this situation would drastically improve. Foremost among its advantages was resource exchange and information sharing. Of course, Lin Xiao was not overly concerned about the latter. No one understood the apocalypse better than he did. He was far more interested in resource exchanges. Familiar with the chat room's interface, he opened it to find it ablaze with activity. Someone tell me this is a prank. Mom, I don't want to die. These idiotic zombies tried to bite me, and I dispatched them with just a couple of blows. Am I not impressive? Can anyone help me call the police? I'm trapped in the warehouse of the Duochow supermarket, and there's a mob of crazed individuals outside biting everyone. Haha, a bunch of fools. The apocalypse has struck. This foolish world is long gone, and the police have turned into zombies. Who the hell is going to rescue you? I'm in the Longshan community. Is there anyone nearby? I have weapons and am quite strong. We can team up. The chat room's public screen scrolls at an astonishing speed, clearly indicating that everyone is immensely intrigued by this suddenly emerged platform. It is likely that no one has noticed the limitation inscribed in the lower left corner, stating a daily cap of 5 messages. Furthermore, the chat room refrains from displaying any information, with each participant identified solely by their respective number. Lin Xiao observes that the highest number currently stands at 49587, and given that the entire Xinjiang city boasts a population of 5 million, it is indeed a rare occurrence. Subsequently, Lin Xiao's gaze returns to the chat room. Merely 3 hours have passed since the apocalypse began, and the entire chat can essentially be categorized into 3 predominant types. The first category, the most common, is that of the bewildered, who evidently have yet to grasp the reality that the end of civilization has already arrived. Should these individuals fail to swiftly acclimate to the new world, they may soon find themselves obsolete. The second category comprises those who merely vent their frustrations, unabashedly expressing their desires in the chat room. These individuals likely bore immense pressure prior to the apocalypse, and this cataclysm serves as their ultimate release. The final category consists of those with exceptional adaptability. They have already acclimated to the post-apocalyptic environment and are purposefully leveraging the chat room to further their own ends. Lin Xiao refrains from scrutinizing the chat room any longer, as it is predominantly filled with inconsequential chatter and venting. The probability of discovering useful information is exceedingly low. After a while, once those venting their frustrations have exhausted their 5 messages, they will inevitably learn to value their words, or perhaps they may not survive the first night. Lin Xiao casts his gaze upward. It is afternoon, and the weather remains splendid. However, once night falls, certain anomalous entities will emerge to hunt. He must enhance his abilities before darkness descends. At this moment, Huang Zhong suddenly approaches with exuberance. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and completed the design blueprints. In his hands, Huang Zhong holds 3 azure sheets of paper. The design blueprints produced by the workbench. With the expenditure of corresponding energy, these blueprints can be printed. Naturally, random designs are not permissible. Otherwise, if everyone were to design an atomic bomb, how would one proceed? Upon receiving the blueprints from Huang Zhong, Lin Xiao examines the information displayed on the 3 sheets. Blueprint, rare exclusive weapon 9 phoenixes, rising to the sunblade description. The exclusive weapon of Huang Zhong. One of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han. Once equipped, it significantly enhances one's strength, while the effectiveness for others is halved. Combat power value, 30 manufacturing requirements, 100 energy, 100 mechanical materials, 50 rare mechanical materials, blueprint, iron core bow description. A powerful iron bow, crafted with exquisite skill, boasting formidable strength. Those lacking sufficient power cannot draw it. Combat power value, 15 manufacturing requirements, 30 energy, 50 mechanical materials, 10 rare mechanical materials, blueprint, scaled armor description. One of the most popular armors during the Han Dynasty, extremely lightweight but with average defense. Combat power value, 5 manufacturing requirements, 20 energy, 100 mechanical materials. To Lin Zhao's surprise, Huang Zhong not only designed his exclusive weapon but also managed to create a set of scaled armor. Additionally, the iron core bow is not Huang Zhong's exclusive weapon but rather a mass-produced powerful bow. In a certain sense, the silent killing iron core bow proves to be far more effective than the Grim Reaper Gatling. Glancing at his resources, Lin Xiao notes that his accumulated energy has surpassed 1,500 points since building A. Allowing for a lavish expenditure, however, his supply of rare mechanical materials is rather limited, totaling around 80. After some contemplation, he decides to manufacture 19 phoenixes rising to the sunblade, 2 iron core bows, and 2 sets of scaled armor. In front of Lin Xiao, 5 orbs of energy rapidly coalesce. The central orb radiates the most heat, and beyond it, a shadow of a large blade is faintly visible. In less than 5 seconds, the energy mass dissipates, revealing a misty form. The 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade. It takes the shape of a ringed great blade, its edge sharp and dazzling. with a distinct hook on the back. The blade itself measures a full meter in length, complemented by a handle that is an additional 1.5 meters long. Moreover, there is a rounded steel rod, approximately 1 meter long, which can be inserted into the hilt to transform it into a Guan Yu-style blade. As Huang Zhong gazes upon the weapon he has long desired, his eyes gleam with excitement. Yet, mindful of Lin Xiao's presence, he restrains himself from rushing forward. Brother Han Shang, a treasured blade befits a hero. With this magnificent weapon, your strength shall ascend to new heights. Lin Xiao solemnly hands the 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade to Huang Zhong. Upon receiving it, Huang Zhong immediately kneels, accepting the weapon with a sense of reverence. The moment he grasps the treasured blade, his aura transforms dramatically, emanating an imposing presence. Each movement exudes an unusual sense of pressure. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this blade upon me. With the 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade in hand, I shall undoubtedly vanquish that beast. Huang Zhong bursts into hearty laughter, gleefully stroking the great blade in his grasp. Intrigued, Lin Xiao observes that Huang Zhong, now in possession of the treasured blade, appears to exude a different aura. Could his combat power have also changed? Hastily, he opens the data panel, and indeed, Huang Zhong's information reflects a modification. Chapter 10, Apprentice Craftsman Huang Zhong, Historical Figure, Combat Power Value, 9930 Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty, Trait. Unerring Shot, Rare Within Range, the hit rate of ranged weapons is 100. Equipment, 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade, Exclusive Weapon Combat Power 30, Iron Core Bow, Ordinary Quality Combat Power 15, Scaled Armor, Ordinary Quality Combat Power 5. As expected, the combat power has increased by 30. This exclusive weapon is formidable. Lin Xiao notes that aside from the exclusive weapon, the other equipment does not seem to directly enhance combat power, or reflect this on the panel. It is only when donned that the equipment S effects manifest. For instance, the 5-point combat power value of the scaled armor serves to absorb 5 points of damage when defending against attacks. Do not underestimate these 5 points. The combat power of an ordinary zombie hovers around 7 to 8 points. Thus, if one possesses 5 points of combat power and dons the scaled armor, they can effortlessly withstand a zombie's assault. As for weapons, Huang Zhong, wielding the 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade, is undoubtedly capable of breaching the defenses of the plague. This moment, clad in shimmering scaled armor, gripping the razor-sharp 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade, and shouldering the pitch-black iron core bow, Huang Zhong stands solitary, embodying the stature of a valiant general. Lin Xiao cannot help but exclaim, truly, Han Shang is deserving of the title of Tiger General, my lord. You flatter me, I am merely a humble soldier. Unworthy of such a title, Huang Zhong replies, shaking his head. At this moment, he lacks the memories of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han, thus failing to grasp Lin Xiao's implication, my lord. Now that I possess the 9 phoenixes rising to the sun blade, when shall we set forth to hunt that beast? Observing Huang Zhong's eager demeanor, it is evident he remains unsettled by the pursuit he endured from the plague. However, dear General Huang, with an opponent boasting 158 combat power, we are still far from being their match. Yet, as a leader, one cannot utter words of despair. Oh, not worry, Han Shang. That mere plague is but a turtle in a jar. I have my plans. It shall not escape. Our immediate priority is to clear the Shiyuan community and the underground parking lot. Once I am prepared, we shall set out before nightfall. Huang Zhong, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, refrained from further inquiries and, after politely taking his leave, retreated to his post at the gate. Observing Huang Zhong's departing figure, Lin Xiao let out a silent sigh. The absence of capable individuals was palpable. Such a formidable general was relegated to mere gatekeeping. Nevertheless, according to the mission's prompt, there should also be a considerable entity lurking in the underground parking lot. That moment, a nascent plan began to take shape within Lin Xiao's mind. However, the foundation of this plan relied on possessing sufficient strength. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao donned his scale armor and slung the iron bow across his back. This scale armor was not merely a chest guard. It enveloped the wrists as well. Any areas not covered by the scale armor naturally did not benefit from its defensive enhancements. As for the iron bow, its pitch-black frame and dark yellow string required considerable effort to draw. Even for Lin Xiao, whose combat prowess stood at 44.9. Additionally, the cost of crossbow bolts was quite economical. A small amount of mechanical materials could yield 10 bolts. Lin Xiao was generous enough to craft 100 bolts for himself and Huang Zhong each. After preparing all this, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the other options available at the workbench. This was his first time accessing the workbench, and his understanding of its intricacies was rather limited. He could only grasp the general concept. The workbench was not solely for crafting blueprints. It inherently possessed a plethora of equipment designs. Upon opening the crafting page, he was greeted by a dazzling array of various armaments. From watermelon knives to broad-bladed cleavers, every conceivable type of weapon available on the market was present. As for the enhancements to combat power, the strongest only offered a meager 5-point boost, which was hardly worth mentioning. In terms of armor, there was a comprehensive selection ranging from leather to iron armor, albeit all in ancient styles, lacking modern bulletproof vests. While the iron armor also provided a 5-point combat boost, its cumbersome weight rendered it incomparable to the scale armor. Clearly, the limitations of a level 1 workbench were considerable, rendering it incapable of producing anything of substantial value. Should he manage to upgrade to a level 2 workbench, the contents would undergo a significant overhaul, and if equipped with researchers, an analytical function could be added. This would allow him to analyze the corpse of the mutated dog, potentially enabling the creation of mutated dog leather armor, which would surely offer a combat value exceeding that of the scale armor. Just as Lin Xiao sighed at this thought, something suddenly caught his eye. Was that a crossbow bolt? Mass-produced, lightweight crossbow? Version 1 description: merely a subpar product of modern industry, barely usable. Equipment combat value 9. Note: current equipment combat value does not receive player combat bonuses. Manufacturing requirements: energy 10, mechanical materials 30. Gazing at the crude, 30-centimeter-long crossbow, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a treasure for the early stages. Unlike bows, crossbows required minimal strength to operate. Even an average person could wield one. Unlike the iron bow that was impractical for anyone but a mighty warrior. Additionally, crossbows delivered a consistent power with each bolt fired, regardless of the user's combat prowess. With a combat value of 9, this small crossbow could pose a significant threat, perfectly suited for dealing with zombies. As long as he aimed true, it would be a guaranteed one-shot kill. While previous items might not fetch a high price, this one would undoubtedly sell out in the chat room. Lin Xiao was confident of this in his past life. Possessing such a lightweight crossbow would have significantly increased his efficiency. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao opted to produce 10 of them first. Items produced at the workbench were not conjured from thin air but rather crafted by the controller's own hands. Thus, theoretically, these crossbows were Lin Xiao's own creations. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations, you have manufactured 9 units of mass-produced lightweight crossbow. Version 1, ordinary, and 1 unit of mass-produced lightweight crossbow. Version 1, excellent. Mass-produced lightweight crossbow. Version 1, excellent. Description: merely a subpar product of modern industry, barely usable. Equipment combat value 11, fixed. To have produced an excellent quality item? It seemed luck was indeed on his side. Equipment quality is categorized into 7 levels: rough, ordinary, excellent, superior, perfect, master, and divine. The further along, the higher the craftsmanship and combat enhancement. An excellent quality item provides a combat boost of 10 to 20 over the ordinary. An increase to 11 combat value, compared to 9, was certainly a notable enhancement. Congratulations, you have forged over 10 pieces of equipment. Unexpectedly, you have acquired a new trait, Apprentice Craftsman. Chapter 11. Trading Initiated Apprentice Craftsman. Trait when manufacturing items. Success rate increases by 1, and excellent quality chance increases by 1. Congratulations, your divine luck talent has triggered. Apprentice Craftsman has upgraded to Advanced Craftsman, Rare. Advanced Craftsman, Rare when manufacturing items, success rate increases by 20. Excellent quality chance increases by 20, superior quality chance increases by 2, and there is a very small probability of creating perfect items. After a series of enhancements, Lin Xiao was utterly astonished, soon enveloped in profound joy. Being an advanced craftsman was an extraordinary attribute. With it, producing high-quality equipment would become significantly easier, akin to possessing a divine trait. The crucial point was that such attributes were difficult to cultivate, often necessitating vast resources for attainment. Lin Xiao becoming an advanced craftsman in one fell swoop was akin to starting where others merely finished. It was worth noting that, in his past life, it took 3 years for only a handful of advanced craftsmen to emerge. Once the excitement subsided, Lin Xiao's gaze returned to the chat room. Some time had passed, and the novelty for those rascals had likely waned. Now, more useful information should abound. Indeed, the previously boisterous and bewildered individuals had nearly vanished, replaced by a majority engaging in information exchange. Some had even discovered that the chatroom facilitated resource trading, posting their wares alongside. Lin Xiao perused the offerings. Most were food and water resources, with hardly any essential materials available. It seemed he would have to rely on his own cunning. After contemplating, he decided to employ his usual tactic, playing the Navi novice. Does anyone want a crossbow, excellent, or a crossbow ordinary? I'm unsure how to use these, brother. How much for your excellent crossbow? I can trade you food and water, absolutely enough to fill you up. Wow, an 11 combat value. Wouldn't that mean a one-shot kill on zombies? I want it. I have a cleaver and some gear. I'm willing to trade, my friend. Let's trade. I'm in a supermarket warehouse. I have everything you need. In the blink of an eye, the chatroom was inundated with messages. Regrettably, the majority of proposed trade resources were food and water, or miscellaneous materials, with rare resources being exceedingly scarce. However, this was to be expected, as the drop rate for rare materials was inherently low. These individuals, having not engaged in large-scale zombie slaughters, could hardly have amassed resources like Lin Xiao. Suddenly, Lin Xiao pinpointed a specific individual in the chat. I have architectural blueprints. Can we trade? This message came from a user labeled as No.7.it. Seemed that fellow had struck luck early on to possess blueprints. Lin Xiao promptly opened a private chat with him. Brother, what blueprint do you have? Gym blueprint. Does this work for you? Number 7 sent over the blueprint details. Gym, ordinary, description. A great place for physical fitness. Exercising in the gym can enhance one's combat power, limited to combat value below 50. Construction requirements. Energy 300, building materials 300. Lin Xiao nodded. This was indeed a valuable item. Especially combined with his lord trait, wouldn't it lead to rapid advancement? After mulling over his response, Lin Xiao continued. It looks promising. I believe it will come in handy. However, the manufacturing requirements are somewhat steep. How about I trade you an ordinary crossbow for it? I happen to have one extra. Plus, I just tried it out, and it seems to be a one-shot kill on zombies. The first principle of trading. Lower the perceived value of the other party while elevating your own. Lin Xiao was in no rush. He understood how to acquire the gym blueprint. Even if he did not secure it now, he would eventually obtain it in a few days. However, the other party was clearly more anxious. All right, deal. So, how do we proceed with the trade? It seems there's a trading function beneath the system chat bar. I'm not sure how it works, but you could give it a try, Lin Xiao replied honestly. Before long, a trading interface appeared in their chat, with each party placing their respective crossbow and blueprint into the exchange. The trade was completed. I'll even throw in 10 crossbow bolts. If you need more, feel free to contact me. I have a bit of a stockpile at home. Lin Xiao spoke with utmost politeness. That moment, within a gym in Xinjiang City, a robust man gazed with delight at the sudden appearance of a crossbow before him. This fellow was rather impressive. He had almost forgotten about the significance of crossbows. In the early days of the apocalypse, a mere blueprint certainly pales in comparison to the importance of equipment. With this crossbow, he could finally escape this dilapidated gym. After receiving the blueprint, Lin Xiao did not immediately commence construction but continued to observe the chat room. The only regret was that there were no further blueprint trades. Lin Xiao had to lower his expectations and shift his focus to rare resources. How many rare mechanical resources can you exchange for a crossbow, ordinary? He inquired. I only have 10, came the swift reply. If that's insufficient, I can add more. I possess other resources. The other party clearly exhibited urgency. Without equipment in the apocalypse, survival was nearly impossible. Do you have any energy? Lin Xiao pressed on. Not much. I've only killed 3 zombies, so I have just 3 points of energy. Lin Xiao fell silent. It was evident that not everyone was so brave when faced with zombies, and he had clearly overestimated these individuals. Kill 3 was likely a rarity. The vast majority probably couldn't manage even one. What other supplies do you have? My crossbow is quite precious, as I still need it to hunt zombies. Lin Xiao feigned difficulty in his response. Upon reading Lin Xiao's words, the other party nearly lost his composure. He understood well how valuable it was, which was precisely why he desired it so eagerly. I can offer you money, even gold. I have a thick gold necklace worth 20 to 30,000. No, that item holds no value now. Brother, please, I'm begging you. This is all I have left. My home is devoid of anything else. Show a little mercy and save me. A.S. Lin Xiao pondered over the message. He stroked his chin. In truth, 3 points of energy along with 10 points of rare mechanical resources was a profitable deal for him, given the difficulty of acquiring rare mechanical resources. However, this lad was still ripe for exploitation. Thus, an idea struck Lin Xiao. Chapter 12. The landlord scheme. Very well, seeing your plight, perhaps I shall rent it to you. Rent? The other party was taken aback, not expecting such a transaction model. He rechecked the dialog box, but found no mention of any rental option. Only a trade. This left him even more bewildered. Indeed, I'll lend you the crossbow, but it is not a trade. Consider it a rental. You must take good care of it, for it is something I acquired with great effort. You will need to pay a daily rental fee. After sending the message, Lin Xiao smiled lightly, amused by the confusion he had sown. What is the rental fee? 10 points of rare mechanical resources and 10 points of energy per day. With an initial bonus of 10 crossbow bolts. Lin Xiao calculated silently. The crossbow was a guaranteed one-hit kill against ordinary zombies and would not draw their attention. Normally, with a bit of audacity, one could easily slay dozens of zombies in a day. Since killing a zombie would yield at least a point of energy, the additional resources would depend on luck. Thus, the value Lin Xiao set was indeed risky, but worth the gamble. Eventually, after a moment of silence, the other party gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal, but I only have 3 points of energy, which is less than 10. No matter. You can owe me for now. Once you have the energy, you can repay me. Just provide me with your location information and do your utmost to survive. With that, Lin Xiao generously set the transaction price. 10 points of rare mechanical resources and 3 points of energy in exchange for an ordinary crossbow and 10 crossbow bolts. This rental agreement bore no binding constraints. If the other party chose to default, Lin Xiao could only watch helplessly. As for the location information, did Lin Xiao really intend to traverse Xinjiang City to find him? With such thoughts, the other party readily agreed to the transaction. All right, I will strive to survive. Lin Xiao remained silent, observing the location information provided by the other party. 738. A bit far from me, no rush. Let us see if there are other potential customers. After noting the information for 738, Lin Xiao resumed browsing the chat room. Subsequently, he rented out over 100 ordinary crossbows using the same method. Of course, there were also some affluent individuals who intended to purchase one outright. For such clients, Lin Xiao was exceedingly courteous, quoting a price of 50 points of rare mechanical resources and 50 points of energy. Upon seeing the price, the other party immediately wilted. Given the current circumstances, it was uncertain whether he could survive for 5 days. The present price surely differed from the value of resources 5 days hence. Thus, he decisively opted for rental. The only lament was that, aside from the gains in rare mechanical resources and energy, Lin Xiao had not encountered a second blueprint. However, this was to be expected. Blueprints were not easily obtained. And having acquired a gem blueprint was commendable. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao had earned 880 points of rare mechanical resources and 900 points of energy through the rental of over 100 crossbows. The remarkable success was entirely due to Lin Xiao's initiative in private messaging those who seemed to have goods to offer. Even so, half of the individuals still could not muster the initial payment. This highlighted just how impoverished these individuals truly were. According to Lin Xiao's estimates, of the 50,000 residents in Xinjiang City, fewer than 10,000 likely possessed the courage to slay zombies. Of course, by nightfall, the decision of whether to kill or not would no longer lie in their hands. At this juncture, Lin Xiao's chat box suddenly chimed. It was the individual from earlier. Code 738. Brother, I've run out of crossbow bolts. Could you send me some more? Additionally, here are the 7 points of energy I owed you. You are quite brave, having killed over 7 zombies in just a few minutes. Lin Xiao marveled, quickly adding, furthermore, crossbow bolts come at an additional charge, 5 bolts for 1 point of energy. Brother, you can't be serious, can you? 738 felt a wave of madness approaching. The seemingly innocent individual had turned out to be quite the con artist. Forget the trivialities. Just tell me how effective it is. Fine, fine. Send me 10 bolts. 738 conceded with resignation. With a permanent population of 5 million in Xinjiang City, that implied 5 million zombies. Even if the urban area only housed 1 million, it was still a substantial number. These zombies could not all be slain by Lin Xiao alone. He needed these individuals to assist in killing zombies, gathering energy, and enhancing their survival rates. It was a win-win situation. Most critically, Lin Xiao was likely the sole individual who had established a workbench in the entirety of Qingjiang City, making him a unique entity. Capitalizing on this information gap, he stood to profit handsomely. After completing the transaction with 738, Lin Xiao was soon inundated with a barrage of private messages. Almost all were requests akin to 738's, seeking more crossbow bolts. Lin Xiao naturally accepted without hesitation. These individuals had just exterminated a significant number of zombies and had ample energy points and some rare resources, allowing Lin Xiao to reap substantial profits once again in a short span. Lin Xiao accrued an additional 400 energy points and 200 rare mechanical resources. Gazing at his remaining 1982 energy points and 1090 rare mechanical resources, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect deeply. It truly was more lucrative to be a shrewd merchant than to tirelessly hunt zombies. Meanwhile, over half of his tenants had settled their accounts, leaving only a few who might be too cowardly or had met their end without messaging him again. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt it was time to post his rental information. Crossbow, ordinary, includes 10 crossbow bolts, rental price, 10 points of rare resources and 10 points of energy daily, plus location information. Note: rent must be paid daily, or a 5-fold price can be paid for a one-time purchase. Crossbow bolts 5, 1 point of energy. Crossbow fine, in exchange for special materials, blueprints, etc. Please message me if interested. Having set up the information and transaction details, Lin Xiao promptly posted these 3 messages. While it stated rental, it could only be classified as a direct trade, meaning players could buy outright and subsequently default. Lin Xiao was indifferent to this, as any debts would simply remain recorded. As soon as the information was posted, the chat room erupted in lamentation. I knew this guy had more crossbows. He must be in a crossbow shop. What a scam. Thank goodness I didn't manage to pay off the balance. I was just about to settle the 8 energy points owed for crossbow bolts. But now he has put it up for rent. Haha, what a windfall. With a modest amount of energy, one could exchange it for 5 crossbow bolts, which in turn could conservatively be utilized to hunt down 5 zombies, yielding 5 points of energy and a plethora of resources. What a lucrative trade this is, amused, Lin Xiao reflected. You say it's a rental, yet having purchased it, what can you do if payment is withheld the next day? Fool! Gazing at the bustling chat room, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. It's wonderful. Everyone must strive to survive, for these are indeed the laborers of the world. Naturally, Lin Xiao was not idle. With resources in hand, it was time to devise the next plan. Chapter 13. Recruitment and the 10-fold draw. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted a fine iron bow. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted fine-scaled armor. Owing to the existence of the Master Craftsman trait, Lin Xiao effortlessly upgraded both his and Huang Zhong's equipment to a fine quality. Fine iron bow description. A powerful iron bow, exquisitely crafted, with formidable strength that cannot be drawn by the weak. Combat power. 18 blueprint. Fine-scaled armor description. One of the most popular armors during the Han Dynasty, exceedingly lightweight yet offering only average protection. Combat power. 6 thanks to the enhancements from the fine attributes. Both pieces of equipment were now slightly more formidable than before. As for Huang Zhong's 9 Phoenix's Rising Sunblade, its combat power was fixed as a unique weapon, lacking any quality distinction, which was rather unfortunate. Upon acquiring the latest scaled armor and iron bow, Huang Zhong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Both the bow and the armor were superior to their predecessors. Truly, his lord is a remarkable individual. Lord, are we to hunt down that plague rat? Huang Zhong inquired. Lin Xiao shook his head. Not yet. We must first find a companion. Having amassed a considerable amount of energy, Lin Xiao resolved to initiate a 10-fold draw. Previously, a singular draw had yielded the miraculous result of recruiting Huang Zhong, so he was confident that this time, at least one fruitful outcome awaited him. Even Huang Zhong displayed a flicker of excitement. Should the Lord recruit the renowned Xiang Yu, vanquishing the mere plague would be child's play. Xiang Yu, you say? What of Guan Yu? Lin Xiao suddenly posed a curious question. Historically, Xiang Yu possessed unparalleled strength, yet Guan Yu was revered as the martial saint. It piqued Lin Xiao's interest to ponder who might be the mightier of the two. Who is Guan Yu? Huang Zhong responded, perplexed. Lin Xiao realized that the Huang Zhong before him was merely 30 years old and, at this point in time, had yet to encounter the likes of Guan Yu, who had not yet gained renown. A fierce general, destined to be your equal in the future, Lin Xiao explained. That is certainly not comparable to the overlord. The Western Shu overlord is the greatest of all time, and we are but distant shadows of him. Huang Zhong replied, immediately feeling a sense of inadequacy. Lin Xiao wished to reassure him. You are being too modest. You cannot fathom how formidable you will become, to say nothing of it. The Western Shu overlord met his demise at your current age. You have lived twice as long, and at 70, he was still fighting for Liu Bei and could still wield a blade. By that measure, you are far superior. However, Lin Xiao kept these thoughts to himself and quietly opened the recruitment interface. Ordinary recruitment description. Recruit a common citizen to appear in your territory. Cost. Energy 100. Historical recruitment. Locked. Description. Recruit a figure from the annals of Chinese history to join your territory. Cost. Energy 10,000. Rare energy 100. Ordinary recruitment. Let us proceed with a 10-fold draw. A flash of light enveloped Lin Xiao as 10 radiant beams appeared before him. These 10 beams, mingling together, were even more dazzling than the moment Huang Zhong had materialized. At that moment, the prompt sounds echoed continuously. Congratulations, Did we strike gold right away? Successfully recruited an ordinary citizen. Congratulations, successfully recruited an ordinary citizen. Congratulations, ordinary. Congratulations, ordinary. 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 10 consecutive prompts resounded, yet none yielded an unexpected outcome. They were all ordinary citizens. Faced with this result, Lin Xiao was left speechless. It was baffling. What was so praiseworthy about ordinary citizens? With such numerous congratulations, one might have thought he had hit the jackpot. Before him knelt 10 individuals. 6 men and 4 women, all clad in plain attire, gazing at Lin Xiao with expressions of trepidation. A cursory glance revealed no face that Lin Xiao could remember. Couldn't you have sent at least one beauty my way? Each of their unremarkable faces evoked a sense of disappointment. Having exceeded 10 recruitment attempts, a citizen with additional traits was bound to appear among the recruits. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated whether to continue drawing, another prompt emerged before him. Surprisingly, a citizen with special traits had materialized. It was worth noting that Huang Zhong possessed merely a rare trait. If Lin Xiao were to encounter someone with unique characteristics, it would be a tremendous windfall. Lin Xiao scanned the crowd, eager to identify this individual. Soon, he noticed a peculiar presence among one of the female characters. Cuihua, citizen, combat power, 3 loyalty, 100, absolutely loyal trait, focused, work efficiency increased by 10. An increase in work efficiency by 10? Well, better than nothing. Initially, he had hoped for the emergence of an extraordinary talent, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Your name is Cuihua, is it? Yes, my lord. Cuihua is the name I bear. Cuihua promptly replied. Very well. I see that you exhibit a commendable work ethic. My constant temperature cultivation chamber on the 9th floor is nearing completion, and I require someone to oversee it. You shall go there. The cultivation chamber had been mostly constructed already. Lin Xiao had merely neglected it until now. With sufficient manpower at last, he was ready to assign someone to the task. Thank you, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my work, Cuihua responded eagerly. After assigning Cuihua, Lin Xiao shifted his attention to the remaining recruits. Most of them were ordinary folks, with the men possessing combat powers of either 4 or 5, and the women ranging from 2 to 3, rendering them utterly inept. Had it been before, Lin Xiao would have hesitated to venture out with them. However, now equipped with gear, it was time to take this motley crew on an adventure. The rest of you, do not despair. You too shall have your chance, as Lin Xiao spoke. He retrieved a vial of super soldier serum from his inventory. The mere sight of the serum captivated the eyes of the assembled individuals, Cuihua included. Having been summoned, their minds retained vestiges of memories from the apocalypse. Thus they understood the formidable nature of the super soldier serum. Only Huang Zhong remained unfazed, treating the serum as inconsequential. Lin Xiao continued, before nightfall, I will venture out to clear the area once more. At that time, I will select the individual who performs best among you and reward them with the super soldier serum. Chapter 14. 11-person squad. Setting out again. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. We shall fight with all our might. The 9 individuals erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Even the woman with a mere 2 combat power gritted her teeth and shouted. Long live the Lord! Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. These are living, breathing individuals. In the context of absolute loyalty, a suitable incentive structure would undoubtedly inspire their fighting spirit and unleash their potential. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed Hua, who appeared despondent. Despite her combat power of 3, which was relatively decent among women, she now faced the loss of her chance to obtain the super soldier serum. Recognizing her as an efficient worker, Lin Xiao decided to offer her hope. Hua, you are different from the rest. If you exhibit commendable performance in your work, I will grant you a super soldier serum as a separate reward in the future. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Hua erupted in excitement, shouting, "Long live the Lord! Excellent, familiarize yourselves with your weapons. We shall soon prepare for battle." Due to the ample resources at hand, Lin Xiao prepared a set of scale armor, a finely crafted crossbow accompanied by 100 bolts, and a robust broadsword for each of his subordinates. Upon receiving the equipment bestowed by Lin Xiao, the 9 individuals brimmed with confidence as they began to familiarize themselves with their gear. Simultaneously, Huang Zhong commenced a brief tutorial on the techniques for utilizing the crossbow and the broadsword. This exemplifies the advantage of the crossbow, its low learning curve, and the absence of stringent usage requirements, enabling immediate combat readiness. With the 9 individuals equipped with their crossbows, as long as they did not disturb the horde of zombies, survival posed no issue. Not to mention, Lin Xiao and Huang Zhong were there to oversee and command the operation. Given Huang Zhong's capabilities, commanding a force of 90,000 would be a trivial task. Thus, a mere 9-man squad would undoubtedly be well trained under his guidance. As they familiarized themselves with their equipment, Lin Xiao unveiled the blueprint for a gymnasium, intending to initiate its construction. Gymnasium, ordinary, description. An excellent place for physical conditioning. Exercising within the gymnasium can enhance one's combat prowess. Restricted to combat power value below 50, construction requirements. Energy 300. Building materials 300. After commencing construction, Lin Xiao positioned the gymnasium on the 4th floor. This structure held little value. Even if it were breached, it would be inconsequential, hence the decision to place it at a relatively lower level. With the placement complete, construction began, with a countdown of 24 hours. The activation of the divine grade trait tripled the efficiency, reducing the time to a mere 8 hours. 8 hours is neither long nor short. And by the time it is completed, it should be around 11 o'clock at night. Calculating further, the temperature-controlled cultivation chamber on the 9th floor still had 3 hours remaining, aligning perfectly with his outing. Next, Lin Xiao provided a set of equipment to Hua, who was tasked with guarding the base. Hua, you are responsible for home security this time. Remember, even if you encounter zombies, do not act recklessly. Your safety is paramount. Do you understand? Understood, Master. Lin Xiao nodded, acknowledging that this was a special NPC deserving of particular care. Moreover, the entire base was equipped with a holographic projection. Should any outsiders appear, he would be the first to be informed. Then, Lin Xiao reviewed the resource reserves. The total expenditure on the current equipment had nearly depleted his energy reserves. However, there should be some reward from the crossbow bolts hanging in the chat room, which he planned to collect upon his return. Having prepared everything, Lin Xiao set off with his 10 companions. Just as they reached the entrance, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Han Sheng, you will lead this operation, including my directives. You are aware of our objective, correct? Yes, my lord. We are to investigate the conditions in the basement and see if we can manufacture the plague and engage in battle with the enemy. Huang Zhong replied firmly. Very well, the command is yours from here on out. When it comes to specialized matters, it is best to leave them to the experts, as the Lord. Lin Xiao merely needed to serve as the overall commander and decision-maker. In the future, he envisioned remaining in the base to command remotely, avoiding personal risks whenever possible. This time, he was compelled to venture out due to a shortage of manpower. Upon exiting the door, they noticed a few scattered zombies within the neighborhood. These zombies were not stationary. They moved unconsciously over time. Observing the scattered zombies, Huang Zhong refrained from engaging, instead instructing the 9 newcomers to practice their courage at close range with their crossbows. Even the mightiest general cannot command a flock of sheep. Thus, Huang Zhong intentionally sought to hone these individuals. Swish, a few arrows flew forth, not aimed at the head, but rather at the legs, merely restricting the zombies' mobility without killing them. Lin Xiao nodded, recognizing that these young ones were indeed teachable. Huang Zhong understood the necessity of this approach. However, this also posed a dilemma. If they did not aim for the head, they would be utterly defenseless when besieged. Yet, it was evident that Huang Zhong had anticipated this scenario. Therefore, his training focused not solely on leg shots, but rather on precision and bolstering the group's courage. When confronting zombies, overcoming the fear within is crucial. They are merely slightly more robust humans, easily dispatched with an arrow to the head. After instructing the team to shoot the legs of several zombies, Huang Zhong directed them to target the head, arms, and other areas. After successfully eliminating 10 scattered zombies, the 9-man squad began to exhibit a semblance of discipline and order. As they traversed the path, Lin Xiao cast a glance at Building B. The smoke on the third floor had completely dissipated, suggesting that the plague had learned to extinguish fires. According to Lin Xiao's conjecture, he would not withdraw from Building B until the second generation of the plague had hatched. This presented him with a significant opportunity. Gradually, they approached the entrance to the underground parking lot. At this juncture, it was just past 3 in the afternoon, and the underground parking lot was exceptionally bright, as the power system had yet to fail completely, illuminating the entire space. Therefore, today represented the final opportunity. Once nightfall arrived, the city's power would begin to wane. At that point, the pitch-black underground parking lot would become a place beyond the capabilities of their current numbers to challenge. As they reached the edge of the entrance, Huang Zhong suddenly halted and whispered, "If we encounter any situation, quickly converge around the Lord, ensuring his safety, which in turn protects your own." "Understood, General Huang," the others replied in unison. Faced with the 30 combat power mutated dogs, these individuals would be overwhelmed in mere moments. Thus, staying close to Lin Xiao indeed offered greater safety. After Huang Zhong issued a few more instructions, the group prepared to enter the underground parking lot. Chapter 15. Archery, 100 steps to pierce the Yangding. The moment Lin Xiao and his companions stepped into the basement, a crisp sound of lights ringing echoed, and the entire underground space transitioned from darkness to dawn. The underground parking lot was vast and desolate, extending to the far end in plain sight. Since the viral outbreak occurred in the morning, most individuals had driven away, leaving only a sparse number of vehicles in the garage. "Alert, proceed slowly," Huang Zhong commanded from the side. Although no threats were visible in the underground parking lot, Huang Zhong did not forget Lin Xiao's warning regarding the presence of an ultimate monster within. The group advanced silently, step by step, deeper into the parking area. Lin Xiao lowered his breathing, continuously observing the surroundings. The underground parking lot of Shiyuan community was expansive, consisting of only one level. The entire area appeared quite spacious, with almost no hiding spots apart from a cleaning room at the edge, which became the target for Lin Xiao and his companions. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past Lin Xiao, swift as a flash of lightning. Shortly thereafter, Huang Zhong's anxious voice rang out, "Master, be cautious." Their movement ahead, 100 meters away, Huang Zhong's arrow was firmly embedded in a wall pillar, accompanied by a faint bloodstain nearby. Upon spotting the shadow, Huang Zhong swiftly released his arrow and alerted Lin Xiao, but the arrow had outpaced his warning. At this moment, the 9-man squad quickly gathered to protect Lin Xiao. "Brother Han Shang, have you identified the adversary? It appears to be a mutated cat. Its combat power should be low," Huang Zhong responded with a sense of ease. Exposed 100 meters away and still being struck by Huang Zhong's arrow, its combat power was likely below 100. Huang Zhong swiftly issued commands. "Everyone, prepare your crossbows, ready to fire at any moment." Against such a mutated cat, the crossbow bolts would likely only serve as a deterrent. "Han Shang, we will rely on you when the time comes," Lin Xiao murmured. "Rest assured, my lord, with the Jufeng Chaoyang blade in hand, I am confident to face even the plague. Mere cats and dogs pose no challenge," Huang Zhong assured Lin Xiao with complete confidence. Lin Xiao nodded, ensuring the Gatling gun was primed for action. Should the situation change, the Grim Reaper Gatling would unleash its fury in an instant. With the direction of the mutated cat confirmed, the group's pace instinctively quickened. Lin Xiao sensed that several among the 9 were trembling, unsure if it was excitement or fear. Whoosh! Once more, Huang Zhong released his bowstring. The feathered arrow vanished before Lin Xiao's eyes, only to reappear embedded in a small vehicle several dozen meters away. Unlike the previous instance, this arrow pierced a 1-meter-long mutated cat, pinning it to the car. "Aroo!" A mournful wail echoed through the air. As the mutated cat on the small vehicle continued to screech incessantly, it was astonishing that the arrow had struck its thigh, yet it had not reached a lethally critical point. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, drawing forth the iron bow he had prepared in advance, aiming it at the direction of the mutated cat, and released an arrow. Whoosh, however, Lin Xiao's arrow effortlessly pierced through the mutated cat's fur. shattering the window of the sedan and embedding itself into the car's frame behind. Ugh, this is precisely why I despise using a bow. It is exceedingly inefficient, and my aim is not reliable. If it were a Gatling gun, that creature would have been dispatched in a single barrage. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 more arrows whizzed past, soaring towards different directions. Then, the familiar voice of Huang Zhong resonated. My lord, be cautious. 2 more have approached. Lin Xiao turned his head to see 2 more creatures, both situated several dozen meters away. Point 1 was pinned against a wall by an arrow lodged in its thigh, while the other suffered a similar fate beside the wall. Point 3 shots, 3 arrows, all striking the thighs, all secured in place. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally grasped the true meaning of hitting the target from 100 paces. Within 100 meters, wherever I aim, I shall strike true. If I intend to hit your thigh, not a fraction will stray from my aim. The sheer force behind my shot will render you unable to struggle free. My lord, with your hand and eye in perfect harmony, as long as your prey and your arrow align, your strength will allow you to strike with ease. Excellent. With Huang Zhong's guidance, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. Knocking another arrow aimed at the mutated cat several dozen meters away. In that moment, he held his breath. The surrounding silence was so profound that he could hear his own heartbeat. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, reaching its target in an instant. A headshot. Boom! The mutated cat's skull exploded. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated cat, gaining 5 energy points. Kill reward, enhanced serum. You have successfully triggered the talent god level luck, gaining 50 energy points. The enhanced serum has upgraded to major enhanced serum, combat power 8, limited to users with combat power below 100. Before Lin Xiao could fully comprehend the situation, another notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended the essence of archery, successfully acquiring the new trait Archer, Ordinary. Archer, Ordinary effective range increased by 1. Accuracy within range increased by 2. Explosive power increased by 5. To think I have also grasped a trait. Traits are not easily acquired. One must genuinely understand the underlying principles to unlock them. This is evident from my previous experience of firing 3,000 rounds from a Gatling gun without gaining a trait. Yet pulling back 2 arrows now yields results. It appears I must make greater use of the bow henceforth. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately nocked another arrow, aiming at the other 2 directions, once again targeting their heads, and released 2 arrows. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it took 4 shots to successfully slay both mutated cats. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated cat, gaining 5 energy points. Kill reward, enhanced serum. Enhanced serum, combat power 5, limited to users with combat power below 75. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated cat, gaining 5 energy points. Kill reward, enhanced serum. You have successfully triggered the talent god level luck, gaining 50 energy points. The enhanced serum has upgraded to effective enhanced serum, combat power 10, limited to users with combat power below 150.3 mutated cats, yielding 3 enhanced serums, totaling an impressive 23 combat power points. Lin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately used them on the spot. Coupled with his own combat power of 49 points, gained from 10 subjects adding up to 4.1. After the injection, Lin Xiao's combat power successfully reached 71 points. Congratulations, my lord, your strength has advanced further. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's transformation, Huang Zhong promptly congratulated him. Hearing those words felt oddly villainous. Lin Xiao chuckled, a wave of indescribable delight washing over him. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. A colossal creature was lurking in the corner. Chapter 16 Unexpected Developments. Another rare beast. My lord, do not rush. Allow me to investigate first. Before Lin Xiao could make a move, Huang Zhong spoke up first. Let me go, Lin Xiao replied suddenly, standing up. Huang Zhong was taken aback, about to counter, but Lin Xiao continued. My current strength is substantial, and your forte lies in archery, allowing you to respond swiftly in the event of an emergency and provide support. After saying this, Lin Xiao strode forward. As a competent commander, how could one allow the archer to lead the charge? In the underground parking garage, Lin Xiao forged ahead, scouting the path, while Huang Zhong followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of no more than 15 meters. Naturally, for Huang Zhong, as long as the enemy appeared within 100 meters, he would initiate an attack. 15 meters was a perfectly safe distance. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained exceedingly vigilant, fully aware of the dangers that lurked, despite his enhanced combat power. Just then, a disturbance emanated from the cleaning room ahead. Indeed, something was amiss. Yet before Lin Xiao could approach, the door to the cleaning room swung open. However, it was not a mutated beast but rather a human figure. A person clad in cleaning attire held something in their hands, oblivious to their fate. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly whispered, "Brother Han Shang, hold your fire." Upon receiving Lin Xiao's command, Huang Zhong relaxed his drawn arrow slightly but remained poised, maintaining a heightened state of alert. Subsequently, the distant figure turned its head. It was a zombie. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao prepared to draw his bow and attack. Suddenly, a shocking turn of events unfolded. With a thunderous crash, a massive figure leaped out from behind the cleaning room, landing before the janitor. From a distance, it resembled a descending tiger, nearly 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height. However, it was not a tiger but rather a mutated cat. Before Lin Xiao, the statistics of this colossal creature materialized. Giant mutated cat, rare, combat power, 149 trait, unknown, 149, just 8 points shy of the plague. Lin Xiao marveled. Who would have thought that in a mere residential area of Xiyuan, 2 rare mutated creatures would simultaneously emerge? Whether this was a stroke of good fortune or misfortune remained a mystery. This enormous mutated cat, resembling a tiger, glared at Lin Xiao with a fierce gaze, radiating a palpable sense of wariness. A will. The giant mutated cat let out a furious roar, causing a cacophony to erupt within the parking garage. Almost immediately, alongside the giant mutated cat, in front of Lin Xiao, a small team of 11 appeared, flanked by no less than 8 additional mutated cats. These mutated cats completely encircled Lin Xiao and his companions, forming a peculiar protective formation. My lord, it seems they are guarding the giant mutated cat, Huang Zhong remarked, puzzled. However, Lin Xiao shook his head. What nonsense! When have little demons ever guarded the king of hell? Moreover, even the giant mutated cat was adopting a protective stance. They were safeguarding that zombie. Lin Xiao's gaze pierced through the giant mutated cat, fixating intently on the zombie's hand behind it. That was cat food. Within Xiyuan, many residents had the habit of feeding stray cats, and it was evident that this janitor was among the frequent visitors. Thus, even if the janitor had not survived the first wave of the tide and had transformed into a zombie, these mutated cats remained by her side. What a pity if this janitor were still conscious. She would undoubtedly become the ruler of Xiyuan, a Wu. It seemed the giant mutated cat sensed Lin Xiao's unwavering gaze, letting out a roar as it took a step forward. Bang! The tremendous force of its strike left a paw print on the ground. From the giant mutated cat emanated an aura so terrifying that Lin Xiao had no choice but to take several steps back. It was warning us to steer clear of this place. Huang Zhong interpreted the giant mutated cat's intent, speaking in a low voice. However, Lin Xiao perceived another layer of meaning. The giant mutated cat's earlier strike had left the janitor in a dazed state. Seemingly stunned by the sheer volume of the roar, she could no longer ascertain Lin Xiao's living presence through sound. This giant mutated cat was protecting the janitor, preventing her from being drawn in by the noise. Yet, they would not approach the janitor as zombies. They would indiscriminately attack all living beings, but humans were more likely to capture their attention. The mutated cats could not control the janitor's actions but were employing various means to safeguard her. In this case, the janitor represented the giant mutated cat's greatest vulnerability. If that were the case, then I must apologize. Although the plague in Building B may appear quite subdued at the moment, failing to eradicate it in advance could lead to a formidable army of plague-ridden creatures emerging once the second generation of the plague appears. These mutated felines might just provide the solution to the persistent problem at hand. Everyone, retreat to the surface and prepare for action, commanded Lin Xiao. Understood, Master. The 9-member squad, adhering strictly to orders, swiftly withdrew from the underground parking lot. Huang Zhong gazed at Lin Xiao, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. With these individuals present, they could still use lives as a means to delay, but if they all departed, it would be difficult for just Huang Zhong and Lin Xiao to contend with so many mutated cats. Could it be that the Lord intends to retreat? Moments later, the 9-member squad had vanished from the underground parking lot. leaving only Lin Xiao and Huang Zhong confronting the mutated cats. It was curious why the giant mutated cat did not strike first. It was due to Huang Zhong. His arrow remained drawn, aimed not at the mutated cats, but at a certain janitor. Should the mutated cats make any reckless move, Huang Zhong would be the first to release his arrow. With its formidable instincts, the giant mutated cat understood that if Huang Zhong shot, the janitor would undoubtedly perish. Thus, it refrained from any hasty actions. Moreover, with Lin Xiao and the others withdrawing, everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. At that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze returned. He had already mapped out the entire route of the underground parking lot. Then, raising his hand, he focused on the janitor not far away and called out, "Big Kitty, if you wish to spare her from harm, then prepare for a fierce battle." A gleaming great machete materialized in Lin Xiao's hand, and he drew a shallow line across his palm, allowing the scent of blood to waft through the air. The previously dazed janitor zombie suddenly lifted her head, revealing a glimmer of crimson in her eyes. It was the scent of blood. The next moment, she sprang into action. Chapter 17. Within arm's reach, Hanxing, run! Lin Xiao shouted, raising his hand as he sprinted toward the entrance, the metallic scent of blood echoing ominously in the air. Huang Zhong followed closely beside him. Yet, despite the urgency, Huang Zhong dared not release his grip on the bowstring. Should his arrow waver for even a second away from the janitor, the giant mutated cat would pounce without hesitation. Watching Lin Xiao dash ahead, Huang Zhong's heart was filled with despair. Drawing the bow was already taxing, and now he had to run, all while maintaining intense focus on the janitor behind them. Prolonged exertion felt more exhausting than battling a fierce general for 300 rounds. It was essential to remember that these zombies were not the sluggish, limping kind. As zombies with an average combat value of 7.5, they ran at a speed comparable to that of an unencumbered adult. The most aggravating part was their seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Were it not for the extraordinary resilience of Lin Xiao and Huang Zhong, they would have likely collapsed from fatigue by now. A howl erupted from behind as they reached the midway point of the parking lot. Suddenly, several swift figures dashed past them. It was the mutated cats, attempting to overtake them by maneuvering around. This was bad. The big cat understood that if the janitor escaped, her fate would be dire, and they were blocking their path. The mutated cats, already faster than average, soon revealed two of their number at the intersection ahead, glaring menacingly at Lin Xiao. "Master, it's up to you." Huang Zhong tightened his grip on the bow, fully committed to using the janitor to restrain the giant mutated cat. "Understood. Time to test my combat prowess." Lin Xiao nodded, lifting one hand high while the other drew the prepared great machete. The information panel displayed the details of the two mutated cats before him. Mutated orange cat combat value. 45 mutated cat combat value. 35 such combat values might have posed a threat to Lin Xiao in the past, but now they were trivial with a flourish. Lin Xiao swung the great machete toward the mutated cat before him. In his current state, he was moving at speeds that surpassed human limits, and with the force of his swing, the air around him buzzed ominously. This strike approached the speed of sound. In an instant, before the mutated cat could react, Lin Xiao effortlessly cleaved it in two. "Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated cat, earning 5 energy points. Kill reward, minor strengthening serum. Only a meager 3 combat value serum? How stingy." Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings and saw that the remaining mutated cat was retreating in fear. Without hesitation, he injected himself with the serum, boosting his combat value by 3 points to a formidable 75. Even the smallest flies are still meat at that moment. A furious roar erupted from behind. It seemed the giant mutated cat was enraged by its companion's failure to impede Lin Xiao, and it felt compelled to act. But just as the giant mutated cat prepared to leap, an arrow soared past the janitor. This was a direct threat, unmistakably clear. Should it dare to act recklessly, the next arrow would find its mark in the janitor's skull. The giant mutated cat let out a furious roar but found itself powerless. Its strength was considerable, and it could withstand a few arrows, but the janitor was far more fragile, likely to perish from a single shot. In an instant, Lin Xiao had dashed out of the underground parking lot and into the Shiyuan community. Behind him, the janitor continued to pursue, seemingly unwilling to let Lin Xiao escape. Perhaps in her eyes, human blood was far more enticing than that of the mutated cats. Casting a glance at Building B in the distance, Lin Xiao thought, "The plague, is it? I have brought you a treasure." The two raced toward Building B, and just then, a sharp cry echoed from within. Squeak! Lin Xiao steadied himself, observing the janitor and the giant mutated cat closely behind him. The giant mutated cat seemed to sense something amiss. There was a terrifying presence in the building, and the two humans posed a threat. With a low growl, the giant mutated cat could no longer restrain itself, letting out a soft roar before charging toward the janitor. Even if it meant being torn to shreds, it could not allow the janitor to enter the building. Lin Xiao was not pleased. He had gone to great lengths, even drawing blood to bring her here, and he could not allow her to be taken away. Han Sheng, deal with it. Prepare to rescue her. Understood, master. Huang Zhong shouted, drawing his longbow and firing at the giant mutated cat. The supersonic arrow struck the giant mutated cat's foreleg, embedding itself only 3 centimeters deep. This rare creature merely shook itself, causing the arrow to fall away as if it were nothing more than a mosquito bite. Ultimately, the quality of Huang Zhong's iron bow was insufficient, and the arrow, being merely an ordinary iron-tipped projectile, could not inflict significant damage. Had it not been for Huang Zhong's formidable strength, anyone else would have struggled to even breach its defenses. Seeing this, Huang Zhong was not surprised. Although he could not see the combat values, he could certainly feel the immense power of this mutated cat. Suddenly, a blade's whistle pierced the air. It was the 9 Phoenix's rising blade. Since arriving in this world, Huang Zhong had yet to wield his prized sword. Now, facing such a formidable foe, it was not an insult to the blade's reputation. Foul beast, do you dare to engage me in battle for 300 rounds? Huang Zhong bellowed, his courage surging. The giant mutated cat, originally intent on reaching the janitor, now turned its attention to Huang Zhong, sensing the threat he posed. With a sword in hand, Huang Zhong transformed into a lion. Fierce and unstoppable as he advanced with measured strides, the giant mutated cat, realizing it could withstand a few arrows but could not afford to endure Huang Zhong's strikes, was forced to confront him directly. With the giant mutated cat no longer obstructing her, the janitor was able to pursue unimpeded to the entrance of Building B. Lin Xiao rejoiced and swiftly entered the building, not forgetting to shout, Han Sheng, bring that cat inside. Chapter 18. The cat and mouse battle. Upon bursting into Building B, Lin Xiao immediately unleashed his combat prowess, deftly binding the janitor with a swift maneuver. Strangely, the plague did not emerge. It seemed to have chosen to conceal itself in the shadows, aligning perfectly with Lin Xiao's intentions. After securing the janitor, Lin Xiao ascended to the 2nd floor, channeling all his might into a powerful strike aimed at the ceiling above. With a resounding crash, the floor was shattered, creating a gaping hole that reverberated throughout Building B. At that moment, the scene on the 3rd floor came into view, revealing the chamber adjacent to where the plague had previously hatched its 2nd generation. Just as Lin Xiao had surmised, this room was almost entirely overrun with the 2nd generation plague. Consequently, as the ceiling collapsed, countless severed limbs tumbled down, each fragment housing an embryo of the 2nd generation plague. A mere glance was enough for Lin Xiao to discern that they had already taken on the shape of mice, indicating that it would not be long before they hatched. As Lin Xiao collected the 2nd generation plague embryos, the silhouette of the plague finally emerged from the shadows. Get ready for a barrage. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed a volley from his Gatling gun, saturating the area with fire. Although this weapon was not lethal to the plague, it posed a significant threat, buying Lin Xiao precious time. As Anticip, Huang Zhong spoke with an air of calmness. This is sufficient. The current shortage of manpower necessitates your participation. In the future, you may simply focus on dealing damage from the rear. Lin Xiao, however, paid little heed to Huang Zhong's words. After all, Huang Zhong was an archer. As long as he could deal damage, the rest was inconsequential. Subsequently, Lin Xiao led Huang Zhong onward. Hurry, keep up. The giant mutated cat currently holds the advantage. Soon, Brother Han Sheng will find the right opportunity to inflict severe damage upon that formidable feline. Huang Zhong nodded, aware that his lord was intent on having him slay the 2 mutated beasts. Though he did not fully comprehend the reasoning behind this desire, as loyal subjects, they merely needed to fulfill their lord's wishes. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Shiyuan community, the plague had been viciously torn apart by the giant mutated cat. appearing to be on the brink of extinction. Likewise, the giant mutated cat had also suffered significant injuries. One must acknowledge the formidable strength of the plague. Its death throes had retaliated fiercely, causing considerable distress to the giant mutated cat. Fortunately, the giant mutated cat emerged victorious. Just as it prepared to deliver the final blow to the plague, a sharp arrow flew forth, striking its forepaw. This unexpected assault severely diminished the giant mutated cat's offensive capability. A furious roar erupted from its throat. These detestable humans have now chosen me as their target. Hansheng, let us take it down together. Lin Xiao observed the grievously wounded mutated beasts, his heart swelling with elation. Slaying these two rare and powerful mutated beasts would yield him ample rewards, ensuring his coffers overflowed. Moreover, once they were vanquished, he would face no rivals within the entirety of Shiyuan community. With one archer preparing his iron bow, Lin Xiao retrieved the Death God Gatling gun. He was no reckless fool. Even injured, the mutated beasts retained formidable combat prowess. Charging in blindly could very well result in being struck down by that colossal feline. The icy black muzzle of the six-barreled gun whirred to life once more, unleashing a torrential downpour of 7.62 caliber bullets towards the two mutated beasts. Previously, given their immense strength, even the Death God Gatling would have struggled to land a hit. However, the plague now lay half paralyzed on the ground, and the giant mutated tiger, heavily injured, had lost much of its former speed. With Huang Zhong nearby delivering supporting fire, they could only endure Lin Zhao's relentless barrage. After 100 rounds, the plague could no longer withstand the assault, letting out a mournful wail before collapsing. Its body lay devoid of blood, filled instead with bullets. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the rare creature. Plague, you have gained 100 energy points. Kill rewards, Sunset Bow Blueprint, Rare, 1, Enhanced Serum 2. Following this notification, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of any activated talents. Yet, he found solace in the fact that another target remained. At that moment, the giant mutated cat glared at Lin Xiao, its expression filled with rage. Though its severely damaged body posed no threat to him, why lord, this creature harbors a great deal of resentment. Huang Zhong remarked cautiously. Observing the cat's demeanor, Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended something and whispered, "Fear not, great feline. Upon your demise, I shall ensure the janitor receives a grand burial, bestowing upon her the respect she deserves after death." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the giant mutated cat's expression softened slightly. After enduring hundreds of bullets, it finally succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground. Thus fell the second mutated beast in Shiyuan community with combat prowess exceeding 100. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the rare creature, giant mutated cat. You have gained 100 energy points. Kill rewards, Laboratory Blueprint, Rare, 1, Enhanced Serum 1. You have triggered the talent, Godly Luck, gaining 1,000 energy points. The Laboratory Blueprint, Rare, has been upgraded to Research Building, Rare. Note: the Research Building encompasses various projects such as research, analysis, experiments, etc., and the Enhanced Serum has been upgraded to Mutant, Tiger, Serum, Rare. Goodness! Lin Xiao exclaimed, thrilled at the upgraded rewards. This is the essence of striking gold after a long silence. Either the talent fails to activate or it showers me with bountiful rewards. Indeed, the rare creatures yielded far superior spoils. The mutant serum, in particular, was a pinnacle treasure among rare items. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had witnessed the formidable power of mutants, capable of contending with mutated beasts. He could hardly wait to examine the serum's potency. Chapter 20. Commencing the cleansing of the Community Tiger Mutant Serum, Rare. Description: a gene medication developed from a mysterious dimension, capable of revitalizing dying life forms. Though it may produce potent unknown effects. Effect: upon consumption, 50 chance to mutate into a mutant tiger, Rare. 30 chance to mutate into a mutated tiger, Common. Loses sanity, 19 chance of death, 1 unknown. Only a 50 probability? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. I was promised that products of the system would be of the highest quality. This seems more like a scheme to ensnare the unwary. Fortunately, he had never intended to use it himself. He would simply store it for potential future use. After securing the blueprints, Lin Xiao chose not to examine the other blueprints, as they were of no immediate use. He could review them later. At present, Lin Xiao had other matters to attend to. After placing the carcasses of the giant mutated cat and the plague into his inventory, he returned to Building B. On the second floor, he gathered the remains of the janitor. Let her return to her roots. Lin Xiao was a man of his word, often fulfilling his promises. Moreover, the janitor had sacrificed so much for him. She deserved a proper burial. After cremating her remains, he interred her in the community's green belt, erecting a wooden plaque in her honor. Witnessing this act, the hearts of those present warmed, realizing that their lord was not devoid of compassion. Once all was accomplished, the time had progressed to 4:20 in the afternoon. Observing the dimming light, Lin Xiao decisively stated, "Han Sheng, prepare yourself. We shall take Shiyuan community shortly." However, before proceeding, Lin Xiao decided to return to the base for a tenfold draw. Having earned a total of 1,100 energy points from slaying the 2 mutated beasts, he was perfectly poised for a tenfold draw and could also craft 10 crossbows. That moment, Lin Xiao glanced once more at the chat room. And an alert promptly appeared. Current energy available for collection, 1352, rare mechanical resources, 540, location information, 54. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This enterprise proved quite lucrative. In such a short span, 54 individuals had managed to accumulate sufficient resources. Given this, he could indeed attempt a 20-fold draw. Excitement bubbled within him. If my luck falters during the 10-fold draw, surely it must yield something worthwhile during the 20-fold draw. Prepare for recruitment, 20-fold draw. At that moment, a radiant light filled the base as 20 beams of brilliance illuminated the room, akin to the dawn breaking. Soon after, a series of notifications rang out before Lin Xiao. Congratulations! You have successfully recruited a common citizen. Congratulations! You have successfully recruited a common citizen. The sequence continued, devoid of variation in tone, as 20 notifications echoed forth. Before Lin Xiao stood 20 citizens, their faces filled with trepidation. Much like a flock of sheep awaiting their uncertain fate at the slaughterhouse. Casting his gaze across the group, Lin Xiao noted 10 men and 10 women among them. They were entirely unremarkable. Devoid of any striking beauty or charm. Disheartened, Lin Xiao shook his head. The prospect of finding eye-catching individuals seemed bleak. Alas, I must now hope for a stroke of luck in the historical recruitment. Perhaps unearthing someone like Diao Chan or Xiao Qiao. Yang Guifei would also be delightful. She is undoubtedly the most voluptuous. He quickly shook his head, quelling such unrealistic fantasies, and resolved to examine the guaranteed rewards from this draw. The 10-fold draw features a guaranteed reward of 1 individual possessing unique traits. Zhang Yun, male, citizen, combat power, 4 loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, trait. Research apprentice, research efficiency increased by 20. Analysis success rate increased by 5. Lu De, male, citizen, combat power, 7 loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, trait. Possesses great strength, combat power 2. Lu De may be of some utility, yet Zhang Yun is undoubtedly a gem, particularly with Zhang Yun's trait. He is the ideal candidate for the research building Lin Xiao urgently requires. Zhang Yun, step forward. Lin Xiao raised his voice, and immediately, a frail man emerged from the crowd. Approaching Lin Xiao with a hint of trepidation, "I am Zhang Yun, at your service." "My lord, I've heard you have a penchant for research," Lin Xiao inquired. "Just a smattering, it's merely my own fanciful musings." Zhang Yun replied, unable to grasp Lin Xiao's intent, responding with apprehension. "Indeed, you possess considerable talent. Once the research building is completed, you shall be the first to enter," Lin Xiao declared. "Thank you for your benevolence." "My lord." Although Zhang Yun was oblivious to the nature of the research building, he expressed his gratitude fervently. Lin Xiao nodded and began to assign the tasks for the mission. Given the presence of numerous mutated cats and dogs within the West Garden community, he could not allow the new inhabitants to operate independently. Thus, he and Huang Zhong would lead their respective teams. They aimed to cleanse the area before nightfall, and indeed, 2 teams were adequate for the task. With an increased number of personnel, Lin Xiao decided not to deploy the less combat-capable women. Excluding them left 16 combatants. Lin Xiao and Huang Zhong would each command an 8-member squad. The 6 men who had previously engaged in battle were now to be split off, serving as seasoned veterans to guide the newcomers, albeit they had only aged an hour. Each member was equipped with a crossbow and 100 bolts, a suit of scale armor, and a hefty machete. This constituted their latest armaments. "Prepare to depart. We shall purge the West Garden community," Lin Xiao proclaimed during the final mobilization. The time now being 4:30, he and Huang Zhong diverged into separate directions, commencing the clearance of the remaining 6 buildings. Including Building B. Before parting ways with Huang Zhong, Lin Xiao cautioned him, "Zombies may be dispatched directly, but for mutated animals, it would be best to reserve the final strike for myself." Huang Zhong understood this was his lord's preference and answered simply and directly. Without hesitation, he would handle the formidable mutated beasts while the 8-member squad dealt with the ordinary zombies, a task well within his capabilities. Having conveyed his instructions, Lin Xiao led his team once more toward Building B. He recalled that within, a multitude of plague-infested embryos awaited. As these embryos matured, they too would become classified as mutated beings. Chapter 21. Mission accomplished. Secondary base. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a plague-infested embryo. Mature. Earning 1 energy point. Kill reward. Mechanical resources 20. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a plague-infested embryo. Mature. Earning 1 energy point. Kill reward. Minor enhancement serum. Talent activated. God level luck. Earn 10 energy points. Minor enhancement serum upgraded to small enhancement serum. Ah, the common folk are indeed joyous. As Lin Xiao crushed yet another plague-infested embryo, a wave of delight surged within him. These plagues were truly his fortuitous stars, as over 100 embryos lay within the 3rd floor. All now ripe for the taking, granting him an unprecedented bounty of resources. During their journey, Lu De looked at Lin Xiao with confusion as he tirelessly dispatched the embryos. "My lord, such tasks could be entrusted to us. There is no need for you to exert yourself." Lin Xiao regarded the new recruits and deemed it necessary to impart a lesson. "Remember, whenever I am present, if your safety is assured, you must first aim to incapacitate the enemy before leaving the final blow for me. If your safety cannot be guaranteed, then there are no restrictions." "Yes, my lord," they nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. Yet, according to their creed, Lin Xiao's words were paramount. They needed only to obey unconditionally. Even if Lin Xiao commanded them to march toward certain death, they would hesitate briefly before charging ahead without a second thought. After dispatching over 100 embryos, Lin Xiao and his team swiftly began their sweep of Building B. This time, Lu De, with a combat power of 7, led the charge, with Lin Xiao closely following, meticulously inspecting each room. This approach was intentional, as Lin Xiao endeavored to cultivate synergy among the remaining 6 and Lu De, for they were likely to form an elite squad under his command in the future. As for the other individual, that was Zhang Yun, merely accompanying them for manpower. The 8-member team conducted their search with far greater efficiency than Lin Xiao had managed alone. With Lin Xiao's presence, there were a total of 9 crossbow bolts at their disposal. Each time a zombie revealed itself, Lin Xiao would swiftly eliminate it with a single shot. The bow in Lin Xiao's hands was a genuine high-quality weapon, boasting a fixed combat power of 14, making the slaughter of zombies a trivial endeavor. 20 minutes later, the group had ascended from the 3rd floor to the 13th, thoroughly clearing each room. Once this was accomplished, they swiftly redirected their course toward Building C. The team had begun to develop a rudimentary sense of teamwork, ensuring no issues arose when confronting adversaries they could easily overpower. AT-455. They entered Building C. BY 535, they emerged, having traversed the building. In comparison to Building B, their progress in Building C was not as seamless, as it housed a number of mutated beasts. However, these creatures possessed combat power below 50, rendering them mere fodder for Lin Xiao's squad. Lin Xiao harbored no desire to have his team engage the mutated beasts. When the enemy's power was comparable or only slightly greater, some practice could be beneficial. But when there was a significant disparity, such encounters would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Xiao was cultivating these individuals for future debt collection, not for engaging in futile battles with mutated beasts. By 5:40, Lin Xiao and his team entered Building D. AT-613. They had completely cleared D building. Exiting the structure, Lin Xiao gazed at the horizon. The sun had mostly vanished. In mere moments, darkness would envelop the land, and that was when the true trials would commence. Lin Xiao vividly recalled the night 3 years prior when he had curled beneath his bed, too fearful to make a sound, listening to the unending roars and clashes outside, enduring a night fraught with dread. Night would rob people of their vision, yet it held no such effect on zombies and mutated beasts. In fact, the absence of sunlight would render the nocturnal zombies even more active. Tonight promised to be a night of chaos. Yet, for Lin Xiao, it would be a night of the hunt. "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty." At that moment, Huang Zhong approached. leading a contingent of 8 individuals in a simple formation behind him. Compared to Lin Zhao's motley crew, it was evident that Huang Zhong had implemented a more rigorous training regimen. Additionally, he had secured 5 mutated beasts, comprising 3 dogs, 1 cat, and a dehydrated goldfish. Alas, we initially encountered 8 mutated beasts, but in a moment of desperation, I had to slay 3, leaving me with 5 for you. My lord, Huang Zhong lamented, feeling he had not completely fulfilled the task assigned to him. That is of no consequence. However, I recall there were several mutated cats in the underground parking lot. Why have they not been sighted since? Lin Xiao inquired, waving his hand dismissively. Once the giant mutated cat fell, the rest scattered like leaves from a toppled tree. Huang Zhong replied slowly, I see. Lin Xiao nodded, then suddenly drew Huang Zhong's 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade. I shall borrow your fine blade. With a resonant hum, the sound of the blade echoed, a testament to its quality. It was undeniable that even at half effectiveness, Huang Zhong's weapon was far superior to an ordinary cleaver. With the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade in hand, Lin Xiao swiftly ended the lives of the 5 bound mutated beasts. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a mutated dog, earning 5 energy points. Kill reward, enhancement serum. Talent activated, God level luck, earned 50 energy points. Enhancement serum upgraded to major enhancement serum. The secrets of the West Garden community had been unveiled, and the mission was complete, awarding Lin Xiao with energy points 1000. Gun turret blueprint, rare, 1, rare biological cell 1. After the killing alert sound, the notification of task completion reappeared, signifying that there were now no dangerous creatures within the Shiyuan community. The only regret was that this time, the talent could not be triggered, and the rewards received were merely standard. Before Lin Xiao could examine the details of the rewards, another notification popped up that IT detected that the prerequisites for upgrading to a level 2 base had been fulfilled, and the requirements for the upgrade would now be unlocked. A level 2 base. Lin Zhao's expression brightened. The transition from level 1 to level 2 represented a qualitative leap. If the base could be elevated to level 2, both his influence and strength would rise to a new echelon. Most importantly, he could once again exploit the disparity to reap benefits in the chat room. Filled with excitement, Lin Xiao quickly checked the upgrade conditions for the level 2 base. Chapter 22. Combat power exceeds 100. New abilities level 2 base upgrade conditions. Safe area. At least 100 square meters. Met. Required personnel. 20 met. Resource consumption. Energy 1000. Construction materials 2000. Rare construction materials 200. Mechanical materials 2000. Rare mechanical materials 200. Food points 1000. Rare food points 100. Water source points 1000. Rare water source points 100. Met. Building requirements. Common buildings 3, 13. Note. A level 2 base will bring you new buildings and blueprint technologies, but it will also attract stronger creatures, so be prepared. At last, it has come. A level 2 base. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had often heard a saying, a level 1 base is merely a hollow shell. A level 2 base is the true beginning. Previously, Lin Xiao had never understood why, but now he could finally experience it firsthand. Glancing at the upgrade requirements, he found that he had essentially met all conditions aside from the building requirements. The only thing left was to wait until 11 o'clock in the evening, when the gym would be completed, thus fulfilling all conditions. Task triggered, quiet night, task time. The first night after the calamity. Task location, Qingjiang City, Baihu District, Shiyuan Community, Building A. Task description. You have survived the arduous day, but as the sun disappears and night falls, creatures in the darkness begin to stir. Survive until dawn. Task requirements. Survive until the moment the sun rises. Note, the more enemies you and your forces kill, the less damage you will sustain, and your rating will be higher. Task difficulty. Rare. Task reward. This task will provide random high-quality rewards based on your rating. Finally, the first truly free task has arrived. The previous tasks all had stringent requirements, but this one's sole purpose was survival. Lin Xiao recalled that in his previous life, the first task he completed was this one, which allowed him to secure the means to survive. Although his completion rate was low, he managed to endure. Han Sheng, prepare to return to the base. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Lin Xiao shouted, gathering all his troops to collect the spoils and return to his base. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiao had the opportunity to thoroughly assess the gains from the cleansing of the Shiyuan community. Gazing at his resource list, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. With these resources, how could he fear surviving the first night? Base. Divine level 1 base. Current energy, 3250 construction materials, 10080 rare construction materials, 620 mechanical materials, 8420 rare mechanical materials, 2020 food points, 8750 rare food points, 520 water source points, 6720 rare water source points, 480 minor strengthening serum, 1 combat power. Limit 25 or below, 2 minor strengthening serum, 3 combat power. Limit 50 or below, 3 strengthening serum, 5 combat power. Limit 75 or below, 2 major strengthening serum, 8 combat power. Limit 100 or below, 3 powerful strengthening serum, 10 combat power. Limit 150 or below, 2 super soldier serum, 3 these abundant resources, along with a total of 15 strengthening serums, provided him with confidence. Unfortunately, his current combat power had already reached 83, rendering the first 3 tiers of strengthening serums useless. Ideally, these major strengthening serums should be administered entirely to Huang Zhong. In that case, Huang Zhong's combat power could surpass 127 points, plus an additional 30 points from his exclusive weapon power. Even in the face of that large cat, he would be formidable. However, Lin Xiao did not intend to proceed this way. Strength was fundamental to survival in the apocalypse. His own strength was of utmost importance. If he were to encounter an unexpected demise due to insufficient power, that would truly be the end. Lin Xiao easily made the decision to break through the 100-point mark for both himself and Huang Zhong. When one's combat power exceeds 100, a small breakthrough occurs. To maximize this, it would be wise to leave 1 serum for Huang Zhong. Ultimately, after taking out 1 major strengthening serum, Lin Xiao injected the remaining 4 strengthening serums into himself. Successfully injecting the major strengthening serum, combat power 8, current combat power 91. Successfully injecting the powerful strengthening serum, combat power 10, current combat power 119. Congratulations, your combat power has exceeded 100, successfully breaking the first genetic chain. Unlocking genetic ability, fire control, ability to manipulate flames. His first genetic ability turned out to be merely an ordinary fire control skill. Successfully triggering the talent of divine level luck, the fire control ability upgraded to flame sovereignty, epic. Flame sovereignty, epic. You are the master of flames. Flames will become your servants, and you can create and control all flames within your range. Note, the intensity of the flames will depend on your combat power. An epic ability. Upon seeing the upgraded new ability, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy in his previous life. A saying circulated widely. Ordinary abilities fade into obscurity, rare abilities stand out, and epic abilities dominate the realm. It is known that only when combat power exceeds 100 can one break the first layer of the elite chain and gain the opportunity for genetic abilities. Those who break the first layer of the genetic chain are essentially the elite among survivors in the apocalypse. In this context, the dominance of an epic ability underscores its immense power. Flame sovereignty? Lin Xiao murmured the words, feeling the air around him grow unprecedentedly heated. His affinity for fire had never been as fervent as it was now. Boom! Suddenly, a palm-sized flame erupted from Lin Xiao's palm, changing in response to his thoughts. Truly, an ability of the fire element. Ha! With this ability, tonight he could unleash flames to his heart's content. However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, Lin Xiao felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his head becoming slightly dizzy. Had it already become strenuous after just a minute? Quickly extinguishing the flame in his palm, the feeling of fatigue gradually dissipated. Sensing this change, Lin Xiao gained a deeper understanding. It seemed that conjuring flames out of thin air was somewhat challenging. If it were merely controlling fire, it shouldn't be this taxing. Glancing at his combat power, he noted no further increase. However, that made sense. Combat power represents one's physical strength and the repeated breaking of limits. Abilities are merely additional products of a robust physique. With the power of flame sovereignty, tonight's plans could become even more audacious. Next, Lin Xiao looked at the last bottle of major strengthening serum in his hand, suddenly curious about what ability Huang Zhong would awaken. Chapter 23. Huang Zhong's ability, Your Majesty? What do you summon me for? Huang Zhong strode forward to Lin Xiao, clad in shimmering silver-scaled armor speckled with traces of blood. I possess 3 super soldier serums, and I intend to reward them to some valiant individuals among your ranks. During the previous battle, did you identify any promising candidates? Lin Xiao pondered the serums in his hand, planning to administer one to Luda and reserving the remaining two based on circumstances. Huang Zhong contemplated for a moment, realizing that this matter concerned the future prospects of the populace, and thus replied earnestly, I have 8 subordinates, none of whom are inept. Among them, Zhang Quan and Liang Xiu are particularly outstanding, showing no fear even against mutated beasts. Zhang Quan and Liang Xiu? Very well, I understand. Lin Xiao nodded, glancing at their combat power, both of whom inherently possessed 5 points of combat power. Then Lin Zhao's gaze shifted to Huang Zhong. Han Shang, you have contributed significantly during today's series of battles. This strengthening serum is specifically prepared for you. As Lin Xiao spoke, he handed over the previously reserved enhanced serum to Huang Zhong. Upon seeing the formidable serum before him, Huang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, and then he quickly expressed his excitement, repeatedly declining. My lord, my strength is already sufficient. Such a divine elixir should be used by you first. I cannot accept it. Those who labor deserve rewards. Han Shang, there is no need for modesty. This is what you rightfully deserve, Lin Xiao replied resolutely. Witnessing Lin Zhao's unwavering determination, Huang Zhong felt a stirring within his heart. The principle of reward and punishment is so simple, yet so few truly apply it. Had Xiang Yu understood this principle of moderation in reward and punishment, Liu Bang would have had no chance, and the world would have been his long ago. Now, in such perilous times, Lin Xiao still offers him this miraculous elixir. He is undoubtedly a wise ruler. I am grateful for your generosity, my lord. Huang Zhong accepted the enhanced serum from Lin Xiao, and though he maintained an outward calm, he could not suppress his excitement as he administered the serum to himself. Congratulations, a person with a battle power exceeding 100 has successfully emerged from your base. Subsequently, Huang Zhong's data underwent a transformation on Lin Zhao's data panel. Huang Zhong, historical figure, battle power, 10730 loyalty, sworn to follow till death, genetic ability, ultra-dynamic vision. You will see further, and your sight will become more acute. Your observations will be more meticulous than others, enabling you to catch any high-speed moving object. Its strength will be determined by your battle power. Trait: unerring accuracy, rare within range. The hit rate of ranged weapons is 100%. Weapon: 9 phoenixes facing the Sunblade, exclusive, battle power 30, ultra-dynamic vision. Lin Xiao felt a slight disappointment. While this ability somewhat matched Huang Zhong, it was not sufficiently powerful, however. In stark contrast to Lin Zhao's feelings, Huang Zhong's long unchanging expression of calmness suddenly revealed a fervent excitement. My lord, this is wonderful. I have just comprehended the legendary Forbidden Domain. Excellent. With Brother Han Shang present in tonight's battle, our gains will undoubtedly increase, Lin Xiao nodded. The so-called Forbidden Domain refers to the awakening after breaking through the first layer of genetic chains. Though the terminology varies across eras, historically, it was termed the Forbidden Domain, a realm of absolute prohibition and immense power. Those peak figures like Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, and Elbu all possessed battle powers exceeding 100 and had comprehended the Forbidden Domain. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yun have so effortlessly penetrated Cao Cao's army 7 times while carrying a child? Elbu could single-handedly contend with 3 heroes. Such blatant absurdity occurred when Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had yet to awaken. However, later on, Zhang Fei awakened the Forbidden Domain, which emboldened him to challenge LBU.AS for Huang Zhong. His awakening of the Forbidden Domain was evidently a later development, and now at just 30 years of age. He had awakened it ahead of time, showcasing immense potential. Why, Lord need not worry. With Huang Zhong here tonight, I shall ensure you suffer no grievances. Huang Zhong, having regained his composure from the excitement, now bore a resolute gaze. Good. While the night has not fully descended, I have another task for you. Take your men to the neighborhood and gather as much gasoline and wood as possible. And also set up several bonfires in every direction around this building and in the neighborhood. Understood, my lord. Faced with Lin Zhao's command, Huang Zhong harbored no doubts. He was well aware of the requirements for night battles. After assigning Huang Zhong, Lin Xiao opened the construction interface once more. He remembered there was still a crucial item that needed to be placed. Machine gun watchtower blueprint, rare electric, description. A simple watchtower is no longer sufficient to confront the dangerous world. Hence we have included an MG-34 heavy machine gun atop it. Includes 1 searchlight, construction requirements. Energy 100, building materials 300, rare building resources 50, rare mechanical resources 50 construction time. 3 hours. Note: this building requires electrical power. Note: upon using this blueprint, you will unlock the manufacturing blueprint for 7.62 ammunition and the MG-34 heavy machine gun. The MG-34 Reaper heavy machine gun will deal with those minor zombies with ease, one shot per little fellow. Most importantly, this blueprint fundamentally resolves a critical issue for Lin Xiao: the ammunition problem for the Grim Reaper Gatling. After checking his resources and energy, it was clear that tonight would be a sleepless night. Let's start with 10 machine gun watchtowers. However, Lin Xiao quickly calmed himself. Since he could not upgrade to a level 2 base tonight, it sufficed to defend Building A. Of course, with this limited personnel, if they did not adopt a cunning strategy, they could only defend Building A. Although the distances between the buildings in the Shiyuan neighborhood weren't vast, only about 10 meters apart, establishing machine gun watchtowers at such distances would be wasteful in terms of firepower. Ultimately, Lin Xiao constructed 4 machine gun watchtowers at both the front and rear of Building A, creating a unique formation, with Building A positioned at the very center. This arrangement ensured the most concentrated firepower from 4 machine guns at both the front and back. Most importantly, given the limited space, the distance between the 4 machine gun watchtowers was less than 1 meter, providing ample firepower depth. After carefully selecting and designing the placement, Lin Xiao decisively chose to set them up. With the placement complete, construction commenced, and the countdown began for 3 hours. The activation of the divine level feature tripled efficiency, reducing the time to 1 hour. Outside Building A, 8 spectral watchtowers emerged in 8 directions. Encircling the entire Building A. Between the watchtowers, Lin Xiao also constructed 3 layers of thickened walls, which consumed a considerable amount of building materials. With 1 hour remaining, before total darkness descended, there should be enough time. Chapter 24, Nightfall Dam. Still short on personnel? Observing his remaining 2,450 energy points, Lin Xiao deemed it time for a 10-fold recruitment. He currently had 16 spirited individuals, all of whom he planned to assign to the watchtowers. He couldn't possibly leave any combat power unutilized. Never mind, a mix of genders makes labor less burdensome. Let us send them all to the watchtowers, in addition to the firepower from the 8 machine gun watchtowers. Lin Xiao decided to manufacture 3 more MG-34 heavy machine guns. These would be allocated to the 3 who had received the super soldier serum, to be deployed wherever needed. With 8 heavy machine guns concentrating fire in one direction, even should the entire zombie horde of Qingjiang City charge at them, Lin Xiao would not be daunted. However, after calculating, he realized there were still not enough personnel. Thus, he decided to prioritize gun production before recruiting more. After making this decision, Lin Xiao swiftly opened the manufacturing page to check the production costs of the MG-34 and 7.62 ammunition. MG-34 heavy machine gun description: a perfect creation of modern industry. A harvester of lives, equipped battle power, 50. Note: the current equipped battle power does not benefit from player battle power bonuses. Manufacturing requirements: energy 50, mechanical materials 100, rare mechanical materials 27. 62 ammunition. Each point of mechanical materials will yield 5 rounds of ammunition. Everything seemed acceptable and within current limits. Lin Xiao promptly manufactured 4 MG-34 heavy machine guns, and then expended 8,000 mechanical materials to produce 40,000 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. According to Lin Xiao's vision, Building A was to be an ultimate defensive base, not only shining as the brightest star but also standing resilient against pressure. Regardless of how many enemies he attracted, they must at least remain unyielding. Thus, Lin Xiao planned to equip each of the 8 machine gun watchtowers with 3,000 rounds of ammunition, while the remaining 3 individuals would each receive 2,000 rounds. And he would keep 10,000 rounds for himself. After completing these arrangements, Lin Xiao ventured out once more. The machine gun watchtowers required power for their searchlights, and Building A had already lost electricity. Fortunately, he recalled several mahjong parlors in the neighborhood, all of which were equipped with generators, perfectly adequate for his needs. A round trip took no more than 20 minutes, and Lin Xiao returned with 4 diesel generators. At this moment, Lin Xiao could faintly hear a series of growls emanating from outside the Shiyuan neighborhood, as some zombies began to stir. However, within Lin Xiao's Shiyuan neighborhood, everything remained undisturbed due to the thorough cleaning. On the way back, Lin Xiao considered and decided to proactively open the iron gate of the Shiyuan neighborhood. The saying goes, 3 must be missing to form a circle. Tonight, he was destined to make a significant move, inevitably drawing in a multitude of zombies from the surrounding area. Rather than allowing them to destroy everything, it would be more advantageous to let them in for a fight. Coincidentally, the 4 machine guns positioned in front of Building A were aimed directly at the entrance, ready to unleash a volley. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiao observed his remaining 2,250 energy points. Keeping 1,000 points in reserve would suffice. The remainder, he decisively allocated for a 10-fold recruitment. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited a common civilian. Congratulations to you. For successfully recruiting an ordinary citizen. Congratulations, ordinary. Congratulations, ordinary. Damn it. It's yet another minimum guarantee. As Lin Xiao gazed upon the 5 men and 5 women before him, he sighed and swiftly identified the one among them who possessed unique traits. Zhang Kai, male, citizen, power level, 6 loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, trait. Marksmanship mastery, when using firearms, accuracy is increased by 50.0. I've drawn someone useful. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to give a speech, a shrill roar echoed from a distance. Roar, a whistling arrow suddenly pierced through his skull. It was Huang Zhong's arrow. The individual had been too close to the entrance of the West Garden community, inadvertently attracting the nearby wandering zombies. Lin Xiao frowned. The zombies became exceedingly active after nightfall, and this was merely the beginning. Based on his estimation, it was not uncommon for thousands of zombies to appear tonight. Han Sheng, let us retreat for now. For safety's sake, Lin Xiao decided to have everyone pull back. The lives of these individuals were of utmost importance according to the mission requirements, both emotionally and rationally. He did not wish to recklessly sacrifice lives. Soon, all 41 members of Lin Xiao's base had gathered beneath Building A. The once spacious ground now felt quite crowded. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the apocalypse. I am pleased to announce that anyone who survives tonight will receive a reward. The 40 individuals looked at Lin Xiao with a mix of trepidation, excitement, and confusion, each harboring their own emotions while remaining loyal to him. Additionally, you all recognize this, don't you? Lin Xiao produced 3 vials of super soldier serum, causing longing expressions to surface among the 40. This was the most primal desire of humanity, a yearning for power. For personal strength. As I mentioned earlier, those who perform well will be rewarded. Now, Lu De, Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, step forward. Among the crowd, the tall Lu De and 2 other robust men stepped forward eagerly. During the recent zombie purge, Lu De had accompanied Lin Xiao, successfully shooting down 7 zombies and incapacitating 25, showcasing outstanding performance. Thus, he was to be awarded the Super Soldier Serum. Lu De approached with excitement, carefully accepting the vial from Lin Xiao. Practically on the verge of elation, I, Lu De, vow to follow my master to the ends of the earth, through fire and water without hesitation. Below, the 37 others gazed at Lu De with envy. Seeing this outcome, Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied. Injecting the Super Soldier Serum was akin to soaring to new heights, and more importantly, it would enhance their chances of survival. Their primary ambition in this world was to live. Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, even though you were not at my side, Huang Zhong recommended you both, which is ample proof of your valor. Now, I bestow upon you both these vials of Super Soldier Serum. Zhang Kai and Liang Xiu stepped forward to receive the serums, casting grateful glances at Huang Zhong. Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, pledge to follow my master to the end. Good. Lin Xiao bellowed, thoroughly pleased, and then turned to address the remaining individuals. Each of you has an opportunity. Anyone who excels will be generously rewarded. Thank you, master. Our master is formidable. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, silencing the crowd. He then focused his gaze on the 3 individuals. Lu De and the others received the signal and promptly began injecting the Super Soldier Serum. In an instant, their power level surged to 35. Lin Xiao's own power level skyrocketed as well, reaching a staggering 134. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt that with a mere punch, he could achieve the effect of a sonic boom. Roar! Just then, a series of long howls resonated from beyond the community, accompanied by the bright crescent moon in the sky. Night had fallen. Chapter 25. The Guerrilla the Machine Gun Watchtower was completed. With 12:31 remaining. Only 12 minutes left? Lin Xiao frowned, hoping for no troublesome incidents in those remaining minutes. His gaze returned to the crowd. Is there anyone among you who can operate an MG-34 heavy machine gun? Amidst the flickering flames, a lean man raised his hand, trembling as he spoke. I am Zhang Kai. I have some knowledge of firearms and am familiar with the MG-34. Just the person I was waiting for. Lin Xiao produced 4 MG-34 heavy machine guns, placing them before the crowd. Zhang Kai, I have a task for you. In 10 minutes, familiarize everyone with this weapon and teach these 3 how to fire it. Is there an issue? Zhang Kai's mouth hung agape, confirming that Lin Xiao was not joking. This was no toy. This weapon could take lives. Do not look at me like that. You have only 10 minutes to understand this weapon. After that, it will be your sole source of safety. Lin Xiao smiled, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, his tone firm with no room for negotiation. Understood. Master, I will do my utmost to convey all the necessary information. Zhang Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. 10 minutes from understanding to practical application was indeed a daunting task. In the glow of the flames, the 40 individuals encircled the 4 MG-34 heavy machine guns. Scrutinizing them intently, Zhang Kai continuously demonstrated the usage, how to change magazines, how to aim accurately, providing a rapid-fire explanation of everything. Lin Xiao refrained from further interruption, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while simultaneously engaging with the chat room to gather resources. Current resources collected: energy 552, rare mechanical resources 130, location information 13. Seemed the demand for crossbows was dwindling, as only around 200 had been sold thus far. However, reconsidering, those 200 individuals were likely among the capable ones who could kill zombies, survivors of notable caliber. Lin Xiao, in his previous life, had not belonged to this group. Next, Lin Xiao glanced at the chat messages. What is happening? Why is there such high zombie activity at night? Help! Someone is breaking down my door. I haven't eaten for a day. Can anyone rescue me? Esteemed experts, I am currently being pursued by 2 zombies. What should I do to turn the tide? I'm waiting online urgent. Oh no, I'm surrounded by zombies on the ground floor. Observing the desperation of these individuals, Lin Xiao suddenly conceived an idea. Reflecting on his first experience with this mission, it became evident that the task was not insurmountable. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence should be able to survive. This was an opportune moment for him to offer assistance, or rather, a guiding hand. Thus, Lin Xiao set up a trade message on the panel. Secrets to surviving the first night for novices. Tip: any metal mechanical item can be converted into mechanical resources. Trade price: 5 mechanical resources. The content was straightforward. Simply hide in a confined space and remain silent. If one could endure the night, the zombies would not be as ferocious come dawn. Moreover, 5 mechanical resources was quite a bargain. It should be noted that, aside from energy, the other 4 major resources could be converted from reality. Lin Xiao enthusiastically provided them with this insight. The moment he posted the message, the chat room erupted. What is this? Someone is actually selling secrets. It can't be a scam, can it? It's that guy, 4396. I remember him. He was the one selling those crossbows. Having prepared so many, he must know something. In mere seconds after posting, the transaction volume surged into the hundreds, climbing rapidly by the second. Such a low price for such vital information was irresistible to anyone. Within a few moments, Lin Xiao had accumulated over 10,000 mechanical resources. This meant that in just a short span of time, more than 2,000 individuals had purchased the information, indicating that many were monitoring the chat room that night. However, the chatter had escalated even further. Don't buy, don't buy, don't buy. I can't stress this enough. I sold my stove, water heater, and TV, and this is what you show me. Upstairs, what is the content? I only have 4 mechanical resources. I can't gather enough. I spent a fortune on this information. You go buy it. Wait, bro. Give me your 4 mechanical resources, and I'll tell you privately I only need 3. Message me. 2 is my limit. As Lin Xiao observed the chat messages from these individuals, a faint smile graced his lips. The method has been entrusted to you. Whether or not it is utilized lies within your discretion. At that moment, an unexpected message caught Lin Xiao's attention. Oh my! I just saw a 3-story tall gorilla. Terrifying. It emerged from the mountains, and even the zombies and mutated beasts dared not approach it. A gorilla? It must be that legendary creature from my past life. Lin Xiao recalled that although Qingjiang City was not large, it had spawned more than one epic creature. Such beings often possessed extraordinary talents, unleashing tremendous potential after the first tide. Moreover, the longer one waited after the tide, the more formidable these epic creatures became. This moment should be when the epic creature is at its weakest. Perhaps there might be an opportunity to slay this epic being and obtain an epic-grade item. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Xiao's mind as he noted the individual's identification number. Just as he was about to speak, a new notification appeared before him. Congratulations, the machine gun sentry tower has been successfully deployed. Congratulations, the high-level constant temperature cultivation chamber has been successfully set up. Has it finally been completed? Lin Xiao had placed these items earlier that morning, and he had not expected the process to take this long. Looking down at Building A, it remained tranquil and undisturbed. Zhang Kai and the others were already preparing to demonstrate the practical operation atop the machine gun sentry tower. Meanwhile, only a few scattered zombies wandered past the entrance of the community, posing no significant threat. However, the real spectacle was yet to come. How could he possibly miss the first night? Cuehua stepped forward. Immediately, a woman emerged from the crowd. "Master, I am here." Upon saying this, she seemed somewhat apprehensive and explained in a hushed tone, "Master, I am rather clumsy and have yet to fully learn the operation of the MG-34. That's not the issue. Bring 2 others with you. A new task is assigned to you." "What MG-34? It pales in comparison to my Hellhound." Chapter 26. Fire on the 9th floor of Building A, where the high-level constant temperature cultivation chamber was located. A profound transformation had occurred. The previous 6 rooms had vanished, replaced by a floor filled with cultivation pods and analytical instruments. In the blink of an eye, a standard small suite had transformed into a technological research facility. The humble pig had become a phoenix. At the center of the cultivation chamber stood a conspicuously large simulation cultivation pod with a diameter of 5 meters. This was the cultivation chamber. Specifically designed for nurturing pets and breeding creatures, it would serve as your future workplace. But master, what about the battles outside? Cuehua and the others appeared bewildered, as the atmosphere here was entirely different from the outside world. That's no concern of yours. Your future task will simply be to hatch my pets. Lin Xiao regarded Cuehua and her companions, noting that they were all relatively weak, making them suitable for research tasks. As for their competence, it was inconsequential. The system's cultivation chamber was fully automated. Only those present would benefit from enhancements. Moreover, whether it was Cuehua or the other 2 citizens, they were all merely 18 years old. Thus, their inexperience was of no consequence. They could learn. At this juncture, Lin Xiao approached the central cultivation pod and placed his most prized possession inside. The next moment, a dark red pet egg, standing 2 meters tall, emerged within the pod. Mysterious patterns adorned its surface, exuding an aura of enigma. "Congratulations, you have successfully placed a Hellhound pet egg. Would you like to initiate hatching? Hatch. Please select a cultivator." Subsequently, a list of 42 choices appeared before Lin Xiao, including Huang Zhong and himself. It shall be you, Cuehua. Selection confirmed, the cultivation commenced. The current Hellhound pet egg is classified as an epic grade item, requiring daily consumption of food points 1000, rare food points 100, epic food points 10. Note: once cultivation is initiated, resources will begin to deplete. If resources are insufficient, cultivation will pause. Should resources remain inadequate for 3 consecutive days, cultivation will fail, and the pet egg will be damaged. Current cultivation progress: 0, 110 efficient speed up in progress. Damn, Lin Xiao felt an urge to curse. Was this not sheer madness? If only they had mentioned the requirement for epic-grade food earlier, he could have avoided this predicament. Where was he supposed to procure epic-grade food? Steal or rob? Both options seemed futile. Despite his grievances, Lin Xiao quickly recalled the sources of epic-grade food. There were 2: hunting epic-level creatures or obtaining them from epic-grade plants. The mere act of their emergence was a highly improbable event. Yet, there were still possibilities. He could either locate that gorilla within 3 days and eliminate it, or find a rare-grade plant and, through sheer luck, upgrade it to epic grade. As for the epic grade plants, Lin Xiao knew that the recently emerged ones would not be available until the second tide, by which time it would be too late. For now, he could only idle away. After providing instructions, Lin Xiao left the 9th floor and returned to the ground level. At this moment, the ground had been organized by Huang Zhong, who had assembled the combat team, preparing for Battle Point 8 machine gun sentry towers. Each equipped with 2 male soldiers and 1 female, effectively comprised a gunner, an assistant gunner to operate the searchlight, and a medic. Simultaneously, every individual remained outfitted with their original gear: crossbows armed with 50 bolts, large machetes, and fish-scale armor. Additionally, among the remaining personnel, Lu Da, Zhang Quan, and Liang Xiu possessed considerable strength, wielding MG-34S and ready to provide support. Zhang Kai was coordinating with the rest to adeptly operate an MG-34, moving to assist wherever needed. This time, Lin Xiao returned with 50,000 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. Consequently, each sentry tower was stacked with dozens of boxes, totaling 8,000 rounds of ammunition. Lin Xiao carried 10,000 himself, while the remaining three each had 2,000. With a series of muffled sounds, the generator roared to life, illuminating the Shiyuan community with the powerful beams from the searchlights atop the 4 machine gun sentry towers. This was a base armed to the teeth. Lin Xiao extended his hand slightly, feeling the thrill of the flames in the nearby fire pit, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Come on, let me see who dares to approach tonight. At that moment, Huang Zhong approached with a worried expression. My lord, the noise from the generator is quite loud, and the searchlights are rather conspicuous. We may stand out in Xinjiang City like a beacon. Tonight, we shall be that beacon, Han Sheng. Are you ready for battle? Lin Xiao replied with confidence. Huang Zhong's expression shifted. Amidst the dim light and glaring illumination, he discerned 2 words in Lin Xiao's gaze: ambition. His lord was deliberately baiting those ruffians. Upon realizing this, Huang Zhong resolutely declared, I, your subordinate, pledge to follow my lord unto death. Brother Han Sheng, as I said, tonight shall be a sleepless night. Lin Xiao patted Huang Zhong's shoulder, casting his gaze into the darkness. The reason he chose to act tonight was that it marked the night when the mutated beasts were at their weakest. Unlike zombies, mutated beasts grew stronger with the passage of time. For instance, if the plague was not dealt with on the first day, the second day would see a formidable army of plague-ridden beasts. Moreover, during the arrival of the tide, those mutated beasts might even have the chance to evolve into rare or even epic-level beings. However, tonight, the combat power of the mutated beasts generally ranged from 30 to 50, and among them, there was a high likelihood of obtaining the much-needed enhancement serum. Even rare-level mutated beasts typically boasted combat powers between 100 and 200, with few exceeding 150. Even if they attracted some, with his and Huang Zhong's combined strength, they could eliminate them right here. Furthermore, rare-level mutated beasts were not easily found in the entirety of Xinjiang City. The count would not exceed 3 digits in the White Tiger district of Xinjiang City. It would be remarkable if there were even 10, even if they all showed up. So what? Lin Xiao felt no fear at all. With his current combat power of 134, along with the ability of the Flame Sovereign, it remained uncertain who would devour whom. Considering all factors, Lin Xiao believed it prudent to shift the focus of tonight's zombie hunting activities to a more ambitious endeavor. He aimed to maximize his combat power before the second tide arrived. Just then, a burst of gunfire erupted from an MG-34 aimed at the entrance. Chapter 27. The big shots in the chat room. Are we facing a horde of zombies? Lin Xiao hurriedly approached to check, while beside him, Lu De and the other 3 excitedly ran over, brandishing their MG-34s. Oh, my lord, there were only 2 or 3. I couldn't help but fire. The speaker was a burly man, his hand still caressing the MG-34, clearly overjoyed with the weapon. You fired at just 2 or 3? Lin Xiao initially intended to educate him on the merits of waiting until they were closer. But upon recalling the knight's objectives, he simply chuckled softly. It's all right, but now that you've fired, we will have our hands full tonight. As soon as Lin Xiao's words faded, a series of roars erupted both inside and outside the Shiyuan community. The shrillness of the roars was as terrifying as the howling winds of a mountain storm. On the rooftop of Building I, Huang Zhong surveyed the surroundings. My lord, the gunfire just now has attracted a horde of zombies, including some mutated beasts. Prepare for battle, hold your fire until the zombies are closer. Lin Xiao retrieved his longbow, while the Grim Reaper Gatling began to spin, its muzzle warming up in anticipation. He understood that the initial wave of gunfire had only drawn in the zombies within a few hundred meters, a number that would not be overwhelming, at most, a few hundred. The Shiyuan community, located in the Baihu district, was not in the city center. It was merely on the outskirts, far from the terrifying density of dozens of people per square meter in the heart of the city. 10 seconds later, a red glow flared at the entrance of the Shiyuan community. It was the glint of the zombies' eyes. In the darkness, the zombies' vision was engulfed by a crimson hue, allowing them to see humans clearly from hundreds of meters away. As they reached the entrance of the Shiyuan community, the zombies immediately spotted the brightly lit building. Then, several zombies with glowing red eyes charged toward Lin Xiao and his companions like sprinters. Soon, 10, 20, 30, 50, 80. In less than half a minute, over 100 zombies appeared at the entrance. The earlier gunfire, akin to a lighthouse on the shores, had attracted every zombie in the vicinity. Hold your fire. Wait until they are inside. Lin Xiao leaped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of Building A, the spinning black muzzle of the Grim Reaper Gatling brimming with anticipation. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a few rounds of 7.62 mm bullets, the sound of single shots was replaced by a continuous roar. Resembling the sound of a chainsaw, this was the Gatling's maximum firing rate, capable of unleashing 10,000 rounds in a minute. Before Lin Xiao, the flames of the Grim Reaper Gatling soared, illuminating the entire Shifan community as if it were daylight. At that moment, Lin Xiao transformed into a beacon of light. The zombies rushing into the community fell like a tide under the relentless fire, collapsing in perfect rows, even more orderly than cut chives. In just 10 seconds, only 10 seconds had passed, and the entrance to the community was littered with a mass of severed limbs and torsos. Over 100 zombies lay vanquished in that instant. A symphony of notifications rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie, gained 1 energy point, kill reward. Minor enhancement serum, limited to combat power below 25. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie. Gained 1 energy point, kill reward. Mechanical supplies 20. Successfully triggered the talent Godly Luck. Gained 10 energy points. Mechanical supplies 200. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a zombie. Gained 1 energy point, kill reward. Building supplies 20. Successfully triggered the talent Godly Luck. Gained 10 energy points. Building supplies upgraded to rare building supplies. Looking at the hundreds of corpses before him, Lin Xiao's expression was devoid of emotion. These bodies would soon serve as his fuel. The only regret was that the previous 10 seconds had consumed 1,000 rounds of ammunition. 200 mechanical supplies. Suddenly, a few sporadic roars echoed nearby. The spotlight behind him quickly turned to investigate. He saw several zombies taking an unusual path, struggling to scale the walls. Rabidness does not equate to agility. However, Lin Xiao noticed another figure, a mutated cat. Upon being illuminated by the spotlight, the mutated cat swiftly vanished over the wall. Among the more than 100 zombies that had just attacked, not a single mutated beast had been present. Those creatures, after mutation, had seemingly become a tad more intelligent. On the rooftop of Building A, Huang Zhong observed the situation clearly and called out to Lin Xiao below, "My lord, the situation seems dire. These creatures appear to be waiting for something to arrive. Moreover, the previous round of gunfire and flames has attracted even more zombies. This time, zombies within a radius of several kilometers will likely be stirred into action. Prepare for defense and await the second wave of zombies." Lin Xiao waved his fist, not overly concerned. This was exactly what he wanted. At the same time, he took out his iron bow, aiming at the stragglers to begin picking off heads. Since he had awakened the archery characteristic, it was wise not to waste it. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to grasp the essence of archery. Lin Xiao prepared to replenish ammunition for the next wave. The chat room erupted in excitement. Wow, did you hear that? It's definitely not a mistake. There's a dense gunfire coming from the direction of the Baihu district, and it's definitely a heavy machine gun. Great! Has the army finally arrived? I can't stand being cooped up in the attic any longer. Those upstairs, don't get your hopes up. Based on my judgment, this is definitely not the army. If it were the army, the gunfire would be rhythmic. This sudden burst is likely some big shot slaughtering zombies. Wow, a big shot is nearby. I just saw the flashes of machine gun fire. Less than 500 meters away, right here in the Baihu district. I need to go and cling to that big shot tomorrow. I'm in the Baihu district too. Big shot, hold on. I'll come find you tomorrow. Brothers, I have some bad news. I just saw a 2-story tall giant zombie heading towards the Baihu district, seemingly moving towards the big shot. That thing can control zombies. It has at least 500 little zombie minions around it. I hope the big shot can hold on. Hope the big shot holds on one. Then, the chat room erupted into analysis, and everyone silently cheered for Lin Xiao. Even Lin Xiao himself was unaware that he had inexplicably become the big shot in the chat room. Chapter 28. The onslaught of millions of zombies, they're coming. As Lin Xiao's voice fell, several swift figures appeared at the entrance of the Shiyuan community. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot forth, and 3 figures fell in response. But that was where it ended. Why only 3? Lin Xiao stood in the center of the community, puzzled as he gazed outside. With his combat power exceeding 100, Lin Xiao's perception far surpassed that of an average person. From the commotion outside, he estimated there should be at least 500 zombies, yet only 3 had arrived. Suddenly, Huang Zhong's voice broke through behind him. My lord, they are gathering, just 300 meters outside the community. Gathering? Zombies? If it were mutated beasts gathering, Lin Xiao could understand, as they possessed their own intelligence and obeyed the commands of rare mutated beasts. However, zombies were driven purely by instinct, unless there was a rare-level zombie. But that wouldn't be considered commanding. Rare-level zombies could directly control ordinary zombies. The stronger the combat power, the more they could control. Once the numbers grew, even a rare zombie could no longer maintain control. The rare zombie was now gathering right at his doorstep. Damn it, if only I had a mortar or artillery, I would blow you to bits from afar for daring to gather in front of my base. Gazing at the encroaching darkness, Lin Xiao patiently returned to the edge of building A. Let them gather. With sufficient firepower, the more they came, the quicker they would meet their demise. It was better to take this opportunity to bolster his strength. Lin Xiao first exchanged for 12 MG-34 heavy machine guns, distributing them to Zhang Kai and the 8 lookout towers, completely alleviating his fear of insufficient firepower. With the remaining mechanical supplies, Lin Xiao converted them into over 30,762 bullets. Next, he turned to the spoils of the previous battle, the serums. During the recent barrage of gunfire, Lin Xiao acquired another batch of enhanced serum, which, when combined with the previous stock, significantly enriched his reserves once more. Micro-enhanced serum, 1 combat power, limited to below 25, 11 small enhanced serum, 3 combat power, limited to below 50, 8 enhanced serum, 5 combat power, limited to below 75, 8 large enhanced serum, 8 combat power, limited to below 100, 0 powerful enhanced serum, 10 combat power, limited to below 150, 0 super soldier serum 0. Regrettably, the minor zombies were unreliable, providing only micro-enhanced serums, with not a single super soldier serum in sight. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It was time to reward a group of brave souls. For every main machine gunner, Lin Xiao administered a direct injection of enhanced serum, while the secondary gunners received small enhanced serums, leaving the remaining micro-enhanced serums for those whose combat power barely reached 3. Ensuring they did not become a burden was the greatest assistance he could offer. In truth, Lin Xiao had initially intended to seize an opportunity to create another citizen with a combat power exceeding 100. But with insufficient serum, he could only focus on boosting immediate combat capabilities. With a total of 27 injections administered, the strength under Lin Xiao's command ascended to a new echelon. His own combat power was elevated to 141. In that moment of enhancement, Lin Xiao heard a series of vibrations. Was it the sound of zombies breaking through walls? Not just one sound, but a cacophony of crashes echoed around him. My lord. The zombies are breaching the walls, north, east, west, every direction. They are coming in. Huang Zhong's voice rang out, prompting the searchlights to swiftly illuminate all around. Under the beams of light, Lin Xiao glimpsed several 2-meter-tall zombies wielding concrete rebar and sledgehammers, relentlessly smashing through the walls. Butcher, deformed zombie, combat power, 35, fixed, traits, strength zombie aberration. These are zombies that have undergone acute mutation, losing all potential while gaining immense strength and a robust physique. A butcher? How did they arrive here? Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. These were not naturally occurring zombies, but rather deformed ones that had mutated from ordinary zombies. Typically, butchers only appear near infection sources or around powerful zombies. Lin Xiao could not recall any infection sources in the vicinity, indicating that he had attracted the attention of some formidable zombie. Well, fortune does seem to be on my side. It is said that a wise, powerful zombie emerges for every million zombies, and here I am, encountering one, but what of wisdom? I will slay it regardless. Besides, this is merely the initial phase. Even if they have congregated at an infection source, they cannot possibly produce many powerful zombies. I may still possess the strength to fight back. Drawing his bow, Lin Xiao aimed an arrow at the butcher's head and let it fly. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed the butcher, deformed zombie. Earning 5 energy points. Kill reward, small enhanced serum, limited to below 50 combat power. Successfully trigger the talent, divine level luck, earning 50 energy points, upgrading the small enhanced serum to a large enhanced serum. A perfect shot. The reward level for this butcher is comparable to that of a mutated beast, the wise zombie, you say? You like to bring deformed zombies along? Please, do come in greater numbers. I welcome it. Upon confirming that the butcher's rewards were significantly higher than those of normal zombies, Lin Xiao instantly transformed into a harvester in the night. With his current combat power, even striking the butcher's thigh would incapacitate it. Moreover, with Lin Xiao's extraordinary speed, within just 3 minutes, he had encircled the entire perimeter of the West Garden community. He had successfully hunted down 8 butchers in this endeavor. A bountiful harvest indeed. However, a more pressing problem loomed. The butchers that had crept in the darkness had now completely damaged the perimeter wall of the West Garden community, leaving it as permeable as a sieve. Suddenly, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze toward the darkness. Roars and hisses reverberated from all directions, a chorus echoing throughout the West Garden community. Inside the community, it felt as if one were amidst a howlie. The crawler had yet to touch the ground when a feathered arrow shot forth. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows followed, striking down the crawlers that clung to the surrounding buildings. At that moment, Huang Zhong's gaze was particularly resolute. Rest assured, my lord. With Huang Zhong here, within 100 meters, not a single crawler attempting to breach our defenses shall escape. Observing the fallen crawlers, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. However, his own pressure remained unabated. He had been cornered to the very base of the wall. A single step back would lead him inside the base. Yet, the horde of zombies loomed within a mere 20 meters, and in less than 30 seconds, they would surge to the wall's base. Gazing at the zombie tide that resembled an ocean, Lin Xiao had already slaughtered over 1,000 zombies. And combined with the base's firepower, at least several thousand had been dispatched. The ground of Shiyuan community was already carpeted with corpses, with the zombies behind stumbling atop the fallen. The 12 heavy machine guns appeared utterly powerless against the onslaught of tens of thousands of zombies. Master, quickly ascend. The voice of Lu De reached Lin Xiao from behind. They had now climbed atop the wall, unleashing a barrage upon the nearby zombies. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Lin Xiao declared, Han Shang, ignite the flames. From the rooftop of Building A, several pre-prepared rockets soared into the air, plunging directly into the horde of zombies. On the wall, Lu De and the others raised their torches and hurled them into the throng below. At that moment, Lin Xiao relinquished his Gatling gun to Lu De, freeing his hands. The flames that had been thrown seemed to possess a will of their own, landing precisely beside the fuel tanks within the zombie horde. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted as the pre-placed fuel tanks were ignited by Lin Xiao. The flames surged, reaching heights of over 10 meters, engulfing the entire area in a fiery glow. The entirety of Shiyuan community was illuminated brighter than the midday sun. Even those standing several meters away, like Lu De and his companions, could feel the searing heat emanating from the inferno. Only Lin Xiao moved closer to the towering flames. Under Lin Xiao's command, the mountain of fire transformed into a vast ocean of flames, surging towards the surrounding zombies. Those engulfed by the fiery ocean could only struggle for a few seconds before collapsing lifelessly. The crawlers were equally feeble, with only the butchers managing to endure a tad longer, but even that was negligible along the way. Any encountered zombie was reduced to mere sustenance for the flames. With no exceptions even for the butcher and crawler classes, thousands of zombies, under the onslaught orchestrated by Lin Xiao, were obliterated in the span of just 1 minute. Now, Lin Xiao began to heave, beads of sweat forming on his brow, uncertain whether it was exhaustion or the heat. Yet, he did not cease his control. While he continued to incinerate the remaining butchers and crawlers, he directed the flames towards the rear of Building A. The relentless sea of flames swept through the community, following the pre-prepared path of gasoline. Swiftly reaching the back of Building A, the inferno rapidly consumed the thousands of zombies that had gathered behind. The 21 heavy machine guns, helpless against the horde, found themselves rendered ineffective beneath the sea of fire, crumbling like paper. Unable to withstand even a few minutes, Lin Xiao commanded the towering flames. He was drenched in sweat, forced to sever some connections with the fire. Yet, witnessing the continuous stream of kill notifications, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. What a bountiful harvest! Nearly 10,000 zombies, alongside over 100 butchers and crawlers. Even if the night ended here, it would not be in vain. Look, what is that? A sudden cry echoed within the shocked confines of base. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, only to find a towering figure amidst the blazing inferno. A giant, standing a staggering 10 meters tall, was striding through the flames toward him. Chapter 30. The terrifying giant zombie. What manner of creature is that? A giant. Such beings belong only in myth and legend. The onlookers, fixated on the 10-meter-tall fiery giant, involuntarily halted all activity. Even Huang Zhong wore an expression of astonishment. Previously, the giant mutated cat and the plague were within the realm of understanding, but this towering figure bathed in flames exceeded all comprehension. Zombie giant, mutated zombie, combat power, 170 traits. Second-generation giant mutated zombie. Within a mysterious source of infection, a notably intelligent zombie evidently favored larger and stronger variants. This second-generation specimen boasts a towering 10-meter frame, formidable vitality, and immense strength. Another aberration. Lin Zhao's expression grew solemn. He recalled an epic-level quest near Xinjiang City from his previous life, also tied to a mysterious source of infection. Given this characteristic, Lin Zhao felt an unsettling intuition. This entity before him was likely from that same enigmatic source. Yet, today marked merely the first day of the apocalypse. How could such a potent zombie manifest so soon? Or perhaps, this description was merely a facade. Lin Zhao sought to recollect more information from his past life, but alas, his previous power had been too feeble, and many matters were merely hearsay. He had not anticipated confronting this special infection source's zombie so swiftly. Nevertheless, this served as a reminder for Lin Zhao. In this world, numerous forces evolved at an extraordinary pace. If he did not engage in some underhanded tactics to accelerate his progress, he would inevitably be crushed. Roar! The giant zombie emitted a thunderous roar, then seized a nearby car, hurling it toward Lin Zhao. With significant combat power, Lin Zhao dodged just as the vehicle soared past, crashing into the wall and leaving a massive crater in its wake. Open fire! At Lin Zhao's command, the personnel within the base sprang into action, with 3 MG-34 heavy machine guns unleashing a barrage at the giant zombie. However, the concentrated firepower struck the giant zombie with the same effect as throwing a pebble into the sea. Lin Zhao was not taken aback. If it was unperturbed by his sea of flames, why would it fear mere MG-34s? The reason for the gunfire was merely to divert the giant zombie's attention. Be wary of its charge. In the next moment, the giant zombie roared again, shifting its focus from Lin Zhao to the machine guns. You might disregard a mosquito's bite, but constant irritation becomes bothersome. Roar! The giant zombie charged toward the base, the 5-meter-high wall crumbling before it like a flimsy fence, easily collapsing under the assault. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao had repositioned himself amidst the flames. The vast inferno was continuously gathering under his control, the intensity of the flames escalating. Han Shang, buy us some time. The giant zombie had breached the wall. Fortunately, the residents had retreated in advance. Otherwise, they would have met their demise here, on the rooftop of Building A. Huang Zhong had drawn his bow to its full extent. The sharp arrowhead, imbued with immense power, pierced the forehead of the giant zombie in an instant. Yet, that was all it accomplished. An ordinary feathered arrow failed to inflict any discernible harm. Its sole purpose was to attract the giant's attention. Observing this, Lin Zhao shook his head in disappointment. What a pity! The rare-grade Zeriri bow cannot be crafted until we reach a level 2 base. Otherwise, Huang Zhong's archery skills could easily outmaneuver this giant zombie. Infuriated by Huang Zhong's insulting arrow, the giant zombie retaliated with a punch aimed at Building A. Boom. The tremendous force caused the entire structure to tremble. The outer walls crumbling into rubble, scatter, draw its attention. Huang Zhong leaped to another building, issuing commands urgently. Building A was the very foundation of the base. If this giant zombie were to destroy it, Lin Zhao would surely be devastated. At this juncture, the residents on the periphery finally reacted, hastily dispersing in all directions. Fortunately, those with higher combat power had previously been reinforced, allowing them to contribute meaningfully. Moreover, the surrounding zombies had been thoroughly cleared by Lin Zhao, alleviating any safety concerns. The giant zombie, seemingly lacking in intelligence, redirected its pursuit toward Huang Zhong upon noticing his movement. Boom! With yet another 2 powerful punches, the adjacent building was left hollowed out, supported only by a few struggling beams. Just as the colossal zombie was preparing to launch another attack, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted nearby. It was Luda. He was valiantly firing his MG-34 at the gigantic zombie. Roar! The monstrous zombie let out a furious roar and swung a massive concrete pillar toward Luda. The tremendous force sent debris flying into the air. Despite Luda's prior preparation, he was still caught off guard by the scattering stones, leaving him in a disheveled state. Meanwhile, another MG-34 opened fire from a different direction, followed by a series of rapid shots. For a moment, it seemed as if the gigantic zombie was being encircled. However, if there had been a health bar visible, one would see that the gigantic zombie had only lost a mere sliver of its vitality, less than 1%. This was the most notable characteristic of the colossal zombie: immense strength and vitality, yet astonishingly cumbersome. Now it found itself besieged by these low-level combatants under Lin Zhao's command. Roar! In a fit of rage, the colossal zombie disregarded everything else and began to violently attack the building before it. Its tremendous strength caused the entire structure to tremble. Huang Zhong, who had just moved to a higher position, had no choice but to flee in the opposite direction. The giant zombie would not let Huang Zhong escape easily, hurling a chunk of concrete in his direction. The debris, laced with rebar, spread out like a deadly net. And as Huang Zhong had just descended from the building, he was struck by several pieces before he could regain his footing. A few sprays of blood erupted from his mouth. For a fragile shooter, provoking the boss was a path to certain doom. Huang Zhong had drawn the attention of the entire giant zombie and paid a heavy price for it. Han Sheng, over here. At that moment, Lin Zhao shouted. Instantly, more than 10 MG-34s opened fire on the colossal zombie. Yet this time, the gigantic zombie paid no heed to the barrage and charged directly at Huang Zhong. Faced with the oncoming behemoth, Huang Zhong's face turned pale. His hyperdynamic vision kicked into overdrive as he frantically calculated the zombie's next move, desperately trying to escape. However, having just sustained injuries, how could he possibly outrun the giant? As the colossal zombie was about to collide with him, Huang Zhong could only lament, "My life is forfeit." At this critical moment, a fiery light, radiant as the sun, flared up behind the giant zombie. Your opponent is here. Chapter 31. The lurking threat. Lin Zhao pushed his speed to its utmost limits. In less than 3 seconds, he covered the 100-meter distance. In his hand, he gathered a ball of flame as dazzling as the sun. Your opponent is here. With that, Lin Zhao hurled the fireball upward. Sensing the imminent threat behind it, the giant zombie spun around, only to see a blazing orb hurtling toward it. This was no ordinary flame. It was a fireball formed from the compression of an entire sea of fire. The intensity of the fireball scorched the air before even reaching the giant zombie, leaving burn marks on its skin. It was noteworthy that just moments ago, this giant had walked through flames unscathed, yet now it was already being singed by a fireball that hadn't even touched it. This alone underscored the extraordinary nature of the fireball. Boom! Upon contact with the colossal zombie, the fireball detonated. The immense force shattered the zombie's head into fragments, though it remained partially intact. In that instant, flames engulfed the giant's entire body, continuously searing its form. Lin Zhao, who had just saved Huang Zhong, stared in disbelief at the colossal zombie before him. Still alive, the giant's body was charred and yellowed, its head resembling a mere lump. Yet, astonishingly, it continued to swing its enormous arms. Albeit aimlessly due to its damaged head. My lord, the core of this creature may not be located in its head, Huang Zhong suddenly speculated. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I was too hasty earlier. Lin Zhao responded, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly drew Huang Zhong's Jiufeng Chaoyang sword. In an instant, his combat power surged to 156. Han Sheng, I shall borrow your treasured blade. With the Jiufeng Chaoyang sword in hand, Lin Zhao leaped effortlessly to a height of 7 to 8 meters. He then plunged the sword into the giant zombie's chest, yanking it downward with force. The once active colossal zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the zombie giant, mutated zombie, earning 100 energy points. Kill reward, Super Reinforcement Serum 1, limited to combat power under 200. Mutated cell of zombie giant 1. What a pity. A simple notification confirmed the demise of the colossal zombie. Lin Zhao landed gracefully, returning the Jiufeng Chaoyang sword to Huang Zhong. Tonight's harvest was bountiful. Their efforts had not been in vain. At this moment, Lin Zhao felt utterly drained, both mentally and physically. The recent use of the powerful fireball had nearly reached his limit. Although the legendary intelligent zombie had not appeared, Lin Xiao was certain it would not come. Its failure to breach his defenses would deter it from taking further risks. The giant zombie had likely been a creature meant to break through his defenses. But regrettably, he had incinerated it too swiftly, eliminating the lesser zombies that could have cleared the battlefield, rendering the giant somewhat foolish. Had the giant zombie coordinated with the crawlers, Lin Xiao would have found himself in a more perilous situation. Regardless, I have emerged victorious. Just as Lin Xiao intended to pat Huang Zhong on the shoulder, he suddenly realized that Huang Zhong appeared gravely injured, halting his hand midair. Han Shang, are you all right? It's nothing. Just a minor injury that a bit of rest will suffice, Huang Zhong replied, shaking his head. The internal injury was inconsequential given his youthful vigor and strength. The two returned to the front of Building A, where everyone gradually gathered back at the base. After the recent battle, many displayed signs of lingering anxiety. Fortunately, they had all survived thanks to Lin Xiao's investment in firepower and serums. No one had faced danger. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd and then glanced at the base's three-dimensional layout, noting several damaged defenses, with 3 machine gun towers destroyed. However, compared to their gains, these losses were negligible. Lin Xiao promptly initiated repairs, knowing he could only relax once the defensive systems were restored. Given the commotion he had caused, he anticipated that any nearby threats would have already arrived. Those who did not wish to come would likely stay away. Let this first night conclude here. Everyone, now is not the time to let our guard down. After an hour, once the watchtowers and walls are re-established, we shall begin shifts for rest and guard duty. My lord is wise, Huang Zhong immediately responded with a respectful gesture. Our lord is indeed insightful, echoed the others, mimicking the sentiment. That moment, Lin Xiao scanned the group, suddenly furrowing his brow. Where is Luda? Why is he absent? Huh? Odd. I just saw him wielding the MG-34, Zhang Quan remarked in surprise. Just then, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss and swiftly shifted his stance. From the shadows behind him, a figure was thrust forward. It was Luda. Lin Xiao caught Luda's body as he collapsed. Luda looked at Lin Xiao, blood pouring from his mouth like a waterfall, faintly uttering a few words. Master, danger, and then lost consciousness, his fate uncertain. Luda! Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, producing a vial of serum and injecting it into Luda's arm. This was his second in command. Lin Xiao was unwilling to let him go. That moment, a formidable presence emerged before him. Beneath the dim light, Lin Xiao beheld a towering, 2-meter-tall orange tiger standing before him. Simultaneously, other mutated beasts began to appear from surrounding shadows. 1, 2, 3, in no time. Over 10 mutated beasts had encircled Lin Xiao. Blocking his path. As he gazed upon these creatures, Lin Xiao recalled the cat that had vanished earlier. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. For the mutated beasts, devouring the surviving humans undoubtedly brings immense benefits. As the colossal mutated cat took a step forward, the faint flicker of firelight danced upon its orange fur, resembling the majestic arrival of a true tiger. Lin Xiao's gaze was piercing, fixated on the creature's tiger head absent of the character Wang. For reasons unknown, he sensed a hint of mockery emanating from it. Colossal mutated cat, rare orange, combat power. 172 traits. Great orange is paramount. Rare, it is widely acknowledged that orange symbolizes strength and size. After its mutation, its power and vitality have grown exponentially, while its speed remains unaffected by its massive form. Cat King. It is more adept at gathering and leading feline creatures. Damn it, an orange cat. Is it? Lin Xiao set down the Ruda in his arms and coldly declared, You dare to lay a hand on my people? Then tonight, you shall all become roasted meat. Chapter 32. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Successfully utilized a potent enhancement serum, combat power 10, current combat power 151. Successfully utilized a super enhancement serum, combat power 12, current combat power 163. Han Shang. The knife. Huang Zhong understood the cue and swiftly handed over the 9 Phoenix Morning Sunblade. Temporary combat power surged to 178. Having already reached his limit, Lin Xiao injected himself with 2 more serums, causing his combat power to soar to an impressive 163, coupled with the temporary boost from the 9 Phoenix Morning Sunblade. Lin Xiao's power surged to 178 in an instant. That moment, he stood as formidable as Mount Tai. exuding an overwhelming aura that dominated the scene. The enormous mutated orange cat instinctively took a step back. The surrounding dozens of mutated cats were likewise cowed by this fierce presence, lowering their heads and retreating. Behind them, Huang Zhong was struck with inexplicable shock. The prowess of his lord had reached such heights. Merely the aura alone was enough to instill fear. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his imposing aura pressing down upon the colossal mutated orange cat. Meow! In the next instant, the giant mutated orange cat snapped back to reality and let out an enraged yowl. The sudden elevation of Lin Xiao's power to 178 had been so astonishing that it nearly caught the creature off guard. In truth, the disparity between them was merely a matter of 6 combat points. At this stage, such a difference was not particularly significant. Regaining its composure, the colossal mutated orange cat took the initiative to attack. Its orange form, ghostly in the night, showed no signs of sluggishness due to its massive size. "Seeking your own demise," Lin Xiao exclaimed. Raising the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade to meet the charged eye in the blink of an eye, man and cat were locked in combat. The colossal mutated orange cat was merely beginning to experience the might of its newfound size and power. Its fighting style still reminiscent of a cat it first tested with its forepaws. One swipe missed as Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Had that claw landed on Lin Xiao? Even with a combat power of 178, he would surely have suffered grievous wounds. Conversely, Lin Xiao's offensive maneuvers were considerably more diverse. With the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade in hand, he thrust, parried, and executed horizontal and vertical slashes. Although Lin Xiao lacked formal swordsmanship, it did not hinder his fervent attempts at wielding the blade. Yet, only a few of his numerous attacks managed to pose a genuine threat to the colossal mutated cat. The cat's claws, as hard as steel, easily matched Lin Xiao's blade in a clashed in that moment. The disparity between man and beast was laid bare. Lin Xiao's agility and even distribution of strength were commendable. Yet his physical resilience fell short, often necessitating a powerful weapon as a support for his offense. The colossal mutated orange cat, while lacking in coordination and agility compared to Lin Xiao, possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. Even when Lin Xiao landed several kicks, it seemed unaffected, as if merely a cat enduring playful jabs. After exchanging blows for a considerable time, they both realized that neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Huang Zhong, observing from behind, was filled with anxious frustration. Lin Xiao was undeniably strong, and his techniques were sufficiently varied. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold his ground against the colossal mutated orange cat for so long. Yet the problem lay in Lin Xiao's poor swordplay. In his grasp, the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade resembled little more than a hunk of scrap metal. "Why, lord, that's not how you wield a knife. My 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade requires you to take a stance and engage it head-on, waiting for the opportune moment to strike," Huang Zhong continuously advised, while Lin Xiao endeavored to adjust his grip on the blade. As he increased the distance between himself and the colossal mutated orange cat, Lin Xiao felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The blade in his hand seemed to feel more familiar, and he began to find his own rhythm. The colossal mutated cat, too, relished this distance. Its massive form was unbothered by the space between them, and no matter how long your blade, can it outreach my claws? After several exchanges, Lin Xiao bore 2 deep claw marks upon his arm, while the mutated orange cat bore a new cut from the blade. Meow! Upon seeing the wound on its paw, the orange cat appeared infuriated. A mere human, one it deemed weak, had managed to inflict such harm. It was a tremendous humiliation for a creature of its stature. Yet, following that battle, Lin Xiao seemed to have gained profound insights. As he gazed at the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade, it no longer felt like just a weapon, but rather an extension of his own so that's how it is. Perhaps I am beginning to grasp the essence of swordplay. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the essence of swordsmanship, successfully acquiring the new trait Blade Master, Common. Congratulations, your innate skill Godly Luck has activated, upgrading Blade Master, Common, to Blade Master, Epic. Blade Master, Epic. Your swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. You can adeptly wield any bladed weapon. When attacking with a blade, your combat power increases by 30. When defending with a blade, your combat power increases by 20. With the instant elevation of this epic trait, Lin Xiao's aura shifted dramatically. Previously, He had merely been a sword-wielding lackey, but now, he wielded the blade as though he were a seasoned swordsman, steeped in a century of mastery. At that moment, Lin Xiao and his blade became one, achieving a state of unity. Though his combat power did not visibly increase, in the eyes of the colossal mutated cat, Lin Xiao appeared as a predator gazing upon its prey. The colossal mutated orange cat sensed Lin Xiao's transformation. Interpreting it as a challenge, asked the king of cats, how could it accept such provocation from a mere human? Meow. The massive form lunged directly at Lin Xiao. This time, Lin Xiao did not evade. The blade in his hand danced gracefully as he adopted a waltz-like motion. In the instant the mutated orange cat approached, he thrust at an ingenious angle. Combat power surged by 30. The force unleashed by that strike reached a terrifying 231. 4. The moment his combat power breached the 200 mark, the threat level escalated to an entirely new realm, and an ephemeral blade shadow flickered in the air. Boom. A thunderous crack resonated as the blade sliced through the air, creating a tearing sensation in the surrounding atmosphere. The once resilient skin of the colossal mutated cat was effortlessly pierced, its formidable vitality devoured in an instant. Chapter 33. Post-battle rewards. Confidence soars. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying the colossal mutated cat. Rare orange. Earning 150 energy points. Kill reward. Portable individual flamethrower blueprint. Rare. 1. Super enhancement serum 2. Though godly luck did not activate, the spoils are mine. I am invincible. As a magnificent flame sovereign, how could I not be provided with a portable individual flamethrower? It would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, this is not the time for celebration. There are still a multitude of small creatures to contend with. The Death God Gatling was instantly deployed, its dark barrel aimed at the remaining dozen mutated cats, unleashing a barrage of fire. The mutated cats were still in a state of shock from the demise of the colossal mutated feline. Taken aback by Lin Xiao's sudden assault, they scattered in terror. Yet, with Lin Xiao firing first and aided by auto-targeting assistance, where could these little creatures possibly escape to? Besides Lin Xiao, several others behind him wielding MG-34s also opened fire. In mere seconds, the overwhelming firepower annihilated all the mutated cats. At this point, the entire Shiyuan community fell silent. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Instead of inspecting the spoils, he turned to check on Lu Da's condition. At this moment, Lu Da's breathing had begun to stabilize, yet there were no signs of awakening. My lord, he requires some time. Huang Zhong spoke softly. Lin Xiao nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. Let us move him to the cultivation room on the 9th floor. I believe it would be more suitable for him. Huang Zhong furrowed his brow but said nothing further. Soon, 2 citizens lifted Lu Da and ascended to the 9th floor. Everyone, secure the battlefield. Zhang Quan and Liang Xiao. Take 2 teams of individuals with a power level of 10 and patrol the perimeter of the base. We shall wait until the walls and watchtowers are restored before proceeding with anything else. Understood, master. Everyone replied in unison. My lord, what about me? Huang Zhong inquired. You should rest at the base. Tonight should be uneventful, Lin Xiao replied, gazing into the night. Although there were not the anticipated 10 rare mutated beasts attacking, this encounter had already left him in a precarious position. Simultaneously, it had also filled his coffers to overflowing. Lin Xiao did not rush to collect the spoils, but instead sat outside the base, patiently awaiting the completion of all repairs. An hour later, as the machine gun watchtower stood tall once more and the walls securely encompassed the base, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. They had survived the first phase. After organizing the personnel for night shifts, Lin Xiao returned to the base. Congratulations, the gym has bin successfully established. Congratulations, all upgrade conditions for the secondary base have been met. You may upgrade to a secondary base at any time. Lin Xiao gazed at the resplendent upgrade button on the base, ultimately restraining his impulse. The entire base needed a moment of respite. Once the upgrade plan was activated, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash from surrounding creatures. Should another wave of attacks occur without adequate preparations, while he might withstand it, his subordinates might not be as fortunate. Thus, it was best to postpone this matter for now. Once he had thoroughly assimilated the spoils of this encounter, he would be well prepared for the upcoming battles. Filled with excitement, Lin Xiao reopened his resource list. It was time to tally the spoils. Base, God Tier Level 1 Base. Current energy, 32, 505. Building materials, 185, 210. Rare building materials, 24. 100. Mechanical materials, 215. 420. Rare mechanical materials, 20. 200. Food points, 142. 010. Rare food points, 15. 520. Water points, 126. 720. Rare water points, 14. 480. Minor strengthening serum, 1 power level, limit below 25. 512. Minor strengthening serum, 3 power level, limit below 50. 509. Strengthening serum, 5 power level, limit below 75. 102. Major strengthening serum, 8 power level, limit below 100. 12. Enhanced strengthening serum, 10 power level, limit below 150. 2. Super soldier serum, 21. Creeper aberration cells, 72. Butcher aberration cells, 54. Zombie giant aberration cells, 1. Portable individual flamethrower blueprint, rare, 1. Gazing at his overflowing list, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. Everything that transpired tonight was worth it. As for the serums, even though Lin Xiao could only enjoy a 10% power increase from the majority, this time it would be sufficient to elevate his power level by over 300. Was he not directly invincible now? Let those zombie giants dare to come again. He would show them how to defeat them. As for the mysterious infection source, it was all nonsense. Tomorrow he would lead a charge against it. It must be said that once one possesses strength, their confidence surges. Previously, Lin Xiao had been concerned about the mysterious infection source causing further complications, but now he thought, come at me. I'm more afraid you won't. Once the excitement subsided, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the aberration cells. Creeper aberration cells, virus-infected substance. If used directly, 50 will mutate into zombies, 40 into creepers, 9 will enhance their speed, and 1 will gain the speed aberration trait, granting immunity to the zombie virus once. Note: has research value. Butcher aberration cells, virus-infected substance. If used directly, 50 will mutate into zombies, 40 into butchers, 9 will enhance their strength, and 1 will gain the strength aberration trait, granting immunity to the zombie virus once. Note: has research value. Zombie giant aberration cells, virus-infected substance. If used directly, 50 will mutate into zombies, 30 into first-generation zombie giants, 15 into second-generation zombie giants, 4 will grant the first-generation giant trait, granting immunity to the zombie virus once, and 1 will grant the second-generation giant trait, granting immunity to the zombie virus once. Note: has research value. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, observing these 3 types of aberration cells at first glance. They seemed utterly deranged, however, upon closer examination, one would realize that such substances were indeed the realm of madness. Who in their right mind would choose to use them directly? Perhaps some reckless lords might mass-produce powerful beings with them, or those left with no options might gamble on them. Yet for Lin Xiao, these substances held only research value. When his experimental building was constructed, he would not be lacking in subjects to study. Timing was indeed fortuitous. Alternatively, if he were to make discoveries, he could share them in the chatroom and profit handsomely. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao grew curious about the current state of the chatroom. Chapter 34. The Awakening. Explosive news. The White Tiger District has taken off. The Big Shot not only possesses a machine gun stronghold, but has also set millions of zombies ablaze. Incredible! Why didn't I think of using fire attacks? No way. Where is my gas cylinder? I must confront those fellows. I worship the Big Shot. I am already researching routes to the White Tiger District. By the way, will I be bitten to death if I go out now? Is the Big Shot present? I wish to purchase a super soldier serum. I am willing to sell myself into servitude. Stop shouting. The White Tiger District is ablaze with lights right now. The Big Shot is counting money. Who can see your messages? By the way, have you noticed that there are now many more creepers and butchers among the zombies? These zombies are even more terrifying than mutated beasts. Hemph, a bunch of fools. The surrounding zombies will only grow stronger. If you don't fight now, you might not even be able to defeat ordinary zombies later. I just killed a creeper and obtained a speed aberration cell, but I have already been infected, and now I can only choose to consume this cell. Sigh. Even at nearly midnight, the chatroom remained a cacophony of voices, primarily focused on 2 discussions: the Big Shot in the White Tiger District and the unusual activity of zombies that night. Lin Xiao observed the chatroom, stroking his chin. It seemed these fellows had realized the effects of the first tidal wave were already manifesting. By the time the second tidal wave arrived, the zombies would receive a comprehensive enhancement, at that point. Those who failed to act during the first tidal wave would find their chances of becoming stronger significantly diminished. It was strange, however. During his previous life, the first night had not been this lively, nor had many decided to take the plunge. The rhythm of this occurrence was already different from his past life. Could it be due to his presence? Because he, the big shot of the White Tiger District, had spurred many into action? The idle effect. When everyone chooses to lay low, the entire group becomes ineffectual. But if one individual suddenly strives for excellence, those who were previously complacent will be compelled to strive as well. The capabilities of the entire group are thus elevated. How intriguing! As for the changes among the populace, Lin Xiao did not take much notice. The stronger humanity became, the easier it would be for him to reap the rewards later. What benefit could a poor wretch or a useless individual possibly offer? True wealth resides with the affluent and the powerful. Those who possess riches, we shall pursue for their interests. Casting a glance at the clock, it was precisely midnight. The time had come to collect debts. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao swiftly composed a message in the chat box. A new day has dawned. Dear friends who previously borrowed my crossbow, do remember to settle the rental fee. A friendly reminder. The interest for overdue payments is rather steep. The final interpretation of the interest is reserved for the entity numbered 4396. Subsequently, Lin Xiao hastily listed a new transaction item on the trading page, entitled Rental Fee, Food Point, 1, Transaction Price, 10 Energy Points, 10 Rare Mechanical Resources, Personal Location Information. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao added another buyout transaction, Food Point, 1, Transaction Price, 50 Energy Points, 50 Rare Mechanical Resources, Personal Location Information. As the saying goes, a stone can stir up 1,000 ripples. Lin Xiao's message swiftly ignited a strong backlash in the live stream chat. You crack me up, 4396. Did you truly believe anyone would pay you any mind? Indeed, only a fool would pay rent. If you have the gall, come and collect from me. No way, no way. Could someone actually be pretending to collect debts through the chat room? I'm so scared. Stop talking, or he might really come through the chat cable to get you. By the way, does this thing even have a cable? Haha. Tomorrow I'll be at the White Tiger District with the big shots. If you dare, come find me there and see if they LL roast you. Observing the incessantly scrolling chat, Lin Xiao merely chuckled and remained silent. After all, he held all their personal information. When the time came to collect, what reason would they have to refuse? He then closed the chat room and returned to the base. The base had begun to operate in an orderly fashion. Those on night duty, those patrolling outside, and those resting at home were all performing their roles. On the 9th floor, Lu De remained in slumber. However, the readings indicated that his data was fluctuating violently, at times dipping into near-death values, and at others soaring to a formidable combat power of over 100. Lin Xiao remained contemplative. It appeared Lu De was engaged in a relentless struggle against the Tiger people. With a 50-50 chance of success, ultimately, Lin Xiao sighed and returned to his room. 6:03. It was time to rest. That night, Lin Xiao experienced the most comfortable sleep he had enjoyed in 3 years. Not only was he nestled in his familiar large bed, but there were also no cries of mutated beasts or zombies echoing outside. Even the moonlight seemed to shine a little brighter in the latter half of the night. The next morning, Lin Xiao awoke with a start. Habitually, he reached for the bedside, but his familiar weapon was absent. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the palm of his hand, and everything began to feel real. It seemed this was not a dream. He had truly been reborn, and had awakened extraordinary abilities. Gazing at the flames in his hand, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. After 3 years of living on the edge, sleeping with a blade by his side, awakening to this new reality was indeed somewhat disconcerting. Glancing at the time, it was 8 in the morning. He then retrieved a pack of barbecue-flavored rare compressed biscuits and a bottle of rare spring water from his bag. Instinctively taking a bite of the biscuit followed by a sip of water, the first bite unleashed a thrilling spiciness, followed by a refreshing coolness. Barbecue from Sichuan and Chongqing, Tianshan spring water? Lin Xiao was enveloped in a sense of comfort. Not only was he satiated, but he also felt invigorated. The fatigue from last night's battles had completely dissipated. Staring at the compressed biscuits and the bottle of Baishui Mountain, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Truly, rare food and water have such remarkable effects. Had he known, he would have consumed some last night to make that encounter with the large cat much easier. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that in his previous life, He had never tasted rare food or water in 3 years. He had mostly endured hunger, surviving on meager rations. But from his recent experience, rare food restored strength and stamina, while rare water revitalized mental energy, each serving its purpose. Now, with over 10,000 units of rare food and water resources at his disposal, why not indulge? In that moment, Lin Xiao resolved to convert all food and water sources in the base to rare levels. As common folk, we have plenty of money. Next came the preparations for a lavish expenditure. Should I first spend energy or utilize rare mechanical resources? Chapter 35, Zhao Zilong, full of valor. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. The explosion of population is merely a means to enhance one's power. Let us not overthink it. With such abundant energy, 100 consecutive draws should be reasonable, right? Perhaps I should round it off first. Let us go for 60 consecutive draws instead. After last night's battles, Lin Xiao realized that numbers do not matter. Precision is key. Had there been Tin Huangzhong by his side last night, battling those zombie giants and mutated cats would have been a breeze. Gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside, Lin Xiao felt that today was destined to be a cheerful morning. May fortune favor me. 60 draws must yield results. This time, Lin Xiao had learned his lesson. All 60 draws would be individual pulls. Within the A-block base, beams of light began to descend one after another. Congratulations, you have drawn a common after 9 consecutive common draws. Just as he was about to hit the guaranteed draw threshold, an extraordinary beam of light suddenly appeared. This was not an ordinary light beam, but one akin to the historical beams associated with Huangzhong. At last, it had appeared. Amidst the radiance, a graceful figure emerged. As the light faded, a young girl dressed in a red and white traditional dress, revealing her fair collarbone, appeared, with a waist so slender it could be grasped with a single hand. Her face resembling that of a delicately sculpted beauty. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the girl first smiled softly, then slightly bowed, saying, "This humble girl, Kai Yin, pays her respects to my lord." "Kai Yin? You are Kai Wenji." Lin Xiao immediately recognized her. Kai Yin, historical figure, combat power, 3 loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, trait. Talented, rare learning anything will become significantly faster. Efficiency in knowledge-related tasks will increase by 100. Exclusive item, Guqin, lost. Before Lin Xiao stood a young girl, a tragic figure from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the daughter of the renowned literati Kai Yong. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she was also remarkably talented and wise. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leading this beautiful and talented woman through a life of turmoil, ultimately being captured by the Xiongnu and taken to the grasslands. A truly pitiful existence. Thankfully, she was eventually rescued by Cao Cao, securing her a semblance of peace in her later years. Now, such suffering would no longer be her fate. Observing the girl before him, who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, Lin Xiao realized she was at the happiest point in her life, untouched by the misfortunes that awaited her, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Upon hearing Lin Xiao call out her name, Kai Wenji expressed her surprise. "Oh, my lord knows my courtesy name?" "Of course I do. Rest assured, I shall protect you throughout this life, ensuring you are free from worry." Lin Xiao gently stroked Kai Yan's hair, a hint of fondness in his demeanor, as she appeared more like a younger sister to him. "I shall express my thanks to my lord in advance." Kai Wenji replied with a hint of innocence after a brief moment of surprise. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, delighted to have gained another researcher. "Please wait a moment. Let me see if I can summon any of your other sisters. I have no particular demands. Simply obtaining a Daji, Diaochan, or Zhangji would suffice." Kai Wenji nodded in confusion, and Lin Xiao resumed his fervent individual pulls. "Congratulations, comment." After 19 consecutive draws, during which he received 1 common trait, a brilliant beam of light emerged. From within the light, a robust man stepped forward. "I am Zhao Yun, paying my respects to my lord." Upon hearing those words, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to assist Zhao Yun. "Zilong, please rise. I have awaited your arrival as one longs for rain in a drought." As the light dissipated, Lin Xiao beheld Zhao Yun clearly. What a magnificent Zhao Zilong he was, handsome and gallant. Clad in shining silver armor, bearing a 3-meter-long spear, exuding an aura of power and authority. Seeing Lin Zhao's enthusiasm, Zhao Yun was taken aback and quickly humbly replied, "I apologize for keeping my lord waiting." I shall undoubtedly fight against enemies and bandits for you. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded as Zhao Yun's data materialized before him. Zhao Yun, historical figure, combat power. 11250 loyalty. Sworn to follow. Genetic ability, absolute speed, rare enhanced agility in attacks, quicker movements, and faster reactions. His strength will be determined by your combat power. Characteristics, Zhao Zilong, the embodiment of courage, rare and unique. You shall be immune to any fear-based negative effects. When injured, your combat power will increase, up to a maximum of 50 of your original combat power, and you will not be affected by light or severe injuries. Mastery of arms. Zhao Yun's spear techniques have reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to adeptly wield any type of spear weapon. When using a spear for both offense and defense, his combat power assessment is enhanced by 5 exclusive equipment. Dragon's Courage Silver Spear, exclusive. 50 combat power. My goodness, is this truly Zhao Yun? He is invincible. He enters the battlefield armed, with a combat power soaring to 162, and possesses formidable traits. Furthermore, Zhao Yun comes with an unwavering loyalty that surpasses absolute loyalty. Truly, he is a loyal minister. If I were to summon Zhao Yun first, even a colossal zombie giant would fall before him effortlessly. Moreover, his exclusive weapon is impressive, while others like Huang Zhong gain only 30 combat power. Zhao Yun's spear is not only striking but also significantly boosts his power. Zilong, can you draft a blueprint for this spear? Lin Xiao inquired, his eyes filled with envy for such a splendid item. However, Zhao Yun shook his head and replied, My lord, this is a family heirloom of my generation. I cannot create a blueprint. Lin Xiao sighed in disappointment, lamenting the lost opportunity. It seems that showing off is not an option. Zilong, please hold on for a moment while I see if I can gather the 5 tiger generals. Zhao Yun, though puzzled, nodded in agreement, supporting his superior's intentions. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited a common citizen. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited a common citizen. Congratulations, common. Congratulations, common. After 30 consecutive attempts, Lin Xiao successfully recruited 30 ordinary citizens, securing 3 guaranteed traits. Thus, Lin Zhao's plan of 60 draws has now concluded. Without delving into other matters, simply acquiring Zhao Yun is a tremendous profit, not to mention the addition of Kai Wenji. Moreover, obtaining 3 out of 100 draws is quite a favorable probability. Excluding my unfortunate luck, I estimate that the probability of obtaining a divine trait at the base is around 5. Now, the population of the base has successfully reached 102 individuals, indicating that I must carefully plan and allocate resources. It is time to distribute the serums. Chapter 36. A surge in power outside Building A. 101 individuals have gathered, awaiting Lin Zhao's arrival. A full 24 hours have passed since the apocalypse began. At this moment, Lin Xiao stands strong, with the base's population, including himself, reaching a remarkable 102, under the aegis of the Lord of the People. Lin Zhao's combat power has skyrocketed to 198, and this is merely from his initial summons. The subsequent enhancement serums will yield even greater results. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd, took a deep breath, and declared, In yesterday's battle, everyone performed admirably, and I shall fulfill my promise to enhance everyone's strength. With that, Lin Zhao's gaze fell upon Huang Zhong. Brother Han Sheng, your performance was outstanding. The 2 doses of potent enhancement serum, 10 combat power, acquired yesterday will be awarded to you. Huang Zhong stepped forward, kneeling to accept the 2 doses of potent enhancement serum from Lin Xiao. Thank you, my lord. With these 2 doses, Huang Zhong's combat power will rise to 127. You have earned this. Lin Xiao affirmed, his expression solemn. Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, Zhang Quan, stepped forward. From the crowd, 3 figures emerged, each displaying immense excitement. In yesterday's battle, Zhang Kai eliminated numerous zombies with an MG34, while Liang Xiu and Zhang Quan also showcased commendable performances, marking them as the standout trio. Apart from Lu De and Huang Zhong, you 3 had the best performances yesterday, and I now reward you all with combat power exceeding 100. Upon hearing this, the trio gasped in astonishment. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd of over 100. After all, combat power exceeding 100 is a remarkable achievement. This opportunity to leap forward is unexpected, and Lin Xiao has bestowed such generous rewards. This is part of Lin Zhao's strategy, to create more powerful citizens whenever the possibility of reaching a combat power of 100 arises. Following the fierce battle last night, Lin Xiao acquired 12 bottles of major enhancement serum, 8 combat power, limited to use below 100. This is just enough to provide 4 individuals with a total of 24 combat power. Before reaching a threshold of 75, the serums can elevate one's combat power to a maximum of 79. The 24 combat power will allow those at 79 to leap to 103. Besides these 3, Lin Xiao also plans to prepare a portion for Kai Wenji. The trio knelt to receive the ample serums that Lin Xiao had meticulously calculated, retreating with exuberance. The 100-strong citizens cast envious and admiring glances at the trio. From this day forth, their status will significantly surpass that of others. Observing the crowd's reaction, Lin Xiao smiled serenely. I shall not create a level playing field. Rather, I intend to cultivate a discernible gap that inspires everyone to strive harder. Do not envy. This is merely the beginning. As the strength of the base increases, such serums will abound, and everyone will have the chance to achieve combat power exceeding 100. The only prerequisites are loyalty to me and sufficient effort. Additionally, all who participated in last night's battle will receive rewards. I will not forget the contributions of any valiant warriors. The braver one is, the more substantial their reward. As Lin Xiao spoke, he produced over 1,000 enhancement serums. This includes 512 doses of minor enhancement serum, 1, limited to under 25, 509 doses of small enhancement serum, 3, limited to under 50, and 102 doses of enhancement serum, 5, limited to under 75. As for the super soldier serum, Lin Xiao chose not to present it in an instant. The crowd erupted with fervor. Long live our Lord! Our Lord is mighty. We fight for our Lord. Lin Xiao raised his fist, signaling for silence. From now on, do not call me Lord. Simply refer to me as your leader. As the leader, I will introduce a new rule. From this day forth, anyone who joins my territory will have their combat power increased to above 10. While speaking, Lin Xiao began distributing the serums obtained yesterday. All who participated in the battle, even those who merely observed, including Cui Hua and others, saw their combat power rise to 40 points, totaling 21 individuals, marking them as veterans. Meanwhile, the machine gunners had their combat power raised to 79 points, comprising 15 individuals, all of whom are elite. Once completed, Lin Xiao also elevated the combat power of the 58 new members, regardless of gender, to 10 points. With this, Lin Xiao distributed the majority of the serums, leaving only a portion unused. Now, the base is truly robust and formidable, with Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Zhang Kai, Zhang Quan, Liang Xiu, and others boasting combat power exceeding 100. Alongside 15 elites with combat power at 79 and 21 veterans with combat power at 40, as well as 58 members with 10 points, this force is more than capable of sweeping through the entire White Tiger district. After utilizing all the serums, Lin Xiao's combat power soared dramatically, reaching a staggering 434. As he felt the relentless surge of power within him, Lin Xiao pondered the extent of his newfound strength. In any case, I am invincible. The others, having received their serums, displayed similar excitement, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiao's assignment of tasks. After distributing the serums, the next step is to equip my troops. Currently, Lin Xiao can provide MG-34 heavy machine guns, portable flamethrowers, crossbows, scale armor, and large sabers. Lin Xiao first glanced at the manufacturing requirements for the flamethrower blueprint. Portable flamethrower, rare, description. A perfect creation of modern industry, a fierce roast pig machine with an ultra-long range of 30 meters. Equipment combat power, 50 to 100. Note, the current equipment's combat power does not enjoy player combat power bonuses and is influenced by external factors affecting the intensity of the flames. Equipment traits. Standard portable equipment, ordinary technology, a high-precision technological product that makes the equipment easier to carry. Supporting a burn duration of up to 30 minutes. Carrying this equipment increases one's load capacity by 50 kg. Manufacturing requirements. Energy 200, mechanical materials 100, rare mechanical materials 200. Flame fuel. Consumes 10 energy points every 30 minutes. Not excessively expensive, yet not particularly cheap either. Fortunately, considering Lin Xiao's wealth, these are mere trifles. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao resolved to equip both the veterans and the elite with an MG-34 and a portable flamethrower. While the newly recruited individuals with a combat power of 10 would suffice with a crossbow kit, comprising a crossbow, scaled armor, and a large machete. This entire set of equipment cost Lin Xiao another 9. 000 units of energy and 8,000 units of rare mechanical materials. However, in light of the impending great battle, every expenditure was worthwhile. Especially with the 35 flamethrowers under Lin Zhao's command, they could be produced almost at will. Reminiscent of the inferno from the previous night. After distributing the gear and serum, it was time for the main event of the day, preparing to upgrade the secondary base. Chapter 37. Indeed? Someone has come to seek refuge. The upgrade scope of the secondary base was extensive, encompassing the entire Shiyuan community, with an area exceeding tens of thousands of square meters. This also implied that during the upgrade period, Lin Zhao had to ensure the safety of the entire Shiyuan community. This was precisely why Lin Zhao spared no effort or expense in purchasing equipment to strengthen his subordinates. The pressure of defense had significantly escalated. Guarding the Athenian city was no longer sufficient, particularly since the Shiyuan community was already riddled with vulnerabilities, and he had yet to build strength rapidly to ensure the success of the upgrade. Proactive measures were essential to safeguard the community. Lin Zhao divided his subordinates into 15 squads. Each squad consisted of one elite with a combat power of 79, one veteran with a combat power of 40, and 4 new citizens with a combat power of 10, totaling 6 individuals. 5 of these squads would carry an additional 2 MG-34s to occupy the high ground surrounding the community, constantly monitoring and reporting the situation. The remaining 10 squads would fortify their defenses around the community. These 90 individuals were responsible for the comprehensive defense of the community's periphery, ready to provide timely support should any point encounter issues. Additionally, Lin Zhao prepared ample rare food and Baishui Mountain for each of them, ensuring they were ready for an extended period of vigilance. Aside from the citizens, Huang Zhong would man a high point with his bow, directing the overall command. Zhao Yun, Zhang Quan, Liang Xiu, and Zhang Kai patrolled the outskirts of the base to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, Zhao Yun was the main force. Should a situation arise, he alone could contend with rare creatures. Once all preparations were made, Lin Zhao confidently summoned his upgrade interface. Without hesitation, he pressed the red upgrade button. The upgrade was successful, currently under construction, with a countdown of 72 hours. The divine characteristic was activated, tripling efficiency and reducing the time to 24 hours. Please note that if the upgrade process is disrupted or attacked, the upgrade time will be extended, and should damage reach 100%, the upgrade will fail. Note, during the upgrade process, all functions of the first-level base remain operational. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped the entire Shiyuan community, signifying its official incorporation into the base's domain. Subsequently, the light beam vanished, replaced by a hazy holographic projection. The wall towering 3 meters high surrounded the entire base, and once the base was officially completed, the holographic projection would become reality. At that moment, Lin Zhao stood atop a high building, surveying his surroundings. His combat power had surpassed 400, and his vision exceeded that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to clearly see figures even a kilometer away. Yet, at this moment, Lin Zhao furrowed his brow in confusion. Oddly, not a single zombie was in sight. Where had they all gone? Not only zombies, but even mutated beasts were absent, as if they had vanished overnight. Yet, this was clearly impossible, for, in the distance of several thousand meters, a multitude of zombies still surged forth. Clearly, the zombies around Lin Zhao had been deliberately driven away. Was it that intelligent zombie? This human mutation was indeed far more challenging to deal with than mutated beasts. It had chased away the surrounding zombies, unknowingly diminishing Lin Zhao's potential for growth. However, it mattered little. Once the secondary base was successfully established, he would inevitably lead his people to sweep through the Baihu district. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in Lin Zhao's line of sight from several hundred meters away. Humans? They had indeed come. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhao summoned Liang Xiu, who was nearby. Meanwhile, several hundred meters outside the community, a man wielding a crossbow and another man grasping a long knife cautiously approached Lin Zhao's Shiyuan community. "Second brother, why are there no zombies outside?" The man with the long knife inquired curiously. "Observing the desolate streets, isn't it obvious? They've been wiped out by the big shot. Didn't you hear the thunderous gunfire last night? The blazing flames? If you were a zombie, you would run too," replied the man referred to as second brother in a hushed tone. The long knife man nodded, seemingly in agreement with this reasoning. With the absence of zombies along the way, the two quickly arrived outside the Shiyuan community. Boom! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly before them and creating a massive crater on the ground. Both men were startled. Is this the big shot? They beheld a man clad in silver-scaled armor, wielding a blood-red machete, looking down upon them with an air of authority. Behind him, a contingent of individuals hurriedly approached, all donned in similar scaled armor. Among them, one held a peculiar flamethrower, another a menacing machine gun, while 3 others were equipped with crossbows akin to his. Isn't this the apocalypse? Who are these strangely equipped ancient warriors? Where did they come from? Before they could further ponder, Liang Xiu took the initiative to speak. I am Wang Er, and this is my cousin Li Si. We have come to seek refuge with the big shot. After witnessing Liang Xiu's strength, Wang Er was convinced that the individual before him was indeed that big shot. Seek refuge? Are you implying that you wish to join us? Liang Xiu replied with an expression that suggested he was not surprised, admiring Lin Xiao internally for his astute perception of their intentions. Yes, big shot. I wish to join you, to serve under you as a subordinate, Wang Er replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiu merely smiled indifferently. Joining us is not impossible, but it depends on whether you possess the capability. Wang Er, sensing hope, immediately flattered, Big shot. Please tell me what you require, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Quite simple. Sufficient contribution points will suffice. Liang Xiu waved his hand casually, handing Wang Er a card. With 10 contribution points, you may stay within our territory for 1 day. To formally join our territory as a citizen, you will need 1,000 contribution points. All the details are outlined on your card. Wang Er glanced at the card, noting that the first item stated that 1 unit of energy could be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and the same applied to rare materials. Moreover, information, blueprints, and even details on epic and rare creatures could be exchanged for contribution points at their discretion. Once one joined the territory and became a citizen, not only would they be shielded from the woes of the apocalypse, benefiting from the territory's protection, but they could also exchange for enhanced serum and various weapons to bolster their strength. Conversely, if one chose not to join the territory, they would only enjoy a daily protection of 10 points, unable to exchange for serum and certain equipment, yet still able to swap for some ordinary gear, such as crossbows. In summary, as long as there were contribution points, one could undertake tasks here. Chapter 38. The Altar of Sacrifice. Lord of the territory. Currently 20 individuals have gathered outside the territory, but their supplies are rather limited, and as of now, none can afford the price. Liang Xiu reported on the recent developments within the Shiyuan community. Understood. Please send them my latest exchange list and encourage them to strive diligently, so that one day they may formally join the territory. Furthermore, if their combat power remains below 10 points, I can even assist them in raising their power for free, Lin Xiao replied while producing the latest list he had compiled. This list contained all the useful equipment and weapons Lin Xiao had organized, even including the MG34. However, he had set the price at 1,500 contribution points, with ammunition charged separately. Was it expensive? Lin Xiao believed it was not exorbitant at all. With the MG34, these individuals could venture into the city and easily slay 1,000 or 800 zombies, thereby recouping their investment. It is worth noting that even the crossbow was marked at 80 contribution points, let alone the formidable MG34 heavy machine gun. At your command, Lord of the territory. After watching Liang Xiu depart, Lin Xiao turned his attention away from the gathering individuals and prepared to ascend to the rooftop of Building A. There, a new structure had been completed. The Altar of Sacrifice. This is indeed a divine-level base equipped with extraordinary structures. Up until now, anything associated with the divine has proven to be both formidable and remarkably useful. The altar for heavenly sacrifice undoubtedly bestowed upon Lin Xiao boundless hope, particularly given that it has a 7-day cooldown period. It is akin to a little calf wagging its tail, exuding an air of undeniable prowess. Atop Building A, there stands an ancient stone altar, encircled by several unadorned stone pillars, each engraved with peculiar patterns. At the center of these pillars lies an object reminiscent of a flat stone mill. The heavenly sacrifice altar. It bears a striking resemblance to the altars used for celestial offerings in ancient times. Lin Xiao once watched a documentary wherein ancient tribes utilized such altars for their heavenly sacrifices. One simply needed to place the offering upon it and then beseech the heavens for blessings. The offering. According to Lin Xiao's understanding, offerings in ancient times typically consisted of pigs, cattle, and various precious items. However, in the present day, the most treasured items would likely be rare or even epic in nature. After pondering, Lin Xiao retrieved the corpse of a plague-ridden creature and placed it upon the altar. As expected, upon the corpse's placement, a dazzling radiance immediately enveloped the pillars of the altar. Sacrificial item. Rare creature corpse, battle power before death. 158. Do you wish to confirm? Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplating, and subsequently placed the corpses of 2 rare mutated cats atop the altar. Yet this time, the pillars remained unresponsive, devoid of any notifications. Next, Lin Xiao removed the other corpses, leaving only the rare mutated orange cat's corpse, at which point the radiance of the pillars experienced a slight alteration. Sacrificial item. Rare creature corpse, battle power before death. 172. Do you wish to confirm? Upon seeing the notification, Lin Xiao finally confirmed a suspicion. Indeed, it appeared that only one offering could be sacrificed at a time. However, he wondered if placing a living creature upon the altar might augment the final reward's potency. Given Lin Xiao's current battle power exceeding 400, this meager offering with just over 100 battle power hardly captured his interest. Especially since it was a corpse. As for other offerings, Lin Xiao could not conceive of anything more precious than this corpse in his possession. Well then, let us give it a try. After all, the cooldown is merely 7 days. This time, he would regard it as an experiment. Ultimately, Lin Xiao could not suppress his curiosity, primarily wishing to ascertain whether this heavenly altar could indeed yield something excellent. Sacrifice successful. Following a notification, the radiant pillars surrounding the altar erupted into an even more splendid display of light, soaring upwards to pierce the heavens. Simultaneously, a beam of dazzling light descended upon the stone slab, instantly engulfing the entire corpse. Subsequently, the light from the pillars subsided, retreating back into the stone structure, while the brilliance on the slab dissipated. However, a new object had appeared upon the slab. A book, more precisely. It was an ancient tome. With curiosity ignited, Lin Xiao hastily opened the ancient text upon the slab, revealing 3 prominent characters in a bold script. Flame Blade. What is this? A martial art? Flame Blade, rare celestial dragon realm. Description. An intangible blade aura. The most lethal, a powerful technique that does not require a physical blade, capable of reaching the 9th level of external cultivation, with 3rd-tier blade aura. Martial art battle power, cultivation stage. Up to the 9th level can enhance one's battle power to 999. Blade technique stage. First stage 30 battle power, second stage 200 battle power, third stage 999 battle power. Indeed, it is the flame blade from the celestial dragon. Moreover, this technique is no ordinary skill. It was the means by which the monk Jimozi swept through various sects, even rendering Shaolin incapable of retaliation. Now, observing the description, it appears to be a single strike capable of delivering 999 damage. Furthermore, the flame blade encompasses both techniques and internal energy. The internal energy, needless to say, enhances the practitioner's inner strength and physical resilience, enabling them to effectively unleash the blade techniques. Jimozi initially relied on the internal energy of the flame blade to simulate various Shaolin techniques, defeating his opponents with ease. The 3 stages of the blade technique represent the true strength of the flame blade. The first stage merely enhances the technique, while the second stage allows for the generation of an intangible blade aura. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, the aura's potency becomes unprecedented, capable of cleaving through buildings without difficulty. Lin Xiao was elated. He had anticipated that the heavenly altar would yield something of great value, but he never imagined it would be something of this caliber, truly an eye-opening experience. Now, only one question remained. How difficult would it be to cultivate this technique? If it required a decade or more of training, then it would be quite futile. With a mix of curiosity and urgency, Lin Xiao began to cultivate according to the principles outlined in the flame blade. Congratulations! You have cultivated the flame blade to the 1st layer. Congratulations! You have cultivated the flame blade to the 2nd layer. Congratulations! You have cultivated the flame blade to the 3rd layer. Congratulations! You have successfully cultivated the 1st stage of the flame blade technique. Lin Xiao merely executed 1 cycle of the technique, and 4 notifications promptly followed. How swift! However, he soon realized the underlying issue. There was not the slightest change in battle power. Upon reviewing the introduction of the flame blade, it stated that the technique's strength could elevate battle power to 999. This implies that when one's inherent battle power is already substantial, cultivating its internal energy effectively yields no benefit. Alternatively, he might have already met its strength requirements, necessitating only mastery for further enhancement. It seems he would need to reach the subsequent layers before experiencing any increase in battle power. Regardless, as he needed to safeguard the base and could not venture forth, it was an opportune moment to continue his cultivation. Chapter 39. Amidst the crowd. Congratulations, you have cultivated the flame blade to the 6th layer. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the 2nd stage of the flame blade. Lin Xiao smoothly progressed to the 6th layer, finally beginning to feel a measure of exertion. Is this the pinnacle? Glancing at his battle power, it remained at 434, unchanged. It appears that the 6th layer of the flame blade only enhances battle power to around 400. Perhaps the 7th layer would yield a difference. According to Lin Xiao's reasoning, before the arrival of the 2nd tide, if he wished to bolster his battle power, he would have to rely on the attributes of the sovereign of the people. During the 1st tide, reaching a battle power exceeding 100 marked one as a formidable contender. For the average player, once their battle power surpassed 100, further enhancement became exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Lin Xiao abruptly realized that, unbeknownst to him, the skies had darkened, signaling the approach of night. He had spent an entire day cultivating the flame blade. Upon inspecting his base, everything appeared normal. Throughout the day, no incidents had transpired. However, the crowd outside had noticeably increased, now comprising over 30 individuals. Disregarding the gathering of people, Lin Xiao munched on some chicken-flavored compressed biscuits while casting his gaze several kilometers away. There, a vast ocean of zombies still swarmed. It seemed there were even more zombies than in the morning. How peculiar. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao acknowledged that with the approaching darkness, even with his extraordinary vision, he lacked night vision capabilities. Internal energy. Perhaps he could give it a try. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Xiao. The flame blade was not merely a technique. It also contained a wealth of internal energy. Having reached the 6th layer, Lin Xiao was naturally adept at manipulating his internal energy. A warm, robust force emanated from his dantian, traversing through the meridians towards his eyes. At this moment, a faint dark red airflow could be perceived coursing through Lin Xiao's body. This energy did not directly act upon his vulnerable eyes, but rather supported the area around them, enhancing Lin Xiao's observational capabilities to a new level, such as the nature of internal energy, capable of augmenting any aspect of a martial artist's abilities. In the next instant, the world before Lin Xiao transformed dramatically. The once murky sky was suddenly imbued with a fiery hue, and even the distant shadows within the darkness became distinctly visible. At last, Lin Xiao discerned what the additional figures amidst the horde of zombies were. Crawlers? At least 100 of them. Moreover, this was merely one congregation of zombies. Lin Xiao could see at least 5 similar clusters. These creatures, still unyielding, sought to return for more. While he had no fear of these mindless crawlers, his base was at risk. Should they launch an assault, his day would have been in vain. Han Shang? Swiftly, instruct everyone to ignite all nearby flammable materials. Burn everything that can be set ablaze, from gasoline to furniture to alcohol. Tonight, we must ensure that the entire perimeter of the base is illuminated. On the heights of the towering building, Huang Zhong received the command without delay, swiftly transmitting orders with his longbow to various locations. In less than 20 minutes, a series of bonfires were ignited around the community. Although night had not yet fully descended, the vicinity of Lin Xiao's base was already illuminated as if it were dawn. After completing these preparations, Lin Xiao still felt a twinge of unease. He subsequently instructed his men to illuminate every corner of the community from the watchtower at Building A with searchlights. Tonight, nothing must go awry. If the first night was a trap laid by Lin Xiao for greater gains, then tonight, he would bare all his muscles to signal to others that approaching would lead to certain doom. Having accomplished this, Lin Xiao ascended to the rooftop of the central Building D within the community. "My lord," Huang Zhong greeted as Lin Xiao approached, bowing respectfully. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to disregard his presence. Suddenly, a faint flame flickered into existence in the palm of Lin Xiao's hand. Flame Sovereign. In that moment, the flames within a radius of several hundred meters came under Lin Xiao's perception. He could sense any disturbance in the surroundings immediately. He intended to maintain this state throughout the night to safeguard his base during the critical upgrade period. Meanwhile, outside the community, in a makeshift camp, a dozen players gathered around a bonfire. laughing and sharing food while sipping on light beer. After a day of camaraderie, many had forged friendships, forming a small group. It was merely the second day since the apocalypse began. Food at home and in supermarkets had yet to be consumed, allowing everyone to indulge freely in this moment of safety. What do you think about the background of the lord of this territory? One man suddenly inquired that I know. I saw their lord during the day. He was an ancient warrior clad in armor, boasting a combat power exceeding 100. I suspect he hails from some reclusive ancient martial family, which explains how they could swiftly regain their footing after the onset of the apocalypse. Wang Er, who had arrived first at the community, interjected. It was evident that he had concluded that Liang Xiu was the esteemed figure spoken of in the chat room. Although he could not glean specific information about Liang Xiu due to the vast disparity in combat power, he was aware of Liang Xiu's formidable prowess. An ancient martial family? Another person expressed newfound interest. Indeed, it is quite possible. When I was young, I accompanied my grandfather to chop wood in the mountains and encountered disciples training there. They were all exceptionally nimble and powerful. Unfortunately, I never saw them again after that. Goodness, at this revelation, someone abruptly stood up. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I need to earn contribution points and join their ranks. This wretched system is utterly useless, and the talents it offers are worthless. If this continues, I'll surely meet my demise. Are you out of your mind? It's the middle of the night. You're right. Let us sleep first and earn contribution points tomorrow. The group exchanged words, and with tipsy expressions, they found their respective rooms to rest. Since there were no zombies around the base, their courage had grown, and they no longer felt the need to huddle together while sleeping. Just as everyone departed, one individual cast his gaze toward the West Garden community, an expression of chilling anticipation crossing his face. After a slow lick of his dark red tongue, he exclaimed with excitement, "An ancient martial family? Your flesh and blood will surely taste exquisite." Chapter 40. The assault begins as night fell at 12:37 a.m. Lin Xiao took a sip of rare Bai Shui Mountain, feeling a refreshing sensation envelop his entire being, dispelling any lingering fatigue. My lord, perhaps you should rest now? With Huang Zhong here, we are secure, Huang Zhong suggested, concern lacing his voice as he observed Lin Xiao's demeanor. Lin Xiao shook his head. We have only completed 2/3 of the time. I must wait until tomorrow morning when the dust settles before I can relax. Before he could finish his sentence, the flame in Lin Xiao's hand flickered, just as I suspected. This fellow is still persistent, Lin Xiao declared. Han Sheng, alert the west. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, Huang Zhong immediately sprang into action, launching a pre-prepared rocket towards the western direction. In the dark of night, a fiery streak cut across the silent sky. Shortly thereafter, in the direction of West Garden Community, flames erupted in succession. On the heights of the building, along the streets, and in the roadside greenery, the flames illuminated the surroundings brilliantly at the edge of the firelight. A crawler halted in the darkness, warily fixating on the West Garden Community before retreating into the shadows with a low grunt. Not far away, the man with red lips stared at the flames, murmuring in confusion, "Have they discovered us?" It seems the ancient martial family's tactics are even more sophisticated than I imagined. A cold smile crept across his face. So what if they discovered us? Can they withstand the onslaught of a pride of lions? Ultimately, they would only become my prey. With that, the man closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting something. I in the darkness 100 meters from West Garden Community. A towering 10-meter tree swayed violently. Below its branches, a throng of over 100 crawlers gathered, emerging from the shadows in an ever-growing mass. Among them, one crawler, seemingly enlarged fivefold, stood at the center, awaiting some form of command. In another location, a similarly large group of butchers congregated, with another towering 5-meter butcher at their center. The gathering of formidable zombies continued to swell. At 2:32 a.m., the moment when humans tend to feel the most fatigued. Especially those who had been on guard all day, it was commendable if they could muster half their energy. However, with the aid of rare Bai Shui Mountain, Lin Zhao's subordinates were faring well. Just then, the red-lipped man suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. The time has come, ancient martial family. I am eager to see if you can withstand the full force of my efforts. With a roar, the piercing cry of the man shattered the stillness of the night. In an instant, hundreds of crawlers and butchers surged forth from the darkness, charging toward the West Garden Community. Lin Xiao, who had been meditating on the rooftop, abruptly opened his eyes. Quickly, To the west and south, a massive wave of crawlers and butchers is approaching. As soon as Lin Zhao's words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot and gunfire erupted from the west. Rat-a-tat-tat. Simultaneously, at least 5 MG-34 heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage. Boom. A squad of elite citizens patrolling the streets unleashed a torrent of fire without hesitation. In an instant, a dense wall of suppressive fire blanketed the street. Yet, the effect was minimal. The enemy was simply overwhelming, with hundreds of crawlers and butchers in sight. These were no ordinary zombies that could be easily dispatched. Even when hit by machine gun fire, they could still leap a few paces, showcasing their formidable strength. Fall back. In that moment, he issued the command. As an elite, he could withstand such a zombie tide, but his subordinates, with a mere 10 combat power, stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, a 5-man squad was reduced to just himself and an old soldier still firing. As the tide of crawlers threatened to engulf them, a figure suddenly descended. It was a silver-armored general. Zhao Yun, wielding the gleaming silver dragon spear, moved through the night like a swift white dragon, effortlessly dispatching crawlers with each thrust. In an instant, he plunged into the horde, with hundreds of crawlers unable to pose any threat to Zhao Yun. Meanwhile, on 2 other streets, similar scenes unfolded. Liang Xiao and Zhang Quan, though not as powerful as Zhao Yun, were still skilled fighters with combat power exceeding 100, easily handling the smaller zombies. However, on the other side, Zhang Kai was facing a formidable challenge. He had hurriedly arrived with his MG-34 to provide support, only to confront a crawler the size of an elephant. This gigantic crawler was incredibly powerful. With a single swipe, it could crush cars on the street, leaving the surrounding buildings in ruins. The bullets from the MG-34 merely tickled it. Where on earth did this creature come from? I've never seen such a powerful crawler before, Zhang Kai shouted in frustration, desperately trying to adjust his position. Yet, the massive crawler was not only enormous but also remarkably swift, closing in on him in mere strides. Faced with the enormous, grotesque visage, Zhang Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed a barrage of fire from both his flamethrower and MG-34. However, such weaponry was utterly ineffective against the colossal crawler. As Zhang Kai stood on the brink of being devoured by the colossal crawler, a fireball suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! The formidable force erupted upon the giant creature, enveloping it in a tempest of raging flames that clung to its form. Undeterred by the creature's frenzied attempts to extinguish them, all it could do was wail in torment amidst the inferno. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Kai exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "My lord!" In the next moment, Lin Zhao's figure descended, patting Zhang Kai's shoulder and instructing, "Head to the base's perimeter and ensure those crawlers do not approach the walls." "Yes, my lord." As Zhang Kai departed, Lin Zhao turned his grave gaze towards the towering crawler before him. Second-generation crawler, second-generation modified zombie, combat power, 175 characteristics, speed. The second-generation crawler, a creature derived from the first-generation zombies, it possesses a modicum of intelligence, enabling it to command first-generation crawlers while exhibiting enhanced strength and speed. To think that merely a day had passed, and already the second-generation zombies had emerged. How many resources must have been expended to create such a being? Does it wish to compete with me in terms of equipment speed? Can it possibly outpace me? With that thought, Lin Zhao effortlessly struck with his blade, instantly vanquishing the second-generation crawler. Chapter 41. The third-generation Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying the second-generation crawler, second-generation modified zombie. You have gained 150 energy points, with kill rewards, Super Strengthening Serum X2, limited to combat power below 200, and second-generation crawler biological cells X1. As the notification chimed, the second-generation crawler collapsed. Yet, in the following second, a cacophony of roars erupted around them. The previously orderly crawlers began to scatter like headless ants, particularly those who, upon sighting Lin Zhao, fled in a frenzy as if they had seen a ghost. Had they lost control? Lin Zhao was taken aback. This was not good news. Uncontrolled crawlers could recklessly assault the base, inflicting significant damage. Fortunately, the nearby crawlers were few in number and still within Lin Zhao's control. Meanwhile, on the other side, the man with red lips paused momentarily, gazing curiously in the direction where Lin Zhao had been. Dead? Impossible. The combat power of a second-generation crawler is a staggering 175. Even I could not easily slay one. And yet it perished so effortlessly? This time, the man with red lips displayed an unprecedented seriousness. It seemed the ancient martial families were indeed formidable, harboring such experts. But no matter how strong they are, they cannot surpass my precious third generation. Once I capture you, who in Xinjiang City could possibly stand in my way? Even that great gorilla would merely become my meal. As he spoke, his eyes turned a sickly shade of crimson. This gaze possessed the unique, eerie glow of zombies in the night. Returning to Lin Zhao's side, upon realizing the crawlers were in disarray, he proactively consolidated all his forces, concentrating their defensive strength along the walls of the Shiyuan community. Zhao Yun and his companions took positions in various sectors to prevent any semblance of chaos. However, after the death of the second-generation crawler, the zombies seemed to have become astute. They refrained from launching direct assaults, instead sending out a few stragglers to harass, showing no intent for effective offense. Have they given up on attacking? Observing the silence in the darkness, Liang Xiu voiced her doubts. It's not that simple. That fellow prepared for an entire day, and it cannot conclude so easily. Lin Xiao decisively shook his head at it. Must be noted that during the previous night, Lin Xiao had demonstrated the ability to handle zombies with a combat power of 170. If the adversary were to attack today, their trump card could not possibly be a mere second-generation crawler with a combat power of 175. There must be something far more terrifying lurking. Just then, Lin Xiao felt a faint tremor emanating from the earth. Initially subtle, it went unnoticed by all but him. Minutes later, not only Lin Xiao but the surrounding trees began to sway. My lord. It seems a colossal creature is approaching, Zhao Yun stated gravely, having sensed something amiss as he approached Lin Xiao. Everyone retreat behind the walls. Fire the flamethrowers at full capacity. Do not cease even if it means shooting into the sky. Lin Xiao commanded without hesitation. Fireballs were gathered and hurled skyward. Bang! The red flames erupted in the sky like a magnificent display of fireworks, illuminating everything below. Above the once stately buildings, countless crawlers clung like scales upon each other, baring their teeth as they gazed hungrily at Lin Zhao's base. The ground was teeming with butchers, each wielding a massive concrete pillar, all fixated on the direction of the base. Suddenly, one of the buildings began to tremble violently, and the crawlers atop it scattered in disarray. In the next instant, the 6-story building collapsed with a deafening crash, toppled by a zombie giant of equal height. This towering behemoth stood 20 meters tall, its body devoid of decay, covered only by a layer of crimson flesh. Its eyes glowed like two enormous red lanterns in the night. As it shattered the building, its gaze fell upon Lin Xiao and his companions. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the giant charged forward. But it was not merely the giant. Hundreds of crawlers cascaded down from the high-rise, while countless butchers surged forth from the streets, their massive forms undeterred by the speed of their advance. Under the onslaught of the terrifying zombie tide, the ground was reduced to desolation. Even more frightful, behind the horde, several 10-meter-tall zombie giants emerged from the streets, joining the fray. This was truly a horrifying zombie tide. Lin Zhao's pupils constricted as his gaze landed on the foremost giant. Third-generation zombie giant, third-generation modified creature, combat power, 550 characteristics, third-generation giantized zombie modifier. After incurring tremendous costs, this third-generation giant zombie was transformed from the second-generation giant zombie. Its form is significantly larger, its strength even more terrifying, and its vitality seemingly boundless. This is the true giant. The second generation pales in comparison, akin to a mere chick. Damn it, they have truly invested heavily. To deal with me, they have birthed a third-generation zombie. Lin Xiao was aware that in his previous life, the third-generation zombies, which required immense resources to create, only emerged during the struggle for the second tidal harvest. Now, they had appeared prematurely. Open fire, do not relent. Lin Xiao roared. At that moment, more than 30 MG-34s began firing toward the outside walls, while numerous flamethrowers unleashed their flames without pause. However, these defenses could only restrain ordinary crawlers and butchers. Before the third-generation giant, they were utterly ineffective. The third-generation zombie charged through without hindrance. At that moment, Lin Xiao sprang into action. In a mere second, he closed the 100-meter gap. Leaping into the air, he soared over 10 meters. Locking eyes with the third-generation zombie giant, Roar! The third-generation zombie giant let out a furious roar. Its massive hands swung forth, intent on grasping Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao would not allow such an opportunity. His Jiufeng Chaoyang knife danced in his grasp like a butterfly knife. Simultaneously, the incantation for the flaming blade surged in his mind, and the fiery internal force coursed through him. With a decisive swing, he aimed for the giant's head. This strike unleashed the second stage of the formless blade energy. Chapter 42. Conclusion: the Master of Swordsmanship trait activated, currently increasing attack combat power to 564. The second stage of the flaming blade activated, adding 200 to attack combat power. This strike's total combat power reached 764. In the air, a formless force seemed to pierce through all obstacles, effortlessly penetrating the head of the third-generation zombie giant. The once bright red lantern eyes extinguished as if they had burst at that moment. Lin Xiao did not pause. He unleashed 2 more strikes, severing the 2 colossal hands that had reached for him. Boom, boom. 2 colossal hands descended upon the ground, crushing those hapless crawlers and butchers who could not evade their fate into a fine mist. Subsequently, the giant's 20-meter-high body, having lost its strength, collapsed like a tower that had just been demolished. The immense form slammed into the earth, creating a vast crater. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the third-generation zombie giant, third-generation modified zombie, earning 1,000 energy points. Kill reward: restricted grade enhanced serum 1, limited to combat power below 800. Third-generation zombie giant biological cells 1. Ding! Talent godly luck activated. Before Lin Xiao could fully absorb this information, a distant, unwilling roar echoed. No, it cannot be. The man with the crimson lips stared in terror at Lin Xiao. Red liquid streaming from his eyes. He had wagered all his resources to eliminate the figure before him and seize their flesh and blood. Yet, to his shock, the so-called invincible third-generation zombie giant had been effortlessly slain by that very individual. All his efforts and preparations were swept away in an instant. Why? Why is this man so terrifying? What manner of existence is this ancient martial arts family that can achieve such strength in such a short time? Lin Xiao gazed into the man's blood-red eyes. Which intelligent zombie is this? At last, I have found you. Just as Lin Xiao felt a surge of triumph and prepared to pursue the man, a warning alert sounded. Your base is under attack, current damage level 1. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and turned his gaze behind him. He saw that a horde of zombies, composed of crawlers and butchers, had breached the perimeter of the base, while the towering second-generation zombie giants were nearly upon them. In that fleeting moment, when Lin Xiao turned back, the intelligent zombie had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I will catch you next time. Lin Xiao turned back, flames igniting in his hands. Simultaneously, flames from within a radius of several hundred meters were drawn to him. Inside the base, flames produced by dozens of flamethrowers were also absorbed. Then, with astonishing speed, Lin Xiao reached the front of the base, transforming into a blazing figure. Flame wall, boom. Centered around Lin Xiao, flames erupted from both his arms, shooting out hundreds of meters in either direction. A towering 5-meter-high wall of fire formed, extending for 100 meters, enveloping the entire base in its protective embrace. Under the might of the flame wall, created by 400 combat power, both butchers and crawlers perished upon contact. Having no chance to escape, even the second-generation crawlers and zombie giants, upon encountering this fierce inferno, were reduced to mere charred remains after being thoroughly incinerated. The once terrifying and surging tide of zombies became a farce before Lin Xiao's fiery barrier. The wall's power immediately forced the horde to retreat, with many crawlers fleeing in sheer terror, trying to escape. It won't be that easy, Lin Xiao sneered, and with a thought, the flame wall surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the fleeing crawlers in flames. Those who had intended to escape were swiftly reduced to charred corpses. Even the zombie giants suffered the same fate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 10 minutes later. Aside from the crawlers that had fled into residential buildings, nearly all the butchers and giant zombies had been annihilated under Lin Xiao's flames. This included a second-generation crawler and 2 second-generation butchers, all of whom fell victim to the inferno. The battle concluded, and Lin Xiao had single-handedly dominated the entire battlefield. It is worth noting that this encounter involved nearly 1,000 crawlers and a total of 8 second-generation zombies with combat power exceeding 100. The spoils of this victory alone would have been sufficient to reward Lin Xiao handsomely, not to mention the extraordinary gains afforded by his talents. At that moment, Zhao Yun and the others emerged from the base. "My lord, are you unhurt?" "A mere handful of insignificant foes. They couldn't possibly harm me," Lin Xiao waved dismissively. The gazes of those present shifted towards Lin Xiao, now imbued with a newfound respect and reverence. Earlier, their expressions had been tinged with awe and fear, but now they were filled with admiration. To single-handedly turn the tide of battle and vanquish a formidable zombie army. Surely only Lin Xiao could achieve such a feat at this stage. "Lord, look over there!" Liang Xiu suddenly pointed in a direction. There, more than 30 survivors had already awakened, many of whom had witnessed Lin Xiao's earlier display of power. They were left utterly dumbfounded, barely able to believe that Lin Xiao was indeed one of their own kind. "He was nothing short of a deity. As the system he received the same as ours. I'm not entirely sure, but one thing is certain. This individual is undoubtedly a godlike presence. I must join his domain. Even if it means being a mere ordinary citizen. At least I would be free from fear." The crowd exchanged words, unaware that their discussions had reached Lin Xiao's ears. With his formidable combat power of 400, he could easily hear their voices within 100 meters. Hearing their evaluations, Lin Xiao merely smiled softly. "Keep up the hard work. I still rely on them to earn energy points. For now, let's not concern ourselves with them. After tonight, there should be no further issues. Everyone, take turns to rest. Should anything arise, call for assistance promptly," Lin Xiao instructed. "Understood, my lord." Upon receiving Lin Xiao's orders, the group visibly relaxed, their nerves no longer as taut as before. Lin Xiao, too, returned to the base, preparing to train while awaiting the successful upgrade of the base. Chapter 43. The Marvels of a Level 2 Base. Congratulations, your base has successfully upgraded to a Level 2 base. With this upgrade, you will unlock additional functions. Upon becoming a Level 2 base, your non-test subject citizens will provide energy points upon slaying creatures. Your current technological era is classified as modern technology. Note: this era is referenced against Earth standards, corresponding to early 20th century technology. Your current cultivation level is classified as the primitive age. Note: the primitive age lacks any formal cultivation levels. Means of enhancing the body are limited to physical training and the consumption of rare materials. A series of notifications flooded Lin Xiao's view, presenting him with a dazzling array of options. After upgrading to a Level 2 base, the interface was no longer a simple layout. It now boasted a multitude of complex functions. Among the most notable additions was a research function. The technological level was straightforward. After advancing to this era, one could research and develop heavy sniper rifles, tanks, and more. The path was clear, leading all the way to the era Lin Xiao inhabited. Without a doubt, by the end, creating an atomic bomb would pose no issue. As for the cultivation era, it remained shrouded in mystery. This meant that any research undertaken would yield unpredictable results. One might uncover methods for cultivation, ushering in an era of universal cultivation, or perhaps develop magic, transforming the base into a haven of sorcery. In summary, all outcomes would only manifest following significant investment in research. Lin Xiao recalled that in his previous life, the base in Xinjiang City had developed martial arts techniques. With nearly all its inhabitants becoming martial arts experts, he wondered what discoveries awaited him in this life. Of course, the first step in research was to begin. Thus, Lin Xiao first constructed walls and machine gun turrets around the base. And the first building unit he erected was the Research Building. Research Building, Rare Electric Energy, Description. This is a comprehensive structure encompassing research, analysis, live experiments, cultivation, and various other functions, though the resources it demands are substantial. Construction requirements: energy 1,000, construction materials 3,000, rare building resources 500. Construction time: 24 hours. Note: using blueprints will unlock and allow research into related content. Lin Xiao chose to construct it without hesitation, placing it atop building B. In fact, independent structures like the research building could be erected directly on the ground, without needing to be positioned atop an existing building. However, since building B had already been ravaged by the giant zombies, it served no purpose. Thus, he decided to put it to good use. With the placement complete, construction began, and the countdown commenced at 24 hours. Godly trait activated. Efficiency increased to 3 times the original rate, reducing time to 8 hours. Once the construction of the research building is completed, Lin Xiao can officially commence his research. However, The research building requires electrical energy to be fully operational. Thus, Lin Xiao sought out the blueprints for the energy workshop within the realm of technology. Energy workshop, wind, description. This is a wind energy workshop capable of generating an average of 1000 kWh of electricity daily. Construction requirements. Energy 50, building materials 300. Only one energy workshop may be effective within a certain vicinity. Construction time. 12 hours. The so-called energy workshop resembles a windmill, serving as a wind power generator. Lin Xiao remains uncertain about the precise electrical requirements of the research building, but acquiring more power can never be a disadvantage. In each direction of the Shiyuan community, Lin Xiao established an energy workshop. After that, he built a greenhouse farm and a small ranch within the community, as well as several water wells. Tired of consuming compressed biscuits daily, Lin Xiao desired a change in taste. Subsequently, he constructed various facilities such as taverns, hospitals, and pleasure houses. The entire eastern half of the Shiyuan community was transformed into a bustling town center reminiscent of the early 20th century. Gazing upon this architectural vision, Lin Xiao suddenly grasped the meaning behind the phrase that a secondary base is merely the beginning. Once evolved into a secondary base, virtually all buildings within the technological domain can be constructed. The only regret is that they do not come with NPCs and require the citizens under Lin Xiao's leadership to populate them. This is part of civilization. Not every citizen is eager to confront zombies. Some, lacking the will to fight, can remain in the rear. The revival of civilization requires not only an army but also a vital civilian component. After meticulously setting up the adjacent miniature town, Lin Xiao contentedly approached the workstation. Upon upgrading to a secondary base, the workstation automatically advanced to a secondary workstation. There was one item that could only be crafted at the secondary workstation, and Lin Xiao had not forgotten it. Sunset bow, rare, description. A magnificent bow designed by a master craftsman, said to possess the ability to evoke the effect of a stunning sunset. Required combat power. A minimum of 100 combat power is necessary for use, with a maximum potential combat power reaching 999. Note: the combat power exhibited by the current equipment depends on the player's combat power. Equipment trait. Stunning sunset, rare when used under sunlight. This bow grants a 25 instantaneous combat power surge. Manufacturing requirements. Energy 500, mechanical materials 500, rare mechanical materials 500. Sunset arrows. Each point of rare mechanical materials can produce 10 sunset arrows. Sunset bow. Sunset bow. Finally, I, Huang Zhong, need not be constrained by the inadequacy of my bow and arrows, unable to unleash my ideal combat potential. With the sunset bow in hand, I am virtually invincible. Lin Xiao even contemplated forming a formidable archer squad. Such a weapon as the sunset bow is undoubtedly more effective against powerful creatures, particularly when facing zombie giants. I can simply let you approach and see if I can shoot you down. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao first produced 6 sunset bows and 1,000 sunset arrows, ensuring that those with combat power exceeding 100 possessed this lethal weapon for the time being. Upon completing the production of the sunset bow, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to armor and weaponry. In recent battles, Lin Xiao had wielded the 9 Phoenix Rising Sunblade, while Liang Xiao and others fared even worse. Lacking suitable weaponry. At the dawn of the 20th century, the forging industry had also reached its pinnacle. Thus, Lin Xiao had no other demands. Weapons should be durable and easy to handle, and as for armor, it simply needed to be visually striking. For individuals with combat power exceeding 100, the utility of ordinary steel armor has diminished significantly, leaving only its aesthetic appeal. Additionally, the soldiers required new gear. Soon, a thought took shape in Lin Xiao's mind. Chapter 44. Expanding strength within the Shiyuan community, Lin Xiao's citizens donned entirely new gear. Each received a standard, stylish black military uniform. This was inspired by the uniforms of the Prussian army during World War II, renowned for their elegance. Wherever they went, they attracted attention. Moreover, their equipment was updated as well, transitioning from bows and crossbows to Mauser 1888 rifles, the predecessor of the famed 98K. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao equipped each citizen with a handgun, 3 grenades, and 3 incendiary devices. It can be said that the ordinary citizens experienced a significant upgrade in both firepower and combat capability. Following this extensive equipment update, the previous 5-member team was officially transformed into an action squad, consisting of a leader, a deputy leader, and 3 members. Each squad was outfitted with 2 MG-34 heavy machine guns and 2 portable flamethrowers. These 90 individuals were seasoned veterans with battlefield experience. Lin Xiao did not intend to retire them, but rather to use them as a foundation for constant expansion. As for the citizens summoned later, he planned to select those unwilling to engage in battle to contribute to the development of the miniature town. This time, Lin Xiao intended to summon an additional 200 individuals. Following the battle last night, Lin Xiao's resources had significantly increased, and his energy value had once more surpassed 40,000. Even summoning 200 individuals seemed ample. In addition to energy points, he had also garnered a substantial amount of enhancement serums. Minor enhancement serum, 1 combat power, limit 25 or below, 102. Minor enhancement serum, 3 combat power, limit 50 or below, 658. Enhancement serum, 5 combat power, limit 75 or below, 415. Major enhancement serum, 8 combat power, limit 100 or below, 108. Strong enhancement serum, 10 combat power, limit 150 or below, 12. Super enhancement serum, 12 combat power, limit 200 or below, 12. Restricted enhancement serum, 80 combat power, limit 800 or below. Limited to 3 uses, 4. Super soldier serum 101. These were merely the most ordinary enhancement serums. The most critical item, however, was the unique serum obtained after defeating the 3rd-generation zombie giant. Originally expected to receive a single dose of restricted enhancement serum, it had upgraded to an extreme serum, and the cells of the 3rd-generation zombie giant had also transformed into giant biological cells. Extreme serum, combat power 10, with no restrictions. Giant biological cell, rare, description. A cell derived from a powerful creature, possessing remarkable assimilation properties. Upon ingestion, unexpected effects may occur. Effects. Ingesting leads to a 30 chance of mutation into a variant giant, rare. 50 chance of mutation into a savage giant, common, loses rationality. 19 chance of death, and a 1 chance of acquiring the giant stature trait, rare. Non-humanoid beings will experience unknown mutations upon ingestion. In addition to the giant cells, there were also upgraded versions of the cells from crawlers and butchers. Crawler biological cell effects. Upon ingestion, a 50 chance of mutation into an unknown crawling creature, common. 30 chance of death, 20 chance of acquiring the trait agile limbs, common. Crawling creatures will be immune to the first possibility. Strength biological cell, rare, effects. Upon ingestion, a 50 chance of mutation into an unknown savage creature, common. 30 chance of death, 20 chance of acquiring the trait of possessing strength, common. In summary, the upgraded cells are no longer distorted cells but have transformed into normal cells. Of course, the effects are not significantly better, merely shifting from zombies to beasts. Only the giant cells possess a certain uniqueness, comparable to the previous Tiger Man mutation serum. As for the extreme serum, that is even simpler. It is undoubtedly a means to break through. After all, under normal enhancement, combat power would likely be capped at around 550, and thereafter, further advancement could not rely solely on serums. One must either, like Lin Xiao, discover a cultivation method or continuously enhance through extreme serums. In any case, before the arrival of the second tide, breaking through the 550 combat power threshold is akin to an arduous task. Calculating the time, it is now the 3rd day of the apocalypse, with 4 days remaining until the second tide descends. At that time, not only will more terrifying creatures awaken, but it will also present everyone with an opportunity to leap forward. Time waits for no one. It seems imperative to expand Lin Xiao's sphere of influence swiftly, at least to occupy the entire White Tiger district before the second tide arrives. A fervent light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The first tide leads to the mutation of all humans and animals, while the second tide will bring about the mutation of numerous plants. In such circumstances, the larger one's territory, the greater the potential gains. Before taking action, it is the usual approach. First summon individuals, then distribute enhancement serums. This time, Lin Xiao planned for a direct summoning of 200 individuals. 200 rays of light simultaneously descended upon the entire base. These 200 beams did not illuminate the confines of Building A, but rather graced the courtyard of the Shiyuan community, nearly enveloping the entire parking lot below. Congratulations, you have drawn the ordinary. Ordinary, congratulations, your divine talent for luck has been activated, upgrading your ordinary recruitment to historical recruitment. Lin Xiao cast his gaze across the 200 beams, and among them, only 3 shone with a distinct brilliance. This indicated that only 3 historical recruits had appeared this time. What kind of probability is this? How could it be reduced by half? Who has adjusted the odds? Lin Xiao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was there an underhanded alteration at play? Nevertheless, he decided to first see who had emerged. As the 200 beams of light dissipated, the three historical figures stepped forth, quickly regaining their composure. The first to emerge was a robust man clad in black armor. Reminiscent of a general, his countenance was stern, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity that instilled fear in those who beheld him. A long sword hung from his waist, and he bore a crimson scythe upon his back. Resembling a reaper walking amongst the living, upon reaching Lin Xiao, the man knelt respectfully and declared, "I am Bai Qi, your humble servant, greeting my lord." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was elated. This was none other than the god of death, Bai Qi. Bai Qi, historical figure, combat power. 135-50 loyalty. Sworn to follow till death, genetic ability. Life absorption, rare with each enemy slain. You can absorb their life force to restore your injuries and stamina, converting it into your combat power. Combat power cap is 30 traits. God of death, rare. Your reputation for slaughter is renowned, and your name strikes fear across the world. All who know you either respect or dread you. While serving as commander, your troops' combat power increases by 10, while the enemy's morale decreases by 50. For each enemy killed in battle, your combat power increases by 1. Your cap is 30, troop cap is 10. War God, rare. A master of strategy, you anticipate the enemy's moves. In the realm of warfare, you are akin to a deity, feared by all who confront you. While serving as commander, your troops' combat power increases by 10. Their morale remains unyielding, and the enemy's morale decreases by 50. Exclusive equipment. Scythe of the Reaper, exclusive, combat power 50, capable of absorbing substantial life force for enhancement. Chapter 45. Treasure found. The god of death. Bai Qi, the war god Bai Qi. The Bai Qi before Lin Xiao appeared to be in his 30s, at the pinnacle of his life. Historically, this war god achieved countless victories, instilling terror in the Six Kingdoms, devastating their foundations and paving the way for the rise of a legendary emperor. Notably, during his battle against the Zhao state, Bai Qi orchestrated the massacre of 400,000 elite soldiers, shocking the world. Throughout his life, the number of lives taken by his hand exceeded 1 million. Such a record befits his traits and abilities. If those souls sought vengeance, Bai Qi would face an army of 1 million. Yet, even if confronted by 1 million vengeful spirits, how could the god of death, Bai Qi, possibly falter? General Bai, please rise. With your assistance, our forthcoming battles will surely be smooth sailing. Lin Xiao helped Bai Qi to his feet, his heart brimming with joy, for Bai Qi's role in the impending war would be unparalleled. After a slight bow, Bai Qi stepped aside, and another figure emerged behind him, a frail middle-aged man clad in rough cloth, who respectfully bowed to Lin Xiao. The humble Zhuchengji, at your service, my lord. Zhuchengji, the legendary figure who calculated pi. Zhuchengji, historical figure, combat power, 3 loyalty, absolute loyalty, traits, natural science, rare. You possess an extraordinary talent for the natural sciences, allowing you to grasp the truths of the world more profoundly. Research capabilities in science and technology are enhanced by 100, making it easier to unlock related technologies. Exclusive equipment, Ming calendar, research speed increased by 50. Indeed, it is Zhuchengji, a veritable genius. In many respects, he may even surpass the god of death, Bai Qi. Individuals who have etched their names in history solely through academic prowess are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Lin Xiao mused that had Zhuchengji and Einstein existed in the same era, his accomplishments would likely rival those of Einstein. To illustrate, he was capable of calculating pi to 7 decimal places. While Europe would not achieve this feat for another millennium. In other words, Zhuchengji's theoretical and computational prowess was 1,000 years ahead of his European contemporaries. What a terrifying existence! To summon such a deity now would undoubtedly propel the technology of his base to unprecedented heights. Sir, please rise. My base is in dire need of talent such as yourself. Zhuchengji hastily waved his hands, a look of profound humility upon his face. My lord, you overstate my abilities. I am merely an ordinary person with a passion for research, unworthy of such grand titles. The middle-aged Zhuchengji appeared eager for knowledge, embodying an insatiable thirst for understanding, and thus remained exceedingly modest. There is no need for such humility. Once the research building is constructed, I will rely on your expertise. Even in his middle age, Zhuchengji was a font of knowledge, undoubtedly far superior to Kai Wenji. Upon receiving such recognition from an esteemed figure, one would naturally feel a surge of excitement and gratitude. And Zhou Chengji was no exception, promptly expressing heartfelt gratitude. I am honored by your esteem, my lord, and I shall dedicate myself to researching the latest technologies for you. Lin Xiao nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Zhou Chengji. Though only 3 figures emerged from the 200 draws, the quality of the first 2 had already exceeded his expectations. He could accept anyone as the third. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao leaned forward to glance towards the rear. There, a woman adorned in a violet gown, her enchanting eyes captivating, with a voluptuous figure, gracefully approached, her steps light and airy. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, she first bestowed a gentle smile before gracefully bowing. I am Chen Yuanyuan, the courtesan of the Suzhou Pear Garden, paying my respects to my lord. As Lin Xiao listened to her voice and beheld her presence, it felt as though he had encountered a celestial melody. Filling him with an indescribable sense of delight, he perceived this woman as a fairy who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. This sensation was entirely distinct from that of Kai Wenji. While Kai Wenji was beautiful, she exuded a friendly, sisterly aura, devoid of any sense of intrusion. In contrast, the woman before him inspired a profound sense of possessiveness, igniting a desire to conquer merely at the sight of her. Yet, Lin Xiao soon regained his composure, murmuring, Chen Yuanyuan, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. The calamity of the late Ming. Chen Yuanyuan, historical figure, combat power, 4 loyalty, absolute loyalty, traits, dual talents in beauty and art, rare you excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with unparalleled skills in dance and song, combined with your enchanting beauty and graceful form, making you a rare dual talent. Those who interact with you will find joy in your company, and your artistic talents will help others forget their troubles, bringing peace to their hearts. Isn't she akin to a muse? Gazing at Chen Yuanyuan, Lin Xiao suddenly understood why Wu Sangue would betray his own people for her. Inviting the Qing army into the capital, her allure was simply irresistible, so captivating that one could not forget her with just a glance. Such a stunning beauty, taken from him by the minions of Li Zicheng. Who wouldn't he be distressed? Had it not been for this extraordinary woman, perhaps Wu Sangue would never have invited the Qing army, allowing the Han dynasty to endure, forever altering the course of Chinese history. The narrative wouldn't have been dominated by the likes of the pigskin, nor would the Han people have fallen behind on the world stage. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao realized that this woman was indeed a pivotal figure in shaping the course of history. At this moment, she remained as a courtesan in Suzhou, still in the precious phase of performing arts without compromising her virtue, with an uncertain future ahead. Presently, Chen Yuanyuan regarded Lin Xiao with a look of grievance. Her tone soft and plaintive. My lord, why do you speak thus of a mere girl? Have I committed some offense? Lin Xiao waved his hand, dismissing any historical grievances as mere fabrications. Blaming a woman for defeat was nothing but a sign of weakness. No, you are splendid. The only fault lies in your unparalleled beauty. It's his words. Chen Yuanyuan offered a soft, beguiling smile, her voice laced with allure. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Lin Xiao smiled gently, reaching out to caress Chen Yuanyuan's fair cheek, eliciting a wave of comfort. Chen Yuanyuan's complexion flushed slightly, and she immediately lowered her gaze, showing a hint of shyness. However, this motion inadvertently revealed her ample bosom, stirring Lin Xiao's heart. Please, rest for now. After this battle concludes, I will require your song and dance to ease my fatigue. Willing to serve, my lord. Chen Yuanyuan bowed gracefully. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Given Chen Yuanyuan's attributes, dancing before the entire army would undoubtedly yield the most splendid effect. However, Lin Xiao had never been one to share. A beauty such as Chen Yuanyuan was destined to belong solely to him. Chapter 46. A comprehensive restructuring of the army. Heroes possess deep sentiments for their kin, yet they are more predominantly driven by lofty ambitions. Lin Xiao's gaze transcended Chen Yuanyuan and settled upon the remaining 200 citizens. You have arrived in this world for the first time, stepping into a realm rife with cruelty. Yet fortune smiles upon you, for your predecessors have laid a solid foundation, providing you with a secure rear, allowing you to arrive without the immediate struggle for survival. However, peace is an illusion. Danger and foes lurk everywhere. Now, I offer you an opportunity to choose. I shall provide you with weapons to battle the undead and reclaim this beautiful world. Of course, this is not a compulsion. Each individual's strengths differ. Those unwilling to fight may remain at the base to produce supplies or assist in the research facility, engaging in tasks suited to their capabilities. In the next 10 seconds, those willing to fight, step forward. Lin Xiao glanced at his antique mechanical pocket watch, and the second hand began to tick. Instantly, dozens stepped forward, the majority of whom were men with a combat power of 5. Subsequently, some with only 4 or even 3 points of combat power also took a step forward. Combat power does not equate to courage, but that step they took certainly does. And what Lin Xiao sought was precisely this spirit of bravery. Out of 197 citizens, 135 stood forth, leaving 62 behind. Among those remaining, some possessed talents related to research and production, rendering them ill-suited for the battlefield. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao needed precisely these 135 individuals. Excellent, everyone, assemble. With Lin Xiao's command, people from all directions in the West Garden community began to converge. The walls of the secondary base had been completed, and with no immediate threats, there was no need for defense at present. Shortly, 90 veterans formed 15 action teams, standing in perfect formation, starkly contrasting with the 135 citizens standing haphazardly nearby. At the forefront of the 90 stood Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, and Zhang Quan. Standing tall and resolute. In last night's battle, all performed admirably, with Zhao Yun's performance being particularly outstanding, earning him 2 doses of restricted serum, along with several doses of enhancement serum. Huang Zhong followed closely behind, receiving 1 dose of restricted serum and several enhancement serums. Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, and Zhang Quan were each awarded several enhancement serums. Additionally, 5 squad leaders who distinguished themselves in the previous battle were granted 1 dose of potent enhancement serum. Others who performed well also received enhancement serum as a reward. With Lin Xiao's distribution of rewards, the strength of the previous veterans experienced a qualitative leap. Zhao Yun's combat power surged to 300. Huang Zhong's reached 230, both breaking the 200 barrier, with Zhao Yun surpassing 300. Zhang Kai and the others also broke through to 150. As for the 5 outstanding squad leaders, Lin Xiao elevated their combat power to 120. The remaining squad leaders, who performed averagely, saw their combat power raised to 100. Beyond them, the previous veterans, specifically the vice-captains, had their combat power boosted to 79, while the ordinary soldiers increased to 35 this time. Lin Xiao directly employed Super Soldier Serum, transforming all the veterans into super soldiers. Having accomplished all this, Lin Xiao's gaze fell once more upon the remaining 135 individuals. At this moment, they were all restless. Looking towards Lin Xiao with anticipation, Zhao Yun and the others remained silent, yet the ordinary soldiers were evidently citizens like them. Now, the weakest among these citizens was a super soldier with a combat power of 35. Marking a pivotal distinction between the strong and the weak. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's gaze fixed upon the remaining 135 individuals. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's attention, they all became animated, each puffing out their chests. Yearning to catch his eye, hoping to leap into the ranks of the 90, you are fortunate, for under the guidance of your predecessors, you have been afforded a higher starting point. Of course, this also serves as a reward for the brave. I shall elevate each of your combat powers to 20 points. A combat power of 20 equates to 4 times that of an ordinary individual, enabling one to deliver a force equivalent to 500 pounds with a mere punch. Such prowess would have sufficed for the rank of a sergeant in ancient armies, akin to a current company commander or battalion leader. Yet now, this was merely the strength of ordinary soldiers under Lin Xiao's command. Upon hearing this news, all present erupted in joyous celebration. They had not anticipated that they could ascend to the status of 20 combat power warriors in a single bound, in their former world. A combat power of 20 would have made anyone the top fighter in their village. Thank you, esteemed Lord. The Lord is mighty. The 135 individuals chanted Lin Xiao's name in fervor. Meanwhile, the remaining 62 displayed hints of regret, realizing that had they taken that step forward, they too would have been rewarded abundantly. Now, there was no opportunity for regret. Only a few particularly astute citizens understood that the greater the reward, the more perilous the ensuing challenges, and remaining behind was not necessarily a misfortune. Next, amidst the excitement of the crowd, it was time to distribute the enhancement serum. Each of the 135 individuals was fortified to a combat power level of 20. In the midst of their exhilaration, no one noticed that the most elated person was Lin Xiao. Once everyone had consumed their serums, Lin Xiao's combat power had reached a new pinnacle, 892 points. This was Lin Xiao's latest combat power. After each battle, his strength experienced a qualitative leap, and this time, he was nearing the 1,000 mark. This was merely his combat readiness in actual combat, coupled with his mastery of sword techniques and the flame blade skill. Surpassing 1,000 would be an effortless endeavor. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, only after the second tidal wave did a scant few beings ascend to a combat power exceeding 1,000 through extraordinary fortune. Now, however, there were still 4 days remaining until the second tidal wave. Yet, Lin Xiao recognized that his memories of his past life were confined to Qingjiang City, a small locale. In reality, places like Rongqing and the imperial capital were teeming with powerful individuals, rich in ancient martial legacies and brimming with innate talent, which undoubtedly bred countless prodigies and fortuitous encounters. Among them, some may have already achieved combat powers exceeding 1,000. He understood that his perspective should not be limited to the modest confines of Qingjiang City, but should encompass the entire world. With this realization, a spark of fervor ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. In this lifetime, I shall be a deity. Assemble the troops and formulate a plan to conquer the White Tiger District. Chapter 47. Departure for the White Tiger District. This expansion of forces has grown from the original 90 to 225 individuals. The structure of the original 15 teams remains intact, with new citizens joining to form new teams of 15. Each team consists of 1 captain, 1 vice-captain, 4 sergeants, and 9 privates. Lin Xiao first announced the most fundamental unit under his command, the 15-person action team. Privates are the new recruits, while sergeants are the previously elite soldiers. Simultaneously, each individual's equipment and attire varied significantly. Captains and vice-captains donned specially tailored suits and gear, with each person permitted to make requests. Supplemented by a portable flamethrower and an MG-34 heavy machine gun. Sergeants could choose between a portable flamethrower and an MG-34, along with standard-issue steel gear. Privates wielded Mauser rifles and standard steel equipment. In essence, the higher the rank, the more impressive the attire and the superior the equipment, with the weapons becoming increasingly exceptional. Disparities in treatment were ever present under Lin Xiao's command. Following this, Lin Xiao announced another decision. The 15 action teams would be grouped into 3 action battalions, each led by a battalion commander and a vice-battalion commander. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, and even the newly emerged Bai Qi turned their gazes towards Lin Xiao. It was evident that Lin Xiao intended to lead an expedition. Thus, the position of battalion commander was clearly equivalent to that of a general in an external campaign. Each commander would lead a force of 75. Presenting a genuine opportunity for merit through individual prowess, Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd before he slowly declared, Huang Zhong shall serve as the 1st battalion commander, with Liang Xiu as vice battalion commander. Zhao Yun will lead the 2nd battalion, with Zhang Quan as vice battalion commander. Bai Qi will command the 3rd battalion, with Zhang Kai as vice battalion commander. After the 6 commands were issued, both Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun exhaled in relief. Zhang Quan and Liang Xiu had anticipated this outcome, but Zhang Kai felt a tinge of disappointment. He had originally thought that Bai Qi, as the newcomer, would not be able to ascend to the same level as Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun so swiftly. He believed he had a chance, yet he was surprised to find that Bai Qi had indeed surpassed him. When he turned to look at Bai Qi, he noticed that Bai Qi's expression was devoid of any turbulence. As if everything unfolding was merely a matter of course, and being the captain was a natural expectation for him. That overwhelming confidence was something Zhang Kai lacked entirely. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached him. Bai Qi is formidable. You can learn much by following him. However, he still lacks sufficient understanding of firearms, and you can teach him more about that. Yes, my lord, Zhang Kai nodded. Indeed, he had his own advantages. He was the man who had instructed the entire unit in firearms. No one understood the concept of firepower suppression better than he did. Next, Lin Xiao moved to Bai Qi's side. I recognize your immense capabilities, but you have yet to establish any achievements. Being appointed as captain already places a significant burden on you, and I hope you won't let me down. Additionally, there are many new things in this world to learn. Mastering them will make your forces even stronger. Bai Qi nodded thoughtfully. As a military commander of divine caliber, he naturally understood the importance of equipment. In the past, the Qin state's crossbows had proven invincible, far surpassing those of the other 6 states, empowering their army to victory. Rest assured, my lord, Bai Qi shall not disappoint you, he solemnly declared. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and moved on to Zhao Yun. You are my favored general and currently the most powerful warrior. I have high expectations for you in this battle. My lord can rest assured. Zhao Yun will not let you down, Zhao Yun replied with resolute determination. Then, Lin Xiao approached Huang Zhong. Brother Han Shang, as an experienced veteran, there is no need for you to act rashly in this battle. Conquering the White Tiger District is not a task to be completed in a day. Everything must be approached with caution. Understood, my lord, Huang Zhong responded with a nod, though a hint of confusion lingered. After issuing his instructions to the three main generals, Lin Xiao raised his voice once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is in ruins, with countless lives suffering. Only we can salvage this world. We shall restore order and shield it from the ravages of those mutated creatures. The purpose of this expedition is to establish a foothold for the future conquest of the White Tiger District. The mission is straightforward: to ascertain the strength of all mutated creatures in various locations within the district, focusing on reconnaissance rather than extermination. I hereby declare that the 1st Brigade, led by Huang Zhong, will explore northward, the 2nd Brigade, commanded by Zhao Yun, will venture eastward, and the 3rd Brigade, under Bai Qi, will head southward. Depart now and return to the base by sunset. 1st Brigade, Huang Zhong acknowledges. 2nd Brigade, Zhao Yun acknowledges. 3rd Brigade, Bai Qi acknowledges. Upon Lin Zhao's commands, Huang Zhong and the others responded promptly. The location of the Shiyuan community is, in fact, situated on the western edge of the White Tiger District, so they only needed to explore the remaining 3 areas. Conversely, the eastern area near the city center harbors increasingly more zombies and formidable mutated beasts as one ventures further east. Zhao Yun's route is the most perilous, and of course, Lin Xiao did not naively assume that merely this small group could conquer the White Tiger District. It is important to note that the total area of the White Tiger District spans 105 square kilometers, with a permanent population of approximately 200,000. Even if they were faced with 200,000 pigs, over 200 of them would struggle to capture them within 3 days, let alone zombies. Furthermore, aside from the zombies, a multitude of mutated beasts lay hidden, yet to emerge. Thus, Lin Zhao's strategic objective was clear from the outset: to investigate the strength of the mutated beasts in the various locations of the White Tiger District. Following this, they would devise an attack plan to gradually encroach upon the district while simultaneously bolstering their own strength and influence. Only once they had thoroughly strengthened themselves would they begin the complete conquest of the White Tiger District. 20 minutes later, the sun hung high in the sky. The 3 brigades had completed their supplies and set off from the base in their respective directions. Lin Xiao stood atop the base's perimeter wall, feeling a sense of apprehension. The first battle must proceed smoothly. Beside him, the spirited Kai Wenji also gazed into the distance. Thanks to Lin Zhao's care, her combat power had long since surpassed the 100 mark. Little sister, once I depart, the affairs within the base will be entirely under your purview. The most crucial matter is the construction of the research building. Once it is completed, you must immediately join Zhu Chengji in the research efforts. Do you understand? Understood, my lord, Kai Wenji replied obediently. Seeing this, Lin Xiao refrained from saying more. Kai Wenji was astute. Such a small matter should not pose a problem. After all this time, he had not recruited a single administrative talent. Only beauties or fierce generals. It seemed rather lopsided. Now that he would be absent from the base, he hoped there would be no issues. For now, he could only place his trust in Kai Wenji. Fortunately, the base had essentially entered a stable routine, and should any problems arise, he could return promptly, alleviating Lin Zhao's concerns. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Xiao departed from the base and ventured deeper into the White Tiger District. There was a matter that needed his attention. Chapter 48, Dimensional Strike Kill, Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 MG-34 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, swiftly dispatching a mutated beast before them. Zhao Yun's expression remained icy as he ordered his men to scavenge the valuable parts from the creature while continuing to command the troops forward. They were now 3 kilometers away from the Shiyuan community, and this was the 12th mutated beast Zhao Yun had encountered. Outside the Shiyuan community, zombies had all but vanished. Only a few solitary mutated beasts remained. However, Zhao Yun held no interest in these creatures. In his hand, he held a map of Qingjiang City, marking locations and current conditions as they advanced. Even when encountering stray mutated beasts along the way, he refrained from initiating attacks. From a distant high-rise, Lin Xiao observed Zhao Yun, a smile of approval gracing his lips, as expected of Zilong, making remarkable progress. Currently, his exploration pace is the fastest among the three. Bai Qi and Huang Zhong advanced steadily, while Zhao Yun surged ahead with vigor. After gauging the general situation, Lin Xiao took his leave. This time, he was not merely observing the progress of the three, but intended to venture alone to the Qingjiang City Historical Museum. There, a rare level chain quest awaited him. If completed, it would unlock historical recruitment. In his previous life, someone had undertaken this quest. The task was intricate and time-consuming, with the individual S faction spending half a month unlocking it. Half a month may not seem long, but Lin Xiao believed he could accomplish it even more swiftly. The rare energy required for historical recruitment would only materialize after the second tide. So even if he started it now, it would have little value for him. As he made his way toward the historical museum, Lin Xiao curiously opened the chat room once more. After a day had passed, he wondered how many had faithfully submitted their rent. Successfully collected energy, 1201. Rare mechanical resources, 580 points. Location information, 9. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, noting that while not many had paid their rent, several individuals had opted for buyouts, which was rather intriguing. Lightweight crossbow, first generation. Trade price 10 energy points, 60 mechanical materials to IT. Seemed that someone had successfully established a base and constructed a workbench. This person had only earned 30 mechanical materials, but it was evident that the approach yielded significant results. Rare mechanical materials were not easily obtained, but mechanical materials could be acquired with effort. Lin Xiao glanced at the sales figures, which were in the thousands, embodying the principle of low profit but high volume. Furthermore, this individual had priced the arrows even lower than his own, allowing 15 arrows to be exchanged for just 1 energy point in addition. Numerous other pieces of equipment, such as armor and protective gloves, were also listed, though of poor quality, yet they sold well. This person had made quite a profit. It seemed Lin Xiao needed to strike back. After some thought, he removed the rental and arrow trading information, leaving only the rental and buyout options to as soon as Lin Xiao executed this action. Several individuals in the chat room immediately noticed. Haha, look, 4396 has brought this upon himself. Now he is removing the trading information. Humph, that guy doesn't realize how much profit he has made. That lad. He merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck by developing the crossbow ahead of time. Now that competition has emerged, he naturally feels embarrassed to continue his charade. This fellow even dares to demand rent. I am eager to see who would willingly pay him. What a delusion! Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the trading information section shifted once more, revealing a new piece of equipment. Mauser 1888 rifle, trading price, 30 energy points, 30 rare mechanical materials, 300 mechanical materials. Location information, this item is for rent, from ID number 4396. Mauser 1888 rifle, trading price, 150 energy points, 150 rare mechanical materials, 1500 mechanical materials. Location information, this item is for outright purchase, from ID number 4396. Upon the revelation of this information, the chat room erupted in a frenzy. What the heck? The 98K, fool. This is not the 98K. Its power and performance fall slightly short. I recall this to be a weapon from the First World War. How does 4396 possess such wares? Regardless of whether it's the 98K, this is a semi-automatic rifle with a combat value of 30. One shot to the head could fell even a mutated beast. Isn't that more appealing than the crossbow? No, I must acquire one immediately. This 4396 has again devised both rental and purchase options. Could it be that he truly intends to collect rent? Whatever the case, I shall purchase it first. If he wishes to collect rent, I must ensure my own survival first. Almost instantaneously upon its listing, the Mauser 1888 rifle was sold out in dozens of quantities. It seems many have managed to accumulate energy points during this period. Then, they discovered that additional items, such as a silencer and ammunition, had been thoughtfully prepared. Mauser 1888 dedicated silencer, trading price, 50 energy points. Rifle ammunition, trading price, 1 energy point for 10 rounds, 450 energy points. One could minimize their exposure risk to the lowest possible level. Nearly everyone with energy points gritted their teeth and purchased it. Just then, another trading message popped up. Heavy crossbow, trading price, 100 energy points. 100 rare mechanical materials, 1000 mechanical materials. Location information. This item is for rent, from ID number 4396. Heavy crossbow. Trading price. 500 energy points, 500 rare mechanical materials, 5,000 mechanical materials. Location information. This item is for outright purchase, from ID number 4396. Once the heavy crossbow was listed, the chatroom descended into absolute chaos. The combat value of the heavy crossbow had reached an astonishing 70. What does this signify? A single shot to a mutated beast means certain death. Without exception, the Mauser 1888 rifle struggles to kill mutated beasts with a combat value of 35 unless a headshot is achieved, let alone the more formidable beasts with combat values of 45 or even 50. With the heavy crossbow now available, such concerns will no longer exist. Chapter 49. Arrival at the museum so tempting. With this in hand, who in the neighborhood could intimidate me? I suddenly realized my regret. I had purchased the Mauser rifle and now lacked the energy to buy the heavy crossbow. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such prized possessions? I feel as though purchasing these items comes at the cost of my very soul. Do not panic. Everyone can buy with confidence. After all, he cannot track us for rent. Just as he concluded, the trading information updated once more. This time, it was hand grenades, followed by incendiary grenades. Soon after, various steel-crafted equipment appeared as well. In mere moments, the entire trading panel was completely dominated by Lin Zhao's merchandise. Any item or combat gear one could conceive was likely available here. Provided you have sufficient energy points and materials, you could easily transform yourself into a fully armed Special Forces soldier, of course, from the First World War. Yet even so, it would be ample enough to sweep through a horde of zombies. Simultaneously, within a residential area in Qinglong district of Qinjiang City, in a distinctly different building. Big brother, there's activity in the chatroom. That 4,396 has resurfaced. Oh? Has he adjusted the price of the crossbow? The man referred to as Big Brother, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appeared calm and confident, as though he had anticipated everything. He has removed the rental option for the crossbow, leaving only the rent and outright purchase. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man coldly chuckled. Humph, greedy. With our crossbow on the market, he won't sell another unit. Big brother, it seems not to be the case. He has listed numerous items. The bespectacled man paused in astonishment. Numerous items? With a hint of curiosity, he opened the chatroom. However, the next moment, he was left utterly flabbergasted. The dazzling array of merchandise was no longer merely the trading bar of a chatroom. It was akin to stepping into an arms dealer's shop. Especially upon seeing the heavy crossbow, even he could not help but swallow hard. This is truly a remarkable item. Big brother, what should we do? Should we lower our prices to engage in a price war with him? One of his subordinates suddenly asked. The bespectacled man glanced at his subordinate and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After all, he bore the weight of it all alone. No. Let us purchase 2 heavy crossbows and a Mauser 1888 rifle, along with grenades and incendiary grenades. With these items, our strength can advance even further. Upon saying this, the bespectacled man suddenly felt a twinge of trepidation. How could 4,396 possibly procure such items for trade? To think, with merely these items in hand, he could feasibly encroach upon and conquer our neighborhood. What about his adversary? Shaking his head, the bespectacled man dared not dwell further on it. Meanwhile, the chatroom had erupted into utter chaos. What the heck? This is a true big shot. Please accept my kneeling. What on earth is this? Is he truly just an ordinary person like us? Could this guy be a warlord? My goodness, a military big shot has appeared in Qinjiang City. Does this mean I have to do nothing but wait for him to liberate us? Wait a moment. This morning I saw several military units sweep out from the White Tiger District. Could it be that the big shot from White Tiger District is 4396? Oh no, just as you spoke, I heard gunfire outside. Could the big shot be advancing towards us? I initially planned to pledge allegiance to the big shot of White Tiger District, but I still owe 4,396 rent. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Just boasting. I've seen the big shot from White Tiger District before. They use ancient equipment and weapons. Not something like this warlord. They must be 2 different people. In an instant, the entire chatroom was engulfed in heated debate. Outside the chatroom, Lin Zhao observed the incessantly scrolling messages with a faint smile, guessing their deliberations at the same time. As he watched his energy points continue to rise, he couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. In just this brief moment, I've accrued nearly 1,000 energy points. This is far simpler than battling zombies in the outside world. Tio genuinely rely on personal strength rather than the collective accumulation of energy points would require waiting until the third tidal wave. When the world's environment undergoes significant changes, and certain ores might transform into energy ores, only then would the true warriors have the chance to showcase their prowess. One person only needs to occupy an energy mine to amass millions of energy points effortlessly. Perhaps I could seek the assistance of the intelligent zombie? Have that fellow gather the 200,000 zombies from the White Tiger district together, and then I could unleash my fury. At worst, I would just need to pay a little bounty. As Lin Xiao contemplated his plans, he had already exited the confines of the White Tiger district. This district, neither too large nor too small, had merely served as a developmental area in his past life. The true heart of Xinjiang City lay ahead in the Green Dragon district, which, during the era of the old civilization, accounted for a staggering 60% of the city's economy, making it the very core of the core. Similarly, the population of the Green Dragon district soared to 1 million. By proportion, out of the 50,000 survivors in the entire Xinjiang City, approximately 10,000 resided in the Green Dragon district. However, it remained uncertain how many of those 10,000 could survive beneath the grasp of the zombies. Observing the bustling buildings of the Green Dragon district, Lin Xiao felt a pang of nostalgia. Upon arriving in the Green Dragon district, Lin Xiao opted not to traverse the ground but instead leaped gracefully between the towering skyscrapers. With his current combat power value of 892, he could effortlessly jump distances of several dozen meters, embodying the essence of a Spider-Man. Along his journey, he encountered numerous zombies on the streets, yet the absence of mutated beasts was conspicuous. The mutated creatures were far more cunning, often adept at concealing themselves. Moreover, zombies and mutated beasts did not coexist peacefully. They would engage one another in battle. Otherwise, the rare mutated cat would not have waited until the zombie giant's arrival before launching its attack, choosing instead to strike simultaneously with the horde. After navigating countless buildings, Lin Xiao finally arrived at one of the seldom tranquil areas within the Green Dragon district, the site of the Xinjiang City Historical Museum. Legend had it that an ancient tomb of Xinjiang City had been discovered here, leading to the establishment of the museum. However, it would be more fitting to describe it as a park rather than a museum. Lin Xiao gazed at this remarkably serene museum park, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding vibrancy of the Green Dragon district. After observing the museum for a while, Lin Xiao curiously remarked, "How strange, why is there not a single zombie in sight?" Chapter 50. Dr. Chen. The expansive Xinjiang City Historical Museum Park appeared eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Not even a solitary zombie could be found within its confines. This was an abnormal phenomenon, particularly in the densely populated Green Dragon district, where one could easily strike 2 or 3 zombies with a thrown stone. Although the area around the museum was less populated, the complete absence of zombies was simply implausible. When unusual occurrences arise, they often conceal deeper mysteries. Thus, the museum must harbor some secrets. Though Lin Xiao possessed formidable combat prowess, he did not yet feel sufficiently confident to confront any situation head-on. So he proceeded to cautiously scout the perimeter of the museum. The museum park was neither too expansive nor too confined, and in under 3 minutes, Lin Xiao had thoroughly examined the surroundings. Soon enough, he discerned a peculiar detail. The zombies seemed to be actively fleeing from the museum park. He attempted to lure a zombie from a distance, only to witness it scurry away in the opposite direction. Away from the museum, zombies were driven solely by instinct. Absent a formidable threat, they would never voluntarily retreat. Truly, the museum was indeed suspicious. In his past life, Lin Xiao had only known that this task was rather troublesome. Yet the intricacies remained unclear. Now, he could only rely on his own intuition to explore the situation step by step. Just as Lin Xiao approached the entrance, the previously shut doors unexpectedly swung open. The power system was still operational. He was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that the Xinjiang City Historical Museum utilized cutting-edge security technology, capable of operating smoothly even after a power outage lasting 7 days. However, this system was not fully automated. It required manual control. There were living people inside the museum. With a sense of caution, Lin Xiao proceeded along the main path into the museum. The fact that someone had opened the door for him indicated that he had been detected. So there was no need to conceal himself. He could enter without reservation. Meanwhile, within a monitoring room inside the museum, a man watched Lin Xiao on the screen, his face alight with excitement. Wonderful, Xiao Hua, someone has finally come. Let us go out and find him. He might be able to assist us. What? You say he's dangerous? That's impossible. He looks like an ordinary person. All right, but you mustn't harm him. Xiao Hua, he is the only human I've encountered in days. Don't worry, I will only emerge once I ascertain he poses no threat. Beside the man, the space was utterly vacant, as if he were conversing with the air itself, yet he felt no sense of abnormality. As if Xiao Hua were right beside him on the monitor, Lin Xiao stood bewildered at the center of the museum, having been surrounded, to be precise. He was encircled by a herd of deer. Lin Xiao gazed in astonishment at the scene around him, where over 30 spotted deer curiously fixed their gaze upon him. Deer garden? Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that to attract tourists and generate revenue, the museum park had deliberately housed dozens of spotted deer, officially dubbed the deer garden. He had visited it before and remembered thinking that the deer appeared rather dim-witted, staring vacantly at people when not engaged in eating. Little did he expect to find himself once again in such a peculiar situation. Surrounded by a curious assembly of spotted deer, Lin Xiao refrained from taking action, sensing that the deer bore no malice, and their combat power was not particularly high, posing no significant threat to him. With his current strength, escaping would not present much difficulty. Just then, a sudden crack of electricity echoed in the distance. Lin Xiao turned to see an entirely snow-white spotted deer. This white deer stood in stark contrast to the surrounding spotted deer. Its size 3 to 4 times that of a normal deer, towering nearly 5 meters tall. Particularly striking were its extraordinary white antlers, shimmering with arcs of electricity. The white deer regarded Lin Xiao with a palpable sense of vigilance. Giant mutated deer, rare white, combat power, 459 traits. Albinism, rare. This is a white spotted deer, the aristocrat among deer, possessing stronger abilities and unparalleled vitality. Herd, special. Never underestimate any solitary deer. The herd functions as a collective, allowing combat power to be transferred among members. Genetic ability, electric arc, rare, goodness, a combat power value of 459. This was the most formidable rare beast Lin Xiao had encountered thus far. Clearly, there were disparities even among the rare creatures. The previous rare mutated cats paled in comparison to this white deer. Furthermore, the herd trait was rather peculiar, if it could instantaneously accumulate the combat power of all the surrounding spotted deer. Lin Xiao feared he might not even stand a chance against it. Fortunately, despite their watchful eyes, the herd of spotted deer did not exhibit overt hostility toward Lin Xiao, nor did they initiate an attack. At that moment, Lin Xiao pondered a curious question. How could such a powerful group, particularly that white deer, have gone unnoticed in his past life? The plague had made headlines, yet this white deer had remained obscure. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao decided against making any hasty moves. He intended to bypass the herd of spotted deer, adhering to the adage that it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it. At present, he had no need for the resources gained from slaying a rare mutated beast. Dear brethren, I merely wish to pass through and retrieve one item before departing. I shall not disturb your peace. Lin Xiao declared, heading straight toward the main exhibition hall. The herd of spotted deer continued to gaze at him, their expressions adorably vacant. Observing this, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. Just then, a voice suddenly called from behind him. Excuse me, my friend? What do you intend to do in the main exhibition hall? Lin Xiao whipped around in surprise, only to find that beside the white deer stood an unexpected human figure. The individual wore a white lab coat and bore a name tag on his chest that read Dr. Chen IT. Was evident that this person was a staff member of the museum. Dr. Chen? Lin Xiao inquired cautiously, unsure of the man's intentions. You know me? Splendid. I happen to have a task that requires your assistance, Dr. Chen exclaimed, visibly elated at having been recognized, having not heard anyone call him Dr. Chen in quite some time. I do not know you. I mean no disturbance. I am here to retrieve one item and leave, Lin Xiao firmly replied, shaking his head in refusal. Chapter 51. The truth of the museum. That's all right. Xiao Hua has informed me of your impressive abilities, and I merely wish to test them. My apologies, Dr. Chen expressed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face before a spark of curiosity ignited. This is a museum? What item do you intend to take? It is a stone tablet inscribed with a bronze mural. You should be aware of it, Lin Xiao recounted, recalling the appearance of the object, a bronze stone carving. It is unacceptable. That is the museum's prized possession, and it absolutely cannot be taken away. Dr. Chun was momentarily taken aback, swiftly shaking his head in denial. That decision is not yours to make, Lin Xiao scoffed. Despite his polite tone, once he was resolute about obtaining something, no one could stand in his way. Observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, Dr. Chun longed to assert himself, but soon found his resolve wavering. Very well, it is merely an ancient stone of considerable age. Granting it to you is no great loss. However, since you have taken something from my museum, might you assist me in return? Lin Xiao retorted bluntly, why should I help you when I acquired it myself? Dr. Chun found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter Lin Xiao's formidable logic. Subsequently, Dr. Chun said little more and followed Lin Xiao into the main exhibition hall of the museum. The main hall of the museum was vast, housing an extensive array of historical artifacts. Items such as ancient bronze swords, bronze masks, and bronze tripods were displayed, along with a set of golden silk garments that remained impeccably preserved. Lin Xiao initially believed these items to be treasures, only to discover through scanning that they bore no distinction from ordinary bronze artifacts. History seemed to have left no unique mark upon them, which was somewhat disappointing. Before long, Lin Xiao traversed the hall and arrived at the location of the stone carving. It was a slab of dark green stone, adorned with peculiar murals, encased within a protective glass shield. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiao shattered the glass shield with a punch, effortlessly retrieving the bronze stone carving from within. Your strength is astonishing. That was bulletproof glass, Dr. Chin exclaimed in astonishment, having assumed Lin Xiao would seek his assistance, only to be taken aback by his brute force. It appeared that Xiao Hua was right. This individual was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. Dr. Chun was unaware that when the disparity in combat power was too great, even the system would merely display a series of question marks, leaving him oblivious to Lin Xiao's true strength. Lin Xiao disregarded him and scrutinized the bronze stone carving with keen interest, yet after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Where is the task? Where is the prompt? Could it be a mistake? Is this a counterfeit? After a lengthy pause, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. You truly comprehend this? I thought you could not discern it, Dr. Chen remarked with surprise. As if questioning how this reckless individual possessed knowledge of history, Dr. Chen then adopted a serious tone, clearing his throat, stating, how could a museum possibly display genuine items? This stone carving is undoubtedly a replica. After all, visitors are none the wiser, and it merely serves to entertain the crowd. So, are those bronze swords and golden silk garments outside also fakes? Lin Xiao interjected sharply. Naturally. The authentic bronze swords and golden silk garments unearthed from excavations are far too valuable to be displayed so casually. They are preserved in specialized facilities and only brought out for research when necessary. Do you genuinely believe the museum would showcase real artifacts? Dr. Chen regarded Lin Xiao as if he were an extraterrestrial, as though he were imparting a fundamental truth. Are these items not stored within the museum? Lin Xiao pressed, grasping the crux of the issue. Only a portion is kept within the museum. However, the bronze stone carving you seek is indeed housed here. Dr. Chun replied with a smile, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. It was no wonder the other party appeared so unfazed. His trump card lay in this revelation. In an instant, Lin Xiao decisively declared, very well, I will assist you with one task, and in return, you shall provide me the bronze stone carving. The bronze stone carving is the key to unlocking a series of quests, enabling Lin Xiao to initiate historical recruitment prematurely. Coupled with the peculiarities of the base, it might even allow for the unexpected summoning of characters from the third stage. This was the true reason for Lin Xiao's eagerness. Splendid! Your immense strength may indeed prove invaluable. Dr. Chun clapped his hands in delight, quickly proceeding to outline the assistance he required. As it turned out, the genuine purpose behind the establishment of the Qingjiang Museum was to safeguard the ancient tomb unearthed beneath it. The tomb represented the museum's true objective, while the external museum was merely a facade to divert attention. Ever since the ancient tomb's emergence, excavation efforts had been relentless. However, the tomb was vast and fraught with intricate mechanisms, presenting significant challenges to development. Just days ago, a major upheaval caused the tomb's passageway to suddenly close. Among those trapped inside were Dr. Chin's parents, the principal excavators of the tomb. Dr. Chin's request was straightforward: reopen the tomb passageway and rescue his parents. By the way, the bronze stone carving you seek is in my father's possession. He mentioned that it serves as the key to the tomb, Dr. Chen reiterated emphatically. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that his parents had already transformed into zombies. Even if they had not, their chances of survival within were grim. However, Lin Xiao refrained from voicing this. Such matters often required first-hand experience to truly grasp the reality. And until then, even a minuscule hope was still hope, was it not? Very well. Let us proceed to investigate, Lin Xiao concluded. Dr. Chen nodded. His spirits lifted as he guided Lin Xiao toward another section of the museum. En route, Lin Xiao suddenly pondered a question. In his previous life, had the mysterious white deer fallen into the depths of this so-called ancient tomb, thereby fading into obscurity? After all, such a distinctive feature would not go unnoticed. The tomb harbored great terrors. Yet, it was also true that someone had activated the quest related to the bronze stone carving in his past life, indicating that the carving had indeed been removed. Given the capabilities of those individuals at the time, they should have been weaker than the white deer. Could it be that Dr. Chen was lying? Lin Xiao's mind raced, considering the possibility. Perhaps the bronze stone carving was elsewhere? Or there were deeper secrets yet to be uncovered. The scant information at hand rendered it impossible to draw any conclusions. Lin Xiao's wariness toward Dr. Chen intensified, and he resolved that should any complications arise, he must withdraw at the earliest opportunity. He could not afford to fall into Dr. Chen's trap. Chapter 52. The mysterious seal. Just as Dr. Chen had indicated, the ancient tomb was the museum's focal point. Its location lay directly beneath the museum. Lin Xiao found it peculiar that such a busy area above could simultaneously facilitate excavation work below. However, upon descending, it became clear to him. This section had been equipped with specialized protective measures, rendering it impervious to any external noise. Here we are. This is the entrance to the ancient tomb. Before them stood a wall of ochre earth, devoid of any visible signs of a tomb. Lin Xiao regarded the ancient wall with curiosity, noting its considerable age and weight. Surrounding the ancient wall, scarcely any mechanisms were visible. Were it not for Dr. Chen's assertion that this was the entrance, Lin Xiao would have likely mistaken it for a mere wall. How do we enter? Lin Xiao inquired, tapping the wall in confusion. The design of this ancient tomb is intricate, with mechanisms that have functioned for a millennium. Particularly, a second before the Great Upheaval, the tomb's door automatically sealed shut, trapping those inside. Dr. Chen explained. A second before the upheaval? Lin Xiao questioned incredulously. Yes, just moments before, this ancient wall suddenly descended, Dr. Chen affirmed. Given the strangeness of this ancient wall, how did you manage to open it previously? Lin Xiao pressed. With a 10-ton crane, Dr. Chen replied, blinking at Lin Xiao. 10 tons? That equates to 20,000 pounds of force. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, pondering whether his strength had truly reached such a level. You shattered the bulletproof glass of the bronze stone carving with a single punch. That glass would require several thousand pounds of force to break. Moreover, you appeared to exert that force effortlessly, suggesting you had considerable strength remaining. Dr. Chen probed, tentatively. Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head, intrigued by the extent of his own strength. I suppose I will find out through experimentation. Approaching the ancient wall, he examined it thoroughly but could not identify a suitable point of leverage. Fortunately, the wall's age had rendered its surface rough and worn, allowing for some exertion of force. With that, Lin Xiao slightly bent his body, gradually applying pressure against the ancient wall, attempting to lift it. After a considerable duration, the wall remained utterly unmoved. Undeterred, Lin Xiao began to channel the incantation of the flame blade technique. Since his last breakthrough in combat power, he had not practiced the flame blade, and it still remained at the 6th level. However, using it now felt notably smoother than before. To his surprise, the strength in his hands seemed to increase slightly. With a resounding boom, in an instant, rumble emanated from the ancient wall, which required a staggering 10 tons, or 20,000 pounds of force, to budge. Astonishingly, a gap began to form under Lin Xiao's support. Splendid, behind him, Dr. Chen was elated. This was the first time he had glimpsed hope. Yet, in the next moment, a strange luminescence suddenly ignited upon the ancient wall, followed by a resounding crash as it fell. Plunging into an eerie silence, Lin Xiao felt as though he were crushed beneath an immense mountain, struggling to breathe. How could this be? What manner of phenomenon was this? Dr. Chen gazed at the ochre wall, his face a mask of terror as he muttered to himself. Lin Zhao's eyes were drawn to the wall, where a peculiar white seal had materialized, bizarre and unsettling. What was this? Such an object was foreign to Lin Xiao, who had never encountered it before, nor had he heard of it in his previous life. It was an ancient seal, said to be used in celestial rituals to commune with the mysterious forces of heaven and earth. Exceedingly rare. Yet, the master of this tomb held a position of great significance, thus being able to utilize such a seal. As Dr. Chun continued to observe the wall, he solemnly remarked, "It seems the legends may indeed hold truth." Legends? Lin Xiao was puzzled. The doctor appeared more like a charlatan with his cryptic mumblings. When we deciphered the ancient tomb texts, we learned that the tomb's master had dealings with beings from the celestial realm. It is said that these beings possessed the ability to traverse the heavens and earth, achieving immortality, which greatly fascinated the tomb's master. Subsequently, numerous seals were passed down from the celestial realm, and this one is among them. Initially, we thought it was merely the tomb master's superstition, but now it appears that everything might be genuine. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Celestial realm? He held no belief in such a concept, perceiving it merely as a gathering of beings with superior combat capabilities. The tomb's master must have encountered individuals of immense strength, leading to his veneration. If one were to assess it, with his current prowess, he could consider himself a celestial being upon returning to the old world. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao did not abandon hope. As long as Dr. Chun spoke the truth, there must be a method to enter this ancient tomb. Is there no other path apart from this door? There is. Dr. Chun affirmed, "We previously scanned the general vicinity of the tomb and identified several weak points that could be excavated. However, this would require a substantial amount of manpower and resources, and conservatively estimated, it would take at least 10 days to be why then. Even if the individuals inside were unharmed, they would likely perish." Dr. Chun sighed, lamenting that 10 days was far too lengthy. Lin Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seemed that the group from his previous life had indeed opted for this method. His gaze returned to the deep yellow wall, and a sudden thought struck him. Since you know the issue lies with this seal, can we not destroy it? If the power of the seal is nullified, I should be able to push this great door open. Dr. Chen's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he began to think rapidly. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Indeed, there is a way." According to one of the texts, this seal was left by celestial beings, who also provided a method to counter it. It requires a specific kind of energy. In that era, many individuals practiced this energy, referred to as sorcerers. However, we searched extensively yet found no means to harness this energy. After speaking, Dr. Chen's shoulders slumped, as all hope seemed to dwindle once more. Yet Lin Xiao felt a flicker of excitement. Energy? Wait a moment, let me try. The internal force cultivated through his flame blade seemed to be a form of this special energy. He wondered if it would prove effective. However, the flame blade must be refined to the 7th tier to achieve the level of external energy projection, and he was still a little short. Given his current combat prowess, advancing to the 7th tier should not pose a great challenge. With this thought, Lin Xiao seated himself at the door, beginning to circulate the mental mantra of the flame blade. Determined to break through to the 7th tier here. Chapter 53. A significant advancement in power. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the 8th tier of the flame blade. A brilliant blaze erupted from within Lin Xiao, enveloping him in a tempest of steam. This spectacle momentarily stunned Dr. Chen, who feared Lin Xiao had succumbed to madness. However, as he took a step forward, a knife mark suddenly appeared in the ground. Plunging 3 feet deep, radiating an intense heat, Dr. Chun felt a surge of trepidation. Had he approached, the blade's energy could have cleaved him in two. The area around Lin Xiao transformed into a veritable battlefield. Waves of blade energy erupted, leaving the entire room riddled with craters. Fortunately, the range of this blade energy remained confined to Lin Xiao's vicinity. Had it spread further, Dr. Chun would have been in grave danger. Witnessing this, Dr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Once a staunch believer in science, he was now thoroughly shaken by this unscientific display. Boom! A surge of blade light erupted, striking the wall before them. The seal shimmered. Yet it could not withstand the onslaught of the blade energy, which carved a deep gash into its surface. Regrettably, while the blade energy was formidable, it inflicted no damage upon the seal itself. Lin Xiao exhaled a heavy breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of fluidity within his body. His flexibility had greatly improved, and he now wielded a deeper mastery over his strength. Previously, he had felt like a mere brute, but now he resembled a transcendent being capable of effortless control over his power. Lin Xiao marveled. The flame blade technique was indeed extraordinary. Upon reaching the 8th tier, it granted him a more precise command over his own strength. Yet, he lamented not having attained the 9th tier. What is happening? Lin Xiao surveyed the chaos around him, which bore the marks of an intense battle. Are you unaware? This is all a result of the energy that erupted from your body. I thought you had lost your mind, Dr. Chun replied cautiously as he inched closer, still wary of the invisible blade energy that might strike unexpectedly. Apologies, Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, extending his right hand to gather an invisible internal force within his palm. Is this what you referred to as energy? Dr. Chan furrowed his brow, tentatively reaching out to feel the internal force Lin Xiao had unleashed. In an instant, a powerful force surged through his palm, transforming into a searing heat akin to flames, a soft yet ferocious power that was invisible and intangible. However, under Lin Xiao's careful control, the internal force posed no threat to Dr. Chun. Invisible and formless, yet palpable and dangerous, Dr. Chen noted, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he recalled the ancient texts. You might try to manipulate that seal using this energy, focusing it on the Kan and Kuan positions, that is, the lower left and upper right corners. Lin Xiao nodded, following Dr. Chen's instructions as he approached the seal on the wall. The internal force from the flame blade manifested in his left and right hands. Moving toward the specified directions, upon contact with the internal force, the mysterious seal immediately glowed brightly. It works, splendid, Dr. Chen exclaimed joyfully. Do not rush, he cautioned. The manipulation of the seal requires a high degree of this energy, often necessitating decades of practice by seasoned sorcerers to operate it alone. Typically, it requires several sorcerers skilled in this energy to cooperate for it to take effect. However, given that this seal has languished for over a millennium, it may have deteriorated significantly. Perhaps you alone can manage it. Though Dr. Chun expressed confidence, uncertainty lingered in his heart. According to the texts, only the mightiest sorcerers and celestial beings could place or unseal such seals. Has it been? Just as Dr. Chen finished speaking, Lin Xiao's voice rang out. It seems less challenging than you suggested. Moments ago, the seal on the wall had vanished as if it were soldiers obeying a retreat command. Dissipating upon contact with Lin Xiao's internal force, Dr. Chen paused, hastily sprinting to the wall to scrutinize it closely. The peculiar patterns that had once adorned it had indeed vanished. Wait, I recall the texts stating that this would require a substantial amount of energy. Even among their sorcerers, only a select few could accomplish such a feat. Dr. Chun stared at Lin Xiao, pondering whether this individual might be the heir of a great sorcerer. Was it possible that the seal's degradation over time accounted for this? With a casual shake of his head, he realized that his understanding of energy and talismans was far too limited to make any sound judgment. Moreover, he now had to address another pressing concern. Can you open the earthen wall now? Give it a try. Lin Xiao waved his hand and began to skillfully channel his internal energy, resting his hands upon the earthen barrier. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt his hands radiate an intense heat, akin to flames, yet he sensed an increase in strength as well. Subsequently, the earthen wall began to tremble slightly. Remarkably, there was no immediate reaction from the talisman. It worked! Incredible! You truly managed to break the talisman, Dr. Chen exclaimed with delight, astonished that a mere passerby could achieve such success. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's face flushed, not from breathlessness, but from the effects of his fiery internal energy. In the next instant, with a powerful shout from Lin Xiao, the earthen wall was lifted. When it reached a height of 1.5 meters, it seemed to trigger some mechanism, and the wall automatically ascended. Before them lay a vertical passage that led directly into the ancient tomb. Mom and Dad, are you still there? Dr. Chen shouted, but silence echoed from within. I must have been too excited. We have delved deep into the tomb, and my parents cannot possibly be here. Dr. Chun continually tried to steady his emotions, while also addressing Lin Xiao beside him. Let us go. The bronze inscription you seek is in my father's possession. Once we are inside, I will ensure you receive it. Lin Xiao nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Yet, since they had come this far, they must see what lay within. Chapter 54. A disturbance in the ancient tomb. The tomb was vast, and due to its excellent preservation, the electrical system remained intact. Even now, the entire expanse of the tomb was brightly lit. Fortunately, during the initial stages of development, the pathways had been excavated swiftly, allowing Bai Lu to follow along without hindrance. They had not walked far when a series of roars echoed from the depths of the tomb. Roar! That sound was all too familiar to Lin Xiao. This is bad. It's a zombie, Dad, Mom. At that moment, Dr. Chin's composure vanished, and he sprinted toward the depths of the tomb in a panic. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, noting the unfortunate timing of the zombie's call. Dr. Chen was evidently very familiar with the tomb. As he located the source of the sounds within a minute, it was a brightly lit camp, seemingly a designated resting area constructed within the tomb. Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad. I'm here to rescue you. Upon seeing familiar figures within the camp, Dr. Chen rushed forward with a weapon in hand. Don't go, Lin Xiao shouted, having just discerned the situation in the camp, but Dr. Chen was already there. The figure Dr. Chen recognized turned to reveal a decayed face. Zombie! The entire camp, consisting of over 20 individuals, had transformed into zombies. Roar! The roar resounded again as the horde lunged toward Dr. Chen. At that moment, Dr. Chen was frozen in shock, gazing at the familiar figure before him. Apart from the rotting visage, it was none other than his mother. Mom, how could this happen? The only response was another roar, however. After the roar, the zombies exhibited an unusual moment of dazed inactivity. Failing to attack immediately, simultaneously, a surge of electric arcs enveloped the entire camp. It was Bai Lu. Lin Xiao soon arrived at Dr. Chen's side, prepared to eliminate the horde of zombies. No, please don't. That's my mom. Dr. Chen cried out, interrupting Lin Xiao and Bai Lu's actions. The electric arcs surged, incapacitating all the zombies in the camp without causing death. Bai Lu had shown restraint. Lin Xiao glanced at Dr. Chen, frowning slightly, before swiftly binding Dr. Chen's parents. Roar! Two zombies, having escaped the electric attack, retained their fierce aggression, but were rendered ineffective against Lin Xiao's formidable combat prowess. Lin Xiao then searched the camp thoroughly, his objective being the bronze inscription. Soon enough, he discovered it within a backpack, but a diary lying nearby instantly captured his attention. The ink on the diary was still wet. Day 3756 of exploring the tomb. Luck has favored us today. We've found some new talismanic literature. Day 3757. An unexpected event seems to have occurred. The tomb has suddenly closed. No matter, we have ample water and food, and rescue will arrive soon. Day 3758. It has been 2 days. And anxiety is beginning to rise among us. Something seems amiss outside. I hope my son is safe. Day 3758. It has been 3 days now. I am doing my best to keep everyone calm. I must survive. I want to see my son married. Strange, I hear noises outside. Is someone coming to rescue us? Is it an illusion? I am hearing strange voices in my head. Load failure. What does that mean? The handwriting became increasingly illegible as he wrote about the loading failure, making it difficult to discern the meaning. Yet, Lin Zhao's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. If the diary's accounts were true, then Dr. Chen's parents must have only recently undergone their transformation. How could this be? The first tide must have occurred 3 days ago. Could it be that this tomb possesses the ability to isolate against the tide? Lin Xiao suddenly glanced at Dr. Chen, who sat despondently on the ground, unsure of what to say. If the passage had not opened, his parents might have survived a few more days, though only a few. The outcome awaiting them was either starvation or transformation into zombies. Witnessing his parents morph into monsters would be an unbearable blow to Dr. Chen. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao handed the diary to Dr. Chen. This was the apocalyptic world. He needed to confront this harsh reality. Dr. Chen remained in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure for some time. However, upon seeing the diary, tears streamed down his face in an instant. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Lin Xiao gently patted Dr. Chen's shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. As an orphan who had never seen his parents, he found such emotions to be profoundly foreign. Just then, Dr. Chen suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he grasped Lin Zhao's arm and fervently asked, Wait, immortals. Immortals can revive mortals, right? If we find an immortal, I can bring my parents back? Correct? In theory, that was indeed the case. Lin Xiao nodded, neither confirming nor denying the notion in his past life. He had encountered those who claimed to be deities, so the existence of immortals was not far-fetched. Yes, it must be possible. You must help me. You can cultivate energy and manipulate talismans. If anyone can find an immortal, it must be you. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, reluctant to concede to this peculiar request. Rest assured, I want to let you help me for free. I am quite useful. I have extensive knowledge of the tomb, and I can help research the talismans and cultivation methods. This will benefit you as well. Who knows, perhaps you could become an immortal yourself. As he spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in Dr. Chen's hand. It was the glow of an item interface. By the way, I have this. It should hold some value for you. A blueprint? Lin Xiao took the blueprint and discovered it to be the architectural blueprint for a history museum. History museum, rare, description. It bears the traces of history and countless heroic spirits. Effect: upon completion, the consumption for recruiting historical figures will be lower and powerful individuals will more readily appear. Note: this effect will enhance with the number of heroic spirits you collect. Construction requirements: energy 100, building materials 1000, rare construction materials 500. Construction time: 24 hours. Chapter 55. Task activation. Rare level task. History S call activated. Task time: 3rd day post-catastrophe. Task location: Xinjiang City. Task description: history should be remembered, and heroes should not be forgotten. Task requirements: construct a history museum and place the bronze inscription at the center of the museum. Task difficulty: rare. Task reward: unlock the next stage of the task. The task was actually activated? At the very moment Lin Xiao received the museum blueprint, the anticipated task was finally triggered. What surprised Lin Xiao was that this blueprint was indeed a crucial component. All right, I shall take this blueprint for now. If I am fortunate enough to become an immortal or encounter one, I will certainly bring it to you. As Lin Xiao spoke these words, even he himself was uncertain in his previous life. Having lived for 3 years, he had never witnessed anyone capable of resurrecting a zombie. Prior to this, within his territory, there had been a research facility, and he possessed distorted cells from zombies. Perhaps you could delve into these cells and uncover something significant. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Dr. Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although he was not a PhD in biology, he was well-versed in the academic realm and had heard much about various other studies. Compared to the pursuit of the legendary and ethereal immortals, this method seemed far more feasible. Very well, I shall join your ranks. Rest assured, I will promptly provide you with the Qi training methods and seals I previously promised. Moreover, Xiao Hua and the deer herd have been nurtured by me since childhood. I hope you can accept them. Of course, no problem, welcome. However, there is no rush. Let us first ensure the safe relocation of your parents. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, finding it most advantageous to have the formidable strength of the white deer on their side. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Lin Xiao. Chen Shuren has applied to join your territory. King White Deer and his herd, 159, have applied to join your territory. The consecutive notifications indicated that Dr. Chen genuinely wished to become part of their domain and would henceforth be bound to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao chose to accept, and subsequently information regarding Chen Shuren and King White Deer appeared. Chen Shuren, ID 25476, Combat Power, 13 Loyalty Level, 90. He harbors no ulterior motives towards you. Talent: Research Maniac, rare comprehensive research abilities enhanced by 50. Making it easier for you to uncover profound mysteries. King White Deer, rare white, combat power, 459 loyalty level, 90. He too harbors no ulterior motives towards you. Deer herd, common vassal group, current adult deer combat power, 45 herd potential, 135, rare mutation rate of 1.35, with a maximum combat power of 135 attainable through normal growth. The mention of the deer herd sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Lin Xiao. He had not anticipated such an operation. A peculiar thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Charge forth, noble deer knight. With the addition of the deer herd, the gains from this endeavor were indeed substantial. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's combat power surged once more, swiftly ascending from 892 to 939 points. This increase of merely 47 points suggested that the deer herd did not count as his subjects. Only the white deer and Chen Shuren did. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao realized that the deer herd was merely a vassal group, with true loyalty residing solely with their king white deer. Having come to this understanding, Lin Xiao did not dwell on it further, preparing to break through the 1,000-point combat power threshold upon his return. Next, Lin Xiao bound Dr. Chanshur's parents, considering they were two zombies and warranted cautious handling. Dr. Chun then ventured into the ancient tomb, returning after a brief while with several pieces of blue stone tablets in hand. These are the original texts of the seals. They will be invaluable for research, Dr. Chen explained. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Dr. Chen adapted to his role quite swiftly. This indicated that he had not been utterly crushed by the weight of this profound loss. In truth, Dr. Chun had a simple thought. He needed Lin Xiao's assistance, but being weak in power, his only recourse was to rely on Lin Xiao's anticipation of the seals, ensuring he did not falter in his efforts. Lord Lin, I have one more request. Just as they were about to exit the ancient tomb, Dr. Chen suddenly turned his head and said, "Oh, what is it?" "I wish to seal the ancient tomb. I will only reopen it when I have resurrected my parents or when the time is right." Dr. Chen spoke with a hint of pleading, aware that the tomb concealed great secrets. Even if Lin Xiao did not sense it now, he would surely return once he recognized the power of the seals. This was the culmination of his parents' efforts, and he wished to protect it, yet for now, all he could do was delay as much as possible. Very well, it will not be too late to explore it when my power has sufficiently grown. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. There were indeed many other pressing matters to attend to. Thus, the tomb could be postponed. Your power? Dr. Chen looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, realizing that the Lin Xiao before him was far more formidable than he had imagined. Lin Xiao offered no reply, merely pulling down the earthen walls of the tomb once more. This time, there were no obstacles. The ancient walls easily sealed shut. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a once-decayed corpse appeared to have gained a hint of color. Warning, your deer herd is under attack, and their numbers are dwindling. Warning, your deer herd is under attack, and their numbers are dwindling. Before Lin Xiao had even exited the underground, a conspicuous red notification box popped up before him. The deer herd. What is happening on the ground? Lin Xiao reacted swiftly. Within such a short span, someone dared to cause trouble at the museum. Beside him, King White Deer also displayed a hint of vigilance. Arcs of electricity crackling from his antlers as he dragged Dr. Chen and charged outside. In mere seconds, the pair reached the surface in the park. The deer herd was scattering in panic, seemingly pursued by some terrifying creature. Lin Xiao's perception was keenest. He immediately directed his gaze toward a specific direction. There, he sensed a formidable presence. Roar! In the next instant, an orange figure burst forth from the thicket, standing 5 meters tall. Its head resembling that of a locomotive, covered in patterns, with a king mark on its forehead and limbs as sturdy as pillars, exuding a fierce aura. It was a genuine ferocious tiger. This was not a weakened version of a cat that had undergone mutation, but a true tiger. Before it, a 10-meter-tall giant tree fell effortlessly with a light touch. Behind it lay the corpses of 2 deer, clearly relishing the thrill of the hunt. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiao finally understood why King White Deer had lacked any notable reputation in his previous life. He was facing a natural predator. Chapter 56. The sensation of breaking 1,000 mutated tiger. Rare, combat power. 898 traits. Beast King. Rare, he is the king among beasts, possessing unimaginable dominance over other mutated creatures. Genetic ability? Indeed, Lin Xiao's suspicions were confirmed. This mutated tiger was not only immensely powerful but also bore the attribute of overwhelming other beasts. King White Deer had likely perished at its claws. At that moment, the mutated tiger discovered Lin Xiao's presence, halting its advance and emitting a series of low growls. Warily fixating its gaze on him, it could sense a strong air of oppression emanating from Lin Xiao. What to do? This large tiger appears to be even more formidable than Xiao Hua. Dr. Chen anxiously inquired, aware of Xiao Hua's strength but having perceived a hint of fear radiating from it. Indicating that the tiger before them was even mightier. It is indeed impressive, but I believe I recall who this tiger is. This is the one that exploded after being defeated and subsequently birthed a pet egg. There is no doubt, in Qingjiang City, there is only one small zoo in the park housing a tiger. Unless I am mistaken, this must be the one. Roar. Sensing Lin Xiao's mockery, the mutated tiger let out an enraged roar and charged toward him. The mutated tiger was furious. Each step it took caused the ground to sink slightly, and the hard mossy stone surface cracked under its might. What an extraordinary display of power! Then, the mutated tiger lunged forward, its immense strength causing the surrounding trees to topple in droves. Its formidable size did not impede its speed. In mere seconds, it closed the distance of nearly 100 meters in an instant. A fierce wind howled, and the overwhelming force accompanied by the tiger's roar rushed toward Lin Xiao. Just in time. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Having achieved the 8th level of the flame blade while underground, he was now primed to test his skills against this mutated tiger. 2 Invisible streams of true energy erupted from Lin Xiao's body, charging directly toward the tiger. Lord Lin, do not engage in a contest of strength. Dr. Chen exclaimed in shock, astonished that his new lord intended to compete with the tiger in raw power. Was he mad? Boom. In the next moment, man and beast collided like a comet crashing into the earth. The immense air pressure released at the moment of impact sent Dr. Chen flying several feet away, while only King White Deer managed to maintain his footing. The ground beneath Lin Xiao was thrust into a massive 10-meter-wide crater. Yet Lin Xiao stood resolutely at its center, bracing against the force. His fists, like iron hammers, firmly blocked the tiger's powerful forelimbs, his body resembling a mountain steadfast against the onslaught. The mutated tiger gazed down at Lin Xiao, betraying a hint of astonishment. This human before him could actually withstand his might. It truly left him utterly astonished. Yet in the next instant, the mutated tiger revealed a hint of anthropomorphic amusement. Boom! A formidable force erupted from within the mutated tiger, hurtling directly toward Lin Xiao. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. This power was immense. With little time to ponder, he swiftly activated the flame blade technique, allowing himself a brief respite to evade in the next heartbeat. The tiger's force descended violently, crashing to the ground, its tremendous power radiating outwards for 10 zhong, creating a deep pit several zhong in depth. Not far away, Lin Xiao, having just extricated himself, gazed at the massive crater with a slight tingling sensation. The strength of this tiger was undoubtedly greater than his own. Yet, one question he sought to validate had found its answer. Previously, he had misunderstood. The combat power value seemed not to represent a manifestation of strength, but rather an indication of physical resilience or vitality. Earlier, when he had recklessly engaged the mutated tiger with merely his combat power, even in a late surge of force, he had managed to withstand it, which signified that the disparity in their physical robustness was not significant. If anything, he might have held a slight advantage. Knowing this, the value of the mutated tiger was already considerable. Grasping the 9 Phoenix Rising Sun blade, Lin Xiao's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. What had once been an evenly matched encounter between man and beast instantly shifted into the dynamic of hunter and prey. Tigers are inherently intuitive creatures, and following their mutation, this instinct had escalated to an extraordinary degree. Moments ago, the tiger had perceived Lin Xiao as a formidable quarry, but in an instant, it sensed a terrifying oppressive force emanating from the blade. Yet it was not the blade that was fearsome, but rather the one wielding it. As Lin Xiao merely raised the blade, an invisible pressure surged forth relentlessly. The mutated tiger, fixated on Lin Xiao, experienced a sensation akin to asphyxiation, an oppressive weight stemming from a level of bloodline dominance. At that moment, Lin Xiao himself felt an unusual sensation. The instant he lifted the blade, it felt as though a shackle within him had been released. His strength, upon raising the weapon, surged by more than 10-fold, and his perception expanded to encompass 100 meters. He could sense even the slightest flutter of a deer's eyelids or the delicate beat of a butterfly's wings. It was as if the very forces of the surrounding world were now under the dominion of his blade. This extraordinary surge of power was reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced when breaking through the 100 combat power threshold. Yet now, it was akin to the feeling of surpassing 1,000. With the blade in hand, just before launching his attack, his combat power reached a terrifying 1220. In that instant, Lin Xiao had transcended his previous limitations, entering an entirely new realm. With this strike, he felt confident that even without the flame blade, he could cleave a building in twain. At this moment, a fiery intensity flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he gazed down upon the mutated tiger, perfect for a test of his blade. This strike, imbued with terrifying might, descended upon the world. Without the need for blade energy, it bore down with an invisible force. Since its mutation, the tiger had never encountered such an overwhelming sense of impending doom, and instinctively chose to flee. What a joke! Merely standing beneath the blade's radiance left it breathless. How could it possibly muster the courage to fight? Yet, how could Lin Xiao allow it the opportunity to escape? The blade instantaneously locked onto the tiger's trajectory. No matter how swift the creature, it could never outpace Lin Xiao's blade. With one strike, followed by another, he sealed off the tiger's escape route. The 9 Phoenix Rising Sun blade effortlessly pierced through the tiger's body, cleaving its 10-meter-long form as though it were mere tofu, slicing it cleanly in half. Chapter 57. The Fortunate One. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a rare creature, the mutated tiger. You have gained 1,000 energy points. Kill rewards. Restricted grade enhancement serum, 82. Mutated tiger pet egg, rare. 1. You have successfully triggered the talent God level luck, gaining 10,000 energy points. The restricted grade enhancement serum has upgraded to low purity cleansing liquid, 2 drops. And the mutated tiger pet egg has been upgraded to a flame tiger pet egg, rare fire, 1. A rebound of fortune. Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy. It had been quite some time since he had received anything of such value, and he had thought his luck had run dry. To his surprise, today he had struck gold. Speaking of which, was it a certainty that this creature would drop a pet egg? It seemed he had indeed received another egg. However, he was puzzled as to why the rare egg remained classified as rare even after its upgrade. Could it be that there were levels of rarity within the rare category? It seemed that those with an additional descriptor were of a higher tier than the ordinary rare. Lin Xiao recalled the mutated cat. Despite its apparent similarities, its orange combat power was 10 points higher. Perhaps this was due to bloodline suppression. Next, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the low-purity cleansing liquid. This was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. In his previous life, cleansing liquid was only dropped by creatures with combat power exceeding 1000.it was an absolutely scarce commodity. Low-purity cleansing liquid. Consuming it can enhance one's physique and potential. It increases combat power by 100 points for those below 1,000 combat power, and by 10 points for those above 1,000. It becomes ineffective for those exceeding 3,000 combat power. This was essentially the ultimate upgrade of the enhancement serum. And it also had the potential to boost one's latent capabilities. This substance not only increased combat power, but if enough was available, administering a drop to the entire herd of deer could elevate their entire group to a higher tier. There were even rumors that cleansing liquid could enhance the probability of awakening powerful talents, though Lin Xiao deemed such tales to be mere myths. Only combat power held true value in his eyes. The greatest benefit of this liquid to him was the potential to elevate his subordinates' combat power by 100. Afterward, he stored the mutated tiger's remains, intending to utilize them to nurture the mutated tiger pet egg, ensuring that nothing went to waste. He wondered if a mutated tiger hatched from its own flesh would possess any enhancements. It was time to return to the base. This moment, Lin Xiao called out to Chen Shuren in the distance. Chen Shuren, still in a state of shock, had been utterly taken aback by Lin Xiao's overwhelming display of power. The sheer might of that sword strike felt almost mythological. Only when Lin Xiao summoned him did he snap back to reality. My lord, that sword strike was like a celestial being descending from the heavens. No. You are even more formidable than the legendary immortals. If you were to thoroughly research the curse seals, you might surpass me. Chen Shuren exclaimed. Lin Xiao chuckled in response. He was not jesting. The seal he had inscribed on the earthen wall had imposed a pressure upon him akin to a mountain's weight, suggesting that the might contained within it could indeed rival that of his sword strike. Chen Shuren merely offered an awkward smile, evidently not fully grasping Lin Xiao's words. After ensuring their safety, Chen Shuren returned to the museum to retrieve some essential supplies and then set off alongside Lin Xiao. Moreover, he had prepared a substantial amount of food for the deer herd, fearing they might lack sustenance upon reaching Lin Xiao's territory. Lin Xiao merely smiled. The White Tiger Zone was not like the Azure Dragon Zone, as it still boasted considerable vegetation. Furthermore, it would not be long before the second tide arrived, causing the flora to undergo mutations, ensuring that the deer would not go hungry. Now accompanied by Chen Shuren and the herd, Lin Xiao naturally could not continue leaping across the floors. He needed to run back. As they exited the museum, Chen Shuren graciously offered Lin Xiao the white deer, proclaiming that only the Lord was worthy of such a beast. No need, you ride it. My speed far exceeds its own, Lin Xiao firmly declined, feeling that riding the white deer seemed somewhat inappropriate. Once his flame tiger hatched, he would be a man riding a tiger. Throughout their journey, Lin Xiao led the way, with the herd crashing behind, barreling toward the white tiger zone. Along the route, they encountered zombies, which were effortlessly trampled by the herd. With over 100 deer averaging a combat power of 40, bullying the weaker zombies was akin to child's play. Even the crawlers and butchers met the same fate of being crushed. During their travels, a massive zombie emerged, only to be charred to a crisp by a single arc of electricity from the white deer. Aside from the zombies, Lin Xiao could sense numerous mutated beasts lurking in the distance. Yet these creatures were evidently much more intelligent. Observing the deer herd from afar, they dared not approach recklessly. Simultaneously, news of Dr. Chun riding a deer spread rapidly through the chat room. Big news! A divine being has appeared in the Azure Dragon Zone, riding a white deer and sweeping through zombies. Haha, the White Tiger Zone has been boasting for so long. It's finally our turn in the Azure Dragon Zone. Wow, I saw it too. That person seems to be Dr. Chin from the History Museum. They had a leucistic spotted deer before. Who would have thought it would become so powerful after mutation? I lament the fact that had I known earlier, I might have adopted a few kittens or puppies to alleviate my solitude. Now I find myself a mere recluse, too timid to venture beyond my door. In recent developments, Dr. Chun has crossed over from the Qinglong district and has now arrived in the Baihu district. Baihu district? It is indeed bustling today. Since dawn broke, the sounds of gunfire have not ceased within Baihu district. Huang Zhong and his companions have commenced their exploration of the area from 3 distinct directions, each yielding some success. Notably, Zhao Yun has made significant progress, charging forward and advancing halfway into the region. There is a possibility that he might complete the exploration of the entire Baihu district within a single day. At this moment, Lin Xiao races towards a particular direction with a herd of deer in tow. He recalls that in that direction lies a substantial pack of mutated dogs, an excellent opportunity to engage with them. Before long, Lin Xiao reaches his destination, the stray dog shelter in Baihu district. In times past, this place was teeming with countless stray dogs transported from various areas of Baihu district. However, since the catastrophe, these few hundred stray dogs have become formidable fighters. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao discovers that the shelter is now utterly deserted. With scarcely a trace of canine presence remaining, it is indeed curious. Where could these dogs have gone? A sudden alert sounds. Warning, your subjects are under attack, and their numbers are dwindling. This notification comes from Zhao Yun's side. This is not good, Zilong. I am on my way. Chapter 58. In the midst of harvest in the Baihu district, Zhao Yun finds himself embroiled in a desperate battle. He stands alone against 3 rare mutated dogs. Yet he shows no signs of faltering. Behind him, his team of 75 grapples with the onslaught of hundreds of mutated dogs. Each of these beasts possesses a fierce, blood-red glare, filled with animosity towards humans, as if they long to tear them apart. Surrounding the squad are several mangled corpses, evidently remnants of previous attacks by the mutated dogs. Zhang Quan, among the ranks, struggles to maintain order among the remaining members, relying on the frenzied fire of the MG-34 to momentarily stabilize the situation. Previously, they faced only average zombies, and their strength allowed them to proceed with ease. However, they were caught off guard by this sudden encounter with a far more powerful and numerous pack of stray dogs, leading to unexpected casualties. Had it not been for Zhao Yun's valor, who single-handedly dispatched 2 rare mutated dogs and entangled the 3 remaining ones, the entire squad would likely have been annihilated. At this juncture, Zhao Yun is drenched in sweat, his gleaming armor cracked and showing signs of considerable damage. He gazes at the 3 rare mutated dogs before him, each the size of a rhinoceros, now encircling him with bared fangs, saliva pooling on the ground beneath them. These 3 mutated dogs are evidently formidable, 2 of them matching Zhao Yun's activated prowess, while the 3rd surpasses him in strength. Beasts, come forth and face me, Zhao Yun bellows, aware that he has yet to reach his limit. He could escape, but should he do so, the 70 men behind him would surely perish. He has no choice but to fight. Victory or death, the leading blue dog howls and lunges at Zhao Yun, with the other 2 following suit from either side. Zhao Yun, nimble and agile, deftly repels the one in front, then unleashes a rapid barrage that sweeps left and right with the speed of a dragon. His movements are blindingly swift, completed in the blink of an eye, sending the three mutated dogs retreating once more. Seizing the moment before they can regroup, he fires three precise shots, striking true. The dogs howl in pain, and one, seemingly enraged, roars at the crowd, its voice shattering the glass of nearby buildings. In an instant, the previously watchful hundreds of mutated dogs erupt into a frenzy, their howls echoing through the air. Zhao Yun's expression shifts dramatically. This is the precursor to their assault. Hundreds of mutated dogs charge towards the crowd with alarming speed, their massive frames resembling a stampede of young bulls. The ground trembles beneath them. Steady, do not panic. Open fire, Zhang Quan urges, stepping forward and cleaving through one mutated dog with his blade. Yet, against such a tide, alone Zhang Quan cannot alter the tide of battle. At this moment, despair washes over him. Despite his impressive combat prowess of 150 points, the outcome seems grim. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun finds himself in yet another fierce struggle, the chaos behind him affecting his resolve. My lord, I am unworthy of your trust. In this moment, despair envelopes the group. They face a true dead end, devoid of hope, unless a miracle occurs. Suddenly, a fireball descends from the heavens, crashing to the ground and exploding upon impact in that area. Dozens of mutated dogs are incinerated, their vitality extinguished in an instant. As the flames subside, a figure descends. The deer knight has arrived. With both hands, Lin Xiao launches two more fireballs, raining destruction upon the remaining strays. What was once a mass of dogs is now reduced to chaos, with hundreds of strays suffering significant losses. My lord. It is the Lord. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Zhao Yun exclaims with exhilaration, like a soothing balm. The presence of their leader revitalizes the troops. With the arrival of Lin Xiao, victory is assured. Defeat those three mutated dogs, but do not strike to kill. As you command, my lord. Zhao Yun responds, his gunfire erupting like a tempest as he charges once more at the three rare mutated dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan and the others, filled with renewed fervor, actively engage in melee combat with the mutated dogs. The tide of battle shifts dramatically in the next moment. A bolt of lightning crashes down upon the pack. The sound of the earth trembling follows as the herd of deer charges forward. Over 100 deer rush towards the mutated dogs, their combat prowess nearly equal. Yet, the mutated dogs, already dazed from Lin Xiao's flames, are met with the fierce onslaught of the deer. The herd of mutated spotted deer forms an overwhelming force, akin to a torrent of steel crashing into the pack of mutated dogs. The sounds of impact and anguished cries blend into a cacophony as the deer unleash their might, routing the mutated dogs with the first charge. After several more charges, the mutated dogs suffer catastrophic losses. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiles with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the desired effect of the deer knight. Once they charge, their power is unmatched. Hundreds of mutated dogs, battered by the onslaught of Lin Xiao and the herd, are decimated, while the regrouped humans swiftly form a counteroffensive. Not a single one is left to survive. On the other side, Zhao Yun grows bolder, the shimmering silver dragon spear becoming a blur, leaving only afterimages in its wake. The three rare mutated dogs, now severely injured, realize that continuing to fight would be their demise. Especially upon witnessing the complete rout of their pack, they lose all will to continue. After a few mournful howls, they scatter and retreat. Observing this, Lin Xiao cannot let these three rare mutated dogs, each possessing over 400 combat points, escape. This is a prime opportunity for harvesting marrow fluid. 3 invisible blades slice through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and the three rare mutated dogs are instantaneously slain. 6 reward notifications echo simultaneously, and Lin Xiao's expression brightens. He has successfully acquired more marrow fluid. Indeed, the effort was not in vain. Chapter 59. Have you heard of cultivating immortality? My lord, Zhao Yun has overstepped and failed to live up to your trust. As the battle concludes, Zhao Yun approaches Lin Xiao, clasping his hands and kneeling on one knee. How has the mission progressed? Lin Xiao inquires, not immediately addressing Zhao Yun's apology. We have made significant exploration. Zhao Yun promptly presents a map of Baihu district, densely annotated with information, from zombie clusters to locations of mutated beasts. Upon seeing the map, Lin Xiao nods in satisfaction. Well done. Your efforts have borne fruit. This battle shall serve as a balance for your merits and demerits. Zhao Yun wore an expression of shame. Acutely aware that Lin Xiao had deliberately provided him with an opportunity to die in truth, had Lin Xiao not arrived in a timely manner, Zhao Yun and his 75 subordinates would have faced the dire risk of total annihilation. At that point, there would be no talk of achievements. They would merely become lifeless corpses. Not far off, Chen Shuren, mounted on a white deer, gazed in astonishment at the troop of dozens, never expecting Lin Xiao to possess such formidable influence. Particularly impressive was the individual named Zhao Yun, whose strength seemed to rival that of Xiao Hua.it. Struck him as curious. Were all those named Zhao Yun exceptionally powerful? What followed was the customary process of tidying the battlefield, where the bodies of hundreds of mutated dogs lay, each representing a prime source of meat. Among them were 5 rare mutated dogs, destined to become sustenance for Lin Xiao's pets. Speaking of which, if they could not secure epic-grade food by the next day, the incubating hellhounds would perish. Return to base. With Lin Xiao's command, the remaining 60, burdened with the corpses of over 10 fallen comrades and the flesh of hundreds of mutated dogs, made their way back to the base. Fortunately, every one of these individuals possessed considerable combat prowess, capable of dragging hundreds to thousands of pounds of carcasses without difficulty. Furthermore, with the assistance of the deer herd, they successfully transported every last mutated dog back to the base. During the journey, Lin Xiao took a moment to investigate the area Zhao Yun had explored, discovering it was nearly identical to Zhao Yun's markings. By the afternoon, Lin Xiao and his entourage, accompanied by the deer herd, returned to the base. Outside, many onlookers were taken aback by the impressive procession, particularly the deer herd. Good heavens, the leader's forces are growing ever more formidable. Is that not a herd of deer? How did they come to follow the leader into the base? Has the leader tamed the entire herd? Exclaimed numerous individuals. At this rate, the White Tiger district will be leveled, and we shall be able to return to a normal life. Some began to speculate. Lin Xiao paid no mind to the crowd's chatter. Upon returning, he promptly set about constructing the museum. However, due to the constraints of Mini Town, there was little available space within the community. Consequently, Lin Xiao had a building demolished to accommodate the museum. Once the placement was completed, construction commenced, with a countdown of 24 hours. The activation of a divine-level trait tripled efficiency, reducing the time required to 8 hours. Simultaneously, the research building that Lin Xiao had previously established completed its countdown in an instant. The entire structure transformed from an ethereal image into a tangible edifice. Witnessing the sudden materialization of the research building, Chen Shuren felt a surge of reassurance. The world had indeed changed. Such a grand construction could arise so simply within the span of just 8 hours. Perhaps there was hope for my parents after all. At that moment, Lin Xiao and his companions approached, cheerfully announcing, "Dr. Chen, there is a place for you within this research building. I will provide you with some mutated zombie cells for your study. In your spare time, you might also explore the issues of qi cultivation and curse seals." Lin Xiao refrained from mentioning the study of cultivation levels. Every endeavor has its gradual progression, and it would be best to bring it up once Dr. Chen had acclimated. Rest assured, Lord Lin, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to yielding results, Chen Shuren promised earnestly. Lin Xiao then gestured to the individual beside him. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Zhu Chengji. Greetings, Dr. Chen, I look forward to your guidance, Zhu Chengji said amiably, approaching with a tone of utmost humility, fully aware of the significance of the title doctor in his mind. Zhu Chengji? That name. Chen Shuren expressed a hint of confusion. Indeed, he is the one you are thinking of, Lin Xiao interjected. The one who calculated pi. Is it truly him? Chen Shuren's eyes widened in astonishment. As a dual PhD holder in history and mathematics, the name Zhu Chengji was indeed renowned. Even if he had not heard of the man directly, he was familiar with the tale of pi. However, was he not a historical figure? How could he possibly be present here? He then recalled the earlier mention of Zhao Yun. Could it be that the General Zhao Yun from before is also real? Indeed, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. This, Chen Shuren felt as though the world around him was collapsing. Too many bizarre occurrences had transpired in such a short span, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Observing the astonished Dr. Chen, Lin Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said with gravity, Dr. Chen, the world is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Even historical figures are manifesting. Should you seize this opportunity, you might indeed discover a means to resurrect your parents. Chen Shuren's heart was stirred, and in that fleeting moment, he resolved firmly. Thank you, Lord. The world may have changed, but I will not yield easily. He then turned to Zhu Chengji and bowed. I hope to trouble you more in the future. The man, a towering figure in history, stood in stark contrast to Chen Shuren, who felt like a mere fish in a vast ocean. He could hardly fathom what achievements Zhu Chengji might reach if provided with sufficient knowledge. Zhu Chengji reciprocated the gesture, and soon the two set off together toward the research building. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao noted that Chen Shuren's loyalty had inexplicably risen to 95. Such loyalty implied that as long as Lin Xiao did not covet his wife or command him to his death, he would remain steadfastly loyal. Shortly after they entered, the technological era's interface displayed the status of the research. Thanks to the pre-established energy workshop, the research building could be utilized immediately upon completion. Moreover, both Zhu Chengji and Chen Shuren were fervent researchers, with commendable work ethic and capabilities. Before long, Chen Shuren hurriedly emerged, requesting several subordinate citizens to assist him. Lin Xiao, ever generous, waved his hand and entrusted several citizens with research and work talent to Chen Shuren and Zhu Chengji. At that moment, Kai Wenji, who had been curiously observing from the sidelines, rushed over, her inquisitive spirit piqued by the research building. Brother Lord, may I enter as well? She asked, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Xiao regarded Kai Wenji and suddenly shifted the topic. Have you heard of cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality? Are you referring to the tales in the scripts? Kai Wenji queried, a hint of confusion in her expression. Something like that, but it is more akin to the myths and legends, where figures like Erlang Shan and Neza are essentially considered immortals. Lin Xiao then recounted the mythological characters from the investiture of the gods, not sparing even the likes of the three pure ones or the Earthwalker. Kai Wenji listened with rapt attention, familiar with the investiture of the gods, yet Lin Xiao's retelling transformed it into an entirely different narrative. Her bright eyes sparkled as she pondered Lin Xiao's questions. Erlang Shan and Neza were indeed characters from the investiture of the gods, and she understood that they had achieved divinity through cultivation. However, did they truly have a connection to cultivators? At this moment, Lin Xiao sensed that the time was ripe. Wenji, have you ever considered that we too could become gods? Ah? Isn't that a concocted tale from myths? Kai Wenji exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. No, they are not mere stories. They are events that genuinely transpired, though they all ascended and took with them the methods of attaining divinity. Lin Xiao spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious, making it seem as if he were imparting knowledge. Yet within, he felt a surge of excitement, guiding Kai Wenji along a path of profound possibility. At this stage, his era of cultivating immortality was still in its primitive and unknown phases. In other words, anything was possible. The methods of cultivation and the achievements that could be realized were entirely contingent upon the imagination of the researcher. Thus, Lin Xiao intentionally directed the naive and inquisitive young girl, Kai Wenji, toward the powerful mythological era. Even if they could not achieve something monumental at once, at least the overarching direction should align with this aspiration. Ah? Kai Wenji gazed at Lin Xiao, her clever mind momentarily struggling to comprehend. Did you not wish to enter the research building to acquire knowledge? There is an entire floor within where you can unleash your imagination and envision how you will become an immortal. Indeed, Lin Xiao was referring to the research on the cultivation era in that particular building. He was uncertain how to transition from the desolate age of wild men to the era of cultivation. So he decided to let Kai Wenji express herself freely. After all, the goal was to reach the three pure ones, so they could take their time with it. Kai Wenji blinked, her small head filled with profound confusion. However, Lin Xiao did not allow her to ponder too much, fearing it would squander her imagination, and promptly sent her into the research building, with the ancient tomb's method of refining qi and the flame blade as a safety net. He was not concerned about Kai Wenji's potential mischief. Speaking of which, the method of refining qi in the ancient tomb should not be overly advanced. Otherwise, it wouldn't have allowed the inner strength of the flame blade to activate the incantation. Before long, Lin Xiao received a notification indicating that research on the cultivation era was underway. As for the progress, it was merely a guess. What else could it be? After addressing the issues concerning the research building, Lin Xiao placed the blazing tiger into his temperature-controlled cultivation chamber. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Suehua expressed her concern that the hellhound seemed to be experiencing problems and might not last through the day. Lin Xiao was well aware this was due to the lack of epic-grade food, but after offering some words of comfort, he took his leave. Next came the 8-hour window for constructing the museum. During this time, he planned to increase his combat power beyond 1,000 before hunting the great gorilla, as the only creature from the first tide that had evolved into an epic being. The gorilla was a top-tier existence in terms of strength and talent among the current tide, so Lin Xiao dared not take any chances. This time, he did not intend to draw cards but rather prepared to use a drop of marrow-cleansing liquid. Upon successfully consuming the liquid, his combat power increased by 60 points, reaching a total of 999, not breaking through 1,000. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to add 100 points? Had he encountered a counterfeit? Lin Xiao activated the flame blade and unleashed a punch, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a series of tremors, his strength surpassing that of before. Yet, he did not experience the same sensation as when he first broke through 1,000. After some hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped outside the base, ready to uncover the source of the issue. Boom! The building outside the base seemed to welcome them into a new realm at that moment. Lin Xiao's power surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds. In an instant, the sky rumbled, the buildings trembled, and the ground quaked beneath him. Lin Xiao's speed had reached 300 meters per second, and his strength exceeded 20,000 pounds. With a single punch, he could easily demolish a significant portion of a building. Not far away, Zhao Yun, who was patrolling the base, gazed in astonishment at the scene. The Master's strength had grown immensely, far surpassing that of the rest of them. The patrolling soldiers regarded Lin Xiao with reverence akin to that of worshipping a deity. Meanwhile, nearby players were drawn to the commotion. Was something happening? Had a new mutated beast come to attack the Master's base? My goodness, how terrifying! The destructive power was akin to that of a monster. Many exclaimed in awe, comparing it to the destructive capabilities of monsters from the islands. I think I saw a figure. It's a person. Is that truly the Master in person? This resembles a humanoid mecha. Excitement coursed through the entire camp. They had encountered numerous experts with combat powers exceeding 100 during their time there. Yet they had never seen the so-called Master. Speculation had been rampant. Now, suddenly witnessing a mecha-like being left everyone with vivid imaginations. Some had even begun to describe the scene in the chat room. The Master from the White Tiger District had appeared, truly a humanoid mecha. Wow, this makes me want to head to the White Tiger District. This fellow has always kept his distance and hasn't he spoken in the chat room. Could it be that he is not one of us? Some speculated in the chat room. This led many to ponder. If he were indeed a survivor like them, he should be active in the chat. However, the current situation left them perplexed. Although some had previously conjectured that the Master was 4396, this had never been confirmed. Others suggested he might be an alien or possibly a hidden cultivator. Various theories abounded. After a flurry of wild speculation, with no definitive answers, Lin Xiao, having vented his frustrations and grown accustomed to his newfound power, finally identified the crux of the matter. Just moments ago, as he swung his blade and aimed to breach the 1,000-point mark, he saw it, a towering chain. The chain connected to the heavens beyond the clouds, stretching infinitely. Upon the chain were faintly visible dragon and phoenix patterns. And Lin Xiao could even faintly hear the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, mysterious and powerful. On the other end of the chain was Lin Xiao himself. 4 chains bound him, one around his head, and one each around his limbs and torso. At that moment, he noticed a crack in the chain binding his head. With a little more effort, it seemed he could break free. Then, Lin Xiao sensed the residual power from after careful consideration. Lin Xiao returned to his room, preparing to access the chat room to contact the individual whose information he had saved that day. This person had boasted of having encountered a gorilla in the chat room, and Lin Xiao had noted down their contact number, but he had not reached out until now, which presented a perfect opportunity. Shortly after sending the message, a response arrived, exuding palpable excitement. Wow, 4396, esteemed one. You actually took the initiative to contact me. I am truly fortunate. Lin Xiao promptly communicated his purpose, expressing his desire to know the whereabouts and information regarding the gorilla. After a brief silence, the reply came swiftly. The gorilla is no longer here. It appears that this morning, it discovered some treasure and dashed towards the White Tiger District. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This morning coincided with the successful construction of the secondary base. Could it be that the gorilla was heading in his direction? Perhaps there was indeed a possibility. Whether it be a divine level base or a secondary base, both possessed the allure to attract formidable creatures. as the only epic-level creature currently in Xinjiang City, the gorilla would naturally be drawn to the secondary divine-level base. Given its speed, it should be arriving shortly. Lin Xiao casually offered 100 energy points as a tip for information and swiftly reopened the chat room. After perusing the chat history, he discovered that several individuals had reported sightings of the gorilla. The most recent entry indicated that it had entered the White Tiger district, just in time, as he was pondering how to locate it. Upon exiting, Lin Xiao first summoned Zhao Yun to his side and handed him a drop of cleansing essence. He instructed Zhao Yun to consume the cleansing essence as soon as he received the command. Although puzzled, Zhao Yun dutifully complied with Lin Xiao's orders. At that moment, a soldier responsible for patrolling reported an anomaly detected to the west. At the gorilla. Just in time. Zilong, organize everyone to ignite bonfires within the base, and have all flamethrowers operating at full capacity. Zhao Yun took his orders and quickly began to gather people to light bonfires. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao brandished the 9 Phoenix Rising Sunblade and made his way towards the western direction. The 9 Phoenix Rising Sunblade was originally imbued with combat-enhancing effects, but its potency diminished at a combat power level of 999, rendering it a mere ordinary long blade for now. To the west, which was the area of the White Tiger district closest to the suburbs, Lin Xiao could only see a few scattered houses, while the rest consisted of barren land and vast woods. At that moment, several kilometers away, he noticed the trees trembling as if several bulldozers were relentlessly harvesting. Suddenly, the last of the trees collapsed, and a colossal black figure, resembling a 10-story building, burst forth from the forest. With keen eyesight, Lin Xiao discerned the silhouette from a distance. It was a gigantic black gorilla, as muscular as a King Kong, yet adorned with a peculiar silver sheen on its back. This was a rare silverback gorilla. Gorilla, I have awaited your arrival. Chapter 62. Fierce battle with the gorilla. As Lin Xiao laid eyes on the gorilla, it too noticed him, its enormous black pupils shimmering with an unusual light. Two creatures of peak combat power encountered each other for the first time. Before Lin Xiao, the information about the gorilla materialized. Silverback gorilla, epic, combat power, 999 traits. King Kong bloodline. Epic contains a trace of the powerful mythical bloodline of the King Kong, granting it a larger physique, greater strength, and enhanced vitality, along with increased potential. Absolute power, rare, more ferocious attacks, more destructive movements, and greater strength. Its strength is determined by your combat power. Genetic ability. Indeed, this gorilla had also attained the pinnacle combat power of 999. At that moment, the gorilla did not charge recklessly. It seemed to harbor a deep wariness towards Lin Xiao. However, the mysterious base behind Lin Xiao was a source of immense temptation for it. The gorilla could sense that within 100 kilometers, there were 3 similar bases, but the other 2 paled in comparison to the one before it. An instinct from deep within its mind urged it that by breaching the base and devouring the humans inside, it could achieve further evolution. With a resounding roar, the gorilla issued a challenge. The force of its roar uprooted 10-meter-tall trees, shattering suburban brick houses and creating a fan-shaped open area on the ground. In the next instant, the gorilla lunged forward. Its massive body did not hinder its speed. Each stride covered over 10 meters. The few kilometers were merely a matter of seconds. Wherever the gorilla passed, it left behind enormous craters, with cracks extending for dozens of meters. The 6-story suburban villa crumbled in its grasp as if it were a mere toy, easily toppled. He charged forward like a colossal bulldozer, wreaking havoc and leaving destruction in its wake. This was an exceedingly terrifying and powerful gorilla. On the other side, Lin Xiao sprang into action. He could not allow this monster to breach the base, for it would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage. In each of Lin Xiao's hands, 2 spheres of intense fire coalesced, exuding terrifying heat. These fireballs, compressed repeatedly by Lin Xiao, could effortlessly demolish a high-rise building with a single shot. With a fierce roar, the gorilla hurled several nearby small buildings and cars towards Lin Xiao. The hundreds of meters distance were crossed effortlessly by its throw. Lin Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, easily dodging the incoming car. Moments later, the vehicle exploded nearby, its force akin to that of a small grenade. "Old monkey, don't think you're the only one who can throw things," Lin Xiao exclaimed, targeting the gorilla with 2 fireball spells. These were not parabolic trajectories like the previous car. Instead, they were precisely controlled fireballs that swiftly bypassed obstacles, hurtling towards the gorilla at breakneck speed. Approaching sonic velocity, the fireballs produced a series of sonic booms in the air, covering the distance of hundreds of meters in a second. The overwhelming threat alerted the gorilla to the impending danger, prompting it to swiftly evade behind a nearby building. Boom! The first fireball detonated within the building, instantly toppling the entire structure as a shockwave of flames erupted, scattering debris in all directions. The gorilla was similarly affected by the blast. Yet, this was not the end. The second fireball soon followed. This time, with no building to obstruct it and aided by Lin Zhao's precise control, it detonated directly upon the gorilla. Boom, boom. The fireball exploded with the force of a heavy artillery shell, striking the gorilla squarely. Its obsidian skin and silver fur ignited in roaring flames, and visible injuries appeared on its surface. The power of this fireball inflicted considerable pain upon it, with a furious roar. The gorilla became completely enraged. Its massive form trembled as it swiftly extinguished the flames on its body, then began to pound its chest with both hands, seemingly indicating that such trivial attacks could not harm it. Following this, it charged towards Lin Zhao at near supersonic speed, intent on tearing apart the loathsome human before it. Just in time. My blade has been yearning for action. As the 9 Phoenixes' rising sun blade was drawn, Lin Zhao's entire demeanor shifted, transforming him into a seasoned swordsman with years of experience. Simultaneously, a fierce aura emanated faintly from the blade, its very presence capable of leaving dozens of meters-long marks upon the surrounding skyscrapers. In an instant, the figures of a man and a monkey clashed together. The gorilla, towering at a height of 30 meters, akin to a 10-story building, could effortlessly unleash destructive force with a mere swipe of its hand, reducing the nearby structures to rubble within seconds. Lin Zhao, standing over 1.8 meters tall, was quite impressive among humans, yet in comparison to the gorilla, he seemed no larger than its finger. Nevertheless, with each swing of the 9 Phoenixes' rising sun blade, the blade's aura extended a formidable 40 meters, its might akin to a giant wielding a colossal sword, cleaving through the air. The battle between man and beast raged on for scarcely a minute before the area within 100 meters was transformed into a wasteland, devoid of any standing buildings. Armed with the blade's aura, Lin Zhao quickly gained a definitive upper hand. At the same time, this epic confrontation captivated a multitude of onlookers. Survivors nearby gazed in awe at the spectacle, their shock palpable. The chat rooms erupted with excitement. The legendary confrontation between the strongest gorilla and a formidable human in Xinjiang City was unfolding. Missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Big boss, you must triumph. Meanwhile, within the base, flames roared as everyone focused on the distant battle. Zhao Yun, watching Lin Zhao from afar, felt a surge of fervor. And why, Lord, invincible under heaven, victory is assured in this battle. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Zhao suddenly recognized a perplexing issue. His swordsmanship, bolstered by a combat power of 30 and the fiery blade enhancement of 200, should yield a destructive force of 1499 points. Yet, the gorilla, merely a level 999 creature, was able to withstand a significant portion of this onslaught. How could this be? Was he compelled to prematurely unleash his abilities beyond 1,000 combat power? Where lay the root of this anomaly? It was the Kongu bloodline, an epic attribute. While it lacked specific metrics, it granted the gorilla formidable strength, augmented by another rare trait. Thus, even as Lin Zhao, wielding his own epic traits and fiery sword techniques, gained the upper hand, he was unable to dominate completely. Damn it, it's all about the traits, is it? But I possess 2 epic traits. The Flame Sovereign and Blade Master were both powerful combat attributes. Yet Lin Zhao had yet to fully unleash their potential. With the gorilla serving as a sharpening stone, it was time to test his limits. With a sweeping motion, Lin Zhao summoned flames from the base 100 meters away, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery tempest. The sky blazed with fiery clouds as flames converged around Lin Zhao, condensing into a small orb of fiery essence. As the essence collapsed, its temperature soared, exceeding 10,000 degrees. Roaring, the gorilla sensed the impending threat, the fiery orb stirring unsettling memories. It stepped back, inhaling deeply, its chest swelling like a colossal airship. This scene felt eerily familiar. Oh no! Lin Zhao's form flickered, yet it was too late. A thunderous roar erupted as debris swirled around the gorilla, propelled by an overwhelming force. The gorilla's awakened genetic ability bore resemblance to a lion's roar, a primal scream. This powerful, wide-ranging sonic attack, mixed with a plethora of rubble, possessed a destructive capability of cataclysmic proportions. Should it unleash such an assault upon Lin Zhao's base, it would likely devastate half of it. However, Lin Zhao's formidable prowess rendered the gorilla's intent less pronounced. The gorilla's target was clearly not Lin Zhao, but rather the inferno above. With a powerful roar, the flames that had spread across the sky dissipated in an instant. Lin Zhao's expression darkened. One could not deny the effectiveness of this move. It severed the source of his flames at its root. "What of your thunderous voice? I shall no longer engage with you," Lin Zhao barked, turning sharply to call out to the base. "Where is Zilong?" "Here." Zhao Yun responded swiftly, consuming a drop of cleansing liquid, his combat power surging by 100. Simultaneously, Lin Zhao experienced a seismic shift within himself. The chain connecting heaven and earth reappeared, this time revealing cracks upon his body. "Break for me," Lin Zhao commanded, and with a resounding clang, the chain shattered, followed by a majestic sound akin to a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. An enigmatic and potent force surged from the chains into Lin Zhao's being, propelling his combat power beyond 1,000. The world once again clarified. The thunderous roar of the gorilla transformed into the comical wailing of an infant. Though merely a slight difference in combat power, the transformation was monumental. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes as the 9 phoenixes' rising sun blade sang in his grasp. The flames that had been scattered by the gorilla's roar now surged back toward him, as if drawn by an irresistible force. This time, the flames blazed with even greater ferocity, engulfing the earth in a charred hue. The area within a radius of several hundred meters ignited, a sea of flames surrounding Lin Zhao. Amidst this inferno, he slowly raised the 9 phoenixes' rising sun blade, drawing countless flames into the blade's edge. In that moment, Lin Zhao transformed into the fire god of the realm, commanding the flames of the world. Witnessing this, the previously roaring gorilla abruptly halted, a glimmer of terror flashing in its eyes. The greed it once held for the secondary base was swiftly replaced by fear. The figure before it now resembled a deity, utterly beyond its capability to confront. Without hesitation, it fled. It ran, its massive form, moving at near half the speed of sound, covered nearly 1,000 meters in mere seconds. All creatures of rare quality or higher were not fools. They were astutely intelligent in the face of insurmountable odds. Who would dare to continue battling? Flee? Can you escape? With a cry of flame blade, the 9 phoenixes' rising sun blade descended, its light casting a crimson hue across the realm, a sharp blade shadow cutting through the air. The aura of the blade extended 100 meters, mesmerizing all who beheld it, as though it threatened to consume the very heavens and earth. Boom! The 100-meter blade aura surged forth, no longer formless but infused with countless flames. The mastery of the blade and the dominion over fire melded seamlessly, resulting in an overwhelming force that erupted forth. As the blade aura sliced through the air, it shattered the sound barrier. The skies reverberated with sonic booms as if the very heavens were being cleaved asunder. The blade's speed intensified, accelerating to 2 times the speed of sound, then 3, ultimately reaching an astonishing 5 times the speed of sound within a single second. The remaining skyscrapers were cleaved in twain, offering no resistance to the blade's velocity. The distance the gorilla had gained mere seconds before was swiftly erased by the blade's terrifying speed. Its once formidable 30-meter frame now appeared as insignificant as a mere monkey beneath the blade's onslaught. In that moment, the gorilla was engulfed by dread. The fear of impending death had once prided itself as the strongest creature in Xinjiang City, merely seeking a secure hunt, only to find itself transformed into prey. Boom! The blade's energy sliced through the horizon, cleaving the colossal 30-meter frame of the gorilla, before piercing the sky itself, dissipating only after traveling 10,000 meters. Simultaneously, the massive body of the gorilla split into 2 halves, crashing down upon the surrounding skyscrapers, capable of toppling them with ease. At this moment, 10 seconds had elapsed, and Lin Zhao's strength had diminished once again from 1,000 points to the previous 999. Without a moment's pause, Lin Zhao hastened towards the scene. For this was an epic bounty of flesh and blood, vital sustenance for the future of the hellish 3-headed dog. a resource that must not be squandered. Concurrently, the familiar notification sound echoed once more. A glance at the rewards brought a smile to Lin Zhao's face. Truly, it was worthy of being called epic, as it had yielded several remarkable treasures. Chapter 64, Dual Attribute Epic Weapon Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying the silverback gorilla, Epic. You have received 5,000 energy points. Kill rewards, Limited Grade Enhancement Serum 1080, 155 Howitzer Blueprint, Rare, Flame Gun, Epic, Epic Biological Cell 1. Successfully triggered the Talent God level luck, gaining an additional 50,000 energy points. The Limited Grade Enhancement Serum has been upgraded to Detoxification Liquid 10 drops. The 155 Howitzer Blueprint upgraded to 155 Autoloading Howitzer Blueprint, Rare Automatic Device. The Flame Gun upgraded to the God of Fire Gun, Epic Divine Descent, and the Epic Biological Cell upgraded to Epic Biological Evolution Cell, Epic Evolution, 1. Gazing at the bountiful rewards, Lin Zhao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The gorilla had proven to be exceptionally generous, providing both equipment and flesh. Such occurrences were indeed welcome. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the reward was a gun rather than a blade. Was he to learn the art of marksmanship? Such a thought was quite vexing. Nevertheless, he decided to first examine the quality of the God of Fire Gun. The God of Fire Gun was a striking crimson. Spanning 3 meters in length and adorned with mysterious flame patterns, its tip gleaming silver. God of Fire Gun, Epic Divine Descent, Description. A spear forged from fallen star iron, rumored to have received the blessing of the fire god from the heavens. Equipment Combat Power. Requires a minimum of 100 combat power to wield, enhancing ranged combat power by 20. Note: the combat power that the current equipment can exert is contingent upon the player's combat power. With a maximum limit of 99999, Divine Descent consumes a substantial amount of fiery energy to summon the fire god to fight on your behalf. The strength and duration of the fire god depend on your combat power and the intensity of your flame energy. Equipment Feature. Fire God's Blessing. While wielding this gun, fire power is enhanced by 20. This was nothing short of a divine artifact. The gun surpassed even an epic attribute in its prowess, a true weapon for slaughtering the weak. The only slight disappointment was that it was a gun, not a blade. It seemed he would have to seek out Zhao Yun to learn the art of shooting if the opportunity arose. Next, Lin Zhao turned his attention to the other two remarkable items. 155 Autoloading Howitzer, Rare Automatic Device, Description. A 155mm towed autoloading howitzer, an explosive marvel of the 21st century, capable of covering a range of 100 kilometers and achieving precision within 10 meters at a distance of 30 kilometers. Equipment Combat Power, 200 to 999. Note: the combat power of the current equipment does not benefit from player combat power bonuses. The actual power depends on the explosion's location. Equipment Feature. Automatic Device, Rare Technology, a product of cutting-edge technology. Requiring no manual operation, it can fire and reload autonomously when ammunition is sufficient. Manufacturing Requirements. Energy 2000, Mechanical Materials 5000, Rare Mechanical Materials 1000.155 Howitzer Shell. Each shell requires 20 energy points, 5 Rare Mechanical Materials, and 100 Mechanical Materials. 155 Incendiary Shell. Each shell requires 20 energy points, 5 Rare Mechanical Materials, and 100 Mechanical Materials. 155 Armor-Piercing Shell. Each shell requires 20 energy points, 5 Rare Mechanical Materials, and 100 Mechanical Materials. Epic Biological Evolution Cell, Epic Evolution, Description. Derived from a powerful epic creature's cell, possessing immense potential for evolution. Consuming it can yield unexpected effects. Upon consumption, it removes all negative statuses, offers a 50 chance to mutate into a rare creature, a 30 chance to mutate into an epic creature, a 15 chance to obtain an epic trait, and a 5 chance to evolve in unknown directions. Truly, these were two magnificent treasures. The 155 autoloading howitzer was an unparalleled instrument for defense and offense. Just one shell weighed a staggering 40 kilograms and measured 0.6 meters in length. 1 shot could render the area within 30 meters harmless, while within 200 meters, life and death would be indifferent. Had Li Yunlong possessed such a marvel, he could have marched straight to Tokyo. The incendiary and howitzer shells, when used in tandem, could obliterate vast targets from a distance. This weapon, if nothing else, would be immensely satisfying when deployed against the source of infection. Lin Zhao recalled the intelligent zombie, which originated from a peculiar infection source near Xinjiang City. Initially, he had planned to eliminate it once his strength stabilized, but now, he realized that bombing it might not suffice. He could simply obliterate its lair. As for the other evolution cell, it was among the pinnacle of cells. Consuming it would not yield any chaotic effects. Its sole promise was evolution, evolution. Even if the unknown direction led to a long tail or cat ears, it would still be a favorable outcome. Who wouldn't adore a cat-eared girl? Furthermore, it could eliminate all negative statuses, making it a miraculous elixir. Surely, there would come a time when it would be invaluable. For a moment, Lin Xiao thought of Luda. Date. Luda had yet to achieve successful evolution, which was a pity. He hoped that when Luda finally evolved, he wouldn't still be relegated to a mere supporting role. That would be amusing. In summary, this battle had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had it eliminated the greatest threat in Xinjiang City, but it had also produced a plethora of treasures. Now, Lin Xiao could expand his influence in Xinjiang City without any hindrances. Next, Lin Xiao gathered all the flames in the area, and with a thought, he absorbed them all into the God of Fire Gun. The God of Fire Gun could summon the fire god using the essence of fire, and Lin Xiao had surmised it could store flames. To his delight, it indeed could. In other words, it had the capacity to conserve vast amounts of fire. Moreover, upon absorbing the flames from this fiery forest, the appearance of the God of Fire Gun remained unchanged, indicating that it still had reserves. This was far more useful to Lin Xiao than any artifact. In truth, Lin Xiao could also produce a considerable amount of fire himself. However, this would deplete his internal energy rapidly, leading to mental fatigue in a short span, rendering it unsustainable. Were it not for his talent in slaying the weak, Lin Xiao might have been tempted to bestow upon it the shame of an epic attribute. Once he had dealt with everything, Lin Xiao returned to the base. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the survivor camp and chat room were in an uproar. The overlord of the White Tiger District is akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, effortlessly slaying that epic-level gorilla. Someone exclaimed, "I feel as though we are on entirely different planes. Is this the chasm between mortals and the divine?" Another mused, "Fear not, for we too shall reach that level in the future." The overlord merely arrived there first, someone else speculated. This is truly the god of the White Tiger District. From now on, do not refer to him as an overlord, but rather as the guardian deity of the White Tiger District. Thus far, anyone who has ventured into the White Tiger District has either been assimilated or completely annihilated. That not divine. One person suddenly proposed. Instantly, this suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Lin Xiao had, in an instant, transformed into a guardian deity. Of course, their proposal stemmed primarily from their desire to be among those safeguarded. Yet Lin Xiao remained oblivious to this, as he was preoccupied with feeding epic-level sustenance to his hellish three-headed dog. A 30-meter-tall gorilla? I refuse to believe that is insufficient for you. Chapter 65. Bai Qi and Huang Zhong return. Congratulations. The gorilla's corpse has been entirely converted into epic food points. Current remaining epic food points. 153. What the hell, you unscrupulous merchant. You returned to me a mere 153 points for that colossal 30-meter gorilla. That equates to just 153 compressed biscuits. Alas, for the sake of the hellish three-headed dog. Successfully consumed food points. 1,000 rare food points. 100 epic food points. 10. Current training progress for the hellish three-headed dog. 0.01. 130 high efficiency acceleration in progress. Sui Hua adds 10. Rare cultivation chamber adds 20. Successfully triggered the god-level talent bestowal. Current training efficiency increased to 390. Lin Xiao gazed at the training progress, eager to see it advance to 0.02. After a while, it finally ticked upwards, and Lin Xiao silently calculated the time. An efficiency of 390 would require over 7 days. The second tidal wave had already erupted for several days now, and the situation had grown stale. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, it was ultimately an epic-level creature, and emerging after 7 days would still be timely. Under normal cultivation, it would require a full 30 days. It is crucial to note that had that gorilla not been restrained by the initial celestial tides, its combat power would have soared to unimaginable heights. Subsequently, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to another cultivation chamber. There lay a red eggshell adorned with flame patterns, the blazing tiger. Not only did it possess a striking appearance, but its attributes also resonated with his own. Currently, the blazing tiger pet egg was classified as a rare item, requiring a daily consumption of Food points 200, rare food points 50. Note: once cultivation begins, resources will start depleting. If resources are insufficient, cultivation will halt. If this persists for 3 consecutive days, cultivation will fail, and the pet egg will be damaged. Current cultivation progress: 5, 360 high efficiency speed up in progress. Remarkably, after merely taking a brief stroll, the progress had increased by 5, less than a full day's time. Lin Xiao quietly calculated that a rare creature could normally be cultivated within just 3 days, a stark contrast to the tenfold difference with the epic level. However, one gets what one pays for, and it certainly justified its price. That gorilla was undoubtedly capable of overpowering a rare mutated tiger, despite their combat power being only a little over 100 points apart. Just then, an announcement echoed from outside. Huang Zhong and Bai Qi had returned in succession. Interestingly, the area explored by Huang Zhong and Bai Qi was even safer than that of Zhao Yun. Yet they had taken longer. This was attributable to their cautious and steady tactics. Historically, Bai Qi was known for his meticulous approach, never committing any blunders. Relying on the formidable national strength of the Qin state, coupled with Bai Qi's formidable prowess, he consistently turned every situation into an advantageous one, rarely taking risks, which allowed him to achieve victories in all his battles. The adage "a good strategist leaves no remarkable feats" holds true, as they never placed themselves in perilous situations, thus avoiding those astonishing victories against overwhelming odds. Come, let us extend a warm welcome to the two generals. Lin Zhao's face lit up with excitement. After vanquishing the gorilla, his energy reserves had reached a staggering 100,000. With such an abundance of energy, Lin Xiao harbored no other intentions but to sweep through the White Tiger region. There remained 200,000 homeless zombies within the White Tiger area, and they required his intervention. That could amount to over 1 million energy points. When his base was fully established, he would need more individuals to serve as his grassroots. At the base center, Huang Zhong and Bai Qi had long been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, they both stepped forward simultaneously, presenting the meticulously marked map to him. "My lord, we have fulfilled our duty. My lord, the area has been fully explored." "You two have worked hard," Lin Xiao replied, taking the map and nodding in satisfaction. The danger level of the area explored by Huang Zhong and Bai Qi was already lower than that of Zhao Yun's territory, and their ability to navigate risks effectively meant they had encountered no formidable mutated beasts along the way, preventing any casualties. After reviewing both maps, it was evident that Huang Zhong and Bai Qi had successfully completed their tasks, having thoroughly explored those two directions. Now, most of the intelligence regarding the White Tiger area was under control, and they awaited the next military expedition. Excellent, both generals performed admirably and have not disappointed this lord's expectations. Relay the order. Grant Huang Zhong and Bai Qi 3 drops of cleansing essence, several enhancement serums, and appoint them as commanders, specifically directing Huang Zhong to lead the yellow camp and Bai Qi to lead the white camp. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong was instantly overjoyed, and even Bai Qi's typically stern expression revealed unmistakable delight. The cleansing essence was not the main point. The crucial aspect lay in Lin Zhao's mention of establishing camps. The establishment of camps essentially meant the formation of an army, marking the first step in the general's ascent. Once the camps were established, both would possess their own direct troops and unique designations. This step was of paramount importance. "This humble servant thanks you, my lord." After the initial joy, both Huang Zhong and Bai Qi knelt in gratitude. Not far away, Zhao Yun observed this scene, clenching his fist in silence. He had originally been the strongest among the three in terms of combat power, yet this time he had faltered and could only harbor envy. "Zilong, your performance in this battle fell short of the two generals, and there were even some oversights. However, it is better late than never. That drop of cleansing essence is your reward for this battle. Do you have any objections?" Lin Zhao's voice rang out. My subordinate has none." Zhao Yun initially intended to address himself as this humble general, but reconsidered, realizing he was not a commander, thus opting for "my subordinate" instead. "You need not feel disheartened. In this collapsing apocalypse, we are soon to embark on another expedition, and you will have your chance." Lin Xiao reassured him once more. "Have you seen those 100 or so deer? In due course, the Stagnites will rely on you to lead the charge. So don't lose heart." "My subordinate obeys," Zhao Yun exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, his lord had not forgotten him. Simultaneously, Huang Zhong and Bai Qi wore expressions of joy, for despite the late hour, It seemed their lord intended to continue the battle. Zhang Kai, Liang Xiu, Zhang Quan, step forward to receive your orders. Your performance in this battle was commendable. I hereby grant each of you 1 drop of cleansing essence, several enhancement serums, and the position of deputy commander. My subordinate obeys. The 3 of them were visibly elated, especially Zhang Quan, who never expected to receive such an opportunity, and moreover, to surpass Zhao Yun in this regard, which was truly surprising. Following this, Lin Xiao began bestowing significant rewards to those who had rendered meritorious service, simultaneously granting serums to all who had participated in the exploration. Except for Zhao Yun, nearly everyone wore expressions of satisfaction. The overall strength of the base had once again received a remarkable boost. Subsequently, Lin Xiao issued new directives. Expand the army. Chapter 66. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Lin Xiao's objective for expanding the army was straightforward: to facilitate the conquest of the White Tiger region. Once the White Tiger area was thoroughly occupied, during the second tidal wave, Lin Xiao would reap substantial rewards. It is essential to understand that the second tidal wave would not only elevate the strength of both humans and mutated beasts, but would also revitalize a plethora of trees and spiritual herbs. By then, rare spiritual medicines and even epic trees would not be uncommon. Moreover, one of Lin Xiao's divine attributes increases the likelihood of special beings appearing. As such, the larger his territory expanded, the greater the chances of encountering valuable treasures. Another significant factor was that within the base, Lin Xiao and his subjects would receive a 20% boost to their combat power. However, previously, Lin Xiao had always been engaged in combat outside the base, hesitant to bring them within, which rendered this remarkable attribute somewhat ineffective. Yet, once the entire White Tiger region was expanded, it would no longer matter. The entire area would transform into a battlefield. Ultimately, after careful calculation, Lin Xiao decisively opted for a grand draw of 600 consecutive pulls. With a deduction of 60,000 energy points, 600 beams of light illuminated the entire base. Among them, 5 beams shone exceptionally brightly, indicating that this time, 5 historical figures had emerged from the 600 consecutive pulls. Observing this, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. After several experiences, he had grown sufficiently composed regarding historical figures. How formidable can you truly be? At present, what Lin Xiao anticipated most was the summoning of the 3rd phase, where only the true masters would emerge. As the radiance faded, the 5 figures at the forefront stepped forward first. At the forefront stood a man clad in a white robe, adorned with a silk cap. His visage was strikingly handsome and composed. This humble servant, Xiao He, pays homage to my lord. To his astonishment, the first arrival was the renowned Xiao He. Xiao He was famously known as the logistics supervisor for Liu Bang, one of the legendary 3 heroes of the Han dynasty, who managed logistics and internal affairs almost flawlessly, enabling Liu Bang to focus entirely on warfare. Most notably, he left behind the tale of pursuing Han Xian under the moonlight. Of course, there was also the saying, success or failure rests with Xiao He, as he ultimately reported Han Xian, leading Liu Bang to execute the potentially rebellious general. Nevertheless, overall, Xiao He was undoubtedly a loyal minister, wholeheartedly devoted to his lord, and possessed formidable abilities. Following Xiao He's retreat, a middle-aged man in a white shirt stepped forward, his appearance handsome and his smile exuding confidence. I am Zhang Juzheng, paying homage to my lord. By heavens, a great figure of the Ming dynasty, who turned the tide of disaster and rescued the crumbling foundation of the state. Zhang Juzheng. This individual was a true master of internal affairs, having implemented the single whip policy, wielding both soft and hard measures effectively, and successfully saving the economy of the Ming dynasty from the brink of collapse, extending its life for another century. He was indeed an unparalleled force in governance. With him around, not only could the rear be stabilized, but it would also flourish rapidly. Excellent, very satisfactory. After Zhang Juzheng retreated, a robust man stepped forward, his eyes sharp and his physique powerful, clearly a practitioner of martial arts. This humble citizen, Su Chaharzan, pays homage to my lord. Su Chaharzan? Su Chier. Su Can. This character has been vividly brought to life by Stephen Chow, and he is not merely a fictional figure, but a historical personage who truly existed. Su Can is a legendary figure well known in Chinese martial arts, famously regarded as one of the 10 tigers of Canton, and he stands as a titan within the martial arts community. He is indeed the rightful ancestor of Drunken Fist. However, It remains uncertain whether he possesses the skills of the Dreaming Arhat Fist and the 18 dragon-subduing palms depicted in Stephen Chow's films. Lin Xiao harbors a sense of anticipation. If the Flame Blade can achieve a battle power of 999, one can only wonder what level the more formidable 18 dragon-subduing palms might reach. Su Qi'er, a historical figure, battle power. 450 loyalty, absolute loyalty, gene ability, divine insight in fist and palm. Rare, you possess an astonishing comprehension of martial arts, enabling you to glean even greater powers. The might of your fist and palm techniques is enhanced by 10. Characteristic. Martial arts enthusiast, rare, obsessed with martial arts, you exhibit an extraordinary dedication and an exceptional talent. The efficiency of learning any martial art is increased by 100. 10 Tigers of Canton, your reputation is vast. While in Canton, your enemies will find themselves more easily intimidated by you. Technique. Drunken Fist, rare and incomplete and advanced form of martial arts. Its movements are ethereal, allowing the practitioner to become entranced, unleashing greater power while intoxicated. Battle power. Comprising 3 realms, the first realm grants 20 battle power, the second realm 150 battle power, while the third realm remains incomplete. In a state of intoxication, the battle power bonus is increased by 50. Dreaming Arhat Fist, rare divine descent and advanced technique. It is said that one can only learn it through guidance from the Dreaming Arhat in dreams. Battle power. Comprising 3 realms, the first realm grants 50 battle power, the second realm 200 battle power, and the third realm 800 battle power. In a dreaming state, battle power is enhanced by 30. Divine descent. In a dreaming state, there is a chance to summon the Dreaming Arhat to possess you, suppressing all. Su Qi'er, indeed, is a formidable figure in the martial arts realm, far more powerful than his historical counterpart. It is a pity, however, that the anticipated 18 dragon-subduing palms are absent, leaving only the Dreaming Arhat Fist in his repertoire. Subsequently, Su Qi'er steps back, and a man clad in white armor, bearing a silver spear, approaches, humbly bowing to Lin Xiao. I am Huarong, your subordinate, paying my respects, my lord. The R card. Little Li Guang Huarong, ranked 9th among the 108 heroes of Water Margin, is a master archer with exceptional spear skills. In essence, he is a diminished version of Huang Zhong. Then, Huarong withdraws, and a delicate young woman gracefully approaches, her figure so slender that it seems a mere gust of wind could carry her away. Yet, her beauty evokes a sense of tenderness. I am Bian Yujing, at your service, my lord. One of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, akin to Chen Yuanyuan. Although she lacks Chen Yuanyuan's renown, she is nonetheless a beauty of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Deserving of her place among the 8 beauties. In summary, she is an addition to the harem. With the introductions complete, Lin Xiao nods with satisfaction. This time, the assembly is not solely composed of brawny men but includes 2 capable individuals in governance and a martial arts master. This fills Lin Xiao with a sense of anticipation. If Su Qi'er, not a top-tier martial arts master, possesses such battle power, one can only wonder how formidable the strongest individuals from history will be. Lin Xiao first engages in familiarization with the 5 individuals, then addresses the newly arrived 600 with a commanding tone. I am your lord, Lin Xiao. For now, you need only understand one thing. Obey my commands. Welcome to the Apocalypse, Chapter 67. The stronghold of power among the 600 troops. Lin Xiao, adhering to previous methods, selects those willing to engage in battle. He further identifies 72 individuals skilled in archery and exceptional in equestrianism, forming a vanguard battalion. The remaining individuals see Huang Zhong's unit bolstered to 312, organized into 300-man contingents and 20 action squads. Bai Qi's unit is similarly increased to 323, also comprising 300-man contingents and 20 action squads. Zhang Kai joins the Bai unit, while Yang Xiao and Zhang Quan are assigned to the Huang unit, with Huarong designated to the vanguard battalion. Zilong, I entrust the 73 members of the vanguard battalion to your command. I require a formidable cavalry capable of crushing all foes and providing timely support. Can you manage this? Zhao Yun clenches his fists, his gaze resolute and filled with confidence, responding, I shall fulfill this task. Lin Xiao nods in satisfaction. Zilong, my beloved, you must not disappoint me. Following the allocation of personnel, Lin Xiao proceeds to distribute the serum. Due to the large number of recruits, the serum cannot be replenished to elevate everyone to a sufficient level of 20. Lin Xiao can only ensure that each new subject achieves a battle power of 10. However, With the enhanced strength of the veterans, these newcomers should not face significant challenges under their guidance. Next comes the matter of equipment. The research by Zhu Chongji has yet to yield major breakthroughs, and thus they continue to utilize previously issued gear. Each individual is equipped with a low-spec 98K, standard cold weapons such as large sabers, and several grenades and incendiary devices. Of course, MG-34S and portable flamethrowers are indispensable. At least 3 MG-34S and 3 portable flamethrowers must be available for each squad. As for the cavalry, Lin Xiao has invested significantly. The remaining energy is allocated to fully equip the Elk with a complete set of fine steel armor. Given the Elk's already formidable battle power, this truly transforms them into an unstoppable force. As for the cavalry, each individual receives an iron bow, with the strongest armed with the Zhurich bow, a long saber measuring 1.5 meters, a 3-meter-long lance, and a large saber. Do not underestimate the iron bow. Although its battle power is merely 18, it imposes no limitations, allowing those of great strength to unleash over 100 in battle power. Moreover, once selected to become part of the Iron Cavalry, they will be granted Super Soldier Serum, raising their battle power to 35, which is the minimum standard for the Iron Cavalry, in the Vanguard Battalion. The mightiest Zhao Yun is supported by Huarong and numerous veterans. There are no fewer than 10 individuals whose battle power exceeds 100. In total, Lin Xiao has expended over 20,000 energy units and invested considerable resources. Now, only 2,000 energy units remain. After the allocation, Lin Xiao instructs Zhao Yun and the others to begin training their respective troops, familiarizing them with their equipment, with plans to engage in battle by the following day. Subsequently, Lin Xiao appoints Xiao He as the logistics supervisor, overseeing all equipment and logistical matters for the 3 battalions, with the remaining subjects obeying his orders. Xiao He accepts the command. He has no objections to this arrangement, having previously handled such responsibilities. Afterward, Lin Xiao designates Zhang Jujing as the base supervisor, responsible for managing all affairs within the base, even granting him partial authority over construction projects, thereby alleviating Lin Xiao's burdens. I accept the command. Although surprised by this appointment, Zhang Jujing readily acquiesces. Presently, Lin Xiao's base houses a population of just over 1,000 and occupies an area no larger than a neighborhood. This scale is trivial for him. As for Bian Yujing, she is to remain with Chen Yuan in room 603, ever prepared to serve. Once all matters have been allocated, just as Lin Xiao is about to depart, Su Qi'er becomes anxious. My lord, what should I do? He feels an unmistakable urgency. Being the strongest within the base, if he is not utilized, it would be a complete waste of his potential. Lin Xiao regards Su Qi'er. Mindful of this powerful martial arts master, as you can, your strength bears great responsibility. During the army's expedition, you shall guard the center of the base, preventing any unscrupulous individuals from launching surprise attacks, ensuring the army can operate without concern. Su Qi'er acknowledges the order with a solemn nod, showing no dissent toward this arrangement. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly speaks with a hint of mystery. Additionally, I shall assign you a secret mission. You have the authority to scout for individuals with notable martial talents within the base and to recruit them for instruction in martial arts. Naturally, I am not excluded from this, as a martial arts master and the ancestor of Drunken Fist. Su Qi'er possesses the skills to teach effectively. Even a brief session with him could yield significant increases in battle power. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's directive, Su Qi'er's eyes shine with excitement, and he promptly bows, saying, "Thank you, my lord." As a master of martial arts, he is actually more passionate about imparting knowledge and guiding others than about waging wars. He is quite satisfied with Lin Xiao's arrangements. Upon noticing this, Lin Xiao offered a faint smile. Practice diligently. By then, we may cultivate several prodigies in martial arts, and I can conveniently form a team of warriors. It is important to note that during the world's first tidal surge, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, ordinary individuals can learn martial arts at a significantly accelerated pace. Even Su Qi'er can more swiftly comprehend the third realm of his Drunken Fist, thereby attaining greater strength. After completing these tasks, Lin Xiao began to scout for suitable positions within the base. He certainly did not intend to let the 155mm howitzers sit idle. It was time for the world to experience the power of technology. Ultimately, Lin Xiao positioned 5 155mm self-propelled howitzers at various locations within the base. The howitzers resembled fierce tigers lying on the ground, each as large as a heavy-duty truck. Their formidable power and overwhelming deterrence would encompass the entire White Tiger district once operational, allowing for precise targeting. After spending a substantial amount of energy points, the ethereal forms of the 5 155mm howitzers materialized. These howitzers are a pinnacle of advanced technology, requiring no human control. As long as ammunition is sufficient, they can fire continuously. With the remaining energy points, Lin Xiao extravagantly spent 6,000 to procure 100 incendiary shells, 150 high-explosive shells, and 50 armor-piercing rounds. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Xiao cast another glance at the army, which was currently engaged in intense training, as everyone gradually familiarized themselves with their weapons and equipment. Looking at the sky again, he realized that it was already sunset. While Lin Xiao was unafraid of nighttime battles, his troops were not. It seemed they would have to set out on the morrow. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiao found a spot to sit cross-legged and prepared to comprehend the final layer and the third stage of the Flame Blade. Chapter 68. Guiding Heroes. Congratulations, you have attained the 9th layer of the Flame Blade, fully comprehending its essence and achieving a state of perfection. Congratulations, you have achieved perfection in the Flame Blade. Successfully grasping the 3rd stage, on top of building A, Lin Xiao, seated upon a massive stone altar, slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of firelight gleaming from his gaze. The once dark city transformed into a radiant spectacle. The 3rd stage of the Flame Blade was indeed extraordinary. Upon mastering it, Lin Xiao felt his combat prowess had increased significantly. Particularly, the 3rd strike of the Flame Blade endowed him with an impressive combat strength of 999. Should he encounter that gorilla again today, Lin Xiao was confident he could sever it with a single strike without needing to enhance his combat power. Why now? The moon hung high, perfectly round and exceptionally bright. What a remarkably full moon tonight. It is truly extraordinary. Within the base, the atmosphere was equally vibrant. Xiao He and Zhang Jujing, both newcomers, were vigorously reforming the base. Lin Xiao observed that his miniature town had been relocated, and the overall layout of the base seemed less chaotic, exhibiting more order and organization. Zhang Jujing indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. 100 meters outside the base, the area was also ablaze with lights. There, 2 camps, the yellow and white camps, along with the vanguard camp, were stationed. They did not reside within the base due to its limited space and the newly appointed base supervisor, Zhang Jujing, disallowing them on account of their disorderly presence. Now, 3 days had officially passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the base was thriving with vitality. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Lin Xiao, indicating that another 8 hours had passed. Congratulations, the construction of the History Museum has been completed. A rare-level mission, the Call of History, Stage 2, the Return of Heroic Souls, has been activated. Mission time. 4th day post-catastrophe. Mission location. Xinjiang City. Mission description. History must be remembered. Heroes should not be forgotten. Mission requirement. Within 3 days, guide as many heroic souls as possible into the museum. Mission difficulty. Rare. Mission reward. Unlock historical recruitment, 110 full draw. Note: this mission can only be conducted at night. A prompt will appear when you are within 1 kilometer of a heroic soul. So, the second phase of the mission has finally begun. After the mission prompt concluded, Lin Xiao sensed a subtle shift in the world around him. 800 meters to the east, a faint glow shimmered. Could it be a heroic soul? Lin Xiao's figure moved swiftly, grasping the fire god's spear and leaping forward, reaching the heroic soul's vicinity in less than 3 seconds. The light emanated from a zombie, which surprisingly donned a police uniform. Clearly, it had been a police officer in life. Is this the heroic soul? As Lin Xiao landed nearby and glimpsed the officer's badge, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. With his enhanced memory following the boost in combat power, Lin Xiao could recall even the smallest details from his childhood. Soon, he remembered where he had seen this badge before. Xinjiang City Television had once reported a story about a police officer who jumped into a sewage pit to save a mother and daughter, subsequently losing consciousness. The badge had flashed across the screen during that report. Evidently, this was merely one of the many good deeds the officer had performed in life. Even after becoming a zombie, his heroic soul remained in Xinjiang City. Following the system's prompt, Lin Xiao approached the zombie and swiftly dispatched it, ensuring it would no longer suffer from the virus's torment. Subsequently, he used a special method to guide the flickering light, leading the heroic soul toward the History Museum. Along the way, the soul's glow flickered precariously. as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. Fortunately, Lin Xiao tenderly nurtured it, overcoming numerous challenges to finally lead this faint heroic soul into the History Museum. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though he witnessed a hint of a smile from the heroic soul before it merged into the museum. Upon the arrival of the heroic soul, the museum seemed to radiate a peculiar glow. While not overly bright, it was strikingly luminous. Successfully guiding a heroic soul has granted your museum a greater significance. Note: there is a chance the heroic soul return may be revived during recruitment. Upon reading this notification, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Could revival truly be possible? However, the very condition of being a heroic soul already imposed significant limitations. Perhaps this was the privilege of heroes. Lin Xiao felt no jealousy. Instead, he was filled with renewed motivation. Not only did he aim to fulfill the mission perfectly, but more importantly, he wished for these heroic souls to find peace. In the next instant, Lin Xiao departed the base once more, wandering through Qingjiang City. His speed was astonishing, maintaining a consistent pace of 100 meters per second, allowing him to traverse much of the area in a short time. Simultaneously, he discovered an increasing number of heroic souls within Qingjiang City. Each was unique. Sanitation workers, laborers, programmers, couriers, delivery drivers. At first glance, these individuals appeared no different from ordinary people. Yet the unmistakable sign of their heroic souls remained. Their spirits were still present. In just a few hours, Lin Xiao had guided over a dozen heroic souls into the museum from the White Tiger district. Under the moonlight, even the zombies seemed notably quieter this night. Suddenly, an unusual glow caught Lin Xiao's attention. The previous heroic souls had flickered like candles swaying in the wind, seemingly on the brink of extinguishing, but this particular flame shone brightly like a torch. Intrigued, Lin Xiao swiftly approached. This time, he found himself not in the city, but on the outskirts, near a disordered graveyard. The radiant glow emanated from a solitary grave among the chaos. From a distance, it resembled a soldier swaying gently while waiting in solitude. This heroic soul had a distinct appearance, clad in a well-maintained military uniform. Beneath the soul, a weathered tombstone stood, inscribed with the name of the martyr, Qi Tianpeng. In an instant, Lin Xiao recalled a news report he had seen in his youth about a soldier who had sacrificed his life overseas. He believed the soldier's name was indeed Qi Tianpeng. It was shocking to realize that this valiant warrior, who had given his life for his country, met such a desolate fate. Gazing at the heroic soul atop the solitary grave, Lin Xiao noted that its features had long since faded. Only the military uniform and a fragmented human form remained. Upon sensing Lin Xiao's presence, the heroic soul trembled, aware of Lin Xiao's formidable strength. "Do not fear. I will take you home." Lin Xiao gently soothed the heroic spirit of Qi Tianpeng, calming its tremors, and then carefully guided this wisp of spirit towards the museum. Chapter 69. Tender Haven. Hero's Tomb. As the hour approached midnight, Lin Xiao returned to his room 603, dragging his weary body. Throughout the night, he had scarcely paused, having traversed the White Tiger district and drawn forth 23 heroic spirits. Yet, Lin Xiao felt it was insufficient. A multitude of heroic spirits still awaited him in the entirety of Qingjiang City. Regrettably, dawn had broken, and he would have to wait until the following evening. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was utterly exhausted. Despite his formidable strength, a night of intense labor had taken its toll on him. Upon his return to the room, Chen Yuan and Bian Yujing eagerly approached him. "Having waited there all night, my lord, you must be weary. Allow me to attend to your rest," Chen Yuan offered, expertly guiding Lin Xiao's hand to rest upon her, ensuring he felt as comfortable as possible. Bian Yujing mirrored her actions, helping Lin Xiao to maintain the most relaxed posture. The dual fragrances wafted into Lin Xiao's senses, an intoxicating softness that would ensnare any man. Tender Haven, Hero's Tomb. In that moment, even Lin Xiao wished to suspend time. "Prepare my bed, as you command," Chen Yuan and Bian Yujing replied in harmonious, dulcet tones, sending a shiver through Lin Xiao's form. That night, they shared a bed together. At the break of dawn, merely 2 hours had passed when Lin Xiao awoke. To his left and right, he felt the gentle warmth of the two ladies. Reluctant to disturb the two beauties, who were exhausted from the previous night's exertions, he decided to let them rest a while longer. After a fleeting moment of reluctance, Lin Xiao quickly donned his attire, devoured a mouthful of epic gorilla roast, and washed it down with a sip of Baishui spring water, instantly revitalizing himself. His spirits were lifted significantly. With a great battle looming ahead, there was no room for carelessness. Outside the base, the 3 battalions had commenced their morning exercises. The White Character Battalion and the Yellow Character Battalion vied for superiority around the base, and it was evident that Bai Qi and Huang Zhong, renowned generals, had instilled a semblance of military discipline in the troops overnight. Meanwhile, the Vanguard Battalion's knights had established a preliminary rapport with the deer herd, their movements synchronized and majestic. Strangely, Lin Xiao observed that a white deer had formed a bond with Zhao Yun. The two, one a silver-armored general and the other a snow-white deer king, were indeed a fitting pair. Finishing the last morsel of gorilla meat, Lin Xiao called out to the heavens, "Assemble." At the sound of Lin Zhao's voice, the 3 battalions surged with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. The White Character Battalion, Yellow Character Battalion, and Vanguard Battalion promptly entered in perfect unison, devoid of any disorder. The White Character Battalion was the first to complete their assembly. Over 300 soldiers kneeling in unison, shouting, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Following suit, the Vanguard and Yellow Character Battalions also knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Appreciating Bai Qi's knack for handling matters adeptly, he raised his hand, clenched into a fist, signaling for silence, and declared, "Today's mission is straightforward. Secure the White Tiger District. We shall not rest until our objective is achieved." The 700 men of the 3 battalions echoed in unison, "We shall not rest. We shall not rest." After the resounding declaration, Lin Xiao began to outline the action plan. The strategy was simple. Lin Xiao would lead the charge, clearing vast areas of zombie and mutated beast congregations. Following him, the Vanguard Battalion would eliminate any remaining small clusters of zombies and mutated beasts, preventing their regrouping. Finally, the White Character and Yellow Character Battalions would scour each household, eliminating any straggling zombies. The ultimate goal of this battle was to thoroughly cleanse the White Tiger District, thereafter preparing to upgrade the base to level 3. After outlining the plan, Bai Qi suddenly stepped forward. "My lord, how shall we handle the survivors?" By now, the number of survivors seeking refuge outside the camp had swelled to over 100, forming a considerable encampment. Among them were individuals of notable combat prowess. After several days of observation, Bai Qi suspected that these survivors might share a special connection with their lord, hence his inquiry. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly, "General Bai, when you seize a city, what would you do if a significant number of armed individuals resided within?" Bai Qi paused momentarily before responding without hesitation, "All capable fighters must be executed." Bai Qi's answer was truthful. Historically, he had acted thus. During the Battle of Chongping, he had captured 400,000 Zhao soldiers, all of whom were strong adult men, capable of wielding weapons. Faced with the lives of 400,000, anyone would hesitate. Yet only Bai Qi could execute them without a second thought, unperturbed by societal condemnation. Undeniably, his actions bore fruit. The Zhao state, having lost 400,000 elite soldiers, was rendered incapable of opposing the Qin state thereafter. Lin Xiao was well aware of how Bai Qi would respond and nodded in satisfaction. "I have no jurisdiction over those outside my territory, but the White Tiger District is soon to be mine. Within my domain, I require no presence aside from my own citizens. Anyone lingering shall be killed. Any resistance shall be met with death. Any defiance shall face execution." With those 3 commands, a palpable aura of menace enveloped Lin Xiao, dispelling his previous gentleness. The 3 battalions were invigorated. They held no concept of the survivors. But Lin Xiao was their lord, and they would obey his commands. After satisfying their hunger, they prepared to set forth. Lin Xiao then delivered his final command. Concurrently, Xiaohe arrived with the logistics team. Laden with rare food, mutated dog meat, and ample Baishui spring water, it was customary to feast heartily before embarking on a campaign. The 3 battalions erupted in cheers, eagerly indulging in the coveted food and meat. At that moment, Zhu Chengji seized the opportunity to approach Lin Xiao. "We pay our respects to the Lord." "Oh? What is it, sir?" Lin Xiao responded courteously, "My lord, I have gained a preliminary understanding of this world, and the knowledge here far surpasses my comprehension. However, the information available is still rather scant. As you prepare for your expedition, might you bring back some books for me to study?" Zhu Chengji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Normally, such a request from a subordinate would be deemed unreasonable by most rulers. Yet, Lin Xiao was no conventional monarch. He couldn't help but admire Zhu Chengji's relentless pursuit of knowledge. No problem. Sir, I shall return with a library for you. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Zhu Chengji's face lit up with joy, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Before long, the army finished their meal and reassembled. Let us depart. With Lin Zhao's command, the 3 battalions marched eastward. Chapter 70. The Heartless Apocalypse in the White Tiger District. A fiery figure suddenly streaked across the sky. Resembling a blazing phoenix, it was Lin Xiao, soaring above the White Tiger District, each leap propelling him dozens of meters into the air. Below, the survivors in the encampment gazed up in envy at the fiery figure above. The guardian of the White Tiger District has emerged once more. I wonder who will be unfortunate this time. Many remarked, why bother worrying? We can still lead peaceful lives here. What is so bad about that? A man nonchalantly replied, planting a fervent kiss on his companion. In such an environment, people were more likely to indulge their primal desires. Meanwhile, the 10-meter-high iron gates of the base slowly swung open, revealing a throng of figures beyond. The first to charge forth was a silver-armored general mounted on a colossal white deer. He galloped ahead, swiftly racing past the survivors' encampment without sparing them a glance. Following closely were 73 armored deer riders, the clanging of metal echoing like a thunderous storm through the camp, with the glimmering figure of their commander. Zhao Yun, trailing behind. Witnessing this spectacle, many survivors gasped in astonishment. Riding mutated beasts is exhilarating. That mutated deer boasts 40 combat power, stronger than I am. Did you see that white deer? I estimate its combat power exceeds 300. Among the current survivors, the general combat power hovers around 7 to 8 points, with many having acquired several vials of enhanced serum to varying degrees. Among them, the truly formidable individuals boast combat values exceeding 50. Yet they are but a rare few. After the vanguard camp passed through, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed within the base. The yellow camp emerged with a synchronized march, clad in uniform yellow and black attire. Each soldier brandishing a rifle aloft, exuding an air of high morale as they passed the survivor camp, their expressions tinged with arrogance. A contingent of 300 gradually filed out, paying little heed to the survivors' encampment. At the rear of the formation, Huang Zhong rode a deer, casting a cold glance at the survivor camp before continuing onward. Lastly, the white camp, adorned in black and white garb, stepped forth with a lively stride. Their expressions animated. Instead of immediately traversing the survivor camp, they encircled it from the periphery. In that instant, the survivors suddenly realized the gravity of their situation. They were surrounded. What could this mean? It felt as if they were being conscripted. A sense of foreboding permeated the AIR.AT that moment. Bai Qi, clad in black and white armor, emerged from the ranks, standing with an air of arrogance as he surveyed the survivor camp with a frigid gaze. He did not ride a deer, which seemed beneath his station. He proclaimed the Lord's decree. From this day forth, the White Tiger District is under the Lord's dominion, and all non-entity beings within its confines are to be expelled. Any who dare to resist shall face execution without mercy, effective immediately. With a wave of his hand, 300 soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at the survivor camp, the black gun barrels emanating the call of death. In that moment, chaos erupted within the camp. How could they be targeted? This general, was there some misunderstanding? We have never had enmity with you. A survivor shouted. Yes, we are all survivors. Have we not encountered some sort of issue? Confusion reigned among them. They had intended to settle here for a peaceful existence. However, the cold voice of Bai Qi met them. Open fire! Bang, bang, bang. 300 soldiers, 300 rifles, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage upon the survivors. Bullets raining down upon the camp. Bai Qi's expression remained icy. His orders were clear. Leave no living survivor within the White Tiger District, as they were deemed unstable elements. As for the method, he believed that corpses were the best solution. This sudden gunfire resulted in over 30 casualties among the newly awakened survivors, with many narrowly evading the hail of bullets. Are they serious? Run. The guardian of the White Tiger District is slaughtering survivors. Over 100 were thrown into disarray. Facing an entire battalion, this was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Many turned to flee. The man who had been caressing his companion pushed her aside. urging her to shield him as he sought to escape more safely. "Damn it. I'll fight back. Yes, I have strength too." Several survivors, incensed, grasped Mauser 1888s, drew bows, and even those with combat power exceeding 50 charged forward with large blades. In response to these rebels, Bai Qi merely waved his hand slightly, and several from the white camp immediately took aim, swiftly ending their lives. Additionally, several squad leaders with combat powers over 100 surged forth, dispatching the approaching survivors. At that moment, panic gripped everyone. This was an entirely different tier of existence. Among them, the strongest combatants barely exceeded 100, yet the opposing force boasted over 10 individuals with combat power exceeding that threshold. In the face of such overwhelming strength, resistance would only lead to swifter demise. The remaining survivors scattered like frightened birds, desperate to escape. Suddenly, a man fell to his knees, raising his hands high and shouting towards the white camp. "Don't kill me, I'm one of you. I've already submitted 1,000 energy points worth of intelligence. The people within the territory are still assessing it. This is my proof. Once the assessment is complete, I will be one of theirs." A squad leader quickly approached, taking the document from the man's hands. It detailed that the man had provided 300 energy points and several pieces of intelligence valued at a total of 700 energy points. Once the base deemed the intelligence worth that amount, he would effectively have contributed 1,000 energy points. The squad leader gestured to Bai Qi, affirming its authenticity. Bai Qi nodded, disregarding the man as he continued shooting at the remaining survivors. Upon witnessing this, the man collapsed, his back drenched in sweat, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to gather 1,000 energy points. Otherwise, the outcome today would have been dire. In the distance, other survivors witnessing this scene were filled with regret. They had previously had opportunities, but believed they were safe near the base, deeming it unnecessary to join in. Now they faced expulsion from the white camp. Before long, within the survivor camp, only one individual remained amidst a sea of corpses. The entire unit, move out. Bai Qi chose not to pursue the survivors. They were not zombies, and once they understood fear, they would not dare return. The mere act of instilling terror sufficed. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to. Today, he aimed to cleanse the White Tiger district. Chapter 71. The method of acquiring blueprints. Following the incident at the survivor camp, the entire chatroom erupted in chaos. The Guardian's subordinates firing upon survivors was certainly an ominous signal. The collective perception of Lin Xiao began to shift dramatically. However, a piece of news emerged. Joining the territory was indeed advantageous. Lin Xiao paid little heed to these tidings, as he was currently enveloped in exhilaration. The fire god gun. Let us see if it's a mule or a horse. Let it out for a stroll. This saying proved to be undeniably accurate. The fire god gun was remarkably effective in use. With each discharge, Lin Xiao summoned forth a sea of flames upon the earth. Under the enhanced flames of the fire god gun, roasting small zombies posed no challenge whatsoever. Even the crawlers and butchers fell victim to the inferno in a single sweep. As he traversed the area, Lin Xiao incinerated several zombie congregations, amassing a staggering tally of thousands of kills in a short span. For buildings of intricate design, he opted for destruction. A single fireball sent a 10-story edifice crashing down, followed by a baptism of flames, ensuring that no zombies within survived. Throughout the White Tiger district, wherever Lin Xiao passed, vast expanses lay in ruins. This was not due to a penchant for destruction. Rather, searching through such towering structures proved exceedingly troublesome. Methodically scouring each one would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, when the White Tiger district was eventually rebuilt, the remnants would serve little purpose. It was far more efficient to clear them away now. As for the presence of survivors within, that was not Lin Xiao's concern. He needed to cleanse and seize the White Tiger district with utmost haste. Moments later, yet another street succumbed to Lin Xiao's fiery onslaught. Shortly after his departure, the vanguard camp arrived, executing a massacre upon the remaining zombies beneath the blazing inferno. Following them, the yellow camp arrived, conducting a thorough search to ascertain whether any zombies or mutated beasts had evaded capture. Once safety was confirmed, the yellow camp would station a small team to ensure the security of the area. In this tempestuous cleansing, the operations within the White Tiger district proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering virtually no obstacles. After successfully clearing several blocks, Lin Xiao reached his first destination, the Huaxin Library. Although the Baihu district is a newly developed area, it boasts a newly opened large-scale library. As Lin Xiao set out, Zhu Chengji earnestly reminded him to acquire some books, a task Lin Xiao would not forget. However, he certainly did not intend to transport the entire library back, but rather to approach it in a different manner. Inside the library, a swarm of tiny zombies lurked. Such a library often attracts a multitude of eager children for visits. Unfortunately, these were all diligent students. Lin Xiao could only strive to spare them from the torment of the virus. The Huaxin Library is vast, consisting of 3 stories that encompass nearly all types of literature. Whoever manages to read every book within its walls is destined for a long life. Lin Xiao cautiously exterminated the zombies within, meticulously clearing out the hiding children in the corners, fearful of damaging the Huaxin Library. After several minutes of arduous effort, the entire Huaxin Library had been cleared, devoid of any zombies or mutated creatures. Ding! The Huaxin Library has been cleared, rewarding the architectural blueprint for the library. Successfully triggered the talent Divine Luck, upgrading the library to the blueprint of the Library of Congress, rare. Exclusive to the United States. My goodness, a rare dual attribute library. Zhu Chengji must be thrilled now. The Library of Congress is renowned as the largest and most famous library in the world, with a history spanning 2 centuries. Covering an area of 140,000 square meters and containing over 100 million volumes, the length of its bookshelves reaches a staggering 848 kilometers. This should provide ample reading material for Zhu Chengji. After obtaining the blueprint, Lin Xiao left with great satisfaction. In truth, Lin Xiao had long been aware of this method to acquire architectural blueprints. When he first received the gym blueprint, he paid little attention. He knew that as long as he cleared the gym area without causing any damage, he would be entitled to the blueprint. Thus, it made no difference whether he arrived early or late. It later proved that the gym was quite useless, as the combat troops had no need for it, or rather, they held it in contempt. After resolving the library, Lin Xiao moved toward his next objective, the Baihu District School. In this world, schools have taken on a significance far beyond mere education. In his previous life, he had witnessed a school within the base where someone entered for a day and emerged with a combat power exceeding 100, truly extraordinary. Regrettably, Lin Xiao was nothing at that time and was not permitted entry. Now, it was time to discover what treasures this school might hold. As a newly established district, Baihu features 3 schools, 2 primary schools and 1 secondary school. Lin Xiao was uncertain about the number of kindergartens. Before long, he arrived at a primary school in Baihu. Fortunately, within the school, there were only a few scattered figures. The moment he laid eyes on the school, Lin Xiao recalled that the day of the incident, January 1 SD, was New Year's Day. Damn the capitalist 996 system. Elsewhere, there was no sense of celebration, while it seemed the elementary students were on holiday. This primary school was not large, comprising 6 teaching buildings, and Lin Xiao swiftly cleared each one. Ding! Qingjiang 5th Primary School has been cleared, rewarding the architectural blueprint for a primary school. What? This isn't quite what I imagined. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. What use is a primary school? Onward to the next. A short while later, the same notification chimed again. Ding! Qingjiang 7th Primary School has been cleared, rewarding the architectural blueprint for a primary school. No hesitation, on to the final secondary school. After a fierce battle, Qingjiang 3rd Secondary School was finally subdued by Lin Xiao. Ding! Qingjiang 3rd Secondary School has been cleared, rewarding the architectural blueprint for a secondary school. Activating the talent Divine Luck, the secondary school blueprint upgraded to the Immortal Academy, Epic. What an extraordinary turn of events! Lin Xiao's spirit soared. Having successfully cleared 3 schools, he had finally struck gold. Although he had never heard of the Immortal Academy, the mere mention of the word epic was enough to excite him. Without checking the specific effects of the Immortal Academy, Lin Xiao pressed on. As there were still numerous places he needed to explore. Beyond the schools and library, Baihu District held many distinctive and significant areas. Hospitals, police stations, factories, all awaiting his acquisition of architectural blueprints. Chapter 72. Cleansing Baihu District. Ding! Changhong Factory has been cleared, rewarding the factory blueprint. Activating the talent Divine Luck, the factory blueprint upgraded to the blueprint for a war vehicle factory, rare military technology. A stroke of luck. At long last. Something good has emerged by now. It was midday. Lin Xiao had nearly cleared out the special buildings in Baihu District, acquiring dozens of blueprints, including no less than 10 rare ones. Regrettably, there was only one epic blueprint, the Immortal Academy. It seemed that once Baihu district was entirely subdued, a sweeping reform would be in order. Fortunately, with the capable Zhang Jujing handling internal affairs, Lin Xiao would not be overwhelmed by the workload. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao once again scrutinized the map. The special areas had been cleared, and now it was time to tackle the gathering spots of zombies and mutated beasts from the map. The most pressing threats appeared to be several locations. To the east, there was a Maiwa hot pot restaurant, 3 pet shops, 5 groups of stray cats and dogs, and 3 bustling commercial districts. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao had frequented the Maiwa restaurant, where the owners boasted of fresh ingredients, live kills, and purchases. It seemed they had not been lying in a matter of moments. Lin Xiao arrived next to the Maiwa restaurant. Outside the door, he observed a dozen Maiwa, the size of huskies, hopping about. The entire hot pot establishment had seemingly transformed into a paradise for these creatures. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao felt a stir of excitement. Surely, the seasonings inside the hot pot restaurant had not spoiled yet. It had been ages since he last enjoyed Maiwa hot pot. Lin Xiao stowed away his fire god gun and retrieved the sun chaser bow, equipping it with ordinary iron arrowheads. Let us not forget, Lin Xiao possessed the traits of an archer. Moreover, burning the Maiwa would ruin the experience. With a combat power reaching an astonishing 999, Lin Xiao's judgment and reaction speed were greatly enhanced. And his archery skills had also improved significantly. The 10 or so mutated Maiwa were effortlessly dealt with within a minute. Just then, a cacophony of croaking erupted from within the hot pot restaurant. Suddenly, the wall shattered, and a Maiwa the size of an elephant leaped out in that instant. Its gigantic maw gaped wide, capable of swallowing a calf, as a rapid red tongue shot forth. A swift whoosh echoed as the red tongue darted towards Lin Xiao. His reflexes were lightning fast. He reacted almost instantaneously, but still found himself struck by the tongue, which ensnared him. The Maiwa's tongue had an astonishing speed, nearly reaching 5 times the speed of sound. Staring at the tongue that clung to him, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. It appeared that this creature had gained enhanced abilities after mutation. It was worth noting that his fire blade, with its violent power exceeding 1,000, barely reached 5 times the speed of sound. While this Maiwa, with a mere combat power of over 300, had a striking speed that matched. Alas, this time it had met Lin Xiao. Although the powerful tongue was affixed to Lin Xiao, it could not budge him an inch. Instead, he seized the tongue and yanked it toward him. The fire god gun swiftly reappeared in his hand, and with one shot, he ended the Maiwa's life. Inside the hot pot restaurant, there were still hundreds of Maiwa. Upon the death of their leader, chaos erupted among them. Lin Xiao did not let them escape. He switched the sun chaser bow to rapid fire mode. Capable of shooting 5 arrows per second, and within a minute, he had dispatched the remaining AT. That moment, a loud clanking noise resonated from afar. A massive white deer, accompanied by around 30 armored deer, charged forward. It was Zhao Yun's Iron Cavalry Vanguard. At your service, my lord. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Zhao Yun greeted respectfully. Collect all the Maiwa corpses and retrieve some seasonings from the restaurant. Inform Xiao He that we shall treat the soldiers to Maiwa hot pot and roasted Maiwa tonight. Zhao Yun accepted the command, and the group swiftly began to extract all the exquisite frogs. Lin Xiao did not linger excessively, as he had several other blocks to attend to. Although the soldiers fought valiantly behind him, the energy points accumulated were still considerable. However, it was only through Lin Xiao's own efforts that he could truly unleash his innate talents. 10 minutes later, having cleared yet another block and vanquished thousands of zombies, the fire god gun began to reclaim the flames it had unleashed. Subsequently, Lin Xiao intended to inspect the pet shop, the remaining commercial districts, and the areas that Zhao Yun had yet to explore. Like a model worker, Lin Xiao tirelessly worked throughout the afternoon, nearly scouring the entirety of the eastern district. The zombies that perished at his hands had already reached a staggering 70,000, a figure equivalent to 1/3 of the population of the White Tiger district. This was, of course, primarily due to the dense population in the east. Lin Xiao estimated that the combined total of the other 2 districts would likely not reach 70,000. It was not until dusk that all the major gathering points and tall buildings in the eastern district were completely cleared. At this moment, a weary Lin Xiao let out a faint sigh. If only that intelligent zombie were present, the slaughter would not be such a laborious task. Seems that next time he encounters one, a serious discussion will be necessary. With a population of 5 million in Xinjiang City, there were still at least 4 million zombies remaining. He could not possibly kill them one by one. Finally, after clearing the last few areas, night began to descend gradually. Within Xinjiang City, the cries of zombies echoed incessantly in the Qinglong district. Resembling a descent into hell. In stark contrast, the White Tiger district was relatively quiet, with only a few distant roars emanating from the other two districts. At this moment, Huang Zhong rode up on a deer and inquired with a worried tone. "My lord, night has fallen. Should we send the soldiers back to the camp?" Having experienced the previous nights, Huang Zhong knew that zombies became exceptionally frenzied after dark, but few in the current army were aware of this. And he was concerned about potential issues. In response, Lin Xiao remained composed and retorted, "Return to camp? Han Sheng, I stated at the outset of today's expedition that we shall not rest until we have claimed the White Tiger district. What is this talk of returning to camp? Tonight, let the army set up camp in the occupied area and establish their station here." "Your orders are understood." Huang Zhong nodded, feeling a sense of unease. "Trouble may be afoot tonight." Lin Xiao then looked at Huang Zhong and suddenly said, "Han Sheng, select a few experienced brothers from the Huang Battalion, and after transferring command of the Huang Battalion, return to Camp My Lord?" Huang Zhong exclaimed, eager to continue fighting alongside the zombies. He quickly explained, fearing that his earlier words had upset Lin Xiao. "I am instructing you to return for a different crucial arrangement." Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He found himself increasingly disinclined to provide explanations. "Your orders are understood." Upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, Huang Zhong immediately lowered his head, hesitating to defy Lin Xiao, and swiftly turned to leave. The speed of the spotted deer was remarkable, especially after its mutation, allowing it to reach up to 120 kilometers per hour. Within half an hour, Huang Zhong had successfully handed over command of the Huang Battalion and returned to the base. Awaiting further instructions, meanwhile, Bai Qi took charge of the garrison task for 700 men, which included Zhao Yun's vanguard unit now temporarily under his command. According to Lin Zhao's orders, every area cleared during the day must be maintained. This posed quite a headache for Bai Qi. 700 men were tasked with defending such a vast territory without any cover. Ultimately, they utilized the ruins of urban high-rises as bases for each small action team, with the vanguard unit serving as the connection point, successfully establishing a defensive line. Now, the entire eastern area of the White Tiger district was illuminated by flames, with each action team's encampment surrounded by large bonfires. These not only provided light but also served to enhance their safety. Defending such an expansive area with a mere 700 men was no small feat for Bai Qi. Just as the defensive line was established, Xiao He within the base organized the logistics team to begin delivering supplies to the Huang and Bai battalions under the protection of the vanguard unit. In addition to the usual barbecue-flavored compressed biscuits and Bai Sui mountain water, tonight's provisions included hot pot frogs and roasted frog meat. With the cooperation of several formidable individuals, the entire army operated in an orderly manner without any mishaps. At this moment, Lin Xiao stood atop the base's high-rise, gazing far into the expansive bonfire zone in the east. Every 100 meters, a cluster of bonfires lit by action teams constructed tonight's defensive line. Coupled with the vanguard unit's continuous patrols, they ensured communication between each small team, effectively uniting the separated groups into a cohesive whole. Beneath the night sky, sporadic gunfire echoed, signaling that a few zombies attempted to breach the blockade, but they were swiftly dispatched. Only near the Qinglong district did the gunfire become more concentrated, as large groups of zombies approached, significantly increasing the defensive pressure. Fortunately, Bai Qi had anticipated this and positioned himself here to ensure that not a single error would occur. Truly deserving of the title God of War, the entire operation proceeded steadily without any major issues. Satisfied, Lin Xiao descended from the high-rise and immediately noticed Huang Zhong, who appeared anxious. He was worried that his earlier comments at dusk might have angered Lin Xiao. Having overlooked Lin Zhao's earlier proclamation, so he had been waiting anxiously by Lin Zhao's side. Approaching Huang Zhong, Lin Xiao suddenly asked, "Brother Han Sheng, do you believe 700 men can occupy the White Tiger district?" Huang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the meaning behind Lin Zhao's question, whether it was a test or simply an inquiry. Ultimately, he answered honestly, 700 men may find it quite challenging. The White Tiger district is not like a living city. It is a dead city overrun by zombies. With a population of at least 200,000, 700 men cannot defend against that. Lin Xiao nodded and replied, It is not merely challenging. It is utterly impossible. 700 men, even if they were to clear the White Tiger district, would lack the numbers for defense. How could they possibly occupy it? Unless every individual exceeds 100 My lord speaks true, Huang Zhong concurred, though he was momentarily perplexed by Lin Zhao's words. The reason I summoned you back tonight is not due to any issues on your part, but rather because I require you to train 4,000 capable soldiers overnight. 4,000? Huang Zhong exclaimed, astonished at the prospect of where such numbers would come from. Indeed, 4,000. Lin Zhao's gaze burned with ambition, his hidden aspirations recklessly laid bare. From today's battle, Lin Zhao had accumulated over 40,000 energy points. In light of the current shortage of personnel, he decided to directly draw all 40,000 energy points. With that, he would summon 4,000 soldiers, making the occupation of the White Tiger district a feasible endeavor. If he had 4,000 men, occupying the White Tiger district would pose no problem at all. Huang Zhong, realizing Lin Zhao's intentions, solemnly nodded in understanding. There was even potential for further advancement. To advance further would mean setting sights on the coveted Qinglong district, home to a permanent population of over 1 million. Securing the Qinglong district would effectively place the entire Xinjiang city under Lin Zhao's control. Lin Zhao smiled, opting not to elaborate further. Understanding was sufficient. Moreover, there were numerous tasks yet to be accomplished tonight. With 40,000 energy points, and each summoning costing 100, it was possible to achieve a staggering 4,000 consecutive draws, an endeavor unimaginable in gaming. Yet Lin Zhao was about to realize it in the realm of reality. In that instant, the heavens and earth blazed with brilliant light. The entire base was illuminated as if it were midday. The sheer number of 4,000 light beams was overwhelming. This time, they did not descend in unison but rather fell in rapid succession. Before long, the entirety of the base was filled with light beams. Yet it still proved insufficient. The light quickly spread beyond the confines of the base, covering vast expanses. Fortunately, Lin Zhao's base had already been thoroughly cleared, or else the newly summoned soldiers would have encountered zombies upon landing. An experience they would be ill-prepared for. Among the 4,000 beams, only 6 glimmered with a unique brilliance. The so-called miraculous single draws might be a consideration, but for those willing to invest, such miracles were trivial. One could simply purchase a miracle with their riches. However, Lin Zhao also noticed a concerning trend. The more draws one made, the lower the probability of obtaining miracles. It seemed a tactic to extract wealth from the affluent. Lin Zhao was not overly concerned, as he did not lack historical figures to aid him. He had no particular desire for quantity. Moreover, he believed that every historical figure deserved respect. Their emergence should be met with due reverence. Rather than being treated as mere names floating by soon, the brilliance faded. The 6 historical figures emerged from the radiant light. The first to step forward was a figure of formidable stature, possessing a robust physique and dark skin. Wielding 2 short daggers with an imposing presence, I am your subordinate, Dian Wei, and I pay my respects to my lord. The formidable General Dian Wei, a figure capable of withstanding the might of Elbu, met a tragically constrained demise. His end was lamentable, as he fell victim to the machinations of Lady Chao while being relentlessly pursued by the vast army of Zhang Xiu. Ultimately, he perished under the siege of the rebel forces while valiantly covering Cao Cao's retreat. Exemplifying unwavering loyalty in death. A true tragedy indeed. As Dian Wei stepped back, another robust figure emerged from behind him, wielding a great blade and possessing a countenance marked by resolute strength, evoking the spirit of a fierce tiger. Your subordinate, Su Zhu, pays respects to the lord. He announced it was none other than the tiger-spirited Su Zhu, who had taken over as Cao Cao's personal bodyguard following the fall of Dian Wei. Boasting formidable prowess. The moniker tiger enthusiast aptly describes Su Zhu, for his ferocity rivals that of a raging tiger, and his unwavering devotion to Cao Cao further solidifies this title, signifying a harmonious blend of both attributes. As Su Zhu withdrew, another figure stepped forth, causing Lin Zhao's expression to shift dramatically. This was one of humanity's most elite warriors. Your subordinate, Li Tsuinxiao, bows before you, proclaimed Li Tsuinxiao, renowned for his exceptional martial skills and unparalleled bravery, earning the honorific title of the 13th Protector and the Flying Tiger General. His formidable abilities led the Flying Tiger Army to countless victories, positioning him as a figure worthy of comparison to Li Yuanba. Indeed, It has been suggested that among history's mightiest, the phrase Wang cannot surpass Xiang, Jiang cannot surpass Li, strength cannot surpass Ba, and fist cannot surpass Jin encapsulates the essence of the four greatest figures. With Jiang cannot surpass Li signifying that even the most esteemed generals pale in comparison to Li Sun. To encounter such a powerhouse is truly astonishing. Li Xiao, historical figure, combat power, 520-50 loyalty, sworn to follow until death. Genetic ability, flying general, rare mount leading the charge, unmatched by thousands. When mounted, your combat power increases by a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 30, determined by the strength of both your mount and your combat power. Characteristic, 13th Protector, rare unique. The 13th Protectors are renowned in the realm, each exhibiting extraordinary martial prowess, with Li Xiao being the strongest among them. Your combat power increases by 20, and when you assemble the 13th Protectors, each member's combat power also sees a rise of 20. Jiang cannot surpass Li, rare unique invincible in combat. Your renown and achievements have reached the pinnacle of military leadership, a supreme accolade. Upon becoming a general, both you and your troops will maintain peak morale, with all combat power boosted by 15, exclusive equipment. Hun Yuan Spear, exclusive combat power 50. Such overwhelming combat prowess surpasses even that of Su Qi'er. However, this is hardly surprising, as historically, this illustrious figure was known for charging into battle at the forefront, achieving success in every endeavor, whereas figures like Bai Qi were more often stationed behind the lines, rarely engaging directly. Following Li Xiao's departure, yet another robust warrior emerged. Your subordinate, Cheng Yaojin, pays respects to the Lord. Upon seeing Cheng Yaojin, Lin Shao could not help but smile. This man was indeed a fortunate general, having earned accolades alongside Li Shimin for his numerous military achievements. Although his personal strength was modest, mastering only the 3 axes of the Heavenly Gang, even this skill was sufficient to elevate him to the ranks of elite commanders. What truly sets him apart, however, is his vibrant personality, which adds a delightful atmosphere to any gathering.